Introduction asterisk. Zheng Ning, who acquired the Multiverse Traversal System, exchanged for the bloodline of a vampire in order to survive. From a lowly vampire to an intermediate, then to a high-ranking vampire, and ultimately a vampire marquis. He aspired to become an emperor of the vampires. Through continuous adventures in various realms, he strengthened himself and ultimately established an eternal empire spanning the multiverse. In a world of the undead, he created a settlement for 1 million people, reigniting human civilization. In the realm of political intrigue, he brought an end to chaos and unified the Iron Throne. In the martial arts world, he forged an immortal vampire army and founded a dynasty of everlasting life. In a fantastical world, he consumed the bloodlines of myriad races, achieving the status of an eternal blood god. Chapter 1. The System and Exchange. Welcome, host, to the system space. A mechanical voice echoed in a vast, blank expanse. Is this the system space? Truly a realm of void. A figure gazed at the emptiness, pondering. This individual, named Zheng Ning, hailed from Blue Star and was an unemployed graduate. Just moments ago, he had unexpectedly received a system that proclaimed itself as the Multiverse Traversal System. This system could transport individuals across countless worlds, encompassing novels, films, anime, and more. Be they renowned or obscure, all were potential realms of exploration. It also allowed for the exchange of numerous treasures from these worlds, including various bloodlines, techniques, and divine weapons. Anything one could conceive was available within the system. However, all this required source points, essentially the essence of the worlds. Each realm was composed of its own fundamental source, and Zheng Ning needed to alter the original trajectories of these worlds, commonly referred to as plots, to acquire source points. The more he altered, the more points he would gain. Upon accumulating a sufficient amount, he could even purchase permanent residency in a particular world, transforming it into his own private domain. This system resembled the legendary realm of the main god, leading Zheng Ning to suspect it was crafted from fragments of the main god space by an unknown entity. The key difference was that the system catered solely to Zheng Ning, unlike the main god's realm, which often assigned perilous missions and could obliterate hosts at will. Aside from mandating that Zheng Ning enter a new world each month, the system imposed no restrictions. Regardless of whether he chose to be a hero saving lives or a villain wreaking havoc, or even to do nothing at all, the system remained indifferent, an epitome of leniency. After receiving the system, Zheng Ning promptly crumpled his resume and discarded it into the trash. Employment? Work? The future? To hell with that. In the face of this transcendent system, the mundane realities of life seemed utterly trivial. Having gained a rudimentary understanding of the system's operations, Zheng Ning ventured into the self-contained space of the system. This space was vast, comparable to a football field, and was indeed a tangible existence, not merely a virtual mental construct. Zheng Ning could physically enter it. This space served as Zheng Ning's sanctuary, where no harm could befall him. Neither missiles, nuclear bombs, nor even the detonation of the earth could affect him within this realm. He contemplated that should he ever inadvertently expose himself, this space would be his ultimate refuge. As for selflessly offering the system to others, like some protagonists in novels, Zheng Ning asserted he was merely an ordinary person, lacking the grandeur for such heroism, and had no desire to become a lab rat. The system space also functioned as a storage area, accommodating useful, useless, and miscellaneous items alike. Zheng Ning mused that even without any additional features, the mere existence of this space could significantly alter his previously dismal existence. He inquired of the system, "How much time remains before I enter the first world?" Beep. "There are 15 days remaining before you enter a new world. Please prepare yourself." The system responded, 15 days? Though the time is somewhat short, it suffices. System, may I know which world it will be? The host may spend 50 source points to gain such knowledge. However, upon learning the world, entry will be advanced by 30 minutes. Upon hearing the system's explanation, Zheng Ning pondered, is the restriction against early knowledge of the world a form of training? Regardless, acquiring the system itself is a monumental opportunity. I shall not dwell on other matters. He then accessed his attribute panel. Host, Zheng Ning. Age, 2488. Bloodline, none. Abilities, none. Techniques, none. Possessions, none. Source points, 0. Life level, first stage. The attribute panel was strikingly simple, devoid of any peculiarities. Gazing at the blank panel, Zheng Ning could not help but express his frustration to the system. System, I am but an ordinary person. You cannot expect me to venture into the unknown without assistance. What kind of assistance does the host seek? A beginner's gift package. I see that other systems offer such packages. Surely your illustrious system is not inferior? Zheng Ning employed a tactic of provocation, though he was uncertain whether the system possessed any consciousness. Beep. Upon the host's reminder, considering the host's low strength, this system has specially opened a one-time unlimited exchange for 500 source points to enhance the host's survival rate. Perhaps Zheng Ning's tactic had borne fruit, as the system soon replied. Unlimited exchange? Does that mean I can freely exchange for anything I desire? Zheng Ning asked eagerly. Indeed, host. However, this is limited to items worth 500 source points or less. The system clarified. 500 source points, quite a substantial amount. It should allow for some decent exchanges. System, let me see what items are available. The figure of 500 was indeed significant, and Zheng Ning harbored no complaints. After all, starting with nothing, receiving 500 points was a tremendous boon. Before long, a plethora of items appeared before Zheng Ning. They were primarily categorized into weapons, techniques, bloodlines, and items. Beneath these four main categories were numerous subcategories, such as technological, powers, fantasy, cultivation, magic, and others. The sheer volume of items dazzled Zheng Ning, and he casually selected cultivation under weapons. Open Heaven Axe, originating from the primordial dimension. This is the companion artifact of Pangu, the creator deity of the primordial world. 1 billion source points. Creation Jade Butterfly, originating from the primordial dimension. 900 million source points. Zhu Xian Sword Array, originating from the primordial dimension. 800 million source points. Chaos Bell, originating from the primordial dimension. 800 million source points. Panga Banner, Tai Chi Diagram. Whoosh. As Zheng Ning beheld the myriad divine artifacts listed on the panel, he was awestruck by the system's magnificence. Yet upon seeing the exorbitant prices, he instantly felt despondent. What once seemed like a generous amount of 500 source points now felt as meager as that of a beggar. He casually clicked on Fantasy under Techniques. Heavenly Dragon Heart Technique, originating from the Dragon Rune Dimension. 950 million source points. Transformation into Freedom Technique, originating from the Perfect World Dimension. 800 million source points. Dark God Decision, originates from the realm of the rebellious Dark God, priced at 750 million source points. Flame Decision, originates from the realm of the Supreme Ruler, priced at 500 million source points. Technique of Immortality, Undying Divine Art. The astonishingly high prices of these formidable techniques left Zheng Ning in sheer disbelief, prompting him to instruct the system to filter out all items exceeding 500 source points. Chapter 2. The Mutated Bloodline of the Vampires. Weapons, Techniques, Bloodlines, Items. Upon glancing at his meager 500 source points, Zheng Ning realized that he could only afford some of the most rudimentary options. After meticulous consideration, Zheng Ning concluded that he ought to exchange for a bloodline. After all, weapons, techniques, and items could not swiftly augment his power, which was precisely what he required. Although the system did not issue any tasks, dying in other realms meant a permanent end without a chance for resurrection. As for techniques, they necessitated substantial time and resources for cultivation, and with merely 15 days at his disposal, there was no room for delay. Mystical weapons and items required essence or magical energy to operate, which a mere mortal like him could not utilize. Sci-fi weaponry and items were relatively inexpensive. An AK-47 with infinite bullets cost only 200 source points, while a nuclear bomb of 1,000,000-ton caliber was merely 10,000 source points. However, external possessions would always remain just that, external. He remained fundamentally human, vulnerable to even the slightest threat, as a simple knife could easily spell his demise. Thus, Zheng Ning deemed it wiser to redeem a bloodline, particularly one with a rich heritage. Though the system was permissive in many aspects, the sole mainline task, or rather, the only restriction, was that one must remain in the task world until the conclusion of the plot. Survival was paramount, even if it meant enduring until the story's end. Naturally, one could also exert forceful changes to the narrative, such as eliminating the protagonists, thereby nullifying the plot. Of course, the system did not compel Zheng Ning. He could choose to sever ties with it at any moment. Yet, having obtained this rare opportunity to alter his destiny, how could Zheng Ning possibly choose to abandon it? Severance was out of the question. He would never entertain such an idea. Task worlds were randomized and unpredictable. If he were transported to an everyday realm, it might be manageable. But if he found himself in a war-torn or extraordinary world, Zheng Ning believed his frail body would scarcely survive a day. Zheng Ning requested the system to list all bloodlines under 500 source points, ranked from highest to lowest. Low-level Vampire Bloodline, 500 source points. Low-level Werewolf Bloodline, 500 source points. Orc Bloodline, 450 source points. Goblin Bloodline, 400 source points. With only 500 source points at his disposal, the bloodlines he could purchase were indeed the most basic. All were derived from Western fantasy. Very few options from Chinese mythology existed, as even the most inferior Chinese bloodline required over 1,000 source points. Zheng Ning certainly yearned for a formidable bloodline, but alas, his limited source points rendered such aspirations unattainable. System, can the bloodlines purchased here be evolved? Zheng Ning inquired. This was a matter of utmost concern for him. While bloodlines could rapidly enhance his abilities in the early stages, if they could not evolve, they would ultimately become obsolete. Yes, the system replied succinctly, and Zheng Ning's heart soared with joy, alleviating his final concerns, allowing him to confidently select a bloodline. The low-level Vampire Bloodline, ranked first on the panel, caught Zheng Ning's attention. Although it was not particularly impressive, it was the best and most cost-effective option within the 500 source points range. Moreover, having watched numerous vampire films, Zheng Ning's perception of bloodlines was not negative. He had once indulged in the fantasy of becoming an immortal vampire during a phase of youthful idealism. Zheng Ning clicked on the low-level Vampire Bloodline. Name, low-level Vampire Bloodline, evolvable. Rank, first tier. Description, upon use by a bloodline enhancer, one undergoes genetic modification, transforming into a low-level vampire, significantly enhancing attributes such as strength, agility, and recovery. It allows for a certain degree of immortality through the consumption of blood. However, it exhibits a lethal reaction to ultraviolet rays, silver, and garlic. Fear of garlic, sunlight, and silver. No wonder it only costs 500 source points. Truly, one gets what one pays for. Zheng Ning lamented. In most worlds, silver and garlic were not scarce commodities, and sunlight was ubiquitous. As long as it wasn't a lightless demon world, there would always be sunlight, which rendered this bloodline vulnerable. Such a severely flawed bloodline was evidently unsuitable for survival in the task world, yet it offered superior survival capability compared to a mortal state. System, is there no bloodline that is immune to sunlight, silver, and garlic? Zheng Ning suddenly posed a curious question. Ding, there is host. The system responded. It subsequently highlighted a line separately. Name, mutated low-level Vampire Bloodline, evolvable. Rank, first tier. Description, upon use by a bloodline enhancer, one undergoes genetic modification, transforming into a low-level vampire, significantly enhancing attributes such as strength, agility, and recovery. It allows for a certain degree of immortality through the consumption of blood. Being a mutated bloodline, it lacks the vulnerabilities of the original bloodline regarding silver, garlic, and sunlight, but correspondingly loses the potential for autonomous evolution, relying solely on system exchanges for level advancement. Precisely. This is what I sought, Zheng Ning exclaimed with enthusiasm. In Zheng Ning's view, the loss of autonomous evolution was hardly a drawback. With a system at his disposal, it was far preferable than laboriously striving for self-improvement. What? Afraid of the system's schemes? Zheng Ning considered himself a mere weakling. He could hardly fathom any ulterior motives from the system. With its capabilities, eliminating him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. So why would it bother indulging him in this traversal game? Even if he were ultimately outwitted by the system, he would accept it, for it was the system that granted him the chance to alter his fate. The system owed him nothing. He, in fact, owed it a tremendous debt of gratitude. System, redeem the mutated low-level Vampire Bloodline. Zheng Ning declared emphatically. Ding, do you confirm? Yes. Upon Zheng Ning's affirmation, a beam of white light materialized, enveloping him and lifting him into the air. Within the white light, Zheng Ning felt a warm sensation, akin to being immersed in a hot spring. 10 seconds later, the white light dissipated and Zheng Ning gently descended to the ground. This feeling is exquisite, savoring the surge of power coursing through him. Zheng Ning smiled contentedly. He then opened his attribute panel. Host, Zheng Ning. Age, 24/. Bloodline, mutated low-level vampire bloodline. Powers, none. Techniques, none. Item zone, none. Source points, 0. Life level, 1st tier. Chapter 3. Preparation. How remarkably handsome I am now. Upon exiting the spatial realm, Zheng Ning gazed at his reflection in the mirror, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. The original Zheng Ning, though not unattractive, could hardly be deemed handsome. He was merely an ordinary individual. However, after exchanging for the mutated low-level vampire bloodline, he instantly transformed into a strikingly handsome figure. His face, once round, now bore sharp angles, and his previously coarse skin had become smooth and fair. His complexion slightly paler than that of an average person, reminiscent of someone who had long neglected physical exertion. He embodied the image of a youthful and vibrant man. Although he appeared to be a mere young lad, the strength contained within his body was far beyond that of an ordinary youth. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists striking echoed in the room as Zheng Ning began to unleash his power. Jabs, hooks, uppercuts, and roundhouse kicks, swift as lightning. Each strike carried an immense weight, rivaling that of professional boxers. He continued this vigorous display for a full 5 minutes, without a hint of fatigue. It was worth noting that this body had previously possessed very limited stamina, easily winded after a mere few hundred meters. Now, however, it had become remarkably robust, leaving Zheng Ning thoroughly pleased. Though he had transformed into a being entirely distinct from humanity, Zheng Ning was unfazed by this change. In fact, compared to the formidable power he now wielded, he deemed the purity of human bloodlines rather insignificant. As long as he could maintain a human form, that sufficed. Of course, he bore no disdain for human heritage. The human bloodline was not lacking. The most exalted lineage could trace its origins back to the revered Nuwa, a figure from ancient times, capable of extraordinary feats with ease. Yet, it was evident that the human bloodline within Zheng Ning could not meet his aspirations. He needed to grow stronger to thrive in the world of his tasks. After a brief bout, he paused. His strength, speed, and stamina were formidable, but he was curious about his recovery capabilities. Zheng Ning pondered for a moment before seizing a fruit knife, typically used for slicing fruit, and drew it across his palm with determination. A grimace crossed his face as blood immediately welled from the wound. The pain momentarily furrowed his brow. After all, he was merely an ordinary person, lacking an iron will. Yet, within less than half a second, the wound began to heal. Incredible! Zheng Ning exclaimed in astonishment. According to the system's description, this vampire bloodline allowed rapid recovery from injuries, provided they were not to vital areas such as the head or heart. Even severed limbs could be restored with sufficient blood consumption. Suddenly, a rumble emanated from his stomach, followed by a wave of hunger, reminding Zheng Ning that despite possessing capabilities far surpassing those of humans, vampires were not infinite engines without cost. Due to his lineage as a mutated vampire, he differed from traditional bloodsuckers, as he could derive energy not only from blood, but also from regular food, albeit at a slower rate. After some contemplation, he picked up his phone and ordered takeout for 10 people, which should suffice for his needs. Half an hour later, he received the delivery amidst the astonished gaze of the delivery person and began to feast heartily in his room, contemplating his future. With only 15 days remaining until his inaugural mission, he realized the importance of utilizing this time wisely. The system, in this regard, proved to be remarkably benevolent, granting Zheng Ning ample time for preparation. Many systems, in contrast, would unceremoniously cast their hosts into unknown realms without clarity, burdening them with perilous tasks and ruthlessly exploiting them, treating them as mere commodities. Should a host fail, their demise posed no loss to the system, which would simply move on to the next host. Thus, it was no surprise that some hosts, upon gaining strength, would turn against their systems, even dismantling them. After approximately an hour, he finished the 10-person meal, feeling invigorated, as if running 10 kilometers would pose no challenge. His physical condition had significantly improved. However, he recognized the necessity of honing his skills through rigorous training. Zheng Ning pondered privately. The system space, his personal domain, could simulate any imaginable scenario, providing an array of weapons, ranging from cold to hot arms, yet these could not be removed from the system space. This convenience saved him considerable effort, as he resided in a peaceful society where even knives were strictly regulated, requiring registration for purchases. Uncertain of what his first mission world would entail, Zheng Ning could only strive to enhance his survival skills, surrendering the rest to fate. Though reluctant to entrust his life to what he perceived as destiny, he had little choice, given his current weakness. Were he to possess the extraordinary powers of a superhero, he could navigate most worlds with ease. During the ensuing 15 days, apart from essential activities like eating and sleeping, Zheng Ning dedicated nearly all his time to the system space. He spent 4 hours each day familiarizing himself with various firearms, another 4 hours practicing fundamental sword techniques with a tang sword, and 2 hours gathering diverse resources. Naturally, had he possessed source points, he could have directly purchased proficiency in firearms and cold weapons from the system. Alas, with his first mission yet to commence, such points were unattainable. The fleeting 15 days passed swiftly, and Zheng Ning was on the brink of embarking on his first traversal. The unrestricted exchange offered by the system had been utilized to acquire his mutated vampire lineage, leaving him no option for firearms. As an ordinary citizen, Zheng Ning found it impossible to acquire one in reality. Thus, he spent tens of thousands of RMB to commission a college friend, an individual with modest family assets and a passion for collecting ancient weaponry, to procure a sharpened Tang Dao for him. This acquaintance diligently cautioned Zheng Ning against using it for any nefarious purposes, and only after multiple assurances did Zheng Ning finally obtain the weapon. The Tang Dao was composed of the most commonplace materials available on the market, possessing moderate hardness and sharpness. Yet it would not withstand the full force of Zheng Ning's strikes. He had conducted experiments, discovering that his punch could generate a force of up to 600 kilograms. While this was inferior to Mike Tyson's formidable 800 kilograms, it was nonetheless extraordinary considering his own weight class. Zheng Ning sighed, reflecting that if he could not survive the task at hand with all he had accomplished thus far, it would simply be fate. Due to the absence of a source point, Zheng Ning was unable to anticipate which world he would traverse to, and thus could only await patiently. At last, the system's notification resonated. Ding. The time for traversal has arrived. Please prepare, as you are about to enter the world of The Walking Dead. Chapter 4. Entering The Walking Dead. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zheng Ning's spirits lifted as memories flooded his mind. The Walking Dead is a classic zombie television series, spanning 11 seasons, which Zheng Ning had avidly followed without missing a single episode, watching it no less than 5 times from middle school through college. The narrative revolves around a world ravaged by an unknown virus, transforming over 95% of humanity into terrifying zombies that relentlessly attack any living beings, leaving humanity on the brink of extinction. The protagonist, Sheriff Rick Grimes, serves as the deputy sheriff of a small town on the outskirts of Atlanta. During a mission with his partner Shane, Rick is shot and severely injured, subsequently being transported to a local hospital for emergency care. Upon awakening from his coma, he discovers himself in the midst of a brutal apocalypse. Driven by the desire to reunite with his wife and son, Rick embarks on a perilous journey. In this world overrun by zombies, he faces trials of familial bonds, human nature, and the moral frameworks of society while grappling with his own identity, all while leading his family and newfound allies through the harsh realities of survival. The challenge presented by this first task world is not particularly formidable. The zombies in The Walking Dead are not exceptionally strong. They are not only slow-moving, but also rely solely on sound and scent to identify living creatures. For Zheng Ning, whose enhanced bloodline grants him a foundational strength of 600 kilograms, overcoming psychological barriers would render dealing with these zombies rather manageable, even wielding merely a cold weapon. Effectively utilizing the terrain would allow him to take down 1,000 zombies single-handedly, a feat well within reach. After all, the physical capabilities of a vampire are significantly stronger than those of an ordinary human, though not without limits. However, in this series, the most daunting challenge for survival does not stem from the zombies themselves, but rather from the living humans. You heard it correctly. The greatest challenge for survivors is not the zombies, but rather their fellow humans. In this brutal post-apocalyptic world, the humanity of most individuals has long since faded, and in their desperate quest for survival, they are capable of unspeakable acts. Murder, arson, and the brutalization of their own kind have become commonplace. Some have completely forsaken their humanity, transforming into beasts that feast upon the corpses of their kin. In the early days of the apocalypse, the primary cause of death among survivors was the undead. However, as time progressed, it became their own kind that posed the greater threat. Additionally, In a nation like America, where firearms are prevalent, this mutual slaughter has reached alarming proportions. For Zheng Ning, firearms remain a significant threat, although his vampiric resilience far exceeds that of ordinary humans. A well-aimed shot to the brain or heart would spell his demise, necessitating a cautious approach. Suddenly, a thought crossed Zheng Ning's mind. The narrative of this saga spans a remarkable 12 years, and the system requires him to remain until the conclusion of the storyline. Does this mean he must stay until the first part concludes, or until the very last chapter? He quickly inquired of the system. Does staying until the end of the narrative refer to the final installment? Indeed, host. The system replied. Fuck. Zheng Ning couldn't help but curse at the system's response. Despite the fact that a vampire can survive indefinitely as long as blood is available, unaffected by age, the prospect of remaining for a full 12 years felt like a cruel joke. At only 24 years of age, in the prime of his life, the thought of enduring such a prolonged period in an oppressive world was far from appealing. This refers to the host doing nothing and not altering the plot. The system clarified. If the host makes substantial changes to the storyline and accumulates a significant number of source points, he can depart swiftly. Hearing this, Zheng Ning exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. It was impossible to traverse this world without taking action. He was no fool like xianxia or xiaochuan, and there were tragedies he wished to amend. System, how many source points must I acquire to leave? The host must gather 5,000 source points to choose to exit this world and can purchase permanent residency rights within it. 5,000 source points. He hoped that might not prove overly difficult. Zheng Ning sighed, uncertain of the extent to which he needed to alter the narrative to meet the system's requirements. And he remained oblivious to the criteria by which the system would evaluate his actions. Clearly, he could not go to extremes. The system's rules dictated that within a certain genre, one must act in accordance with the themes of that world, or risk severely hindering the progress of narrative alteration. In simpler terms, within a martial arts realm, one must engage in combat with cold weapons and refrain from extensive use of firearms, lest they disrupt the essence of martial arts. In a fantasy world, technological advancements would be equally forbidden. Such actions would critically impact the progression of narrative transformation. Certainly, if the host were to purchase permanent residency in this world after the conclusion of the narrative, the issue would be moot. The central theme of The Walking Dead is undoubtedly survival, thus eliminating all protagonists is not a feasible solution. Should the narrative progression be disrupted, Zheng Ning would be compelled to remain in this world for a full 12 years. Having made all necessary preparations, Zheng Ning embarked on his journey through dimensions. To avert the risk of being transported to a desolate realm, he procured an ample supply of provisions, sufficient to sustain him for several years. After all, once the host exits the system space, time within that realm stands still, eliminating concerns regarding food spoilage. Ding! The first dimensional traversal is now commencing, the system announced. With a rush of energy, Zheng Ning found himself enveloped in a radiant white light. As his vision cleared, he realized he was in a room. Is this truly the world of The Walking Dead? He murmured while surveying his surroundings. The system had shown some mercy, not casting him directly into a horde of zombies. Although he belonged to the bloodline and was inherently immune to the virus that specifically targeted humans, being surrounded by a massive throng of the undead would still pose a significant danger. A feral roar echoed from the window, prompting Zheng Ning to peer outside. The streets were teeming with grotesque zombies. Chapter 5. Slaughtering the Undead Goodness. There are far too many zombies, Zheng Ning exclaimed, astonished at the sheer number of the undead outside. Despite their repulsive appearance, he felt no discomfort. Perhaps his vampire lineage endowed him with a natural thirst for blood that helped him overcome such feelings, or perhaps he was simply predisposed to thrive in such an environment. The town where Rick resided was not densely populated, with a maximum of a few thousand residents. The horde amassed on the streets likely represented all the zombies in this small town. Rick must be nearby, Zheng Ning pondered. The system's teleportation would invariably place him close to the protagonist, sparing him the trouble of searching through a sea of bodies for Rick's whereabouts. In the world of The Walking Dead, Rick is undeniably the protagonist and the soul of the series. Without him, the essence of the show dissipates, explaining the decline in ratings for the subsequent 2 seasons. Had it not been for the years of habit, Zheng Ning might not have continued watching. He had abandoned the series when Rick departed in the 9th season. However, he was delighted by Rick's return in the final season, even if it was merely a cameo, as it led to the creation of a spin-off series. After scanning the window for a while, Zheng Ning finally spotted a building that resembled a hospital in the distance. That must be the hospital where Rick began his journey. After a moment's contemplation, he tightened his grip on the Tang Dao and pushed open the door to step outside. What was destined to happen would indeed come to pass. He was about to face his first act of violence, albeit against the undead. The zombies on the street instantly detected Zheng Ning as he stepped out, swaying unsteadily, one after another, approaching him at an excruciatingly slow pace. An adult, or even a child, could easily dispatch a single zombie if they remained calm. However, encountering a horde would necessitate a hasty retreat. Zheng Ning couldn't help but scoff. These zombies are truly pathetic, compared to the formidable mutated zombies from the realm of Resident Evil. Even the ones from World War Z seem utterly feeble. Have you ever witnessed thousands of zombies amassed together, breaching a 100-meter wall with astonishing speed and force? If the zombies in The Walking Dead could exhibit the same capabilities as those in World War Z, humanity would have perished long ago. Yet, even such formidable zombies would falter against a barrage of modern weaponry. No carbon-based life form can withstand a concerted assault from contemporary arms, unless one happens to be Godzilla. One wonders if Godzilla qualifies as a carbon-based organism. Who knows, perhaps in the future, there might be a chance to encounter him. Zombies themselves are not terrifying. The real horror lies within the virus. Zheng Ning had once seen a discussion on a forum regarding the outbreak of a zombie virus and what humanity should do. A group of forum members confidently asserted that the army would annihilate the zombies as soon as they appeared. Zheng Ning scoffed at their naivete, as they failed to grasp the crux of the matter, the virus. Compared to the zombies, the invasion of the virus is far more dreadful, infiltrating every crevice. The potent zombie virus spreads through saliva, blood, water, and even the air, with remarkable swiftness. An individual could transform into a zombie within minutes of infection. A companion who was just chatting with you a moment ago might, in the next instant, become a ravenous zombie lunging to tear into you. The virus knows no boundaries of race, profession, or morality. It relentlessly infects the world in its quest for survival, rendering every location unsafe. Hence, the notion that the military could wipe out the zombies is fundamentally implausible. In fact, a large contingent of troops would be more susceptible to viral infection. You might suggest researching a vaccine? If developing a vaccine were so straightforward, humanity would not have battled the smallpox virus for millennia. In the face of such a virus, one can only leave their fate to chance, hoping their body harbors antibodies. Even a 1 in 10,000 chance, when multiplied by a sufficiently large population, could ensure the survival of many, allowing for the eventual reconstruction of civilization. This is precisely how the world of The Walking Dead fell into despair. Do you really believe that such sluggish zombies could extinguish humanity? Setting aside these thoughts, Zheng Ning drew his Tang sword and charged forward. Gripping the sword tightly in his right hand, he aimed at the neck of the foremost zombie and struck down with force. To deal with these creatures, one must destroy their brains, severing the connection between their nerves and spine. Otherwise, even if only half of their body remains intact, as long as their head is unharmed, they will continue to crawl towards you, intent on attack. With a resounding squelch, black blood splattered as the head of the first zombie fell. Huh. Is this the thrill of slaughter? Quite delightful indeed. Zheng Ning scoffed. Perhaps he was inherently suited for carnage, his true nature long suppressed by the pacifying grip of society. After dispatching the first zombie, another lunged at him, and without hesitation, Zheng Ning swung his blade once more. Squelch, squelch, squelch. He continued to butcher the zombies with the ease of slicing through vegetables. The creatures surged toward him like heroes rushing to save their grandfather. But never more than 5 at a time surrounded him. The ease with which Zheng Ning dispatched them was due to the narrowness of the street, preventing too many zombies from converging at once, allowing him to exploit this advantage. Of course, his extraordinary speed and strength, far surpassing that of an ordinary person, were crucial. 15 days of wielding the Dao sword had also played a significant role, enabling him to master the weapon with finesse. Within a mere minute, he had slain over 100 zombies, with several falling beneath his blade each second, their corpses piling up into a small hill that further obstructed the advance of the undead. Zheng Ning merely needed to aim and swing his blade. The Dao sword, however, was crafted from ordinary materials and soon became dull, making it increasingly laborious to sever the zombies, and it snagged in the neck of one unfortunate creature. Damn it. Once I have enough points, I must exchange for a superior weapon. Zheng Ning cursed, exerting considerable effort to free his blade. A zombie staggered from a corner, lunging at him, its jaws poised to bite. With a swift motion, Zheng Ning spun around and kicked it away, his strength propelling the creature over 10 meters, crashing into others along the way. Those wretched monsters, attempting a sneak attack against me. Zheng Ning chuckled coldly. Given the inadequacy of his weapon, he decided against a direct confrontation. He spun the blade and simultaneously severed the heads of 3 zombies in front of him, then leaped onto the adjacent rooftop. The roof stood 3 meters high, Yet he ascended effortlessly, a testament to the enhancements bestowed upon him by his bloodline, prompting Zheng Ning to reflect that he had made the right choice. Had he exchanged for some martial arts manual, he would have been powerless to strengthen himself in such a short time, merely awaiting death in the previous scenario. Of course, had he not possessed this body as strength, he would not have been foolish enough to venture into the horde of zombies. Chapter 6. Rick Daddy, did you see that? That person. In a room. A young African-American boy stared in astonishment at Zheng Ning's display of prowess outside. I saw it, replied the middle-aged man beside him, his expression grave. These two were Morgan, the father, and his son Dwayne. Though Morgan appeared calm on the surface, a tempest of emotions surged within him. A solitary individual, wielding a blade, slaughters over 100 zombies within a minute, all while ensconced in a horde of the undead. Is this truly an endeavor achievable by an ordinary human? While he can dispatch a single zombie with ease, even his son Dwayne can manage the same. However, when faced with 5 zombies, caution becomes imperative. And when encircled by 10, retreat is the only option, for a single misstep could result in a bite, leading to his transformation into one of them. The man outside makes a final leap, soaring 3 meters high, further convincing Morgan of his extraordinary nature, prompting heightened vigilance. With Morgan and his son residing nearby, it is essential to remain wary of such perilous individuals. Unbeknownst to Zheng Ning, his every move is being observed by Morgan and his son as he leaps onto a rooftop, surveying the zombies below. The horde, unable to reach him due to the elevation, can only thrash against the walls in futile desperation. Just wait until I return with a better weapon. I shall carve you all to pieces. Zheng Ning scoffs, dismissing the zombies beneath him. He glances towards the direction of the hospital and continues to leap across rooftops, making his way toward his intended encounter with the protagonist, Rick, for the narrative invariably revolves around the central character. The architecture of this small town diverges significantly from that of China. It lacks towering skyscrapers and multifamily dwellings. Instead, it features individual villas, each with its own small yard, epitomizing the quintessential suburban American middle-class lifestyle. Rick's residence is conveniently located nearby, as the town's deputy sheriff. Rick's earnings are certainly substantial enough to afford a home in this area. After a series of agile leaps across the rooftops, Zheng Ning arrives at the entrance of the hospital. I wonder if Rick is still here, he muses, though it is highly probable he is. Or else the system would not have transported him to this location. With a sudden click, the main door of the hospital swings open, revealing a white male clad in a hospital gown, none other than the protagonist, Rick. He appears visibly anxious, scanning his surroundings as if confronted by a terrifying situation. Hey, Zheng Ning calls out, successfully capturing Rick's attention. How shall we communicate? The system possesses a universal translation feature, enabling Zheng Ning to converse effortlessly with individuals from any realm. Otherwise, his rudimentary English, barely passing level 4, would render him at a loss. Upon hearing Zheng Ning's voice, Rick turns, and upon seeing a living person, his expression brightens with joy as he rushes over, clutching his wound. This is incredible. Another survivor, he exclaims, grasping Zheng Ning's hand with enthusiasm. After encountering nothing but corpses since awakening, the sight of a living individual is a remarkable relief for him. Hold on. Take a moment to compose yourself. Zheng Ning reassures him. After a brief interval, Rick finally regains his composure. I apologize for my exuberance. My name is Rick Grimes. You may call me Rick. He introduces himself. Zheng Ning, a traveler from Huagua. Zheng Ning responded. After a brief introduction, they became somewhat familiar with each other. Do you know what has transpired outside? I have been injured and unconscious for 2 months, and I am unaware of the specifics, Rick inquired. The apocalypse has arrived. Many have transformed into zombies, attacking anyone they encounter. Those bitten will also succumb to the same fate. The world is now in chaos, and humanity has dwindled to a mere fraction. Welcome to the end of days, Zheng Ning spoke slowly. Rick glanced around at the disarray before him, instantly reminded of his wife and child. Are they your family? Yes, I must return to them at once. Rick nodded in response. I will accompany you, Zheng Ning said with a smile, which was indeed his original intention. Thank you. Rick expressed his gratitude. The two set off together towards Rick's home, encountering a military helicopter along the way, though it lay in ruins. They soon arrived at Rick's residence without encountering any zombies, which led Zheng Ning to silently marvel at Rick's apparent luck. Just moments ago, he had seen a horde of zombies gathering in the streets, numbering in the hundreds. Yet, as they walked, they only came across a half-eaten female zombie. Rick, he called out loudly for his wife and son, but no one responded. Fearing the worst, he collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed with grief. Hey, Rick, they may be fine. Zheng Ning suddenly interjected. What? Look, there are no photographs here. Only the living would carry away such mementos. Zheng Ning reassured him, not entirely misleading him. For his family indeed remained unharmed. His wife lay in the arms of a close friend. Yes, they must still be alive. Rick exclaimed, his spirits rekindled. They might have gone to Atlanta. I heard on the radio that there is a shelter there. I will find them, Rick declared resolutely, determination reigniting in his eyes. Zheng Ning, will you join me? Zheng Ning was the first living person he had encountered, and being a social creature, he naturally yearned for companionship and survival. I have no particular destination, so I shall accompany you. Zheng Ning shrugged casually in reply. Thank you, Zheng Ning. But before we go, you should change your clothes. And with your injuries, you won't make it to Atlanta in this condition. Of course. Rick nodded enthusiastically and dashed back to his room to gather his belongings. Zheng Ning pondered for a moment, realizing that the African-American father and son must be nearby. It would be prudent to include them. Morgan could later prove to be a significant NPC, and altering his fate might yield considerable progress. He then ran to Rick's doorstep and waited. Soon, a zombie clad in a black suit and wearing a black top had appeared at the entrance. The inertia of the plot is indeed substantial, Zheng Ning mused. Extending his hand, he swiftly summoned a Tang Dao from the system space and struck the zombie's head, effortlessly ending its existence. How much longer do you intend to hide? Zheng Ning shouted toward a tree after dispatching the zombie. Behind the tree, a young African-American boy was crouched, clutching a shovel. It was Morgan's son, Dwayne. At that moment, a middle-aged African-American man approached from a distance. It was Morgan, cautiously advancing with a handgun in hand. Chapter 7, Morgan and Son Hello. Zheng Ning greeted amiably. However, Morgan remained vigilant, his gun aimed at Zheng Ning. Having instantly recognized the Asian man as the one who had just decimated the horde of zombies, Morgan called to his son, Dwayne, come here. Dwayne jogged over to stand behind his father, who was protectively shielding him while retreating. Hey, my friend, while it's legal to carry firearms in this country, I would prefer not to have a gun pointed at me, Zheng Ning remarked, his expression turning stern. Although he intended to rescue the NPC duo, he was no pushover. If provoked, he would not hesitate to kill, unwilling to compromise his own well-being for the sake of narrative progression. One might wonder how an ordinary citizen could undergo such a rapid transformation. Some individuals are simply born with such a disposition, perhaps a reason the system chose him. Upon hearing Zheng Ning's words, Morgan realized his actions were perhaps inappropriate, lowering his weapon slightly while still holding it tightly. I apologize. I heard commotion in this area and came to investigate. Noticing Morgan's change in demeanor, Zheng Ning's expression softened. That was me and my friend, Rick. You should know him. He is the deputy sheriff of this town. I've heard of him. Morgan acknowledged, recognizing Rick's name, which held some renown in the town. With Zheng Ning mentioning Rick, Morgan began to relax and holstered his firearm. They engaged in conversation, discussing Zheng Ning's prowess in felling zombies. Oh, you all witnessed that? Zheng Ning replied, somewhat astonished. Realizing that even in his endeavor to slay a zombie, he had drawn the attention of supporting characters. He soon reconciled that given the town's small size, it was natural for Morgan and his son, residing not far from Rick's home, to be attracted by the commotion Zheng Ning had caused. Uncle Zheng Ning, you're amazing. Is that Chinese martial arts? I've heard that all of you from Huaxiao practice martial arts. Dwayne exclaimed, filled with admiration. Sort of. Zheng Ning replied dismissively, unwilling to elaborate. Could you teach me? Dwayne asked eagerly. Definitely, when I have the time. Just then, Rick emerged, having changed into new attire. Upon seeing Zheng Ning conversing with two unfamiliar individuals, he inquired curiously, who are they? This is Morgan, and this is his son, Dwayne. He is the Rick I just mentioned. Zheng Ning briefly introduced the two. Gradually, everyone began to warm up to one another, and Morgan subsequently led them back to his residence. Despite Morgan's inherently compassionate nature, through their conversation, he discerned that Rick and Zheng Ning were not of ill intent. Nevertheless, he remained covertly cautious, especially considering he had a firearm in his possession. Although the Asian man displayed an audacious demeanor, Morgan believed that such bravado would prove futile in the face of a bullet. Morgan poured each of them a glass of water and inquired, what are your plans moving forward? We intend to head to Atlanta. I've heard there is a sanctuary there, and my family may be there. Rick responded. I had also planned to take Dwayne and his mother to Atlanta. Morgan suddenly grew somber. Your partner? Rick began to ask, but then realized that Morgan was accompanied solely by his son, which led him to ponder about Morgan's wife. A heavy silence enveloped the room. Atlanta is a wonderful place. We had intended to go there, but everything fell apart. She fell ill, and I could not abandon her. We needed a refuge, and ultimately, she passed away. Morgan recounted their ordeal with a heavy heart. I'm sorry, Rick said, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. It's all right. When do you plan to leave? Morgan asked. Tomorrow, Rick replied, then produced a set of keys, a rare smile gracing his face. These are the keys to the police station. I plan to check it out tomorrow for some weapons and supplies. Afterward, they enjoyed dinner and retired for the night. Morgan and his son Dwayne occupied the master bedroom, while Zheng Ning and Rick settled into the guest room. Such homes typically feature a guest room, intended for friends visiting. Thank you, Zheng Ning. Rick expressed his gratitude before sleeping. Had he not encountered Zheng Ning that day, he would have been at a loss, perhaps succumbing to despair upon learning of his family's absence, and ultimately being devoured by the undead in his confusion. Not at all, Zheng Ning replied succinctly, believing that even without his intervention, Rick would have emerged unscathed, for he was the protagonist. Thanks to Zheng Ning's earlier efforts in clearing a horde of zombies from the streets, they experienced a peaceful night's sleep without disturbance. The following day, after breakfast, Rick took Zheng Ning and Morgan to the town's police station. Zheng Ning, where did you conceal that knife? I didn't notice it yesterday, Rick exclaimed, astonished at the long blade in Zheng Ning's hand. After spending so much time together, he had failed to notice it. Its sudden appearance seemed improbable. Just a little trick. Zheng Ning smiled, opting not to elaborate, as he and Rick had yet to forge a bond deep enough for such explanations. Rick, seeing that Zheng Ning was unwilling to speak, refrained from probing further, recognizing that everyone harbors their own secrets. Thus, the group armed themselves and ventured outside. Suddenly, a few zombies approached, and with remarkable swiftness, Zheng Ning dispatched them, severing their heads in one clean stroke. Good heavens, Zheng Ning, you are incredible, Rick exclaimed, astonished. Although he had heard tales from Morgan and his son about Zheng Ning's prowess amidst the undead, witnessing it firsthand was still a revelation. Would you like to learn the art of wuxia kung fu? I can teach you, Zheng Ning offered with a smile. Really? Rick inquired, only to be met with a teasing reply. Of course not. The four of them continued their banter as they made their way to the police station, encountering several more waves of zombies along the way. However, Zheng Ning refrained from intervening, allowing Rick and the others to engage and hone their skills. Soon, they arrived at the police station, where Rick led them to the changing room and shower area. Zheng Ning declined to join them, thinking it absurd to bathe with a group of men, and besides, he was already quite clean. The three soon finished their showers, and Rick, in a rather flamboyant manner, donned a spare police uniform and a brown cowboy hat. Rick, are you planning to cosplay as a cowboy? Zheng Ning jested. Haha, it's the only outfit I have. Rick replied with an awkward chuckle. Subsequently, Rick took them to the armory. Upon seeing the array of weapons, Zheng Ning's eyes sparkled. It seemed he could upgrade from his dull tang knife and no longer needed it to fend off zombies. The group gathered an assortment of firearms, and Zheng Ning claimed a quarter of the haul, 5 guns, and several hundred rounds of ammunition. Since it was inappropriate to store them in the system space in plain sight, he carried them openly. Rick then drove up in a police car, loading all the weapons and supplies into the vehicle. Morgan, do you want to join us? Rick asked. No, let's discuss it later. I want to wait until Dwayne learns to shoot, and I've gathered my spirits. Perhaps then I will seek you out. Morgan declined. The loss of his wife weighed heavily upon him, and he had yet to recover. Zheng Ning, contemplating for a moment, spoke up. Morgan, are you intending to put Dwayne in peril? Chapter 8. Journey to Atlanta. What do you mean by that, Zheng Ning? Morgan's expression darkened, angered at the implication regarding his most cherished family member. Had he not witnessed Zheng Ning's extraordinary combat abilities, he might have resorted to violence. Rick and Dwayne looked on in surprise at Zheng Ning's boldness. I speak the truth. If you continue to keep Dwayne here, it will not only endanger your life, but his as well. Zheng Ning ignored Morgan's indignation and continued. In recent days, I have observed that the number of zombies has increased significantly. Is that reasonable? This small town has a limited population. Logically, for every zombie killed, one should be eliminated. There exists but a singular possibility. Hordes of zombies from other regions are surging towards this location. It won't be long before thousands of the undead inundate this place. Are you truly willing to remain here with Dwayne, merely awaiting your demise? Morgan was taken aback by this revelation. For Dwayne's safety, he seldom ventured out, except when absolutely necessary to gather supplies, let alone to survey the surroundings of the town. You are hardly a competent father. Consumed by your own anguish while giving no thought to Dwayne's life, Zheng Ning continued. Morgan found himself at a loss for words. Dad, Dwayne, who was beside him, gently tugged at Morgan's hand and whispered, It's all right, I will go with you. Ultimately, Morgan was swayed by Zheng Ning's words. He could disregard everything else, but he could never gamble with Dwayne's life based on the veracity of Zheng Ning's words. After the death of his wife, his son was his entire world. With a heavy heart, Morgan sought out his wife, now a zombie, and put an end to her existence himself. The group then set forth on the road to Atlanta. As they traveled, they passed a police car. For safety reasons, the four did not split into two vehicles. Heeding Zheng Ning's advice, Morgan transferred all the gasoline he had found into the police car, thus avoiding the fate of Rick, who had run out of fuel mid-journey. Emergency channel calling. We are en route to Atlanta via Interstate 85. Please respond. Rick repeatedly called out for survivors over the radio. Unexpectedly, he made contact with the survivor group, and a clear female voice came through the static. Yes, I can hear you. Marvelous. The others in the vehicle were filled with excitement upon hearing her voice. Rick, tell them you are Lori's husband. Zheng Ning interjected suddenly. Rick was momentarily taken aback, somewhat confused, yet he followed Zheng Ning's suggestion. I am Rick Grimes, searching for my wife, Lori, and my son, Carl. At the survivor camp, the voice on the radio reverberated, leaving everyone present in shock. The expressions of Sean and Lori were particularly remarkable. They had believed Rick to be dead in the hospital. Mom, it's Dad. That's Dad's voice, exclaimed young Carl, gripping his mother's hand, oblivious to her myriad expressions. After a brief moment of astonishment, Sean picked up the radio. Rick, is that really you? It's Sean. Upon hearing his dear friend's voice, Rick was overwhelmed with emotion, knowing that his loyal friend would never abandon his family, which indicated that his wife and son were also safe. It's me, Sean. Are you all well? Lori and Carl are all right, I hope? Rick replied, his heart racing with excitement. They must not succumb to despair. However, just as Rick felt a fleeting moment of joy, the radio signal vanished, rendering him unable to discern Sean's words. Damn it, Rick exclaimed in frustration. At least we now know your family is safe. That is indeed a rare piece of good news. Zheng Ning offered with a reassuring smile. Indeed, Rick, now that we are aware of their safety, there will come a day when you will be reunited. Morgan chimed in from the back, providing further comfort. I apologize for my overreaction. After the words of encouragement from both, Rick managed to regain his composure. Let us first venture into the city. Perhaps we might uncover some clues. Zheng Ning suggested. Rick concurred with Zheng Ning's proposal, and they set off towards the city. After half an hour of travel, they finally entered the heart of Atlanta. It appears this place has fallen, Zheng Ning remarked with a frown. Hearing Zheng Ning's words, Rick became anxious, exclaiming, that cannot be. We were just in contact with them. Calm down. Rick, I never implied that your wife and child are in danger. They may have merely relocated. Zheng Ning replied with a grin. Rick, concerned for his family's safety, was becoming increasingly flustered, which was entirely understandable. Suddenly, the car came to a halt. Damn it, we're out of gas. Rick cursed. Zheng Ning glanced at the numerous vehicles parked along the road and remarked, look, there is free gasoline over there. Rick immediately grasped Zheng Ning's implication and turned to Morgan in the back seat, saying, Morgan, Zheng Ning and I will go look for gasoline. You and Dwayne should remain here. Rick chose not to involve Morgan, leaving only the young Dwayne in the car, aware that unforeseen events might occur. Be careful. Morgan hesitated before responding. Thus, Zheng Ning and Rick exited the vehicle to search for gasoline. 10 minutes later, they discovered a car brimming with fuel, presumably abandoned by its owner who had succumbed to the undead. Zheng Ning, wielding an automatic rifle and carrying a shotgun on his back and a Tonto knife at his waist, remained vigilant on lookout. Meanwhile, Rick retrieved gasoline using a container. Suddenly, a military helicopter buzzed overhead. In this terrifying apocalypse, the army still represented the safest haven in the minds of ordinary people. Just as Rick intended to pursue the helicopter, Zheng Ning restrained him. Rick, hold on. But that is the military. Rick protested. In this apocalypse, the military is not infallible. Look around you. There are clear signs of their presence. Yet they too have fallen. Is your aim not to find your family? Let us prioritize locating them. Upon hearing Zheng Ning mention Lori and Carl, Rick fell silent. As they finished gathering their supplies and prepared to return, they were compelled to halt once more. As they reached the corner, they were confronted by a street teeming with zombies. Chapter 9. Unmatched Harvest of the Undead. The thoroughfare was filled with hundreds of shambling corpses, slowly converging upon the two men. Zheng Ning, I believe it's time for us to flee. Rick declared. Agreed. Zheng Ning nodded in affirmation. The two then took off at full speed, swiftly returning to the police car. You're back so soon? Morgan exclaimed in astonishment. Run, Morgan. There's a massive horde of zombies behind us. Rick shouted. At that moment, refueling the vehicle and starting it was no longer an option. They had to abandon the car and escape on foot. Morgan, upon hearing this, hurriedly pulled Dwayne out of the vehicle to follow the two men. However, they soon realized a horrifying truth. They were surrounded by zombies on all sides. We must break through. Rick gritted his teeth and drew his revolver. Morgan, his face a mask of terror, was not afraid of death, but he feared for his son's safety. Wait, Rick, don't use the gun. It will only attract more zombies. This city is infested with millions of them. Just as Rick aimed to fire, Zheng Ning intervened. Leave it to me, Zheng Ning said with a confident smile. He then removed his firearm and, with a swift motion, revealed a Nepalese military knife he had discovered at the town's police station. According to Rick, it belonged to a private collector who was a military enthusiast, crafted from special materials and remarkably resilient, perfect for Zheng Ning's needs. The other three had grown accustomed to Zheng Ning's sudden production of weaponry. He explained that he had once been bitten by a zombie, but had not transformed. Instead, he had grown exceptionally strong and awakened some latent abilities, allowing him to store objects in a different dimension. Americans, known for their robust imaginations, were easily swayed by Zheng Ning's tale. Were it not for the current decline of religious fervor, the two might have believed Zheng Ning to be a divine savior sent to redeem the world. With the swiftness of a lightning bolt, Zheng Ning dashed forward. In a flurry of motion, black blood splattered as he decapitated several zombies in a matter of moments. Zheng Ning claims he has no connection to the divine. Yet I cannot help but see him as a messianic figure. Morgan marveled at Zheng Ning's extraordinary prowess. Indeed, however, one must wonder why we felt the need to run just now, Rick mused, nodding in agreement. Continuing his relentless assault, Zheng Ning dispatched the surrounding zombies as if engaged in a divine harvest. His bloodline endowed him with extraordinary physical capabilities, enabling him to sustain intense combat for an entire day. In just a few minutes, he eliminated a third of the zombies, carving out a bloody path. With the risk of being besieged eliminated, Rick and Morgan each took up their blades and joined the fray. Even Dwayne wielded a weapon, beginning to slay the zombies under his father's protection. Through their collective efforts, the undead were swiftly vanquished. It was the first time I felt zombies to be so feeble, Morgan remarked. No, it is not the zombies that are weak, but rather Zheng Ning is extraordinarily formidable. Rick replied from beside him. Uncle Zheng Ning, you are amazing. Dwayne gazed at Zheng Ning with admiration. However, Zheng Ning remained indifferent, of course. If it were a cute little girl, he would undoubtedly feel a surge of pride. Let us return to the car and depart from here, Rick suggested. No, you all go ahead. There is a tank over there, and I want to investigate it. Perhaps I can discover something useful, and if I can drive it away. Even better. Zheng Ning pointed towards the green tank, not far off. He was aware that Rick had contacted Glenn through the tank's communicator. All right, then hurry and catch up. Rick nodded and, along with Morgan and Dwayne, made his way to the police car, where he needed to refuel and start the engine. With Zheng Ning's extraordinary combat prowess, they need not worry about any mishaps befalling him. Zheng Ning approached the tank and entered through the opening at the bottom. A zombie clad in military attire had awakened and was crawling towards Zheng Ning, intent on attacking him. With a swift motion of his Nepalese dagger, Zheng Ning effortlessly severed its head. He then turned his gaze towards the communicator. If unimpeded by the butterfly effect, Glenn would soon be in contact. Crackling noises emanated from the communicator, and Zheng Ning picked it up. Hello, can you hear me? Finally, contact has been established. A youthful voice responded from the other end. Who are you? Zheng Ning feigned ignorance. Hey, brother. You're the one who just single-handedly took down hundreds of zombies, right? My goodness, you are truly incredible. Glenn exclaimed with unrestrained admiration. Hey, who are you? Zheng Ning reiterated. I apologize for my excitement. My name is Glenn. We have a survivor group of about a dozen people. Would you like to join us? Glenn invited. He had observed Zheng Ning's actions from above and witnessed his extraordinary combat abilities, immediately feeling a desire to recruit such a formidable individual. Having someone like him in the group would significantly enhance their chances of survival. Furthermore, Zheng Ning's group did not seem malicious. After all, who would bring a child along if they were truly nefarious? In this harsh apocalypse, the elderly and children are often seen as burdens. And to protect a child amidst such peril indicates a character of integrity. A survivor group? Is there someone named Sean among you? Oh, how did you know? Indeed. We do have a Sean. He is a police officer. Indeed, we have been searching for you. We have a person named Rick here, who is seeking his wife and son, and they are among your group. Are they Lori and Carl? Yes. What a coincidence. Glenn exclaimed, having heard Lori mention her husband Rick before. It truly is a remarkable coincidence. So, where shall we meet? Zheng Ning inquired. Well, to the right of this tank. There is an alley. Drive your vehicle there, and I will lead you to reunite with my companions. Very well. With the meeting point established, Zheng Ning terminated the communication device. He fiddled with the tank, but found himself utterly perplexed and had no choice but to abandon the endeavor. Source points, oh, source points. Zheng Ning murmured. If only there were source points to exchange for driving proficiency. At this moment, he yearned for source points immensely. However, the system only calculates source points after the completion of the task world, and currently, Zheng Ning had not a single penny. He then turned and returned to the location of the police car. Rick, I have located the group where your family is. Zheng Ning conveyed the news to Rick, who was refueling the police car. What? Chapter 10. Establishing authority. What? Rick exclaimed in astonishment. His utmost concern was for his family, and upon receiving this news, his surprise was palpable. I just contacted a person named Glenn through the communicator in that tank. He mentioned that there is someone named Sean in their group. And Lori and Carl are also there. We have arranged to meet in that alley shortly. Zheng Ning recounted the events to Rick. Oh, that is wonderful, Zheng Ning. Thank you. Rick exhaled deeply, speaking with excitement. Zheng Ning had assisted him immensely. Not only had he saved him multiple times, but now he was also bringing news of his family, leading Rick to feel an eternal debt of gratitude towards him. No worries. It's merely the mutual assistance between friends. Zheng Ning replied with a smile. The plan to win hearts had succeeded. All of this was part of Zheng Ning's strategy. Rick was an invaluable managerial talent, destined to become Zheng Ning's appointed steward. In the original narrative, regardless of the size of the group, Rick managed with remarkable ease. In the later stages, even the alliance of 50,000 people would have been manageable for him had he not logged out. Zheng Ning planned to establish a large-scale survivor base, and he would certainly require talents like Rick's for assistance. Naturally, the position of leader would belong to Zheng Ning. He would never relinquish it to Rick. Presently, Rick was not suited for the role of leader. Setting aside his peculiar saintly heart, he lacked the decisiveness that a leader ought to possess. It was better for him to serve as a steward, allowing Zheng Ning to handle the decision-making. This large base would need to accommodate at least over 100,000 individuals, and Zheng Ning's formidable combat prowess ensured this possibility. Moreover, he possesses a formidable ace yet to be utilized, namely the inherent ability of every vampire known as the Embrace. Whenever Zheng Ning deems it necessary, he can propagate his lineage through his own blood. Any ordinary individual who absorbs Zheng Ning's essence can transform into an immortal vampire, a process referred to as the Embrace. This transformation is without limitations. Thus, Zheng Ning can create as many vampires as he desires. Those embraced by Zheng Ning are also mutated vampires, devoid of the traditional weaknesses of sunlight, silver, and garlic, yet they remain incapable of autonomous evolution. Furthermore, these vampires cannot defy Zheng Ning, their progenitor. Consequently, Zheng Ning's vampire descendants are entirely under his dominion, living or dying at his whim. Zheng Ning intends to harness this capability to cultivate an undying legion to uphold his reign. Naturally, he will not indiscriminately expand his ranks, for excessive loss of essence would adversely affect him. He must seek to develop formidable individuals, such as Archer and his brother. Yes, we are friends. Rick responded with a smile upon hearing Zheng Ning's words, while internally cherishing Zheng Ning's kindness and genuinely considering him a dear friend. Let us hasten to meet Glenn and not keep him waiting, Zheng Ning replied. Subsequently, the group boarded the police vehicle and drove to the alley. At the alley's edge stood an Asian man with a backpack. Glenn, you've finally arrived. Glenn greeted them with a smile. Hello, I am Glenn. Zheng Ning. Zheng Ning replied. Rick. Morgan. The group introduced themselves, growing more familiar. You are truly remarkable. Surrounded by so many zombies and yet unharmed, having annihilated that horde. Thanks to you. This street is much clearer, Glenn remarked as he led the way. We are not the impressive ones. It is primarily Zheng Ning's prowess. Rick responded. By the way, are my family members truly with your group? If they are named Lori and Carl, then it is indeed correct. That officer named Sean has been protecting them. That is splendid news. I knew it. Rick exclaimed, his gratitude for his good friend deepening. However, he did not notice Glenn casting a sympathetic glance in his direction. The affair between Sean and Lori was not a secret within the group. After all, with so few individuals, concealment was futile. 10 minutes later, Glenn guided the group to a building. Unlike the previous world, they did not traverse narrow paths, thus saving considerable time. Along the way, they encountered several waves of zombies. But with Zheng Ning's extraordinary presence, they were effortlessly dispatched without the need for firearms. I have returned, bringing a cadre of zombie slayers, requesting assistance. Glenn called out through a walkie-talkie. Roar. The roar of vehicles once again attracted a number of zombies. Just as the group was about to take action, the main door on the first floor swung open, and two fully armed individuals rushed out, wielding baseball bats to swiftly dispatch several of the undead. They entered the mall and secured the door to prevent any zombies from infiltrating. At that moment, a group of people charged towards them. led by a blonde woman who pointed a gun at Rick, berating him. Did you intend to bring about our demise with such a commotion? Rick stood there, utterly bewildered and at a loss for words. I detest having a firearm aimed at my friends. Before anyone could react, Zheng Ning had already pressed his military knife against the woman's throat, ready to send her to the afterlife with the slightest movement. Lower your weapon. Zheng Ning's action incited immediate outrage among the group, who raised their weapons against him and his companions. Rick, terrified, raised his hands in surrender, while Morgan shielded Dwayne with his body. Hey, let us not escalate this. Glenn, standing aside, desperately sought to mediate. He was acutely aware of Zheng Ning's formidable combat prowess. Their side possessed only a handful of handguns, and facing Zheng Ning would undoubtedly result in annihilation. Before Glenn could finish his thought, the onlookers witnessed a blur of motion. With a series of swift strikes, all weapons clattered to the ground. Shall we engage in a proper conversation now? An automatic rifle appeared in Zheng Ning's grip, aimed at the group. Friends, please refrain from being impulsive. This is all a misunderstanding. A portly middle-aged man wearing a hat implored. Yes, a misunderstanding indeed. The others hastily echoed the sentiment. And you? Zheng Ning directed his firearm at the blonde woman. Trembling, she was rendered speechless. Zheng Ning, let it go. Rick placed a reassuring hand on Zheng Ning's shoulder. If you ever point a gun at us again, I assure you, none of you will leave this place alive. Zheng Ning's cold words sent shivers down the spines of those present, as they sensed the chilling truth in the Asian man's statement. He was indeed capable of taking lives. Chapter 11. The brutal beating of Dixon. I apologize. We were too impulsive, the portly man admitted, having learned from their earlier lesson. They dared not act rashly. Why are you so agitated? Rick inquired, perplexed. Look outside. The man pointed towards the glass, where a throng of zombies had amassed, relentlessly pressing against the glass, threatening to shatter it. Some even hurled stones at the barrier. It seems they are evolving. Zheng Ning murmured to himself as he observed the zombies' behavior. In the later stages of the zombie apocalypse, the undead exhibited a notable increase in intelligence, even mastering the art of camouflage. I'm sorry, we were unaware, Rick responded apologetically. Zheng Ning, however, remained unconvinced, dismissing the matter as merely an issue of zombies. Given a bit of time, eradicating all the zombies in the city would pose no challenge for him, especially with several years' worth of provisions stored in the system space, leaving him utterly unconcerned about sustenance. Hey, buddy, are you Korean? Glenn inquired, attempting to ease the tension that had arisen from a misunderstanding. No, I am from Huabwa. I happened to be visiting America when the zombie virus outbreak occurred, Zheng Ning replied, shaking his head. With your impressive skills, it must be due to the prowess of wuxia martial arts, right? Glenn remarked, striking a pose reminiscent of Bruce Lee. Indeed. Zheng Ning felt a fondness for the earnest and kind-hearted young man and engaged him in light conversation. Suddenly, a loud gunshot echoed from above. Damn it, it's Dick! Exclaimed the blonde woman, Andrea, in anger. What is that lunatic doing? As she spoke, several more gunshots rang out. The commotion caused by Zheng Ning and his companions had already attracted a significant number of zombies, and now the gunfire drew even more. The group hastily made their way to the rooftop. Zheng Ning exchanged a glance with Rick and followed suit. Dixon, you maniac. Stop this at once. They shouted as they reached the rooftop. There stood a tall, muscular Caucasian man clad in a tank top, wielding a sniper rifle and picking off zombies from the rooftop. You all better be courteous to someone wielding a weapon, Dixon quipped with a grin. Your actions will not only attract more zombies, but also waste ammunition. Could you please think of the team? T, the stout African-American, could no longer contain himself and jumped down to berate Dixon. I don't need a black pig telling me what to do, Dixon retorted, his words laced with blatant racial disdain, igniting T's fury. He charged forward, throwing a punch. Unfortunately, Dixon was too robust. He easily blocked the blow and countered with the rifle butt, sending T sprawling to the ground. Rick, rushing to intervene, was taken aback as Zheng Ning moved even faster. With a swift motion, Zheng Ning seized Dixon by the shoulder and flung him aside. The sheer force was beyond Dixon's capacity to withstand, and he tumbled several times before coming to a halt. MD, you yellow-skinned monkey dare to strike me? Do you believe I want to put a bullet through you? Dixon raged as he recognized the newcomer as an Asian man, leveling his gun at Zheng Ning. A cold glint flashed in Zheng Ning's eyes. There was no need for mercy when dealing with such scum. In an instant, he darted in front of Dixon, kicking the weapon from his grasp, and delivered a powerful strike to his face. Ah! Dixon howled in agony, rolling away once more. The strength of Zheng Ning was such that even his teeth were knocked out, leaving his mouth a crimson mess. He stood firmly on the chest of his opponent, preventing him from rising. No amount of struggling could alter his fate. Dare to utter another curse and see what happens. A firearm materialized in Zheng Ning's grasp, pressed firmly against Dixon's forehead. Should he dare to utter another word of insult, Zheng Ning would undoubtedly end his life. Just as Dixon contemplated another vulgar outburst, he caught a glimpse of the cold indifference in Zheng Ning's eyes, causing him to instantly seal his lips. Having traversed the treacherous paths of society for years, he could acutely sense the palpable aura of death emanating from the man before him. This man was undoubtedly capable of murder. He was proud and arrogant, but not foolish enough to court his own demise. Thus he obediently silenced himself. The man before him was evidently several tiers above him in strength. Submitting to a stronger force was not a mark of shame. Observing Dixon's capitulation, Zheng Ning finally released him. From this moment on, behave yourself. Should you dare to act recklessly again, I will assuredly end you, Zheng Ning declared coldly. Dixon offered no retort, merely casting a deep glance at Zheng Ning. His failures were evident. The members of his team were already disgruntled with him, and no one came to his aid, leaving him to struggle to his feet in resignation. Zheng Ning's display of authority had left a profound impression on all present. This was precisely his intention. To seize control, he needed to exhibit undeniable might. With the minor distraction posed by Dixon resolved, the two factions began to strategize their escape from the encirclement of the undead, aiming to return to their base. I will clear the path of all zombies along the way. You find a few people to accompany me, procure a vehicle, and then we shall depart, Zheng Ning proposed. What? Clear all the zombies? The crowd gazed at Zheng Ning in astonishment. Are you jesting? While you are undeniably formidable, facing such a horde of zombies. T interjected. Others mirrored his disbelief. Although Zheng Ning had demonstrated extraordinary prowess moments ago, the horde below was clearly beyond human capability to confront, unless armed with considerable firepower. Yet, discharging firearms here would inevitably attract even more zombies. With millions of them in the city, the prospect was utterly disheartening. Beside them, Dixon wore a mocking expression. Hey, Zheng Ning speaks the truth. He can indeed accomplish it. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Amidst the throng of zombies, Zheng Ning felled hundreds with merely a blade. Glenn shouted, relaying his first-hand experience to the assembly. Still, skepticism lingered in the air. It was, after all, too extraordinary to fathom. Could mankind truly achieve such feats? Zheng Ning, I will accompany you. Rick was the first to voice his agreement. Count me in. Glenn raised his hand, placing his faith in what he had seen. Very well, let us set forth. Zheng Ning nodded. Thus, the three ventured towards the exit. Aside from Dixon, none of the others bore any mocking expressions, for they were ultimately striving to save their lives. With a resounding roar, the entrance of the shopping mall swung open, unleashing a relentless horde of zombies that surged towards Zheng Ning and his companions. Zheng Ning hefted his military knife, transforming into a streak of lightning as he charged forward. The sound of blood splattering filled the air as countless zombie heads were severed in an instant. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, utterly astonished by Zheng Ning's almost supernatural prowess. Chapter 12. Arrival at the camp. With a swift motion, Zheng Ning's blade cleaved through the air, decapitating row upon row of zombies. Incredible! What remarkable speed and strength! It hardly seems human, exclaimed one voice in awe. We're saved. They will surely succeed. As they witnessed Zheng Ning's dazzling display of martial prowess amidst the swarm of undead, the crowd could not contain their cheers. How is this possible? Could he truly be this powerful? Dixon murmured, his disbelief palpable. He had initially harbored thoughts of revenge against Zheng Ning, but such notions quickly evaporated in the face of overwhelming strength. Even having seen it before, it still astonishes me, remarked Rick with a smile. Indeed. Witnessing it up close is far more exhilarating than from a distance, Glenn concurred. The two then brandished their weapons, delivering finishing blows to the sporadic zombies that lingered nearby. Thus, under Zheng Ning's formidable protection, the trio successfully broke free from the encirclement of the undead. Before long, Rick spotted several trucks parked at a nearby construction site and managed to locate the keys, driving them back to the mall. Upon their return, the previously cleared zombies had reassembled to besiege the shopping center once more. Zheng Ning had no choice but to wield his military knife again, spending approximately 3 minutes to eliminate the surrounding horde. Thanks to Zheng Ning's presence, the group remained calm, thoroughly scavenging the entire mall until they had filled several trucks with supplies. Morales even found 2 dolls for his child. This venture proved to be exceedingly fruitful, yielding enough resources to sustain the camp for several months. The group understood that all of this was made possible by Zheng Ning, and they cast grateful glances in his direction. Zheng Ning accepted their gratitude with a sense of satisfaction, aware that he was positioning himself to gain leadership. In ancient tribes, Leaders were typically the strongest members, capable of delivering the greatest benefits to their people, and the current situation bore a striking resemblance to that bygone era. Dixon, who had previously been defiant, approached Zheng Ning alone. "What is it that you seek?" Zheng Ning inquired casually. Although he held a degree of respect for the Dixon brothers, he chose not to show it outwardly. The most effective way to deal with someone like Dixon was to demonstrate one's own strength, to convey that he was superior, thus compelling submission. However, to completely win him over, a touch of imperial strategy would be necessary. "I wish to join you," Dixon declared earnestly. "Oh, why?" Zheng Ning inquired. "Because you are far stronger than I am. Following you will ensure my survival," Dixon replied. Zheng Ning fell silent, feigning contemplation. Dixon appeared somewhat apprehensive. He had never submitted to anyone in his life, yet Zheng Ning's formidable strength was unparalleled. He had never encountered anyone more powerful than Zheng Ning, and associating with such an individual would undoubtedly lead to survival until the end. If this initial pledge of allegiance were to be rejected, how embarrassing it would be. "Very well. However, I have a condition," Zheng Ning stated. "Speak. You must unconditionally obey my orders without question. I do not wish to have disobedient subordinates." Zheng Ning articulated his stipulation. "No problem. You are stronger than I, and it is only natural for the weak to submit to the strong." Dixon thumped his chest in assurance. "Excellent. From this day forth, you shall be my subordinate. As long as I am alive, you shall always have sustenance." Zheng Ning smiled. "Ha ha ha. Boss, can I have a bottle of wine?" Dixon laughed heartily. "Certainly." Thus, Zheng Ning successfully acquired his first subordinate in this world. Of course, Zheng Ning was acutely aware that this was not due to any charismatic allure, but rather his overwhelming strength. Dixon's loyalty could hardly be deemed steadfast. Should Zheng Ning lose power, a person like him would undoubtedly turn against him without hesitation, aligning himself merely to survive better and longer. After a considerable amount of bustling about, they departed laden with abundant supplies. Andrea and her group's campsite was located near a quarry a few miles west of the city, and it wasn't long before they arrived at the site. The tremendous commotion attracted everyone in the camp. They had returned, bringing back a wealth of supplies. "My heavens, so much provision. This will last us for several months." The camp inhabitants shouted joyfully, cheering with enthusiasm. The passengers disembarked from the vehicles. "Daryl, you rascal, come out quickly. Your brother has brought you many wonderful things." As soon as he exited the vehicle, Dixon bellowed. The others merely chuckled, having grown accustomed to his exuberance. Rick slowly stepped out of the vehicle and immediately spotted his colleague and dear friend, Sean. Tears welled in Rick's eyes, and a smile spread across his face as he yearned to embrace his cherished friend. Sean, however, wore a look of astonishment mixed with a hint of awkwardness, considering he had slept with Rick's wife, almost making it so that Rick's son would call him father. Behind Sean, Lori also appeared incredulous, although she had previously communicated with Rick. Seeing him in person inevitably made her feel uneasy. "Daddy, Daddy." Little Carl, oblivious to the tangled emotions between his parents and Uncle Sean, scampered toward Rick. "God bless. It is wonderful that you are safe." Rick embraced his beloved son with exuberance, calling out joyously. After a moment of awkwardness, Lori approached and joined in the embrace with Rick. Thus, the family of three was finally reunited, and the scene radiated warmth. Onlookers beamed at this heartwarming tableau, with the exception of Sean. "Boss, you have no idea. That cop took his best friend's wife to bed. I suggest you give your friend a heads up," Dixon remarked, having failed to locate Daryl, as he sidled up beside Zheng Ning with a grin. "Yes, I am aware," Zheng Ning replied blandly, for the plot was already familiar to him, leaving no room for astonishment. "Boss, let me tell you that Sean is definitely no saint. I could tell at a glance." Dixon continued. "Are you just idling about? Go unload those supplies." Zheng Ning interjected, wishing to dismiss Dixon's chatter with a casual excuse. Reluctantly, Dixon turned to move the supplies, for he dared not defy the boss's command. "I hope you can be sensible, otherwise I may have to eliminate you," Zheng Ning murmured, casting a wary glance at Sean. He harbored no desire for instability within his future team. Chapter 13. Amy's attention. Sean was the very source of instability in Zheng Ning's eyes. Undeniably, the fellow had shown considerable loyalty to Rick. He had ventured into the hospital to rescue Rick, and though he was forced to abandon the effort due to Rick's grave injuries, his act of locking the hospital room door before leaving likely spared Rick from being devoured by zombies during his slumber. Furthermore, he diligently saved and cared for Rick's family. To claim that the bond between him and Rick was feigned would invite disbelief. Subsequently, both Sean and Lori presumed that Rick could not possibly survive under such dire circumstances, and after enduring numerous trials, they naturally developed feelings for each other. However, Rick's miraculous return rendered Sean's lingering desire to harm him and usurp his wife utterly repugnant. Should he meet with an untimely demise? Zheng Ning pondered, eyeing Sean with a glint of danger. At that moment, Sean glanced over, offering a friendly nod to Zheng Ning, who had heard the basic details from Andrea. A single person wielding a knife could annihilate hordes of zombies, an almost impossible feat that Sean had accomplished, marking him as a formidable presence. Such individuals must be courted, not antagonized. Otherwise, one could find oneself facing dire consequences. Unbeknownst to Sean, Zheng Ning was already contemplating whether to eliminate him preemptively. After a flurry of activity, the group successfully unloaded all supplies from the large truck. Not only did they replenish their food stocks, but they also secured a substantial cache of weapons. In order to conceal his storage abilities, Zheng Ning had also placed the firearms entrusted to him by Rick and the others within, casually requesting them to keep this a secret. Zheng Ning's rationale was to retain them as a trump card. Imagine if enemies were to encircle the camp while everyone was unarmed, just as they reveled in their advantage. Zheng Ning could suddenly produce an automatic rifle and unleash a barrage. One would then wonder how the enemies would meet their demise. The inhabitants of the camp soon learned the details of the day's events from those who returned, understanding that this remarkable acquisition was solely due to Zheng Ning. They cast adoring and respectful glances toward him, elevating him to the status of a local celebrity. However, Sean felt somewhat unsettled, as Zheng Ning's emergence threatened his position as leader. The reason everyone had chosen him for this role was his background as a police officer, which endowed him with expertise in firearms and commendable organizational skills, enabling him to guide the entire camp's survival. Yet, his modest advantages were utterly diminished in the face of Zheng Ning's extraordinary prowess. As twilight descended, the group prepared to celebrate their bountiful day with a bonfire gathering. They brought forth an abundance of ingredients for cooking, while Dixon had managed to procure a dozen beers from a nearby store. Once the food was ready, everyone indulged heartily, reveling in relaxation. Given their location in the outskirts, where human presence was scant, the threat of zombies was minimal, allowing the group to feel secure, save for Old Dale, who abstained from drink and kept a vigilant watch with his rifle nearby. Throughout the evening, many approached Zheng Ning to toast him, expressing their gratitude for his contributions. Zheng Ning graciously accepted every gesture, as this modest amount of alcohol held little effect on him as a vampire. "Thank you for today," a fair-haired, blue-eyed girl with delicate features whispered as she approached him. "Who are you?" Zheng Ning inquired, puzzled, as the passage of time had dulled his memory of many individuals. "My name is Amy. I am Andrea's sister," she replied. "Hello, I am Zheng Ning," he responded, suddenly recalling her as the beautiful girl who had met her untimely end early in the first season. He had felt quite disappointed at her swift departure and had even criticized the writers for it. After exchanging pleasantries, they grew more familiar with one another. "I apologize on behalf of my sister. Today is her first outing, so please forgive her. It was not intentional," Amy said softly, appearing quite shy. It took a nudge from her sister Andrea for her to muster the courage to sit beside Zheng Ning. Having witnessed Zheng Ning's formidable strength, Andrea recognized his potential and felt it was imperative to seize the opportunity, thus encouraging her sister to approach him. Had it not been for her age and the less than favorable impression she had left on Zheng Ning, Andrea would have approached him herself. "No worries, I have nearly forgotten," Zheng Ning replied casually. Andrea had merely served as a tool to establish his authority, so he had little inclination to dwell on it. Following this, the two engaged in light conversation, their exchanges flowing effortlessly. Zheng Ning was contemplating the future, while Amy was simply engulfed in shyness, causing Andrea, who observed them from the side, to wish she could bind them together with a rope. As night fell, everyone returned to their respective tents. Amy hesitated for an eternity without uttering a word. "What do you wish to say?" Zheng Ning inquired, puzzled. "And nothing." Amy's face suddenly flushed crimson, and she shyly fled. Her sister had urged her to invite Zheng Ning into their tent, but how could she articulate such an embarrassing request? Could it be that this girl has developed feelings for me? Zheng Ning pondered privately. He was no stranger to emotions. Amy's feelings were glaringly apparent, and he certainly discerned them. Yet, he understood that it was unlikely to be love. Children are often naive enough to believe in such notions. Ultimately, she merely sought a strong protector, and he happened to embody that strength. Zheng Ning's stance was clear. He would neither take the initiative nor bear any responsibility. Since Amy had failed to voice her thoughts, he saw no reason to pursue her. Shaking his head, he returned to his tent, closed his eyes, and began to rest. Although his vampire lineage bestowed upon him remarkable physical prowess, the series of battles had undeniably left him fatigued. In Rick and Loli's tent, Loli whispered, "Rick, it's wonderful. Thank God you were not taken away." Rick replied with a sense of disbelief. I too find it incredible. Had I not encountered Zheng Ning, I might have perished. By the way, how did you come to know him? Loli inquired. When I regained consciousness, I was at the hospital entrance, he recounted, and the couple continued their conversation. Meanwhile, Sean remained awake, perched alone atop a vehicle, his expression complex as he murmured, Rick, I am so glad you are still alive. How did you manage to survive? As dawn broke, the camp's inhabitants rose early, each engrossed in their own tasks. Smiles adorned every face. For the supplies gathered the previous day were sufficient to ensure their comfort for several months. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the tranquil morning. Carl. Upon hearing his son's cry, Rick hurried towards the source of the sound. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. Carl was unharmed. It turned out that the child had encountered a zombie feasting on a deer. Dixon angrily swung his axe, severing the zombie's head. How strange. Why has a zombie ventured here? Old Dale wondered aloud. It seems that the living beings in the city have been consumed, prompting this group of zombies to migrate to surrounding areas, Rick speculated. Just then, a rustling sound emanated from the woods, instantly alerting everyone. To their surprise, it was none other than Daryl, who had been out hunting. Hey, Daryl, you rascal, come here quickly. I am going to teach you a proper lesson. Dixon chided with a chuckle. Chapter 14 Invitation, damn it. Dixon, watch your mouth. Daryl retorted, visibly annoyed. Ha ha ha, look who's back, our little forager. Dixon laughed heartily. Ignoring him, Daryl rushed to inspect the deer that had fallen victim to a zombie bite, kicking it in frustration while cursing, I spent the entire night working, only to have this damn zombie get it. Upon returning, Daryl relieved the tension that had been hanging over Dixon. The group then made their way back to the campsite, where everyone resumed their tasks, albeit with heightened vigilance. Old Dale increased his patrols, firearm in hand, as the specter of zombies cast a pall over the camp. Daryl, infuriated by Dixon's newfound allegiance to a leader, dragged him to confront Zheng Ning, drawing the attention of onlookers. So what brings you to me? Zheng Ning inquired, observing the irate Daryl. Listen, I am not pleased that you are Dixon's boss, though I am grateful for your rescue of him and his companions, Daryl stated earnestly. So, I propose we fight. If you win, I shall submit to you and acknowledge you as my leader. If you lose, you will have no further connection to Dixon. Oh, my little brother, I am truly delighted by your concern for me. I had no idea I held such significance in your heart. Dixon jested, eliciting Daryl's ire. Shut up, you bastard. Daryl snapped. Fine. Zheng Ning replied nonchalantly. Though Daryl was strong, he was still comparatively weak before Zheng Ning. Come on, Daryl, show him your prowess. Zheng Ning, teach that little rascal a lesson. The news of their impending duel spread rapidly throughout the campsite, inciting the men to cheer loudly. Daryl, with a serious expression, observed Zheng Ning, who stood a few centimeters shorter than he. He recalled Dixon mentioning that Zheng Ning had knocked him down in merely 3 moves, making him acutely aware of the need for caution. Zheng Ning, however, seemed entirely relaxed, not even adopting a fighting stance. After a moment's hesitation, Daryl lunged forward, intending to utilize his grappling skills against Zheng Ning. Bam! Before he could even approach Zheng Ning, darkness enveloped him, and he fell unconscious. Sigh, I truly am too strong, Zheng Ning remarked, slowly retracting his fist. For an ordinary person to compete with him, it could only be in a gunfight. In terms of melee combat, whether with weapons or bare hands, humanity appeared woefully fragile in his presence. Did I just lose? Daryl exclaimed incredulously upon regaining consciousness. He held a significant degree of confidence in his fighting abilities, believing even the scoundrel Dixon might struggle to best him. Although Dixon had long warned him that Zheng Ning would easily overpower him with 3 moves, Daryl mistakenly believed that Zheng Ning relied on sneak attacks. He never considered that if it were merely a matter of treachery rather than genuine strength, how could Dixon willingly acknowledge Zheng Ning as his superior? Of course, it was also because Dixon intentionally left the matter unclear. He wished for Daryl to experience a setback similar to his own. What a caring older brother. Daryl, you rascal. Hurry up and pay your respects to the boss. Dixon laughed heartily. Shut up, Dixon, Daryl retorted, somewhat displeased. Nevertheless, he got up and approached Zheng Ning, stating, From now on, I will follow you. Zheng Ning extended his hand with a smile, saying, Welcome aboard. Daryl hesitated for a moment, but then reciprocated the gesture. Thus, Zheng Ning successfully won over the 2 brothers. Although the process was straightforward, it was founded on the principle that Zheng Ning was indeed stronger than them. These brothers would never submit to someone weaker. Meanwhile, Sean's expression grew increasingly grim. Daryl and Dixon had always been the troublemakers in the camp. While others might outwardly obey him as their leader, these two completely disregarded him. To his dismay, they had now been won over by Zheng Ning, placing Sean's position as leader in even greater jeopardy. Before long, noon arrived. With an abundance of supplies, the group had no need to worry about scarcity, leaving most of them with nothing to do. The men fished by the riverbank while the women washed clothes nearby. Observing this scene, Zheng Ning couldn't help but lament the lack of urgency among the group. After all, they were in a perilous post-apocalyptic world. However, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Although everyone respected him, Sean remained the leader. Andrea and Amy sat by the lake, sheltered by a sunshade, engaged in conversation. Glancing at her naive sister, Andrea remarked with exasperation, "Everyone drank last night. How could you let such a wonderful opportunity slip by?" Upon hearing Andrea's words, Amy's face flushed instantly as she shyly replied, "Sister, how could I possibly speak of such things? Silly Amy, Zheng Ning is quite a catch. If you don't act soon, someone else will snatch him away. Don't you have any feelings for him? It's not that. He is handsome and has a wonderful personality. It's just that I don't know if he likes me. What man doesn't like women, especially one as beautiful as you?" Amy lowered her head in silence. Noticing her sister's demeanor, Andrea realized that her earlier remarks might have sounded too mercenary. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "Why not invite him to teach you how to fish? If he has feelings for you, he shouldn't refuse. Then you can consider your next step. What do you think?" Amy, feeling anxious, asked, "What if he declines? Then you part ways." "Sister, didn't you want him to protect us?" Andrea gently patted her sister's small head and smiled, saying, "My primary concern is to protect you. I will take care of myself, but I fear that I may not be able to safeguard you." "Sister!" Amy exclaimed with excitement, wrapping her arms around Andrea. By the riverbank, Zheng Ning and Dixon were sipping drinks while fishing. Suddenly, with a splash, Dixon's fishing rod twitched. As he pulled a fish from the water, he laughed heartily. "Haha, boss, I've caught another one." Zheng Ning remained silent, his expression dark as he gazed at his empty bucket. Hadn't it been said that fishermen never return empty-handed? At that moment, Andrea approached. Zheng Ning, surprised, asked, "Is there something you need?" He was not well acquainted with her. Andrea smiled and apologized. "I am truly sorry about what happened yesterday." Zheng Ning waved his hand dismissively, replying nonchalantly, "It's fine. I was almost forgetting it. May I ask you for a favor?" "Go ahead. My sister wants to learn how to fish. Could you teach her?" Zheng Ning pointed to his empty bucket, puzzled. "Are you sure you want me to teach?" "Of course. Actually, it's Amy who wants to learn from you, but she feels too shy to approach." "Then I shall teach her." Since the girl had been so proactive, refusing would seem unmanly. Zheng Ning then took his equipment and moved towards Amy, sitting beside her. Upon seeing him approach, Amy appeared quite nervous and said, "Thank you for agreeing to teach me." Zheng Ning smiled and replied, "No problem. I have nothing else to do." Thus, they began their instructional session, which inevitably involved hands-on assistance and mutual contact. Zheng Ning remained unfazed, but Amy's cheeks were flushed the entire time. Chapter 15. The Leader. Calm yourself. I am protecting everyone. While Zheng Ning was teaching Amy how to fish by the river, a sudden commotion erupted nearby, prompting them to hurry over. It turned out that Carol's husband had attempted to abuse her again, and Sean, who had rushed over, was fiercely beating him, nearly to the brink of death. Unable to bear the sight, Rick stepped in to intervene, leading to a confrontation between the two. Sean shouted, "This guy has been abusing Carol for quite some time. He needs to be taught a lesson." Rick retorted sharply, "Teach him? You nearly killed him. Is that what you call a lesson? Who decides what constitutes a lesson? You have no right to treat anyone this way." Ultimately, they parted on unfriendly terms. This incident severely undermined Sean's authority, putting his leadership position in jeopardy. However, for Sean, nothing was more disheartening than the look Lori cast upon him, filled with shock and estrangement. Nearby, Zheng Ning silently scoffed, choosing not to intervene. Night quietly descended. The group gathered once more for dinner, yet Carol's husband did not make an appearance. Zheng Ning was aware that zombies would be attacking tonight, but he chose to remain silent about it. He sought to accomplish certain deeds through the hands of the undead, such as eliminating the loathsome domestic abuser and usurping the position of leadership. Soon enough, a chilling scream echoed from that direction, capturing everyone's attention. In an instant, a horde of zombies emerged around the camp, causing a frenzy among the crowd. Women and children swiftly sought refuge, while the men armed themselves with weapons. Without hesitation, Zheng Ning retrieved a fully loaded automatic rifle from the system space and began to unleash a barrage of gunfire. Thanks to the enhanced vision bestowed by his vampire lineage, coupled with his relentless practice within the system space, each bullet struck true, felling a line of zombies in mere moments. After expending a clip, he switched to another firearm and continued his assault, clearing the area of zombies in just a matter of seconds. The men fell into a stunned silence. With Zheng Ning present, they felt utterly redundant. However, a cry from Carol broke the stillness, drawing their gaze to her husband, the abuser, now a mere shell of himself, ravaged by the undead and devoid of life. Everyone, check for any remaining zombies. Zheng Ning commanded. Understood. The group instinctively obeyed his orders. For his earlier display had been nothing short of remarkable. This left Sean's expression even darker. He sensed his leadership was slipping away. We lost one person, Rick announced upon returning from the search. The only casualty was that worthless man who refused to contribute and spent his days abusing others. The rest are unharmed. Though many are shaken, lacking experience in confronting the undead. It appears the zombies have reached our vicinity. We need to establish patrols tonight to prevent further disturbances from attracting more of them, Rick suggested. Just as he finished speaking, Daryl volunteered, I'll go. However, Dixon was less than pleased and shot back at Rick. Hey, are you seeking attention? Why should we heed your orders? No one gets to command us, but Boss Zheng. Hearing Dixon's words, Zheng Ning mentally applauded him for being a true ally. Gathering his thoughts, he proposed, I have a suggestion. Instantly, he captured the attention of the crowd. As the number of individuals in our camp continues to grow, we must unite to enhance our chances of survival. If we persist in our divisions, we will inevitably become scattered and vulnerable. Therefore, I propose we hold a vote to elect a leader. Upon hearing Zheng Ning's proposal, a heavy silence enveloped the group. Sean clenched his fists in fury, glaring at Zheng Ning. Yet, no one mentioned Sean's leadership role. After all, dissent against him had already existed. And with Zheng Ning's group now swelling to over 20 individuals, the tide was shifting. I believe Zheng Ning has spoken wisely. We must select a captain. For we cannot continue as we are, a disjointed assembly. Old Dale was the first to voice his agreement, expressing that he too felt Sean was no longer suitable for the role of leader. Others echoed their concurrence. Yet, how shall we proceed with the selection? Glenn raised a pertinent question. Sean's position as captain was never formalized through an election. Rather, it stemmed from a habitual obedience to his commands, a remnant of his past as a police officer. Those who deem themselves worthy of the captaincy should step forward to campaign, and we shall cast our votes for the candidate we deem most fitting. The individual with the highest tally shall assume the role of captain, Zheng Ning proposed once more. Confident that his recent actions had undoubtedly won over the majority, Dixon was the first to leap forward, exclaiming, I support Zheng Ning as our captain. I, Dixon, will not yield to anyone else. Before he could finish, Zheng Ning interrupted, Dixon, let the others choose for themselves. Nonetheless, Dixon's proclamation had its effect. The crowd began to reminisce about Zheng Ning's numerous contributions, including the substantial supplies he had procured and his adept resolution of the recent zombie crisis. Nearby, Rick hesitated. He too harbored aspirations of leadership, yet it was clear that Zheng Ning was the more suitable choice, having saved him on multiple occasions. Glancing at his wife and son, he steeled himself and stepped forward, resolved to secure a better environment for his family. Upon seeing Rick stand up, Sean, not to be outdone, also rose. As if believing that by besting Rick, he could win back Lori. Zheng Ning was not taken aback by their emergence. Both Rick and Sean were formidable contenders, particularly Rick, who had always sought the captaincy in their previous world. Soon, others began to stand as well. Are there any additional candidates? Old Dale inquired loudly. The remaining individuals fell silent, aware of their limitations. Survival was a challenge enough for them, let alone leading the entire camp. Very well, let us commence the voting. Cast your ballots for whom you believe to be the most suitable candidate. The results were, as expected, largely uncontested. The Morgan father and son, the Amy sisters, the Darrell brothers, and others predominantly cast their votes for Zheng Ning. Rick's family voted for him, while poor Sean received only a single vote. And that was from someone who could not bear to see him receive none. Old Dale announced emphatically, Zheng Ning, 15 votes. Rick, 2 votes. Sean, 1 vote. The outcome of this election is that Zheng Ning shall be our captain. In the aftermath of the voting, Zheng Ning unequivocally emerged as the leader of the survivor group. Rick sighed and approached Zheng Ning, patting him on the shoulder. Zheng Ning, congratulations. Zheng Ning smiled, replying, This is all thanks to the trust you have all placed in me. He then turned to face the assembly, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. I am immensely thankful for the confidence you have shown in me. However, I believe that the number of people in our team will undoubtedly increase in the future. Aware of my limited abilities, I recognize that I may not be able to manage everything effectively. Thus, I propose that we select 2 vice captains. In addition to assisting the captain in managing the team, the vice captains will also hold the responsibility of overseeing the captain to prevent any potential abuse of power. Zheng Ning's proposal quickly garnered unanimous support, as the Americans have long been experienced in this regard. Compared to the benefits that stem from centralized power, they seem to fear the misuse of authority more, which has led to the establishment of various regulations to curtail power, such as the principle of separation of powers. Hence, it is common to witness American politicians engaging in disputes over trivial matters. Indeed, if a president fails to satisfy a significant number of constituents, even the prospect of re-election may vanish. Zheng Ning's initiative to have someone supervise him aligns perfectly with their expectations. Moreover, Zheng Ning harbored his own intentions. Would it not be beneficial to appoint someone loyal as the overseer? Furthermore, he did not wish to adopt a dictatorial approach in this modern context, as that methodology has become obsolete. A heavy-handed approach would only lead to losing the people's trust. Of course, should he find himself in an ancient world in the future, he would not impose democracy either. Different eras necessitate different systems. Zheng Ning, your considerations are truly meticulous. You will undoubtedly become a commendable leader, Old Dale exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Zheng Ning smiled and replied, everything is for the purpose of leading everyone to survival. So, who will be the vice-captains? Someone inquired. Zheng Ning pointed to Rick and Sean, stating, their capabilities are evident to all, and prior to the apocalypse, they were officers in Atlanta. I am confident that if they become vice-captains, they will fulfill their duties admirably. Indeed, I support Rick. Someone chimed in. It was under Sean's leadership that we managed to survive. The crowd echoed their agreement. Rick and Sean, who had previously lost all hope, suddenly brightened with joy. Rick was already designated as the chief steward and would certainly be given significant responsibilities. As for Sean, he was a talented individual, though he seemed overly fixated on trivial matters. After some contemplation, Zheng Ning decided to test whether he could bring Sean back to a more focused mindset. To be honest, Zheng Ning could not fathom Sean's thoughts. There were certainly women in the camp, and Andrea nearby was quite appealing. Why must he linger on his brother's woman? Was he perhaps a connoisseur of NTR? With the captain and vice-captains chosen, Zheng Ning leaped onto a vehicle and called out to everyone. Today, we gather together for the sake of survival. As long as we exert ourselves sufficiently, we will surely endure this wretched apocalypse and rebuild a civilization. As they listened to Zheng Ning's speech-like words, hope surged within the hearts of the crowd, prompting them to echo his sentiments. Initially, only a few joined in, but gradually, more voices harmonized until they all united in one powerful declaration: survive, rebuild civilization. Survive, rebuild civilization. Survival and the reconstruction of civilization amidst the crowd. Amy gazed at Zheng Ning with an infatuated expression, her eyes sparkling with admiration. It was the first time she had encountered someone so captivating. After the clamor subsided, Zheng Ning continued, I believe this recent wave of zombies is not a mere coincidence. It has been nearly 2 months since the apocalypse began, and the undead in the city must have consumed all the living beings within. The instinct of biological entities compels them to move towards sources of sustenance, which I surmise is the reason for their presence here. This indicates that this is not the first wave of zombies. There will undoubtedly be more to come. This location is no longer safe. We must relocate. The city is not a viable option for us. I propose we retreat to the more remote outskirts, where human presence is sparse, and consequently, the number of zombies will also be diminished. Applause erupted from the crowd, expressing their support for Zheng Ning's plan. Thank you all for your trust. I assure you that I will do everything in my power to ensure your safety moving forward, Zheng Ning declared with a smile. Following the meeting, Zheng Ning assigned Dixon and Daryl to take turns patrolling while the others returned to rest, preparing for the relocation of their camp the next day. Dixon and Daryl had no objections. Having acknowledged Zheng Ning as their leader, they understood the necessity of following orders. Rick intended to leave with his wife and son, but he was held back, along with Sean. Zheng Ning led the 2 men to a secluded corner, prepared to address their issues directly. As he did not have the time to navigate their personal disputes, Zheng Ning looked at them and stated plainly, let us resolve your conflict here and now. I do not wish for your discord to impact the team. The expressions on Rick and Sean's faces shifted momentarily to a complex mix of emotions. The relationship between Sean and Lori was no secret within the camp, and Rick had already pieced together the peculiarities since Sean's arrival. However, fearing the disruption of their camaraderie, he had refrained from confronting the matter directly. Internally, Rick held little resentment towards Sean for his connection with Lori. After all, no one expected to survive under such circumstances. In fact, he felt grateful that Sean had protected his family. Nevertheless, a lack of resentment did not equate to indifference. After a moment of contemplation, Rick turned to Sean and asked, Sean, regarding your relationship with Lori, Sean's demeanor shifted to one of profound awkwardness as he responded, "Rick, I am truly sorry. None of us anticipated that you would. Having been longtime close friends, the bond between the two was undeniable." After an earnest discussion, Rick forgave Sean, and Sean finally relinquished his fixation on Lori. Seeing this, Zheng Ning smiled and said, "That's the spirit. We are all companions here. If there are conflicts, let us address them openly, rather than harboring grievances that ultimately leave everyone uncomfortable." Having resolved the discord between Rick and Sean, Zheng Ning turned his attention to the path ahead. Ultimately, he decided to establish a stronghold at the prison where Rick and the others had once resided, envisioning its development into a substantial base for their community. Zheng Ning's ambition is to amass a following of over 100,000. With a spatial system for storage and the impending establishment of a vampire guard, he perceives this goal as quite attainable. However, prior to that, he intends to visit the disease control center to abduct a certain doctor, hoping to study the blood coursing through his veins in the hopes of aiding the creation of a serum. After all, in this world, everyone has been infected with the zombie virus. Upon death, one transforms into a zombie. This implies that as long as humanity endures, zombies will persist, which is quite alarming. Additionally, this poses a significant threat to the future of the base. Thus, the development of a serum to combat the zombie virus is of utmost urgency. Chapter 17. Journey to the Disease Control Center. The following morning, the group awoke early. In truth, no one could quite find rest, as the terror brought on by the zombies the previous night was far too overwhelming. A few women busied themselves preparing breakfast, while others began packing up in preparation for the relocation of their camp. Zheng Ning called Rick and Sean over. "Rick, Sean, you will lead the convoy to the outskirts shortly. I must temporarily depart from the group." "What? Zheng Ning, are you not coming with us to the outskirts?" Rick exclaimed in shock. Sean, standing beside him, bore a similarly astonished expression. Zheng Ning paid no heed to their astonishment and casually offered an excuse. "I plan to make a trip to the disease control center. Perhaps there is an antidote for the zombie virus." "Zheng Ning, the disease control center has likely already fallen. Going there would be a futile endeavor," Sean argued. "Indeed. Zheng Ning, I understand your intentions are noble, but it is unnecessary to risk everything for such a slim hope. It would be better to stay with the group. If we must go, let us go together." Rick chimed in. Zheng Ning shook his head and replied, "Zombies pose no real threat to me. How could this be considered a risk? Even if there exists but a 1% chance, it is worth pursuing to put an end to this wretched apocalypse. As for the notion of going together, with too many individuals, the risk in the urban area is heightened, and we cannot guarantee everyone's safety. It would be wiser for me to go alone." Rick and Sean attempted to persuade him further, but to no avail, and ultimately relented. Rick handed over a walkie-talkie, saying, "Use this to keep in touch. I will report our location every half hour." Zheng Ning nodded, accepting the walkie-talkie and stowing it in his backpack. He then meticulously arranged the details, leaving the majority of the firearms and ammunition in the spatial system before confidently driving the police car previously operated by Rick towards the city. Although Zheng Ning's departure stirred a degree of unrest among the group, under the leadership of the two vice-captains, Rick and Sean, the impact was not overwhelmingly detrimental. The quarry was not far from the city, and after approximately half an hour of driving, they entered urban territory. Once in the city, following the map provided by Rick, they began to meticulously search for the location of the disease control center. After spending approximately half an hour, Zheng Ning finally arrived at a large circular structure, the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in Atlanta. The area bore evident signs of military presence, yet it had succumbed to despair. The streets were littered with corpses, and several tanks were stationed nearby. Zheng Ning boldly approached the entrance, only to find the main door securely locked. Undeterred, he located a camera at the door, aware that those inside had been observing the outside through it. He then produced a blank sheet of paper, upon which he inscribed, "I may be the only one not infected by the virus." With a click, the door swung open mere seconds later. Unfazed, Zheng Ning stepped inside, greeted by an empty hall devoid of any presence. "Are you truly uninfected?" At that moment, a man wielding a weapon appeared before Zheng Ning, aiming it at him as he inquired, "Indeed, I have come to seek your assistance in developing a serum to combat the zombie virus using my blood," Zheng Ning replied earnestly. The man scrutinized Zheng Ning for a moment, realizing he was not deceiving him, and subsequently lowered his weapon. "I am Dr. Jana, a researcher here," he introduced himself. Zheng Ning responded, "Are you the only one here?" "Originally, I was with my wife and 25 colleagues, all dedicated to researching the viral serum, but some fled. Others took their own lives, and now I stand alone." Zheng Ning and Dr. Jana exchanged their respective circumstances. Zheng Ning, follow me. We need to ascertain if you possess any unique traits. Dr. Jana led Zheng Ning to a laboratory and collected a blood sample from him. I am beginning to believe your claims, Dr. Jana exclaimed, observing the rapid healing of a wound on Zheng Ning's finger, astonished. He then placed Zheng Ning's blood in an apparatus, commencing a series of experiments that Zheng Ning could not comprehend. You were correct. You are indeed uninfected. Dr. Jana announced half an hour later. However, your genes appear to have undergone some irreversible changes. It can be said that, while you possess the outward appearance of a human, at the genetic level, you are no longer entirely human. This disparity is even greater than that between humans and chimpanzees. Does this transformation pose any dangers? Zheng Ning inquired casually, trusting the system, yet feeling a tinge of curiosity. Based on current observations, it seems there are no apparent dangers. It merely enhances your strength, recovery, and immunity compared to normal humans. This may be the reason you can resist viral infection. Dr. Jano assessed. So, is my blood useful for your serum research? Zheng Ning asked. I can extract certain components from it, which will significantly increase the likelihood of serum success, Dr. Jana elaborated, inundating Zheng Ning with a barrage of technical jargon. Get to the point. Zheng Ning impatiently interjected, certainly, but I require ample time for research, a considerable amount of it. Yet, time is no longer on my side. How I wish you had arrived sooner. Dr. Jenner replied, his voice tinged with frustration. What do you mean? Zheng Ning raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. The energy at this CDC is nearing depletion. Once it runs out, in order to prevent the dreadful viruses stored within from threatening the outside world, the central system will initiate a self-destruct sequence. By then, all the equipment necessary for serum research will be obliterated. Is there no way to halt this? None. The self-destruct protocol is immutable. Zheng Ning lowered his head in contemplation for a moment before exclaiming, then let's relocate all this equipment. That is an impossible task. The instruments were transported here by truck, requiring immense manpower and resources to install. Currently, we lack the means, and moreover, time is of the essence. The energy here can only last for approximately 2 more days. Dr. Jenner lamented despondently. Without uttering a word, Zheng Ning approached a nearby chair, gently touched it, and in an instant, the chair vanished. Dr. Jenner stood in astonishment. Is this magic? Where has that chair gone? He gasped, staring in disbelief. Have you ever seen X-Men? You could consider this a form of superpower. I can transport any object into an alternate space and retrieve it when needed. Zheng Ning chuckled, offering no further explanation. With a wave of his hand, the chair reappeared. Good heavens, are you a deity? Dr. Jenner exclaimed incredulously. As a scientist, he had previously dismissed concepts of gods and demons as folly. Yet, the inexplicable outbreak of the zombie virus, which had plunged humanity into despair, coupled with Zheng Ning's demonstration of abilities reminiscent of cinematic feats, shattered his previously held beliefs. God. No, there exists no deity in this world. To survive, we must rely solely on ourselves. Zheng Ning shook his head in denial. Aside from the zombie virus, the realm of the undead bore a striking resemblance to reality, devoid of such entities. However, as Zheng Ning continued to traverse dimensions, perhaps he might encounter them in the future. Should you require any equipment, simply inform me, and I shall transport it all into the alternate space. Very well. Under Dr. Jenner's guidance, Zheng Ning tirelessly collected various instruments into the system's space. The expanse of this space was akin to that of a football field, making the task remarkably effortless. You could have just instructed me to move everything in, Zheng Ning remarked, observing the CDC nearly emptied of its contents. These are essential devices for serum research. Dr. Jenner insisted earnestly, shaking off his earlier despondency. Since the tragic suicide of his wife, who could no longer bear the weight of despair, he has been drifting through life in a daze, mechanically repeating his research on serum day after day, ultimately resigning himself to the notion of perishing alongside the disease control center. However, the appearance of Zheng Ning rekindled a flicker of hope within him. He was confident that by unraveling the secrets embedded in Zheng Ning's genes, he could undoubtedly concoct a serum to combat the zombie virus. After hastily packing nearly all of the equipment, Zheng Ning departed the disease control center with Dr. Jenner, steering the vehicle towards the direction of their team. How many members are in your group? Where do you intend to establish your camp? Is your ability innate or acquired? Dr. Jenner incessantly questioned Zheng Ning during their drive towards the outskirts. Zheng Ning responded intermittently, his mind preoccupied. Suddenly, the walkie-talkie in his bag emitted a series of beeps. Didn't T-Rick just report his location? Why is he contacting us again so soon? Zheng Ning pondered, retrieving the walkie-talkie from his backpack and connecting it. Zheng Ning, can you hear me? Rick's voice crackled through, filled with urgency. I can hear you. What is happening over there? Zheng Ning's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. We are surrounded by a massive horde of zombies. Can you hurry back? The transmission was punctuated by sporadic gunfire. Hold on, I'm on my way. Zheng Ning replied firmly. He quickly opened the map, realizing they were still 3 kilometers away from Rick's reported position. To expedite their arrival, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, pushing the car to its limits. Slow down. You're speeding. Who taught you to drive like this? Dr. Jenner exclaimed in terror from the passenger seat. Ignoring his companion's panic, Zheng Ning retrieved a handgun from the system's storage and tossed it to him. There's a large horde ahead, and my comrades are trapped. I want to be able to protect you, so take this for self-defense. You know how to use it, right? I've learned. Dr. Jenner replied, albeit with some difficulty. In no time, Zheng Ning reached the location Rick had indicated. Before him lay a forested area, where the road was littered with corpses and abandoned vehicles. Roars echoed in the distance, accompanied by the sound of gunfire. Soon, Zheng Ning spotted Rick and the others, who had taken refuge atop a truck, firing their weapons at the approaching zombies. The horde was immense, a dense mass overwhelming the entire roadway, numbering at least over 1,000, all surging towards the truck. It was evident that this congregation of zombies had migrated from the urban area, tragically encountering Rick and his group along the way. Although Zheng Ning left his share of firearms to Rick and the others, their numbers were ultimately limited. With only a little over 10 guns available, the combat-capable members of the group were few, and the sudden onslaught of zombies overwhelmed them, forcing them to become trapped in this dire situation. Zheng Ning parked the police car by the roadside and retrieved a fully loaded automatic rifle from his system space, unleashing a hail of bullets upon the advancing zombies. The rapid fire echoed, striking down the line of undead before him. Zheng Ning is back. Hold on, everyone, Rick shouted upon hearing the gunfire. Bang! He swiftly turned and blasted the head off a nearby zombie with his revolver. Haha, the boss is back. You monsters are finished. Dixon laughed heartily, firing his shotgun at the approaching horde. Amidst the chaos, Amy, squeezed in the middle and devoid of combat prowess, softly called out Zheng Ning's name. That rascal has finally returned, Daryl exclaimed, dispatching a zombie with his crossbow in frustration. The others, invigorated by the sound of gunfire, redoubled their efforts to vanquish the undead. The cacophony of Zheng Ning's weaponry quickly attracted a portion of the zombies, who staggered towards the police car. Good heavens, there are far too many. Jenna trembled, gazing at the surging tide of the undead. He nervously aimed his handgun at the approaching creatures. After expending a clip of bullets, Zheng Ning had no time to reload. Instead, he revved the engine and barreled towards the horde. You lunatic! Dr. Jenna shouted, gripping the vehicle tightly, utterly astonished by Zheng Ning's reckless charge into the throng of zombies. Bang! The police car plowed through a dozen nearby zombies, but soon became ensnared by the fallen bodies. Forced to a halt. Take care of yourself. Zheng Ning glanced at the precariously swaying Dr. Jenna, unbuckled his seatbelt, and stepped out of the vehicle. Indeed, I prefer wielding a blade, he murmured, summoning a Nepalese kukri from his system space and charging into the mass of zombies. The black ichor splattered as he swiftly dispatched the undead, severing them with brutal precision. Chapter 19. Amy is injured with a single sweep. Zheng Ning decapitated 3 zombies before swiftly turning to slice through another approaching foe. Good heavens, are you even human? Dr. Jenna gasped in shock at Zheng Ning's terrifying display of power. Zheng Ning remained focused, engrossed in his grim task, mercilessly slaughtering the horde of zombies. Although Zheng Ning was uncertain about the specific lineage of the vampire bloodline that the system had augmented, the enhancement to his physical capabilities was nothing short of terrifying. Merely by fortifying a low-level vampire lineage, his foundational strength soared to an astonishing 600 kilograms. Coupled with explosive power, he could undoubtedly reach a ton. And in terms of speed, he surpassed even Usain Bolt. Such formidable statistics transformed Zheng Ning into an unmitigated weapon of slaughter, even legendary warriors, when engaging him in single combat without modern weaponry, would be easily dispatched. The anticipation for subsequent enhancements grew within him as he pondered the origins of the system. How could a mere enhancement of 500 source points yield such strength? Zheng Ning mused. His hands moved with relentless precision, resembling a machine that required no respite, a victorious deity of war, continuously wielding his military blade as zombies fell around him. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The corpses accumulating beneath Zheng Ning's blade formed a small mound. The number of zombies dwindled, leaving only a sparse few. The crisis faced by Rick and the others had abated, and they cautiously descended from the truck's roof, delivering final blows to the remaining zombies. At last, through their collective efforts, The terrifying horde was obliterated, leaving not a single undead behind. We survived, they exclaimed in exhilaration, embracing one another to celebrate their narrow escape. Is everyone all right? Check for bites. Zheng Ning took a deep breath and approached them, his body and mind weary from such intense combat. I'm unscathed. I'm fine too. They checked themselves for wounds, relieved to find none. Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the air. All eyes turned to Andrea. What's wrong? Zheng Ning felt a sense of foreboding and hurriedly inquired. Amy has been bitten. Andrea pointed at Amy, her voice trembling. Zheng Ning looked over to see a glaring bite mark on Amy's arm. No, this cannot be true, he exclaimed. Oh God, why must this happen to her? She is so young. The sight of the bite mark on Amy's arm cast a pall over the group, and the emotional women among them began to weep. They all understood the implication of a bite. They were dismayed at the prospect of losing another companion so soon. Please, don't be sad for me. Amy attempted to console them, but as she thought of her impending fate, tears streamed down her face uncontrollably. Amy, Andrea embraced her tightly, and the two sisters wept together. Zheng Ning contemplated stepping forward to examine Amy's wound, but he was forcefully pushed away by Andrea. Andrea glared furiously at Zheng Ning, exclaiming, It is all your fault. Why did you abandon the team? Are you not the captain? Did you not assure us just last night that you would protect us? She trusted you so deeply. How could you betray her like this? Hearing Andrea's harsh words, Zheng Ning's expression darkened instantly. Although he understood that her outburst stemmed from desperation, he felt a surge of frustration, realizing that perhaps he had been too accommodating, leading them to believe that his protection was a given. This group had treated Rick in a similar manner in their former world. Brother, this is not Zheng Ning's fault. It was my own carelessness, Amy interjected. Noticing Zheng Ning's troubled countenance and hastily attempting to defuse the situation, I have brought back a doctor specializing in viral serum research. If you wish for Amy to survive, it would be prudent to have him examine her. Zheng Ning, observing Amy's agony, suppressed his rising anger and summoned Dr. Jana. What? There is still hope for Amy? Andrea exclaimed in surprise, quickly stepping aside. Honestly, we must get to work right away. Dr. Jana shook his head and approached Amy, examining her wounds. Is there truly a chance for salvation? No wonder the captain left the group. He must have gone in search of him. How wonderful. There is still hope for Amy. The others expressed their astonishment. The grim reality was that being bitten by a zombie would lead one to become one of them. A harsh truth learned through the sacrifices of countless lives over the past 2 months in this apocalyptic world. Yet, Zheng Ning's assertion that salvation was still possible left everyone in disbelief. Everyone, please be quiet so that Dr. Jana can concentrate on his work, Rick reminded, prompting an immediate hush among the group. After a moment of examination, Dr. Jana stated, the virus has not yet spread to other areas. To halt its progression, the only option is to amputate the entire arm. What? Andrea gasped, leaping to her feet. Sister, please do not argue. I am willing. Amy shouted. But Amy, I do not want you to become one of those hideous monsters. Amy fixed her gaze on Andrea, her eyes filled with determination. Amy, Andrea said, her heart aching as she called her name. Allow me to do it. Daryl approached, wielding an axe. Can you truly endure such a bloody scene, my dear brother? Dixon laughed heartlessly from the side, indifferent to the plight of those he deemed weak. Were it not for Zheng Ning's orders, he would have long since fled with Daryl, leaving this group to their fate. Dixon, you scoundrel, be silent. Daryl shouted vehemently. Sister, if I do not survive, you must live fully for both of us. Tears streamed down Amy's face as she spoke to Andrea. As Zheng Ning gazed upon Amy's pallid visage, a flicker of resolve ignited within him. Perhaps there exists an alternative course of action. The crowd regarded him with puzzled expressions, ignoring their astonishment. Zheng Ning lifted Amy into his arms. What are you doing? Andrea shouted. Silence. Zheng Ning cast a cold glance at Andrea, harboring no fondness for her. Startled by his frigid demeanor, Andrea recoiled. Zheng Ning carried Amy toward Old Dale's caravan, determined to transform her into the world's first descendant of the bloodline. Chapter 20. The first descendant of the bloodline. Zheng Ning, what are you about to do? Amy, blushing in his embrace, inquired, having harbored feelings for him. She felt a wave of shyness wash over her while nestled in his warm hold. How comforting this embrace is. I wish to linger here forever, she mused. You shall find out shortly, Zheng Ning replied with a smile, gently placing Amy onto the bed within the caravan. A pang of disappointment swept over her. I must share a secret with you. What secret? I am not human. Meow? Zheng Ning spun a tale, fabricating a story of being a vampire who had slumbered for centuries in a tomb, awakening only recently amidst the outbreak of the zombie virus. You're a vampire? Amy's eyes widened in disbelief, her cherry lips agape. Indeed, Zheng Ning affirmed with a nod. Are you feverish? Amy reached to feel her forehead, then checked his. Zheng Ning, exasperated, swatted her hand away. Look closely. He opened his mouth, revealing sharp fangs, his eyes glowing crimson. Goodness, I'm not dreaming. You truly are a vampire. After a moment of shock, Amy began to accept this astonishing revelation. Aren't vampires afraid of sunlight? Why aren't you? Why don't you drink blood? How old are you? She chirped with the enthusiasm of a fledgling bird, peppering him with questions. Is now the appropriate time for such inquiries? Zheng Ning retorted, bemused. Oh, my apologies. Amy replied, feeling a bit abashed. The zombie virus specifically targets your kind. To attain immunity, you must be transformed into a vampire, Zheng Ning succinctly explained, leaving the decision in her hands. Should she decline, he would not insist, for it was her life at stake. His desire to save her stemmed from a mere flicker of compassion. To his astonishment, however, Amy expressed immense eagerness. Really? I could become an immortal vampire? How splendid! She exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Later, Zheng Ning learned that the young girl had been captivated by films such as Twilight and The Vampire Diaries before the apocalypse, dreaming endlessly of a romance with a noble and handsome vampire or of transforming into one herself. In simpler terms, she had succumbed to a phase of youthful delusion. Have you made your decision? Once transformed, you shall no longer be human. Zheng Ning inquired solemnly. Do I have any other options? I certainly do not wish to sever a limb. Amy replied with a smile. Open your mouth. Having made his choice, Zheng Ning hesitated no longer. He sliced his fingertip, forcing forth a drop of essence-laden blood, which he allowed to fall into Amy's mouth. The essence of blood is distinct from ordinary blood. It is the quintessence found within, where countless drops coalesce to form but a single drop of essence. Losing too much can be detrimental to one's health. Thus, no vampire would ever undertake the task of propagating their entire lineage alone. They would first nurture a batch of progeny, who in turn would spawn future generations endlessly. The crimson essence vanished the instant it touched Amy's lips, melding seamlessly into her being. Moments later, sharp fangs sprouted from her mouth, and her eyes transformed to a blood-red hue, only to quickly return to normal. Outside, the others awaited anxiously at the door. Andrea had attempted several times to rush inside, but was repeatedly halted by Dixon at the entrance. Of course, our leader is attending to serious matters. Why would you create a commotion? With a soft click, the door of the RV swung open, and Amy emerged. Amy, Andrea exclaimed, rushing to embrace her. Sister, I am fine now. Amy replied with a smile. What about the virus within you? It has been eradicated. Despite the persistent inquiries from the group, Amy resolutely refrained from disclosing the method Zheng Ning employed to eliminate the virus. The others, helpless, could only hope that should they ever find themselves bitten by a zombie, their captain might save them as well. Unbeknownst to them, Zheng Ning's authority had ascended to a new echelon. After encountering a myriad of events that day, the group, feeling quite fatigued, decided to rest in place for the night. As darkness enveloped the land, Zheng Ning convened a small meeting to deliberate on where to establish their stronghold. Although he had already resolved to set up in the prison, it was prudent to discuss the matter, if only for appearances. A map of Georgia lay before them, and the group gathered around it, sharing their thoughts. I believe we should press onward. Look here, this is a suburban factory where I once worked. It has an extensive area that could accommodate us, T remarked. Having faced considerable discrimination due to his ethnicity, he had changed jobs numerous times and had undertaken a variety of work, making him the most experienced among them. While the factory is a decent option, it may not suffice. What we truly need is a sanctuary, and foremost, it must possess walls or barriers to ward off the zombies. Rick stroked his chin thoughtfully. Everyone, look here, Morgan exclaimed, pointing at a vast expanse of land adjacent to the road on the map. This should be a farm. What do you think about the terrain? I believe the open landscape of the farm could allow us to find an idle residence to transform, accommodating us all. Farms may not suffice, another voice interjected. Although the visibility is expansive, the terrain is too flat, making modifications exceedingly challenging. Sean refrained from voicing his concerns about the overwhelming waves of zombies. But everyone understood that without any obstacles in their path, an endless horde of undead could consume them all. I have a splendid location in mind, Zheng Ning interjected, instantly capturing the group's attention as they turned to him expectantly. It's populated, fortified by walls, and distanced from the city. What can you deduce from these characteristics? He teased them with a pause. Prison, the group exclaimed in unison after a moment's contemplation. Indeed, it meets all our requirements and is equipped with various facilities. With minor renovations and fortifications, it could become a formidable stronghold, capable of withstanding not only the zombies, but also those with nefarious intentions. Zheng Ning replied with a smile. He then indicated a spot on the map, the very prison where Rick and his group had once resided. This prison had served as an excellent gathering place, allowing Rick and his companions a period of relative tranquility. Unfortunately, it was not the undead that ultimately brought about its downfall, but rather the scoundrel known as the governor, who led his men to its ruin. A flicker of intensity crossed Zheng Ning's eyes at the thought. Chapter 21. The farm. While many admired the governor and Negan, considering their ruthless methods as fitting for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, Zheng Ning held no fondness for such characters. There was no particular reason for his disdain. He simply found their actions intolerable. Despite possessing extraordinary strength, he retained the mindset of an ordinary citizen. Unlike certain fans who might identify with tyrants like the governor and Negan, he felt no thrill in their oppressive tactics. He was acutely aware that, without his abilities, he would most likely become a victim of oppression. Moreover, his preference for Rick's group further fueled his aversion to these vile individuals, who brought immense trouble to Rick's team, resulting in the deaths of many characters Zheng Ning cherished. The likes of Herschel, whose head was severed by the governor, and Glenn and Abraham, who met their end at Negan's hands, had been condemned to death in Zheng Ning's mind. Should they cross paths, he resolved to leave no survivors. As for their supposed grievances and reasons for their darkness, those could be addressed with the higher power. Zheng Ning's mission was to deliver them all to their final reckoning. Though this stance might offend some, Zheng Ning remained unperturbed, indifferent to their opinions. Such is the nature of humanity. Those with power act freely, while the powerless endure in silence. Zheng Ning believed that in a world overrun by the undead, as long as he remained cautious, nothing could truly threaten him. Thus, he resolved to approach matters with audacity. Indeed, this was the place. The suggestion put forth by Zheng Ning garnered unanimous approval, and ultimately, the site for the establishment of their refuge was determined to be the prison. While Zheng Ning and the others were engaged in discussion, a resounding gunshot echoed from a nearby grove. Zheng Ning, we've been attacked. Carl has been shot. Hurry. The voice of Glenn, filled with shock and panic, crackled through the walkie-talkie. What? Rick sprang to his feet upon hearing that his son had been injured. Glenn, where are you? Zheng Ning inquired urgently. We're in the woods to the west. Come quickly. Glenn responded hastily. In a flurry, everyone seized their weapons and rushed towards the location indicated by Glenn. Upon arrival, they were met with a harrowing sight. Carl lay on the ground, blood gushing from his abdomen, teetering on the brink of consciousness. While Glenn frantically applied pressure to Carl's wound, a portly man with a gun standing nearby. Carl. Rick dashed forward to assess his son's condition. Damn it, you shot Carl, didn't you? Sean, filled with rage, drew his pistol and aimed it at the hefty man. Carl was like a son to him, and witnessing his injury ignited a fierce desire to eliminate the threat before him. No, I didn't mean to. I was just hunting and didn't see anyone standing there. Look, that's my game. The man stammered in panic, gesturing toward what he claimed was his quarry. You're lying, you bastard. Sean's fury intensified, the gun pressed firmly against the man's forehead. I swear I didn't do it on purpose. Please believe me. The man pleaded desperately. Observing the escalating situation, Zheng Ning placed a calming hand on Sean's shoulder. Sean, I understand your anger, but our immediate priority is to save Carl. Reluctantly, Sean lowered his weapon, casting a fierce glare at the man. If anything happens to Carl, I will kill you. All right, what is your name? Do you live nearby? Is there a doctor? He needs help. Zheng Ning spoke with a measured tone, aware that the man was not inherently malicious. The man slowly regained his composure and replied. I'm Otis. I live on the farm over there. There's a doctor, Herschel. He can save him. Where? Zheng Ning pressed. In that direction, just keep going. Otis pointed. Upon hearing this, Rick swiftly scooped up Carl and prepared to run. Wait, Zheng Ning shouted, halting Rick's movement. He then took Carl into his arms, declaring, I can move the fastest and conserve my energy best. We cannot afford to lose a moment. I'll take him. Zheng Ning, thank you. Rick expressed his gratitude. Without further delay, Zheng Ning transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanishing from sight. As they pressed onward, Zheng Ning made every effort to maintain a steady pace, careful not to exacerbate Carl's wounds. Reflecting inwardly, he marveled at how much the narrative had shifted. Despite his interventions, Carl had still fallen victim to Otis's attack. It seemed that fate, as dictated by the narrative's unseen hand, was indeed formidable. Zheng Ning's speed was impressive. In a mere 5 minutes, he had covered several miles. And soon a farm emerged before him, surrounded by a few solitary dwellings. Is anyone there? Is Herschel present? He called out as he approached. Moments later, several girls came rushing out of the house, followed by an elderly man with white hair and a beard. I am Herschel. What has transpired? He inquired. Our people are injured. Otis, the one you know, is responsible for Carl's wounds. Zheng Ning responded urgently. Quickly, carry him inside. Herschel exclaimed, recognizing the gravity of the situation upon seeing Carl's blood-soaked abdomen. Without hesitation, he led Zheng Ning into the house. Zheng Ning gently placed Carl onto a spacious bed. Maggie, fetch the medical supplies. Herschel shouted as he rolled up his sleeves. Maggie hurriedly brought over the medical kit. Herschel conducted a preliminary examination of Carl, then remarked, fortunately, you arrived swiftly. His heartbeat remains strong. Please save him, Zheng Ning implored. We will do our utmost. With that, Herschel began to treat Carl. Before long, Rick and the others arrived. Zheng Ning, how is Carl? Is he okay? Rick asked, anxiety etched on his face. I'm not sure. Herschel is treating him inside. Zheng Ning shook his head in response. Oh, Carl, Rick exclaimed, covering his face as tears streamed down. The thought of losing his son shattered the composure of this usually steadfast man. After a brief interval, Maggie emerged, calling out. The boy needs a blood transfusion. Who among you is his family? I am. Rick replied hastily, following Maggie into the room. A few minutes later, the situation stabilized. The bullet had been slowed by Carl's body, and the timely arrival had saved his life, Herschel informed them. That is wonderful news. Rick finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Do not rejoice too soon. He has merely escaped immediate peril. The bullet shattered into 6 fragments. All must be removed for him to survive. Herschel cautioned. Oh, this is all my fault. I injured that boy. Otis lamented, guilt-ridden, as he confessed to his wife. Herschel continued his efforts, but Carl's agonizing pain caused him to thrash about, severely hindering the procedure. In the end, only 1 fragment was extracted. To proceed, a respirator was necessary. The nearby hospital has been engulfed in flames. The only one available is in the high school infirmary, but it is surrounded by zombies. Otis warned. I will go. Both Sean and Rick declared simultaneously. You cannot go. You must remain here and be prepared to administer blood transfusions. Herschel asserted firmly to Rick. Let me go instead. Zheng Ning interjected, stepping forward. Chapter 22. Accompanying Maggie, allow me to go. Zheng Ning repeated, and upon seeing his determination, the others ceased their arguments. They were well aware of Zheng Ning's combat prowess. The zombies before him were mere toys, easily dispatched with ease. Zheng Ning, thank you, Rick exclaimed, shaking Zheng Ning's hand with palpable gratitude. It's nothing. However, I require someone to guide me, Zheng Ning replied, shaking his head. I'll guide you, Otis volunteered, seeking redemption for himself. No, your physique is too cumbersome, Zheng Ning declined. Otis's bulk severely hampered his speed, and they could not afford to waste a single moment. Zheng Ning had contemplated transforming Carl into a bloodline descendant, but that was a last resort. Once transformed, one would retain their current appearance, meaning that converting Carl now would render him forever a child. I'll go. Maggie raised her hand beside them. Maggie, that is far too perilous, Herschel exclaimed, alarmed. Regardless of others' lives, his daughter's safety outweighed all. Dad, this is our responsibility. After all, it is because of us that people are in danger. Moreover, I am well acquainted with the school's layout and will be perfectly fine. Maggie reassured him, her eyes filled with resolve. Oh, very well. You may go, but ensure you return safely. Herschel sighed, conceding defeat to his daughter's determination. Thus, Zheng Ning and Maggie set off in a jeep towards the school. My name is Maggie. May I ask yours? She inquired curiously during their journey, intrigued by the handsome Asian man before her. Zheng Ning, he responded. Zheng Ning? Are you Korean or Japanese? I am Chinese, he replied. How old are you? Are you the leader of your group? They seem to follow your commands, Maggie questioned incessantly. And Zheng Ning engaged in casual conversation, quickly growing familiar with her. This woman was destined to become Glenn's future wife. Why was she so warmly inclined towards me? Could it be that she has taken a liking to me? Zheng Ning mused inwardly. Yet, he did not feign indifference. He was no impotent recluse. If he were to act like the cowardly Yi Xiaochuan or xianxia, afraid to alter the so-called history, he would prefer to obliterate the world. Before long, they arrived at the school, and Zheng Ning parked the vehicle nearby. The playground was teeming with zombies, coupled with those inside. There were easily over 100. The equipment is within. We must traverse through the horde to retrieve it. We need to devise a strategy to divert those zombies. Maggie frowned, well aware of the terrain from her previous attendance at this very high school. However, upon witnessing the throngs of zombies, an overwhelming sense of dread engulfed me. Do you have a plan? Maggie inquired. A plan? Indeed, I do. We charge in. Zheng Ning chuckled, a Nepalese army knife now firmly in his grasp. Goodness. Have you lost your mind? There are over 100 zombies inside, and we are unarmed. You cannot possibly intend to enter wielding just that knife, Maggie exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Dear lady, you know nothing of my capabilities. Zheng Ning replied nonchalantly, dismissing the horde of undead as mere trifles. A mere 100? He had just dispatched over 1,000 zombies. They were, in his eyes, nothing but mobile experience points. Without further ado, he leapt from the vehicle and charged toward the mass of zombies. Wait, Maggie called, desperate to intervene. But Zheng Ning had already reached the front of the nearest zombie, delivering a swift, decisive blow. With a sickening thud, the zombie's head fell to the ground, leaving Maggie speechless. The tremendous noise instantly attracted the attention of the surrounding zombies, who, upon sensing potential prey, began to stagger toward them. What transpired next left Maggie utterly astounded, an indelible memory etched into her mind. Zheng Ning moved with relentless precision, his knife slicing through the air as if he were merely chopping vegetables, ruthlessly dispatching the zombies around him, none daring to approach within a meter of him. In a mere 3 minutes, the playground was strewn with dismembered corpses, a chaotic tableau of destruction. With a final thrust, Zheng Ning severed the head of the last zombie, sheathing his blade with a measured slowness. Much slower than last time. I must improve my efficiency, he sighed. The heights are indeed lonely. Life can feel as desolate as falling snow. Are you even human? Maggie gazed at Zheng Ning, disbelief etched across her features. One man, with a single knife, had slain over 100 zombies, all while encircled by them. This was no ordinary feat. Only a monster could achieve such a thing. I am certainly not human. In truth, I am a vampire, Zheng Ning declared earnestly. Huh, Maggie laughed, a vampire? Such creatures cannot possibly exist in reality. If you choose not to believe, so be it. In this day and age, honesty is often met with skepticism, Zheng Ning retorted, shaking his head as he advanced further inside. Hey, wait for me. Maggie quickly unbuckled her seatbelt and followed after him. Soon, the pair discovered the storeroom filled with medical supplies. These will suffice. If we bring these back, that child will be saved, Maggie exclaimed with fervor, stepping forward to gather the equipment into her backpack. Just then, a zombie suddenly emerged from behind the shelves, lunging toward Maggie with a ferocious intent, its jaws poised to bite. In a flash, Zheng Ning yanked Maggie behind him, the zombie's teeth sinking into his arm. Damn it! He cursed as the struggle ensued. The excruciating pain compelled Zheng Ning to utter a curse involuntarily, after which he delivered a powerful kick that sent the zombie flying. The creature crashed heavily against the wall, its body crumbling in disarray, yet its head remained intact, dragging itself towards Zheng Ning with the intent to attack. Zheng Ning's mind recoiled at the thought of this repugnant zombie, undoubtedly lacking dental hygiene for countless days, having bitten him. As a person with a cleanliness obsession, he was instantly engulfed in rage and struck with a punch. With a resounding crack, the immense force of his blow connected with the zombie's head, causing it to tilt grotesquely before being launched away. Observing the power of his fist, Zheng Ning nodded in satisfaction. In truth, the human skull is the hardest part of the body. To shatter a person's head like one would a watermelon in a film requires an extraordinary amount of force. Zheng Ning was uncertain of the exact measure needed, having never tested it, but he was aware that even his current explosive strength of nearly a ton was insufficient. Chapter 23. Ambiguity. You've been bitten? Maggie exclaimed in horror, staring at the glaring wound on Zheng Ning's arm. It's nothing, just a minor injury, Zheng Ning replied nonchalantly. How could it be nothing? Being bitten means you'll turn into a zombie. It's all my fault. I should have been more cautious. Why did you save me? Why are you so foolish? As she spoke, Maggie clung to Zheng Ning's shoulder, weeping. Her kind-hearted nature abhorred the thought of anyone sacrificing themselves for her sake. I assure you, I'm fine. The zombie virus has no effect on me. Just look, Zheng Ning said, somewhat helplessly, as he extended his arm towards Maggie. Please stop comforting me, Maggie said, wiping her tears, then gazing at Zheng Ning's arm. How is this possible? The wound. I clearly saw it just now, gory and fresh, yet it has returned to its original state. If it weren't for the traces of blood, I would doubt my own senses. What is happening? I distinctly saw you get bitten. How is there no wound? Maggie fixed her gaze intensely on Zheng Ning's eyes, questioning him. It's already healed. Healed? Is it so unusual for a vampire to possess such regenerative abilities? Are you truly a vampire? Oh my goodness, how can that be? Is it really impossible? Zheng Ning responded, as fangs sprouted from his mouth and a sinister red glimmer flickered in his eyes, rendering him a terrifying sight. Ah! Maggie screamed in fright. Fortunately, all the zombies in the vicinity had been dispatched by Zheng Ning, or else they would have undoubtedly attracted a horde of them. After a moment to compose herself, Maggie began to accept this startling reality. Subsequently, The two packed their equipment into their backpacks and drove back to the farm. Are you truly 24 years old? Maggie inquired curiously. What do you mean? How could a vampire possibly be that young? Well, actually, I omitted a zero. This year I am 240 years old. Zheng Ning once again employed his persuasive charm on Amy, who became utterly convinced and began to bombard him with an array of peculiar inquiries, such as how Zheng Ning managed to live before the apocalypse, what he typically consumed, and whether there were other vampires in this world. After some time, they finally returned just before sunset. How could you be back so soon? Did you fail? Herschel and the others gazed in astonishment at the duo, who had returned in less than 2 hours. However, Rick and the others were not surprised. Given Zheng Ning's formidable combat prowess, it would have been strange had they not returned quickly. This is the equipment you requested. Zheng Ning did not respond verbally, but handed over a backpack containing a respirator. With no time for further inquiry, Herschel took the equipment and hurried inside to begin the surgery on Carl. Zheng Ning, thank you. From now on, my life is in your hands. Rick expressed his gratitude. Rick, we are friends. Such formalities are unnecessary. Zheng Ning replied with a smile, although internally he mused, Oh Rick, I hope you truly remember your words and serve as my steward well. The group awaited the outcome of the surgery at the door, while Rick and the arriving Lori fervently prayed. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Herschel emerged, stating, the surgery was a success. Carl's condition has stabilized. The tension in the group finally eased. Rick and Lori rushed inside to check on Carl. I sincerely apologize for the trouble we have caused you. We will take responsibility for your friend's injuries. You may convalesce here with us, and we will provide food and shelter until your friend recovers. Herschel said apologetically to Zheng Ning. It is not so dire. After all, Carl has overcome his crisis with your assistance, Zheng Ning replied. This was merely an unfortunate accident. No one could have anticipated such an event. Then we shall reside here for the time being, which will also allow us to familiarize ourselves with the surrounding area. Zheng Ning concluded. Thus, he and his companions settled into Herschel's farm. That night, Glenn brought the main force over, and under the warm hospitality of the Herschel family, everyone enjoyed the most lavish dinner since the onset of the apocalypse. After the meal, Zheng Ning and Amy strolled leisurely across a grassy field. After several days of interaction, their relationship had significantly deepened, especially after Amy became Zheng Ning's bloodline descendant, which further bridged the emotional distance between them. This farm is quite expansive. Are we going to reside here? Amy exclaimed, taking in the surroundings. Indeed, until we locate the next camp. Moreover, Carl is severely injured and must rest here without moving. Zheng Ning replied with a smile. After hearing this, Amy fell silent for a moment, her eyes darting as if lost in thought, before she grasped Zheng Ning's arm and said, Zheng Ning, let me join the exploration team tomorrow. Who told you that? Zheng Ning asked, puzzled. The plan to form a reconnaissance team to explore that prison has not been disclosed by me. Upon hearing this, Amy stuck out her tongue and remarked, I inadvertently overheard your discussion. Inadvertently? It seems to me that you were intentionally eavesdropping. Zheng Ning chuckled, gently stroking Amy's soft golden hair. Meow? Amy, akin to a little kitten, closed her eyes and began to revel in the moment. Ever since becoming a descendant of the bloodline, her instinctive desire to be close to Zheng Ning, the progenitor, had intensified. Only in his presence could she experience an unending sense of security. Does your sister know about this matter? Zheng Ning inquired. As Zheng Ning's descendant, Amy possessed half of his power. Her physical capabilities surpassed those of a robust adult male, making her an excellent combatant. Furthermore, the immunity to the zombie virus inherent to their bloodline significantly enhanced her survival skills. I haven't told her yet, Amy admitted, feeling a bit awkward. If you can persuade her to agree, I will allow you to accompany us. Zheng Ning replied with a smile. Understood. Amy sighed. My sister has no idea she is transformed into a superhuman. She still perceives her as a little girl. Once the topic was exhausted, the two fell into an eerie silence, the atmosphere steeped in an unusual stillness. Suddenly, Amy, with flushed cheeks, leaned closer to Zheng Ning and said, Zheng Ning. What is it? Zheng Ning asked. Are you free tonight? Before she could finish her sentence, her cheeks turned crimson, resembling a small apple, tender yet radiantly red. Such an overt hint was unmistakable to Zheng Ning. He was not oblivious to matters of the heart, yet he refrained from immediate response, instead asking, Aren't you supposed to be sleeping with your sister? It's fine, she sleeps quite soundly. So of course I am free. Zheng Ning chuckled, lifting Amy's chin with his hand before leaning in to kiss her. Chapter 24. The prison. As the two were kissing, the sudden sound of galloping hooves approached from a distance, startling Amy into pushing Zheng Ning away. Zheng Ning expressed his disappointment. lamenting that he had not yet had his fill of the kiss. Moments later, Maggie rode up on horseback, halting before them. "What are you two doing here?" she asked. "Nothing much. It was too oppressive over there, so we came out for a breath of fresh air." Zheng Ning casually fabricated an excuse. "I see." Maggie nodded, then caught sight of Amy's flushed cheeks, instantly comprehending what had transpired between them. For some inexplicable reason, she felt a twinge of discomfort. Nevertheless, she chose to remain silent. After all, she was not tied to either of them. "Maggie, where are you headed on horseback?" Zheng Ning inquired curiously. "Huh? What?" "I asked where you were going on horseback," Zheng Ning reiterated with a hint of exasperation. "Oh, I'm on patrol. Occasionally, zombies appear nearby, and I must ensure they do not approach the farm." Maggie replied, regaining her focus. "Are you alone?" "What? Do you underestimate me? My combat prowess is quite formidable." Maggie swiftly drew the hunting rifle from her saddle, executing a dazzling display. "Since the apocalypse began, I must have dispatched dozens of zombies." "Impressive." Zheng Ning marveled at Maggie's bold demeanor. "Humph." Upon hearing Zheng Ning's praise, Maggie proudly huffed. After exchanging a few more words, she mounted her horse and continued her patrol. "When did you become so familiar with her?" Amy inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Today," Zheng Ning replied with a smile, recounting the day's encounters as he walked alongside Amy toward the farm. As night fell, the group gradually drifted into slumber, oblivious to a shadow stealthily slipping into Zheng Ning's quarters. That night was destined to be extraordinary. With dawn's arrival, the sun ascended slowly, casting a golden hue over the fields. Zheng Ning awakened in his room, glancing at the small cat sleeping beside him. He gently rubbed her head to rouse her. "Zheng Ning, don't come back. I'm so tired. Let me sleep," Amy murmured in her dreams. Evidently, the girl had transitioned into a woman overnight, and thanks to the formidable regenerative abilities of her bloodline, she had managed to engage Zheng Ning until the late hours. Fortunately, Zheng Ning had spent the night in a camper van he found on the road, isolated from the others. The van's excellent soundproofing ensured that the previous night's sounds did not attract attention. "Get up already, or the sun will be shining on your backside." Zheng Ning playfully tapped her rear. "Ah." Amy sprang up, suddenly aware of her nakedness, and hastily wrapped herself in a blanket. "Don't look, you rogue." "Haha. I already saw everything last night." Zheng Ning laughed. After both had dressed and tidied up, Amy hurried back to her tent, her modesty preventing her from wanting anyone to know about her relationship with Zheng Ning. Following breakfast, Zheng Ning convened a meeting to formally set out on an exploration of the prison. As for Amy, Andrea had, of course, expressed her disapproval, but she was delighted to learn about her sister's connection with Zheng Ning. How did she find out? It was impossible for the young Amy to conceal anything from the experienced Andrea. "This exploration task will include myself, Sean, Daryl, Dixon, and Morgan. Rick, you stay here to keep Carl company. He needs your presence," Zheng Ning declared. However, Rick seemed poised to voice an objection. "All right, it's settled," Zheng Ning interrupted decisively. Reluctantly, Rick acquiesced, his gratitude for the group deepening. The five of them then set off in a vehicle towards the prison marked on the map. After a journey of a full half hour, they finally arrived at the daunting facility. "Damn, this cursed place was hard to find," Dixon grumbled. "Well, isn't it true that one reaps what one sows?" Zheng Ning replied with a smile. The other four looked at the imposing prison and burst into laughter. The walls, distant from the city, coupled with an abundance of sustenance, create an idyllic sanctuary. Subsequently, the group gathered around the prison to inspect it. It appeared to have succumbed to an invasion, teeming with a considerable number of zombies within. Morgan gazed down at the prison, observing the dense throng of the undead behind the bars, his brow furrowing in concern. "What is there to fear? With the leader here, no matter how many zombies there are, they are merely offering themselves up," bellowed Dixon. "Though Zheng Ning is formidable, we must not let our guard down," Sean retorted. Daryl remained silent, calmly cradling his crossbow, ready for action. "Let us cleanse this place," Zheng Ning stated, drawing forth his Nepalese knife. The others likewise brandished their weapons and proceeded to cut through the barbed wire to enter. Under Zheng Ning's leadership, even with just 5 individuals, they were confident in their ability to eradicate the zombies within the prison. The zombies, sensing the presence of prey, began to sway and move towards the group. Without hesitation, Zheng Ning charged forward, his blade slicing through the air with precision. In one swift motion, he decapitated several zombies, continuing to cleave through them as if they were mere vegetables, causing rows of the undead to topple. "Ha! Our leader Zheng Ning is simply exceptional. Following him, we shall feast thrice in 3 days." Dixon laughed heartily, relentlessly striking the zombies with his machete. Daryl wielded a shovel, delivering blows to the undead. while Sean swung a fire axe, shattering their skulls. Morgan, the master of the staff, swung his iron rod, toppling one zombie after another. In no time, the five had cleared the playground of zombies and set their sights on the prison's inner courtyard. Wait, there may be more than just zombies inside. We should arm ourselves with firearms. Zheng Ning cautioned as Sean and the others prepared to enter with their melee weapons. Zheng Ning, are you suggesting there might still be living people inside? Sean asked, perplexed. Indeed. The only individuals confined here are likely criminals. We must remain vigilant. Zheng Ning replied earnestly. The group then armed themselves with firearms, and Zheng Ning summoned an automatic rifle from his inventory, carefully opening the gate and stepping inside. Engaging zombies in such a confined space is perilous, as it hinders the use of terrain to block their advances, making it easy to be surrounded. Everyone understood the implications of being encircled and thus remained alert, cautiously prepared for any zombies that might appear. Chapter 25. Delving deeper, stay vigilant. Zombies may appear at any moment, Zheng Ning declared, gripping his Nepalese knife with seriousness. Understood. The other four responded earnestly. In seamless coordination, they gradually advanced, soon clearing the zombies from the entrance of the inner courtyard. As they opened the second gate, dozens more zombies emerged, led by two police zombies clad in riot gear. Shuffling towards the five, Dixon wasted no time, brandishing his machete as he charged at the police zombie. Clang! To his surprise, the blade struck the helmet, ricocheting and leaving Dixon momentarily dazed. Damn, this thing is tougher than I thought. He cursed. Step aside. Let me handle this, Zheng Ning remarked coolly, swinging his Nepalese knife with force. Thud! The protective visor of the zombie's helmet shattered instantly, and with a swift counterstrike, Zheng Ning severed the creature's head, sending it tumbling to the ground. Boss, just how strong are you? Dixon asked, astonished by Zheng Ning's incredible display. I could lift you with one hand. Zheng Ning replied matter-of-factly. Though Dixon was tall and robust, his weight could hardly reach 600 kilograms. Lifting him would be as effortless as picking up a chick. Employing the same technique, Zheng Ning dispatched another bomb-resistant zombie. Once the two formidable foes were dealt with, he continued to wield his military knife, followed closely by the others. In under 2 minutes, they eradicated all the zombies in the courtyard. With the courtyard cleared, it was time to address the rooms. Today, we must eliminate every unsafe element in this prison, not just the zombies, Zheng Ning stated calmly. His tone, however, carried an unmistakable resolve and murderous intent. Yet, all understood it was a necessity for survival, leaving no room for dissent. Seeing no objections from his companions, Zheng Ning nodded in satisfaction. Among those he had chosen, there were none like Old Dale, the idealist. Even Morgan, typically a paragon of compassion in later stages, remained a rational being, untouched by the trials of the original world or the manipulations of that old trickster. With a soft click, Zheng Ning slowly opened the door. Tension hung in the air as they peered inside, wary of lurking zombies, only to find an unsettling silence. The room was in disarray, clearly the aftermath of a violent encounter. Unbelievable, not a single zombie in sight. Dixon grumbled, dissatisfied. Don't let your guard down. There may be hordes lurking in other rooms, Daryl warned gravely. Ha ha ha. Daryl, you're lecturing me now? Dixon laughed heartily, ignoring the banter of the two brothers. Zheng Ning made his way upstairs to the duty room, retrieving the cell keys from the headless zombie's corpse. He then proceeded to inspect the second-floor S cells, ultimately discovering only 2 zombies, which were easily dispatched by the group. This is bizarre, such a large prison, yet so few zombies? Dixon questioned, perplexed. As the saying goes, anomalies often herald danger, prompting the group to heighten their vigilance. In the original world, Rick's team had spent days clearing the entire prison at the cost of several members. Now, although their numbers were fewer, the presence of Zheng Ning, a veritable anomaly, significantly accelerated their progress. The group continued their advance towards the other cells. Zheng Ning's objective was clear. Not a single zombie should remain in any cell or on any surface. They traversed the pitch-black corridor, meticulously inspecting each cell, and dispatched any zombies lying on the ground with a swift strike. To their dismay, the number of zombies within the cells was alarmingly scant, which only heightened the unease among the group, as they feared a zombie might leap out from any shadowy corner. If there were no zombies in the cells, where could they be? Naturally, outside the cells. As they rounded a corner, they were confronted by a dense throng of zombies. The creatures, startled by the beam of the flashlight, shrieked and charged towards the group. Leave these zombies to me. You focus on providing cover with your firearms, Zheng Ning commanded. In such a confined space, he preferred to rely on his own capabilities rather than burden others. Understood. The others replied, each gripping their weapons, vigilantly watching the approaching zombies. ready to fire should Zheng Ning find himself surrounded. Zheng Ning leapt forward, delivering a powerful kick to the foremost zombie. With a resounding thud, the creature was sent hurtling back into the mass of its kin, toppling a significant number of them and creating an obstruction that momentarily halted the advance of the horde. Seizing this opportunity, Zheng Ning rushed in, brandishing his military knife with fervor. With each slash, the zombies fell before him, their heads severed with ease. Occasionally, a few would manage to reach him, only to be met with a swift kick, their bodies further serving as impediments to their fellow zombies. "Ha ha! Our leader is simply incredible," exclaimed Dixon with a hearty laugh. "Indeed, he hardly needs our assistance." Sean sighed, lowering his firearm. Before long, the ground around Zheng Ning was littered with the fallen. With a final thrust, he dispatched the last zombie, declaring, "Let us proceed." "Yes," the others responded. They swiftly arrived at a set of double doors, leading to the prison's cafeteria, which housed a substantial stockpile of food, sufficient to sustain the group for an entire year. Hence, securing this area was of utmost importance. Zheng Ning forcefully swung open the doors, while his companions aimed their weapons towards the interior. To their astonishment, there were no zombies present. Instead, they found themselves in a vast room where several individuals clad in prison garb were pressed against the glass. Their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief as they stared at Zheng Ning and his companions. Upon seeing them, a glint of malice flickered in Zheng Ning's eyes. For their own safety, certain individuals could not be allowed to remain. The prisoners slowly stepped forward. "Do not approach any further. Remain where you are," Daryl shouted, aiming his crossbow at the advancing figures. "Who are you? Are you military personnel?" inquired the lead prisoner, sporting a goatee. Zheng Ning and his companions did not respond. They merely aimed their weapons at the group. Any hint of resistance would be met with immediate gunfire. Faced with the ominous muzzles of Zheng Ning's guns, the prisoners dared not move, raising their hands in surrender. The bearded man at the forefront inquired once more, "Who are you? Are you here to save us?" "Neither," Zheng Ning replied coolly. "The people outside are all dead. Do not harbor any hopes of rescue." Contemplating the pretext for opening fire, an idea suddenly struck him. "You are the inmates here, are you not? What circumstances led to your confinement?" Zheng Ning took a few steps forward, halting before the 5 men. In response, the bearded man, with a flicker of caution in his eyes, replied, "A guard locked us up here, ordered us to stay, and even provided us with a firearm." He then drew a handgun from his waist and aimed it at Zheng Ning. The room was immediately filled with the deafening sound of gunfire. Zheng Ning's automatic rifle unleashed a torrent of bullets, striking the bearded man with multiple wounds. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Zheng Ning, seemingly wishing to utter something, yet he could only succumb to the ground in defeat. The sudden gunfire startled the remaining prisoners, who screamed in terror and rushed toward the exit. "Stop right there," Zheng Ning warned, firing several rounds into the ceiling. At his command, the prisoners collapsed to the floor, paralyzed by fear. "Find them a cell and separate them. We will deal with the rest once we have finished our cleanup," Zheng Ning instructed Dixon. "Understood, boss," Dixon replied with a grin. However, Daryl furrowed his brow and questioned, "Zheng Ning, why did you fire? Were we not in conversation?" Seeing the doubt in Daryl's eyes, a glimmer of realization crossed Zheng Ning's. It appeared that Daryl was merely feigning submission. "Daryl, how dare you question the boss? Did you not see that the prisoner had aimed a gun at him? Had he not acted swiftly, it could have been our demise." Before Zheng Ning could respond, Dixon interjected vehemently, "Indeed, I saw that prisoner aiming at us as well," echoed Sean and Morgan. Without elaborating, Zheng Ning seized the handgun, pointed it at the ceiling, and pulled the trigger. The gun emitted a sharp report. He then tossed the firearm to Daryl, stating, "These individuals have likely harbored intentions to eliminate us from the very beginning." Zheng Ning felt a twinge of regret as Daryl's embarrassment was palpable. "It's all right." Zheng Ning approached Daryl, patting him on the shoulder and saying, "Daryl, I understand your earlier doubts stem from a reluctance to kill without cause. However, I implore you to grasp this. We are partners, and all my actions are aimed at ensuring our survival." Seizing the moment, Zheng Ning delivered a persuasive discourse, further deepening Daryl's feelings of guilt. After instructing Dixon and Daryl to confine the remaining 4 individuals, Zheng Ning turned to Sean and remarked, "There should be a database here. Please search for it and ascertain the reasons these 5 were imprisoned. Then, interrogate them to determine the veracity of their statements. What do you intend to do with them? Are you planning to expel them all from the prison?" Sean inquired, perplexed. "Releasing them is out of the question. These individuals are well acquainted with the prison. If we set them free, their resentment could lead to retaliation, causing us significant trouble, such as cutting the wire fence and unleashing zombies upon us," Zheng Ning replied.
Sean mimicked a throat-slitting gesture. Let us first examine their files. If they are incarcerated for heinous crimes, then execution is warranted. Conversely, if their offenses are minor, such as theft, we shall detain them for observation, assessing their character to determine their eligibility for our group. Are you considering recruiting them? Zheng Ning acknowledged, indeed. In this harsh post-apocalyptic world, population equates to resources and labor. Thus, our team must expand, ultimately establishing a settlement of thousands, which might pave the way for the restoration of human civilization. He confessed, unabashedly revealing his ambitions. Both Sean and Morgan were taken aback by Zheng Ning's aspirations, followed by a profound admiration. While they pondered mere survival, Zheng Ning had already envisioned the establishment of a settlement and the reconstruction of human civilization, a testament to his leadership prowess. The group subsequently scoured the cafeteria, discovering a warehouse-like area brimming with a variety of food supplies. A cursory examination revealed that these provisions could sustain their current team for several years. This was hardly surprising, as Zheng Ning had led the group to this prison approximately 8 months ahead of time, allowing the food to remain largely untouched by the 5 prisoners. After an interval of time spent clearing the prison of all zombies, Zheng Ning prepared for their return journey. Before departing, he meticulously inspected the cells housing the prisoners. After tossing a few portions of food into their confines, he also threw in several zombies and bound their hands and feet. Should they attempt to escape, their demise would be inevitable. Though it was undeniably inhumane, Zheng Ning would never lower his guard against potential adversaries. After all, mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. In truth, Zheng Ning would have preferred a swift execution of the prisoners, but such an act would be untenable in a modern apocalyptic setting, where society could scarcely accept a leader who acted in such a brutal manner. Zheng Ning had never contemplated adopting a dominion akin to that of the saviors. On one hand, he found the likes of Negan utterly repugnant, and on the other, he simply did not embody such a persona. In essence, Zheng Ning was an ordinary individual endowed with a modicum of strength, possessing his own principles and boundaries. Beyond that, he led a rather carefree existence. To those he held in favorable regard, he would extend a helping hand, but to those who dared to infringe upon his limits, he would show no mercy in delivering swift retribution. After embarking on their journey for another half hour, Zheng Ning and his companions returned to Herschel's farm just before sunset. Dinner was once again a lavish feast, for several trucks were laden with provisions sufficient to last for months. Following the meal, Zheng Ning convened a meeting to summarize the day's accomplishments. Ladies and gentlemen, we have successfully cleared the prison of its undead, and we have discovered enough sustenance to last for several years. Preparations for our relocation can commence. Zheng Ning proclaimed. Wonderful. Hail to the captain. At last, we have found a sustainable refuge. Upon hearing Zheng Ning's announcement, the crowd erupted in cheers. Herschel, will you be accompanying us? Zheng Ning pondered before posing the question. We are truly grateful for your invitation, but we are quite content here. Herschel politely declined. Zheng Ning contemplated the response, deciding not to press the matter further, vowing to devise a plan later. Herschel's refusal cast a shadow over Maggie's countenance. Inexplicably, the thought of Zheng Ning's impending departure stirred a sense of reluctance within her. Sister, what troubles you? Beth inquired, observing her sister's unusual demeanor. Oh, it's nothing, Maggie replied, rising to leave. Sister is quite peculiar, Beth murmured. Chapter 27. Half a month the following day, at the break of dawn, Zheng Ning arose early, for today marked the beginning of their relocation. Due to Carl's severe injuries rendering him immobile, Rick and his wife decided to remain at Herschel's farm to care for him. As for Maggie, although she felt a twinge of sadness at Zheng Ning's departure, she lacked a valid excuse to voice her sentiments. After a brief breakfast, the farm's inhabitants emerged to bid farewell to the group. Although their time together had been brief, lasting less than 2 days, bonds had formed, and in this harrowing apocalypse, human connections seemed all the more precious. Before departing, Zheng Ning unexpectedly embraced Maggie, saying, "This farm is not safe. The prison we found has sturdy fencing. That is where true safety lies. I hope you can persuade Herschel to join us." Maggie, caught in the public gaze, blushed instantly and whispered, "Why did you do that?" "Because I worry about you," he replied. "Yes, I will try to convince my father." After arranging to return for Rick's family in half a month's time, Zheng Ning set forth with his grand convoy. As the team of Zheng Ning traversed the path yesterday, they had already cleared a significant number of the zombies along the roadside. Today, as the convoy passed through, the atmosphere was remarkably serene, allowing them to focus solely on driving. They soon arrived at the prison, which loomed large before them. Wow, is this going to be ours from now on? Hooray for the captain! Hooray for the captain! Hooray for the captain! Upon reaching the prison, the group disembarked, their excitement palpable as they beheld the vast expanse of the facility, erupting into jubilant cheers, which soon transformed into a unified chant of praise for their leader. Zheng Ning raised a hand for silence, and the group immediately complied, his authority within the ranks nearly absolute. He spoke, "Although we have cleared the zombies from this prison, the bodies remain. Only by removing those corpses can we truly claim this place as our own." "Yes," the group responded in unison. However, the task of clearing away the bodies was not one that could be completed in a single day. The team began selecting rooms, each carrying various supplies, and Zheng Ning chose a centrally located room adjacent to the sisters, Amy and her sibling. He could honestly assert that his choice was not motivated by a desire for clandestine meetings with Amy. It was purely coincidental. The group cheerfully set about preparing a meal, relishing a delightful lunch. After a 2.5-hour respite, they commenced the laborious task of removing the corpses, working diligently until dusk, having only completed a third of the task. After all, being a prison, it housed thousands, including inmates and staff, which translated to an equal number of bodies. The removed corpses were all transported to the playground, where they were incinerated to prevent any potential outbreaks of disease. Given the summer heat and the subpar medical conditions, an infection could be a matter of life and death. Fortunately, Zheng Ning and Amy, being of the Blood clan, had no such concerns, as their resistance to bacteria and viruses far exceeded that of ordinary humans. As night fell, Zheng Ning convened the final judgment for the 4 prisoners, with only a select few key fighters in attendance. Certain matters were best kept from the masses. Even in a peaceful modern society, hidden shadows lurked beneath the surface, let alone in a world where morality had crumbled. One of the prisoners, named Oscar, had completed his sentence, while the remaining 3 included 1 thief and 2 murderers, guilty of premeditated murder and sentenced to life imprisonment, condemned to never see the light of day again. Sean held a stack of documents and inquired, "What do you all think we should do?" Zheng Ning tapped on the table, addressing the assembly with a composed demeanor. "What is your take on this, Zheng Ning?" Sean asked. "Oscar and the thief, Tanny, do not pose significant risks, but the other 2 murderers cannot be left alive for the safety of the camp," Zheng Ning replied softly. Despite his calm tone, the latent menace was unmistakable to all present. "Wait a moment, Zheng Ning, you don't intend to kill them, do you?" Daryl frowned, concern etched across his face. Though Daryl may outwardly appear as a callous tough guy, he is, in truth, a person who exudes a cold exterior yet possesses a warm heart. As evident from the original narrative, when confronted with those who pose a threat to the team, he can be utterly unyielding, ruthlessly eliminating them without a hint of compassion. However, he finds it difficult to accept the current circumstances. The adversaries in question are merely perceived as dangerous. They have not yet manifested any intent to harm the group. To execute them under such conditions would render them no different from those depraved murderers. Speaking of danger, aside from infants, which human being is devoid of potential peril? Should they all then be eradicated? The expressions of the others began to shift subtly. "Boss," one spoke, "while I concur that these 2 dangerous individuals must not remain, executing them in such a manner seems rather unjust." At that moment, Dixon unexpectedly interjected, Zheng Ning gazed in astonishment at the burly Dixon, surprised by his newfound awareness. "I share that sentiment," Sean chimed in. "Let us present them with a trial. If they succeed, we may consider their acceptance. If they fail," Zheng Ning contemplated, realizing that since direct execution was unacceptable, he could not afford to be overly forceful. After all, the team had only recently formed, and such actions could easily lead to a loss of morale. Should the hearts of the members wane, the cohesion of the group would falter. Subsequently, Zheng Ning orchestrated a plan for Sean and Dixon to feign dissatisfaction towards him, stealthily releasing the 4 prisoners under the cover of night, while secretly monitoring any potential retaliation. As Zheng Ning had surmised, Oscar and Tanny were not severe criminals, having witnessed the prowess of Zheng Ning and his companions. They lacked the audacity to oppose the team and remained obediently in their cells. The other 2 murderers, however, decisively fled, intending to sever the wire of the fence to unleash zombies upon Zheng Ning and his comrades. In such a scenario, Brother Crossbow felt no moral burden and promptly dispatched the 2 with his crossbow. With this minor nuisance resolved, tranquility returned to the camp, granting everyone a rare opportunity to enjoy a period of respite. Daytime duties involved the transport of corpses, while evenings were filled with various gatherings, fostering a sense of contentment. It took an additional 3 days to clear the bodies, after which the entire prison rightfully belonged to the team. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, under Zheng Ning's leadership, the prison flourished, resources became increasingly abundant, and renovations commenced. As a citizen of Huagua, anticipating potential threats had become second nature to Zheng Ning. One day, while he luxuriated in the soothing massage provided by Amy, the intercom in his bag, meant to contact Rick, suddenly buzzed to life. Beep, beep, beep. Push harder. Is this the place? Yes, yes, yes. Apply more pressure. Do not misunderstand. This is not inappropriate for children. It is merely Amy assisting Zheng Ning with his massage. Over the past month, Zheng Ning had been living in utmost comfort, enveloped in the warmth of Amy's gentle care. As for work, all management responsibilities were entrusted to Sean, with even Rick, who remained at Herschel's farm, working remotely to assist Zheng Ning in handling various matters. The combat and defense tasks were solely assigned to the Dixon brothers, Daryl and his sibling. Zheng Ning established a combat team and a search team, appointing Dixon and Daryl as the respective team leaders. It was a Herculean task for the impatient Dixon to instruct the ineffectual and the undead in the art of battle, leading him to voice his grievances to Zheng Ning more than once, though his complaints were consistently suppressed. Naturally, the most critical endeavor was the research into the virus serum, a matter Zheng Ning had not overlooked. He meticulously sought out a secluded yet spacious cell, liberating all the equipment taken from the Centers for Disease Control from the confines of the system space. This cell was transformed into a rudimentary research laboratory, allowing Dr. Jenner to continue his work. Armed with the blood samples provided by Zheng Ning, he brimmed with confidence, resolutely determined to create the virus serum. Though the likelihood of success remained uncertain, there was no need for concern regarding the power supply. The CDC housed some of the world's most perilous viruses. Thus, the issue of unexpected power outages had been anticipated. Zheng Ning had prepared over a dozen solar panels, all of which were also stored in the system space. After merely a day of sunlight, the solar panels could generate sufficient energy to power the research equipment, even providing additional lighting for other cells. With all immediate tasks delegated, Zheng Ning felt an immense sense of ease. As a competent leader, he recognized the importance of making pivotal decisions while entrusting the remainder to capable individuals. He had no desire to emulate Zhuge Liang, who shouldered every responsibility and ultimately succumbed to exhaustion. Although the workload was trivial for Zheng Ning, who possessed the bloodline of a vampire, he intended to savor the experience. Beep, beep, beep. That night, the walkie-talkie in his bag, used to contact Rick, suddenly crackled to life. Hello, Rick, what is it? Zheng Ning answered casually. Zheng Ning, a horde of zombies is converging towards the farm. We cannot evacuate in time and require your assistance. Rick stated gravely from the other end. What? Are you all right? Is anyone injured? Zheng Ning sprang to his feet, inquiring urgently. The mention of Rick's words conjured the image of a girl riding on horseback, striking and poised. Zheng Ning, thank you for your concern. None of us have been injured. Rick replied appreciatively, believing Zheng Ning was inquiring about him and his family. Phew, that's a relief. What is the current situation? Zheng Ning sighed in relief and asked. The horde is approximately a kilometer away from the farm and is close to encircling it. Rick replied anxiously. He was not reluctant to evacuate, but time was against them. Carl was still injured and unable to move vigorously, and Herschel adamantly refused to leave the farm. After several attempts to maneuver the situation, it was evident that there was no time left. You must hold on. I will be there momentarily, Zheng Ning decisively responded. After disconnecting the intercom, Zheng Ning summoned Daryl and Dixon. The urgency of the mission necessitated a minimal team. Had it not been for the fear of unforeseen circumstances and the inadequacy of personnel on their side, Zheng Ning would have embarked alone. Initially, Sean was concerned about Rick's family and wished to accompany them, but he was persuaded by Zheng Ning, who emphasized the need for a leader to remain at the camp. The three men sped towards the farm in a jeep, disregarding any notions of safety, completing a journey that would typically take over half an hour in just a little over 10 minutes. Upon their arrival at the farm, they were met with a horde of zombies surrounding the premises, their incessant howls echoing as they surged towards the house. Bang, bang, bang. Rick and the others were crowded at the front door, relentlessly firing their weapons at the approaching undead. To provide protection for Rick and his group, Zheng Ning had left behind 6 firearms and several hundred rounds of ammunition. Despite Herschel's vehement objections, he ultimately acquiesced when Rick assured him that they would not resort to using firearms unless absolutely necessary. Hold on. I have already called for help from Zheng Ning and the others. They will be here to rescue us soon. Rick shouted to bolster morale. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. If it weren't for my stubbornness, we wouldn't be in such a perilous situation. Herschel lamented. Dad, now is not the time for that. We need to focus on getting out first. Maggie, armed with a shotgun, dispatched a nearby zombie with a blast, offering words of comfort to Herschel. Maggie's right. Even the usually taciturn Otis chimed in to provide solace. Meanwhile, Zheng Ning and his companions were taken aback by the sheer number of zombies before them. There must have been thousands, all having emerged from the city, where millions of undead roamed. The mere presence of a fraction of them was a terrifying nightmare for the living. Had Rick and his group possessed a means to barricade against the zombies, Zheng Ning would have already taken his sword to these monsters, but time was of the essence, and efficiency was lacking. By the time he could dispatch the zombies, Rick's group might already be overrun. Zheng Ning, what should we do? Daryl asked anxiously. Don't rush me. Let me think. Zheng Ning pondered. He then searched within the system space and discovered several barrels of gasoline tucked away in a corner, prepared to prevent their vehicle from running out of fuel on the road. Instantly, he recalled that in the original story, Rick had managed to eliminate a vast swarm of zombies through fire, thus an idea sparked in his mind. Zheng Ning instructed the others to exit the vehicle and proceeded to pour all the gasoline from the system onto the Jeep. Boss, what are you doing? Dixon inquired, puzzled. Daryl, however, quickly grasped Zheng Ning's intention, stating, Zheng Ning, are you planning to attract all those zombies with the noise from the explosion? Precisely. Zombies primarily discern their surroundings through smell and sound. As long as I create sufficient noise, I can undoubtedly draw them all in. What, are you afraid? Zheng Ning chuckled. Afraid? Huh. The word fear does not exist in my dictionary, declared Dixon with a hearty laugh. Daryl remained silent, merely polishing the shotgun slung over his shoulder. In the face of such a vast horde, his favored crossbow was rendered useless. Heh, then let us commence. Zheng Ning smiled, producing a lighter to ignite a gasoline-soaked Jeep, which he then hurled towards it. Boom. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, flames soaring skyward. Roar. The horde of zombies that had surrounded the farmhouse was immediately attracted, swaying as they surged towards the direction of the blast. Chapter 29. The New Bloodline Boom. Roar. The thunderous sound of the car explosion instantly captured the attention of all the zombies, who staggered and rushed towards the explosion. What is happening? Maggie inquired, perplexed. It's Zheng Ning. They have arrived. Rick exclaimed excitedly. Clearly, they have orchestrated this explosion to divert all the zombies. With so many zombies, will they be all right? Maggie voiced her concern. You may not know, but Zheng Ning is extraordinarily capable. Last time, armed with merely a knife, he single-handedly dispatched over 1,000 zombies in just 10 minutes. Rick explained. What? The others gasped in astonishment. Is this something a mere human can achieve? Beside them, Maggie recalled Zheng Ning claiming to be a vampire who had lived for centuries, and her heart began to ease. We must make haste to depart. The zombies may return. Rick urged, turning to Herschel. Herschel, this place is no longer safe. If you wish to spare your family from harm, it would be wise to accompany us. I understand. Herschel paused, his gaze sorrowfully lingering on the farm he had nurtured for a lifetime before ultimately making his decision. Rick and Otis returned to the room to lift the immobile Carl into a vehicle, while the others hastily boarded as well. Rick swiftly started the car and left the farm. However, due to their proximity, Zheng Ning and his companions had barely managed to flee when they were surrounded by a sea of zombies. Ha ha ha. Surrounded once again. It seems today shall be a day of slaughter. Dixon laughed heartily, showing no sign of fear. Bang. Without a word, Daryl fired the shotgun in his hands, blowing the head off the foremost zombie. Zheng Ning appeared remarkably at ease. For someone of his physical prowess, escaping was a trivial matter, and the zombie virus posed no threat to him. Even if bitten, he felt no concern. However, Daryl and Dixon faced a different predicament. No matter how strong they were still mere mortals, fearful of the zombie virus. A single bite would spell their doom. Daryl, Dixon, have you considered my previous proposition? Would you like to become vampires? Zheng Ning inquired suddenly. Several days ago, in an effort to bolster the strength of his team, Zheng Ning revealed his vampiric identity to his two companions and inquired whether they wished to undergo the transformation into vampires. The brothers were not particularly astonished. After all, Zheng Ning's extraordinary abilities were hardly those of a typical human. Initially, they had speculated that it might be some form of mysterious martial arts from Huagua, but they were taken aback to discover that Zheng Ning was, in fact, a legendary vampire. Dixon, without any reservations, was eager to accept the offer on the spot, but was halted by Daryl, who expressed the need to contemplate the decision for a few days. Vampires, throughout Western lore, have consistently appeared as antagonists, and within Christianity, they are unequivocally depicted as malevolent figures. Although Daryl was not religious, the pervasive influence of such an atmosphere had instilled in him a natural aversion to vampires. Not only Daryl, but aside from a few humans who idolized vampires, such as the harbingers and carefree individuals like Dixon, The majority of Westerners harbored a fear of such dark creatures. Boss, I've made my decision. Transform me into a vampire at once. I can hardly wait. Dixon exclaimed. Forget about faith and tradition. In my view, becoming stronger and surviving is of utmost importance. Well then, and you, Daryl? Zheng Ning inquired, nodding with satisfaction. This time, Daryl did not hesitate. He was indifferent to such matters and promptly nodded in agreement. I am willing as well. Zheng Ning smiled contentedly, recognizing that only these two brothers were worthy of his precious blood to be transformed into the bloodkin. Others like Sean and Rick, despite their considerable skills, could never be expected to remain loyal to him. As for the remaining team members, there was no necessity for their transformation. Amy was an exception. Why not treat his woman a little better? Without further ado, Zheng Ning sliced open his finger and summoned 2 droplets of his essence, urging the two to drink. After expelling his blood, Zheng Ning could distinctly feel a slight weakness, though it was not significant. 1 drop of his essence equated to several dozen drops of ordinary blood. Thus, by conjuring 2 droplets, he had effectively lost several hundred cc of blood, leading to his momentary frailty. This weakness was primarily due to the current low level of his vampiric lineage. Once Zheng Ning elevated his vampiric bloodline to a higher tier, such concerns would dissipate, and he could potentially cultivate an entire race, becoming the true progenitor of the bloodkin. Without hesitation, Daryl and Dixon drank the crimson liquid before them. Almost instantly, a strange red light flickered in their eyes, their mouths widened as sharp fangs emerged, and the once weathered countenances of the two transformed into youthful visages. Even Dixon's bald head sprouted hair anew. Ha, power. I can feel the power surging within me. I have become so formidable. Dixon exulted in his newfound strength, laughing with wild delight. Daryl, while not as exuberant as Dixon, bore a look of astonishment, realizing that the transformation had significantly enhanced his abilities, making him at least 50% stronger than before. In the realm of practical combat, he felt capable of defeating 10 of his former selves. This was merely the beginning of his transformation, with further enhancements anticipated until he reached half of Zheng Ning's current physical prowess. Theoretically, the progeny of the bloodline could inherit half of Zheng Ning's strength, though in practice, it varied from person to person. Take a moment to acclimate, for soon we shall eradicate this horde of undead. Leaving them be would only invite calamity. Moreover, the zombie virus has no effect on you. Transformed into bloodkin. Zheng Ning reminded. Does that mean I need no longer tread cautiously? Huh, how exhilarating. Dixon laughed heartily. However, should you sustain a blow to the head or heart, even a vampire would meet their demise, so do exercise caution. Zheng Ning replied, exasperated. After sharing some attributes of the bloodkin with the two, he retrieved a Nepali kukri from the system's space. This kukri had dispatched thousands of zombies without sustaining any damage, a testament to its construction from a special alloy. Had it been an ordinary weapon, such as a Tang sword, it would have long since dulled or even shattered. A reliable weapon plays a crucial role in battle, intensifying Zheng Ning's desire to exchange for a superior one, ideally a legendary blade like the demon sword Niramesa or the magic blade Xianxia. Though such aspirations would require a substantial amount of source points. Chapter 31. The August plan. After vanquishing the horde, Zheng Ning led Rick and the others back to the prison. My goodness, what a splendid place. Rick exclaimed upon seeing the imposing walls and barbed wire fences of the prison. The farm inhabitants were equally astonished. Compared to the farm, this was akin to heaven and earth. Look, it's the captain and his crew returning. A lookout on the watchtower spotted Zheng Ning's vehicle and promptly informed the camp. The captain has brought Rick and the others back. Long live the captain. Following the captain means 3 meals a day. The crowd erupted in cheers upon seeing Zheng Ning and his companions. Hearing the jubilant shouts, Zheng Ning smiled with satisfaction. The god-making plan had proven immensely successful. Zheng Ning aimed to establish absolute authority within the team, ensuring complete control over their ranks. Rick, are you all right? Carl, how is he? Sean inquired anxiously as soon as he emerged, his concern for Carl genuine, even after letting go of his feelings for Lori. Carl is fine. He*s in the vehicle. Rick's expression grew subtly complex, sensing that Sean seemed more like Carl's father, while he himself felt superfluous. Phew, that's a relief. Sean exhaled deeply. The group then proceeded to drive their convoy inside. 3 days swiftly passed. During this time, the inhabitants of the farm adapted rapidly to life within the prison. The original team, augmented by the individuals from the farm, now comprised over 40 members. The prison, capable of accommodating thousands, felt far from overcrowded. At this juncture, the prison had begun to take shape as a substantial sanctuary for survivors. boasting a cafeteria brimming with ample provisions and an arsenal filled with an abundance of firearms and ammunition. The surrounding walls and fences provided formidable protection for all within. On this day, the camp convened for its regular tri-weekly meeting, primarily to deliberate on how to further enhance the camp's development. Initially, the two deputy leaders reported on the recent progress within the camp, followed by updates from various heads of departments regarding their respective responsibilities, culminating in a summary from Captain Zheng Ning. Recently, the reconnaissance team discovered a supermarket on 13th Street, still stocked with a wealth of supplies. We dedicated 3 days to transporting all the resources from that supermarket, reported Sean, holding a stack of documents. Excellent. The more supplies, the better. While the apocalypse has only recently begun, and the food remains unspoiled, we must gather as much as we can, Zheng Ning responded with a smile. The combat team has been training for over half a month. What is the current status? Zheng Ning inquired, turning to Dixon, who was responsible for training the squad members in combat. Haha, don't worry, boss. Although that group of novices was initially quite weak, under my guidance and training, they can now confront zombies head-on. Just yesterday, I led them to eliminate several approaching zombies near the camp. Dixon exclaimed with hearty laughter. Though he had initially been reluctant to train such inexperienced individuals, the trust and responsibility placed upon him by his superiors spurred him to live up to that confidence. Very good. Zheng Ning nodded in satisfaction. By the way, Dr. Jenner, what progress has been made on the viral serum? Zheng Ning paused, addressing Dr. Jenner, who stood nearby clad in a lab coat. Scientific research does not progress swiftly. However, I have found inspiration, and within a few months, I am certain we will achieve results. Dr. Jenner replied. Well then, do your best. The sooner the viral serum is completed, the better. Zheng Ning acknowledged with a nod of understanding. Once all reports were concluded, Zheng Ning produced a document emblazoned with a prominent heading, Development Plan for the coming 8 months. This was the culmination of Zheng Ning's deep contemplation over the past fortnight. The August Plan, as it was aptly named, aimed to undertake a monumental transformation of the prison over the next 8 months, spanning more than 200 days. The complexities of this transformation were extensive, and Zheng Ning meticulously outlined every thought that came to mind. This included the establishment of laboratories, reinforcement of the walls, construction of watchtowers and fortified towers, renovation of living quarters, and the implementation of power and water recycling systems, alongside crop cultivation and livestock rearing. The ultimate goal was to comprehensively develop the prison into a grand haven for survivors. Concurrently, numerous external operations were necessary, beginning with the recruitment of survivors, followed by the procurement of food, firearms and ammunition, and building materials. Everything that could be gathered must be brought back. As the crowd gazed upon the meticulously crafted plan, they were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that their captain would consider every detail so thoroughly. Clearly, the captain's assertion of establishing a gathering place for tens of thousands and rebuilding human civilization was not merely idle talk. Although Zheng Ning had inscribed everything he could conceive, numerous inadequacies still lingered. Ultimately, through the collective efforts of all, the plan was completed. All right, everyone. Let us now embark on the reconstruction of our homeland according to this plan, Zheng Ning proclaimed, raising the document high. Rebuild our homeland. Rebuild our homeland. Rebuild our homeland. The fervor of Zheng Ning's enthusiasm swept through the crowd, prompting them to echo his rallying cry. Rick, he is an exceptional captain, Sean remarked with a smile directed at Rick. Indeed, I have a feeling that under his leadership, we may truly restore civilization. Rick replied earnestly. The two exchanged smiles, silently vowing to support Zheng Ning wholeheartedly. Time, like a fleeting horse, sped by, and in the blink of an eye, 8 months had passed. In Zheng Ning's chamber, an unusual sound emanated from within. Be gentle. Oh, my apologies. The peculiar sounds continued for half an hour before gradually subsiding. Why have you come to see me today? Shouldn't you be with your little Amy? Maggie whispered softly, nestled in Zheng Ning's embrace. Amy is visiting relatives today, Zheng Ning replied without a moment's thought. Humph, so I am merely a stand-in. Men truly are all the same, Maggie retorted, her irritation flaring as her hand found its way to Zheng Ning's waist. Zheng Ning could only manage a strained smile. Over the past 8 months, he had thoroughly enjoyed the affections of Maggie, while alternating his company between her and Amy, relishing a most delightful existence. Am I a scoundrel? Such matters are consensual and cannot be deemed as such. Furthermore, in this post-apocalyptic world, the morals of the old world are long obsolete. True happiness lies in the joy of all. Chapter 32. The fallen aircraft. In these 8 months, the gathering place underwent substantial development. In terms of numbers, Through the relentless efforts of the scouting teams and the voluntary contributions from other survivors, the population of the settlement had surpassed the significant milestone of 500. Of course, joining the settlement was not a straightforward endeavor. To prevent the influx of unsavory individuals who might tarnish the community, Zheng Ning and his companions established stringent admission criteria. Upon arrival, newcomers were required to answer 3 inquiries posed by the familiar Rick. Have you killed a zombie? Have you killed a person? Why did you kill? These questions encapsulated the intricate relationship between humanity and morality. Following this, there was an additional week of observation. Failure to meet expectations during this period would result in expulsion from the settlement. After the observation period, a series of both tangible and intangible trials ensue. Should even a hint of malevolence toward the Enclave surface, the incriminating evidence is often unveiled the very next day, leading to an unhesitating expulsion from the Enclave, often resulting in a clandestine execution. The inhabitants of the Enclave remain oblivious to the underlying reasons, merely hearing whispers of the captain possessing a unique squad dedicated to safeguarding the Enclave's security. This squad, of course, comprises Zheng Ning's bloodline guardians. As the population of the Enclave steadily increased, Zheng Ning discreetly sought out individuals of notable value, ultimately identifying over 30 individuals worthy of transformation into bloodkin. Under Zheng Ning's persuasion, these individuals willingly accepted his initial embrace, becoming his progeny of the bloodline. The newly born bloodkin, comprising both men and women, were divided into 3 small teams, each consisting of 10 members, led by Daryl, Dixon, and a woman named Catherine, all responding solely to Zheng Ning's commands. Each possessed half of Zheng Ning's powers, with physical attributes, recovery abilities, and stamina far surpassing those of ordinary humans, particularly heightened perception, especially in the dark. The combat teams trained by Dixon were primarily responsible for guarding the Enclave, while this bloodline guard functioned more akin to covert operatives, executing various unsavory tasks. Those previously expelled from the Enclave ultimately met their demise at the hands of Zheng Ning's bloodline guardians. Zheng Ning understood while that mercy shown to enemies was cruelty inflicted upon oneself, no adversary could be spared. Throughout history, numerous idealists and villains have fallen victim to the same fate due to their failure to eradicate threats completely. As a traveler of the multiverse and the sole true deity of the future world, how could Zheng Ning possibly commit such a blunder? The infrastructure of the Enclave underwent significant development. Hailing from a nation renowned for its infrastructural prowess, Zheng Ning naturally embraced this tradition, dedicating efforts to extensive construction. The Enclave harbored no idle individuals. Life within demanded daily labor. Aside from essential personnel for combat and patrol, Zheng Ning directed the remaining workforce toward the transformation of the Enclave. After 8 months of diligent effort, the plans for laboratories, watchtowers, fortified towers, residential area renovations, electrical systems, water recycling systems, crop cultivation, and livestock farming had reached a preliminary scale, rendering the Enclave a well-ordered community. With the increase in population came a host of issues. In response, Zheng Ning established various institutions to facilitate better management. Though small, the Enclave boasted a complete array of administrative, supervisory, and legislative bodies in simplified forms. Ultimately, the greatest achievement of the Enclave over the past 8 months, the viral serum, was finally developed. However, this was merely the initial version. According to Dr. Jenner, this serum hardly qualifies as a prototype, falling astronomically short of the complete version. The efficacy of the serum is rather dismal. It fails to eradicate the relentless zombie virus outside, and even in cases where individuals have been bitten, it does not prevent their transformation into zombies. Its only accomplishment is to ensure that those who die from natural causes do not subsequently turn into the undead. Despite its shortcomings, this represents a significant breakthrough from nothing to something, especially considering that prior to obtaining Zheng Ning's blood sample, Dr. Jenner and his team toiled tirelessly for several months without any leads. Zheng Ning is quite satisfied with the progress made in merely 8 months. One must recognize that scientific research typically requires years, if not decades, to yield results, often consuming immense resources and manpower, with the possibility of ending in futility. The emergence of the serum alleviated one of Zheng Ning's major concerns. He has never feared the external threats posed by zombies or the likes of the governor and Negan. He is confident in his ability to eliminate any such threats. His primary concern lies with internal discord within the community. In the previous world, an outbreak of infection in a prison led to the deaths of numerous survivors, who subsequently turned into zombies and attacked the living. Under Zheng Ning's leadership, however, everything is progressing in a positive direction. The populace within the stronghold is filled with hope for the future, believing that their leader can guide them in rebuilding their homeland. Faced with a scarcity of resources, how should they be allocated? The fairest method would be to distribute them according to individual contributions, which would also serve to motivate everyone. On this day, Zheng Ning and Rick were deliberating on how to allocate the limited viral serum. Suddenly, Zheng Ning's walkie-talkie crackled to life. He quickly responded, "Captain, this is Daryl. We seem to have spotted a helicopter falling from the sky. Should we investigate?" Daryl's voice came through the device. "Copy that. You proceed to investigate while we make our way over. Also, exercise caution. If you encounter danger, prioritize your safety over the mission," Zheng Ning replied after a moment's thought. With a sigh, he ended the transmission, fully aware that the plot of the third season was commencing. The season opens with the crash of this helicopter, followed by the introduction of the despicable governor. A flicker of murderous intent crossed Zheng Ning's eyes at the thought of the governor. The likes of the governor, Negan, the cannibals of Terminus, the wolves, and the whisperers, he is resolved to eliminate them all, regardless of the consequences. Their descent into darkness is of no concern to him. He simply finds them intolerable. It is noteworthy that in the original world, Andrea was separated from Rick and his group, ultimately becoming entwined with the governor, which led to widespread disdain for her character among viewers. However, this is a departure from the source material, where Andrea is depicted as an indispensable asset to the team, a remarkable talent in her own right. However, Andrea has remained with the team and has even joined the search party led by Daryl, exhibiting remarkable performance. Recently, it has been rumored that she has grown quite close to Sean. Apart from Andrea, the character of Knife Girl from the original storyline also makes an appearance at this juncture, though it is uncertain if Knife Girl would still emerge without the presence of Andrea, who is gravely ill. Zheng Ning holds this talent in high regard. Surviving in this apocalyptic world with merely 2 knives speaks volumes of her exceptional capabilities. Chapter 33. Conflict. The site of the helicopter crash was not far from the gathering place, and Zheng Ning and Rick quickly reunited with Daryl's team. "Shall we go take a look?" Daryl suggested. "Yes, let's check it out. Perhaps there are still survivors." Zheng Ning nodded in agreement. After navigating through the woods for several minutes, the group soon spotted the helicopter in the distance, emitting thick black smoke. The aircraft was severely deformed, and the scene was chaotic. One soldier had been thrown out, leaving only half of his body, while 2 others remained inside the cabin. Daryl approached to investigate and discovered that one of them had already succumbed, while the pilot in the front seat was still conscious. "What should we do?" Daryl inquired. Although he wished to save the man, he was uncertain of his background, and rescuing him blindly could pose a threat to their gathering place. Zheng Ning stroked his chin in contemplation, then resolutely declared, "Let's bring him back first, and then inquire about his background." He instructed the team members to drag the severely injured pilot out and load him into the vehicle. Buzzing sounds suddenly interrupted their efforts, followed by the roar of engines. 2 vehicles emerged from the woods and halted before them. Zheng Ning and the others immediately became alert, raising their weapons. These must be the people sent by the governor, Zheng Ning thought to himself. Clattering sounds echoed as 5 or 6 armed individuals disembarked from the vehicles, each wielding firearms. Tension escalated as both parties faced each other. "Who are you?" Daryl asked cautiously. "Hey, friend, don't be alarmed. We mean no harm." The leader, a man with a small mustache, replied with an innocent demeanor. "Who are you?" Daryl pressed on, unfazed. "We're from a nearby camp. We happened to see the plane crash and came to see if we could salvage anything useful." The mustached man explained. "Happened to?" Zheng Ning thought with a cold smirk. The crash was undoubtedly connected to this group. "I'm sorry, but you're late. We discovered it first," Zheng Ning asserted. "Friend, it's tough for everyone in this apocalypse. Isn't it a bit excessive to think you can take everything for yourselves?" The mustached man frowned, his demeanor shifting. "So what do you propose?" Zheng Ning raised an eyebrow. Of course, we split it 50-50. "No, I refuse," Zheng Ning retorted with a cold laugh. "Damn it, don't push your luck." In an instant, the amiable demeanor of the man with the small mustache vanished, and with a commanding tone, he instructed his burly subordinates to draw their weapons, aiming them at Zheng Ning and his companions. Zheng Ning and his group, quick to react, pointed their own firearms in response. "Are you certain you wish to resort to violence?" Zheng Ning sneered. Upon noticing the weapons in Zheng Ning's hands, the small mustached man was drenched in cold sweat, gripped by trepidation. The numbers were decidedly in favor of the opposing side, and should a confrontation ensue, victory was far from assured for his group. "Ah, my friend, it appears there has been a misunderstanding. We no longer require this shipment. Might we be permitted to depart?" the man said with a sycophantic smile. Zheng Ning did not respond immediately, contemplating whether to annihilate them entirely. After a brief moment of reflection, he decided to spare them for the time being. Very well, he replied with a nonchalant nod. The small mustached man and his companions retreated cautiously, boarding their vehicle and vacating the scene. All right, Rick, please escort them back, Zheng Ning instructed Rick. And what about you? Rick inquired, puzzled. I have some personal matters to attend to. Understood. The group then divided into two factions. One led by Rick returned to the gathering place, while the other remained with Zheng Ning, comprising exclusively of his carefully selected bloodline guardians. Ancestor, what shall we do next? Emerged a short-haired, robust woman from the crowd, Catherine, one of Zheng Ning's chosen bloodline guardians. Locate the lair of those individuals from earlier and eliminate their leadership, Zheng Ning stated coldly. Although the governor held a significant position in the previous world, it was merely a minor role for Rick and the others. Now, endowed with absolute power, Zheng Ning had no desire to engage in trivial games. A swift execution was far more desirable. As for justification, was it truly necessary? After all, these actions would be executed in secrecy, shielded from the knowledge of those in the gathering place. The concept of democracy was merely a facade, a superficial guise to placate the masses. In this chaotic apocalypse, only under the guidance of the strong could there be hope for a future. As for democracy, it was merely a fleeting thought. Naturally, Zheng Ning would still attend to the necessary public relations. Matters that could not be disclosed would remain known only to the bloodline guardians, with even the two vice-captains, Sean and Rick, left in the dark. Yes, ancestor, Catherine replied coldly. The lives of the bloodline guardians rested in Zheng Ning's hands, and they were unwaveringly obedient to his command. Soon, Catherine, accompanied by 5 bloodline guardians, utilized their unique sensitivity to blood to track the whereabouts of the small mustached man and his crew. With 5 elite soldiers, fully equipped, it would be a simple task to decimate the governor's meager armed forces. Over the past 8 months, Zheng Ning had not merely focused on infrastructure. He had rigorously trained the bloodline guardians, employing various special forces training methods he had gathered online prior to his journey. Now, aside from lacking the professional experience of true special forces, the bloodline guardians surpassed them in nearly every other aspect. Woodbury Town. The convoy led by the mustached man returned here in disarray. The governor coldly fixed his gaze upon the mustached man and inquired, "You claim that your mission has failed?" The governor's indifferent demeanor sent a chill down the mustached man's spine, for he was acutely aware of the governor's true nature. Although he appeared amiable towards the survivors, he was, in fact, a merciless individual. Several of his brothers had met their demise for defying his orders, having been covertly eliminated by his men. Furthermore, those who had come to the town only to choose to leave were silently targeted by the governor's decree. It was revealed that Mi Xiong'an had detected something unusual about the town and opted to depart. Consequently, the governor dispatched Dixon and his men to silence them. Fortunately, Mi Xiong'an was a formidable warrior, managing to slay his pursuers instead. Boss, there's a reason for this. We encountered a group that had beaten us to the punch. They not only outnumbered us, but were also armed. We had no choice but to abandon our mission. The mustached man stammered in explanation. Oh, are there other survivors in the vicinity? Tell me more about their situation. The governor inquired with intrigue. Yes, there are a total of 11 individuals, led by an Asian man. The mustached man began to elaborate slowly. Chapter 34. Annihilation of the governor. From this, it seemed that the opposing side belonged to a substantial faction. Upon hearing the mustached man's report, the governor stroked his chin, pondering. Strange. I have not heard of any other factions in this area. Could they have recently arrived from another region? Boss, I heard that the prison in the XX region has been converted into a gathering place for survivors, amassing a large number of them. Perhaps they are from that group. The mustached man suddenly recalled a piece of information he had overheard outside. Why did you not mention such vital information sooner? The governor glared at the mustached man, clearly displeased. I thought it was merely a rumor. Enough. Dispatch someone immediately to investigate that prison. Yes, the governor mused internally, considering the wealth of resources that might be available there. If they cannot safeguard their possessions, then I shall take it upon myself to protect them. As night fell, darkness gradually enveloped the town. The entire settlement was shrouded in obscurity, with only sporadic lights flickering, compared to the myriad of lights before the apocalypse. This was unimaginable. Such was the norm in this desolate world. 95% of humanity had succumbed to the zombie plague, and the power stations, left unattended, lay in decay. After all, not every survivor enclave was as fortunate as the prison, which boasted solar panels and several gasoline and diesel generators rotating to produce power without any worries about energy supply. At the town's entrance, only 2 lackeys stood guard, their defense appearing feeble, a fact that was quite normal, given that the population of the town was merely over 70, with armed personnel numbering a mere 10 or so. Catherine, along with her assault team, swiftly located the site. Captain Catherine, shall we proceed to storm inside? A Blood Clan sentinel inquired. They recently conducted a thorough exploration of the town, becoming intimately familiar with its intricacies. In the shroud of night, the Blood Clan reigns supreme, their heightened senses allowing them to navigate effortlessly through the darkness. Their perception in the night surpasses that of humans by more than threefold. Be discreet. Do not harm the innocents. The progenitor's command is to eliminate those in the leadership. The common folk are invaluable resources. Commanded Catherine. Understood, responded the 5-member team in unison. Subsequently, Catherine and her companions commenced their operation. One of the Blood Clan's elite guardians, utilizing their agile form, effortlessly approached 2 patrolling henchmen and dispatched them. These guardians are unwaveringly loyal to Zheng Ning, devoid of any compassion. They show no mercy to their enemies and eliminate them without hesitation. Hey, brother. It's time to switch shifts. Soon, the armed personnel fell one by one, silently at the hands of the Blood Clan guardians. Those who became armed personnel were confidants of the governor, complicit in numerous acts of murder and theft. Few among them were innocent. Hence their inclusion in Zheng Ning's execution order. As for mistakenly killing someone, they could appeal to God. In a brightly lit room, the governor was discussing with his confidant how to eliminate the group imprisoned in the facility. He had no intention of occupying the place. Seizing resources was merely incidental. His sole desire was to eradicate the inmates, for he would not permit a second survival camp. Such was the repugnant nature of the governor. Philip, we have no quarrel with them. There's no need to provoke them, said a bespectacled man nearby. Milton, you are aware of today's events. They have taken what rightfully belongs to us, and we must settle this score. The governor explained matter-of-factly. But they arrived first, Milton stammered. Enough. No one dares to provoke me, no one. The governor bellowed impatiently. Milton immediately fell silent, sensing the noticeable change in Philip, who bore little resemblance to his former self. Suddenly, as the discussion escalated, the door burst open, and a dark object rolled in. Boom. Before anyone could react, the object detonated, releasing a cloud of white smoke. It was a smoke grenade. Goodness, an enemy attack. The governor quickly grasped the situation, shouting as he reached for the pistol on the table. A chilling sensation at the back of his head accompanied a whisper. If you move, I will kill you. Terrified, the governor raised his hands, refraining from any further action. As the smoke gradually dispersed, he discovered several individuals clad in black and masked, now present in the room, controlling not only him but also Milton and 2 other subordinates. Who are you? What is your purpose? The governor instantaneously comprehended his predicament, his eyes darting as he calmly inquired. What is your purpose? Our sole intention for being here is to eliminate you, Catherine replied with a smile as she removed her mask. A woman. The governor's pupils constricted in disbelief. Is it shameful to be captured by a woman? Catherine raised an eyebrow. No, certainly not. Since you are here, I presume my men have all been dispatched? The governor shook his head and replied, You are quite astute. You are among the last few remaining. Can you enlighten me as to why? I do not recall provoking anyone. This was a blatant lie. He had committed acts of murder and plunder on numerous occasions, albeit always with meticulous precision. There is no reason, merely that my master has commanded it, Catherine stated nonchalantly, as if the matter held no significance to her. Master? Is that the one who issued orders to you? You are not entitled to know. Your master is the very group that encountered Cain today. The governor suddenly grasped the situation, astonished. It was fortunate he had been planning to assault another stronghold, unaware that the adversary had struck first. Indeed, you are not without merit. You are indeed the leader of a camp. Catherine replied with a satisfied smile. Our conflict is merely a minor dispute. There is no need for it to escalate. The governor chuckled, attempting to defuse the crisis. It appears you still do not comprehend. I am indifferent to the nature of the conflict. Our sole reason for coming to kill you is the command of my master. The governor fell silent, realizing how unfortunate he was to have crossed paths with such ruthless individuals. What is your ultimate objective? If it was merely to kill me, you would have acted long ago. The governor queried, suspecting that he still held some value. Hence they had captured him rather than executing him. Bang! No sooner had the governor finished speaking than Catherine drew her pistol and shot him in the head. The command from the ancestor is simply to kill you. Your fate was decided by me. Yet, you were indeed a clever man. A pity you have landed on the ancestor's death list. Chapter 35. The new leader of the town. Bang. Without hesitation, Catherine shot the governor in the head. In his final moments, a look of astonishment graced his face. Completely unprepared for the sudden end, This minor antagonist, responsible for a series of troubles for Rick's team, was eliminated without even a chance to make an appearance. After dispatching the governor, Catherine turned her gaze to the remaining three. Please, spare us. Those orders were from the governor. We were merely following them. The two nameless lackeys pleaded desperately. Execute them. Catherine expressed no interest, issuing her command decisively. Bang, bang. 2 more gunshots echoed, adding 2 more corpses to the ground, leaving only Milton, the bespectacled one, standing. Why not kill me? Milton, though inwardly terrified, summoned the courage to ask. Do you wish to survive? Catherine smiled. I wish to assign you a task. Should you successfully accomplish it, not only will you survive, but you shall also join our ranks. After a brief pause, the mission was completed, and the retreat was ordered. Under Catherine's leadership, the team swiftly exited the town, leaving its inhabitants in slumber, unaware that the governor and his minions, who had once promised them a better life, had met their demise. The following morning, as the sun began its ascent, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the town. What is happening? There are so many bodies. They are all dead. The survivors quickly discovered the line of corpses strewn across the street. The governor. The governor is dead. A panicked survivor shouted, pointing frantically at the governor's lifeless form. Panic seized the remaining townsfolk. Their survival in this harsh apocalypse, along with their modest existence, had relied heavily on the governor and his enforcers. With both the governor and his henchmen now deceased, what were they to do? Who did this? How should I know? Someone must have infiltrated last night. But why didn't they kill us? Perhaps they had a vendetta against the governor, not us. Such considerations were trivial. The pressing question was how they would proceed from here. We must rely on ourselves, someone declared. It was an easy sentiment to express. Yet even with weapons at their disposal, how many among them possessed the requisite experience to wield them effectively? Indeed, all the supplies were procured by the governor and his crew. How could we possibly gather enough provisions for dozens on our own? The survivors began to murmur amongst themselves. I have a suggestion. Amid their debate, a voice emerged, and from the shadows stepped Milton, one of the governor's trusted confidants. Milton? The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of him alive. Hadn't he, the governor, and his entourage perished? What was happening? Are you unharmed? A survivor could not refrain from asking. Of course, I am unharmed. Milton replied with a strained smile. What transpired last night? Why are the governor and his men dead? Who is responsible? The others pressed him for answers. Milton surveyed the crowd before declaring, Ladies and gentlemen, today I must reveal a harsh truth that has long remained concealed. The supplies we previously acquired were taken from other survivors, and those survivors have all been slain. What? His revelation sent shockwaves through the assembly. Milton then recounted, in detail, the actions of the governor since the establishment of their settlement, shattering the survivors' perceptions of the man they had trusted to lead them. Good heavens, I never imagined the governor to be such a villain, no? Perhaps it would be more fitting to call him a beast, a scoundrel. So, it follows that those who chose to leave the camp were all murdered. No. My dear friend James, he was taken by the governor to feed the zombies. I thought he had left the camp. Milton continued, last night, a group of people broke in, claiming the governor had killed their kin, and then they eliminated him and his entourage. This, of course, is a fabrication. It is part of Catherine's scheme to attribute the governor's demise to a vendetta and subsequently lead this band of survivors to the prison stronghold, thereby augmenting its population. Why did they not slay you? This group of survivors is not entirely foolish. It wasn't long before suspicions began to arise. Because I betrayed them. After a moment's hesitation, Milton revealed the premeditated reason. What? The others were taken aback. Was not Milton a confidant of the governor? Milton's countenance transformed into one of dread. I could no longer stand Philip's actions. I have admonished him repeatedly, yet he remained obstinately reckless, becoming increasingly despicable. To prevent further bloodshed under his hand, and due to his growing resentment towards me, I had no choice but to eliminate him first. Ha ha ha. Then that group came knocking. I divulged all the governor's secrets to them, and they were quite effective, slaying those ruffians that very night. As they gazed at the terrifying Milton, the group stood frozen, hesitant to approach. It was I who saved you. Did you believe that scoundrel Philip had such benevolence, providing for you so lavishly? You were merely his pawns, the sustenance for his zombies. With that, Milton approached the governor's quarters, flung open the door, and a youthful zombie rushed out. With a roar, the little zombie lunged at the group, its neck bound by a rope, rendering it harmless yet instilling fear among them. Behold, this is the evidence. You are merely fodder for this beast. Milton continued to shout. The sight of the horrifying zombie solidified the survivor's belief in Milton's words. With a swift motion, Milton struck the little zombie's head, obliterating it. If you wish to survive, you would do well to heed my counsel. Milton gazed coldly at the survivors. His indifferent stare sent shivers down their spines, and they nodded in agreement. Thus, through his machinations, Milton ascended as the new leader of the town's survivors. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a flicker of crimson light glimmered in Milton's frenzied eyes, revealing that he had been transformed into one of the bloodkin. Chapter 36. An unexpected confession. Through his cunning maneuvers, Milton successfully became the new leader of the town's stronghold. So, Captain Milton, what shall we do next? A survivor inquired. Ladies and gentlemen, this place is no longer safe. I have discovered a settlement of hundreds ahead. Only by joining them do we stand a chance, Milton proclaimed. Thus, Milton, accompanied by the remaining 40 survivors from the towns, joined the prison settlement, elevating its population to over 600. As for the deceased governor, left unattended, the body began to decay, and with Catherine having obliterated his head, he could not even rise as a zombie. 3 days passed, and the settlement continued its operations as usual. The newly arrived survivors quickly integrated into the community, contributing to its development and illuminating its prospects. Notably, Michonne, similar to her trajectory in the original timeline, joined the settlement and became a combatant. With the detritus of the governor dealt with, it was time to venture beyond the novice village, Zheng Ning mused, gazing at the settlement he had painstakingly established. Having been in this world of the undead for over 8 months, he began to feel a twinge of weariness towards this desolate, apocalyptic reality. He yearned to depart swiftly. Yet the progression of the narrative was insufficient. Despite his myriad alterations, it amounted to little in the context of a 12-year-long television series. Consequently, he resolved to take proactive measures, leading his bloodkin guards on a quest to seek out the characters yet to emerge in the latter stages, such as Negan, the cannibals, the whisperers, and the faction boasting 50,000 members known as the Commonwealth. As for those vile miscreants, he intended to eradicate them with relentless fervor, while the Commonwealth would be assessed for any opportunity to seize control. Upon accomplishing these tasks, he believed the narrative progression would align more closely with his desires. As for the yet-to-emerge factions, including the enigmatic CRM that saved Rick by the riverside, he deemed them beyond his current capabilities, given his present weakness. Of course, Zheng Ning had another approach. He could entirely unleash the initial embrace, transforming everyone in the settlement into bloodkin, thereby spreading their influence across the globe and creating a world where vampires coexisted with zombies. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly skyrocket the progress bar. However, he was disinclined to pursue this course of action without any particular reason. He simply did not wish to. Humanity often succumbs to the whims of its innermost thoughts. One day, Zheng Ning broached the idea of venturing out to Sean, Rick, and others. What? The revelation left everyone astonished. Despite their fervent pleas, they could not dissuade Zheng Ning, who ultimately received their blessings. As nightfall quietly descended, Amy and Maggie fervently attempted to dissuade him from his intentions, but Zheng Ning's bloodkin constitution proved too formidable, resulting in the two women being the ones exhausted, with Zheng Ning ultimately transforming Maggie into a bloodkin. The following morning, Zheng Ning set forth with 20 bloodkin guards, leaving the remaining 10 to protect the settlement. The Darrell brothers also stayed behind, with Zheng Ning granting them permission to unleash the initial embrace in the face of significant danger, thereby instantly augmenting their ranks by hundreds of formidable warriors, sufficient to alter the course of events. As the second generation of bloodline under Zheng Ning, their fledgling vampires, aside from their remarkable regenerative abilities, endurance, and heightened senses, have become nearly indistinguishable from ordinary humans in other aspects. Yet, they remain a formidable force. Ancestor, what is our next target? Catherine inquired respectfully from the side. Oh, we are bound for a place known as the Terminus, where we shall rid the area of some undesirable elements, Zheng Ning replied with a cold smirk. Understood. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the automobile roared to life. Oh no, a sudden cry of pain echoed. Wait, Zheng Ning shouted urgently. Dashing to the rear of the truck, he flung open the door, revealing a blonde girl rubbing her head in distress. Beth? Zheng Ning exclaimed in surprise. Hello, brother-in-law. Beth awkwardly greeted upon spotting Zheng Ning. What are you doing here? I want to accompany you on your adventure. That's out of the question. I'm not off on a leisurely outing. Zheng Ning swiftly dismissed her without a second thought. No, I insist. Brother-in-law, please take me with you, Beth declared, leaping onto Zheng Ning, her modest bosom brushing against his head. Ahem, Beth, perhaps you should step down for now. Zheng Ning, caught off guard by her floral scent, felt his face flush with embarrassment. Ever since he and Maggie had become close, this girl had transformed from the shy farm girl who scarcely spoke into a persistent companion. Zheng Ning, of course, did not mind her company, finding joy in her presence, especially given her youthful beauty and her status as his sister-in-law. In contrast, Dwayne, the son of Carl and Morgan, had sought Zheng Ning's guidance in Chinese martial arts, only to be dismissed due to his lack of time. Zheng Ning playfully patted Beth's rear as a gentle reminder, and she quickly recognized her inappropriate behavior, blushing as she released her hold on him. "Brother-in-law, please take me with you," Beth implored, her sparkling blue eyes wide with hope. "Beth, it's not that I don't want to bring you along, but it's too perilous outside. I cannot gamble with your safety," Zheng Ning earnestly reasoned. "I'm not afraid, and I trust you will protect me." "Well, I truly appreciate your faith in me," Zheng Ning replied helplessly. Then a clever excuse sprang to mind. "Have your father and sister been informed? If they agree to your joining me, then I will take you. They don't know. I sneaked out." Beth's spirit deflated like a punctured balloon. "Ha ha. That's the spirit, Beth. You should stay here and refrain from causing trouble. I certainly do not wish to incur your sister's wrath." Zheng Ning laughed heartily. "Humph. You're a big dummy, brother-in-law." Beth pouted angrily. "All right, Beth, why do you wish to accompany me? I don't recall you having a penchant for adventure." Zheng Ning quickly redirected the conversation, noting her displeasure. Beth did not respond immediately. Instead, her cheeks flushed again. She bit her lip and gazed at Zheng Ning, saying, "Because I like you, brother-in-law, I want to be by your side. With my sister here, I can never realize this desire, which is why I wish to follow you." Zheng Ning was momentarily petrified. Beth, perhaps feeling this was not enough, suddenly embraced him and boldly kissed him, engaging in a fervent, passionate kiss. Zheng Ning, turned to stone, could only passively accept this. Chapter 37. The assault on the final destination. Faced with Beth's kiss, Zheng Ning, still in a state of shock, soon regained his senses and began to savor the moment. After all, he was not Liu Xiaohui, who he had always looked down upon for his celibate lifestyle. The two kissed for nearly 5 minutes, leaving Catherine, who was watching, utterly bewildered and inwardly envious, whispering, "I wish Lord Ancestor would kiss me like that." After they finally parted, Beth, her face flushed, looked at Zheng Ning and said, Brother-in-law, you just now cough. Cough. I couldn't help myself." Zheng Ning awkwardly responded. "And what did that make you feel?" What? Silly brother-in-law, what do you feel about me?" Zheng Ning stood frozen, contemplating if he was truly embarking on a harem. No, that was incorrect. He had already begun with Amy and Maggie. So what about Beth? She was Maggie's sister and had inexplicably developed feelings for him. Should he accept this? Zheng Ning's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Wait, what am I hesitating for? I am the protagonist bestowed with a system that transcends realms, destined to become a man standing at the pinnacle of existence. What harm is there in having a harem? Who can truly dictate my choices? Not even that hapless rider outside can intimidate me. What is wrong with having a harem? After coming to this realization, Zheng Ning embraced Beth once more and kissed her again. Beth, overwhelmed by the kiss, soon understood that her brother-in-law was reciprocating her confession. After a while, Zheng Ning released her, gazing into her blue eyes, and declared, "Beth, I also like you, and I will always protect you." "Brother-in-law," Beth exclaimed, excitedly throwing herself into Zheng Ning's arms. Thus, another member was added to Zheng Ning's entourage. However, they encountered some trouble when Zheng Ning contacted Maggie and her father. Both expressed strong opposition to the idea, but after Beth argued her case and Zheng Ning offered his assurances, they reluctantly agreed. The convoy continued on its journey, following the map towards the final destination. After 3 days, they arrived near the highway leading to their goal. During this time, Zheng Ning seized the opportunity to claim Beth, transforming her into a vampire. For someone like Beth, a young woman who had experienced an information explosion, the transformation into a flawless vampire held little apprehension. After all, young individuals are less influenced by religious beliefs, and coupled with the allure of related films and dramas, the notion of retaining one's appearance and eternal youth after transforming into a vampire is, I believe, irresistible to any beauty-conscious woman. "Ancestor, we have arrived," Catherine respectfully announced, casting a subtle glance at Beth nestled in Zheng Ning's arms. "Prepare yourselves. Try to capture those inside alive. I wish to engage in some delightful games with them," Zheng Ning remarked with a cold smirk. "Understood," Catherine replied, turning to make preparations. "Brother-in-law, why are you attacking here? Isn't this a sanctuary for survivors?" Beth inquired curiously. Her curiosity stemmed solely from her desire to understand, for after becoming Zheng Ning's woman, her thoughts revolved around him, with little regard for the fates of others. The once kind-hearted Beth had, under Zheng Ning's subtle influence, grown increasingly ruthless, particularly towards their enemies. "Beth, this place is essentially a den of ogres. These creatures frequently lure other survivors here, only to slaughter them and feast upon their remains, Zheng Ning explained with a grave expression. The thought of consuming human corpses crossed Zheng Ning's moral threshold, a notion he could never accept. Though he now existed as a vampire, subsisting on human blood, the idea of cannibalism was deeply ingrained in his humanity. My goodness, how could this be? Are they demons? Beth gasped, her hands covering her mouth in disbelief. They are not demons, but they are far more grotesque, Zheng Ning retorted with a sardonic laugh. Beth fell silent, evidently shaken by the topic of cannibalism, which starkly illuminated the harshness of the apocalypse and the ugliness of human nature. Gratefulness welled within her as she gazed at Zheng Ning, recognizing that it was thanks to her brother-in-law's protection that their family was spared from the brutal realities of the end times. Soon, a squad of 20 Bloodkin guards was fully armed. With the resources of the system space at his disposal, Zheng Ning was never short of equipment or sustenance. With a wave of his hand, 2 tanks materialized before him, remnants of the military lost in the urban sprawl, effortlessly collected into his system space. Moreover, after 8 months of training, he had mastered the art of driving and imparted this knowledge to the Bloodkin guards. Catherine, you take 1 tank. Reem, you take the other. You will assault through the front gate to draw their fire, while the rest of you will disperse and act independently, aiming to capture these scoundrels alive. I do not wish for them to meet their end so easily. Yes, Ancestor, the Bloodkin guards replied in unison. Thus, the operation commenced. The 2 tanks rumbled towards the main entrance, while the others concealed themselves, ready to strike at the first sign of the enemy. With a thunderous roar, a shell obliterated the iron gate into fragments. By the heavens, we have enemies. The cacophony instantly drew the attention of the ogres within the station, who emerged brandishing an assortment of makeshift weapons. The young white man clad in a blue jacket initially erupted with expletives, only to be rendered motionless with fear upon sighting the rumbling tank. Oh my God, it is indeed a tank, attacking us. Could it be the military? It's over, everything is over. They must have discovered our dealings. The others were equally terrified. Those without firearms, wielding baseball bats and fire axes, cast aside their weapons and fell to their knees. Silence, the young man shouted, scrambling to his feet and approaching the tank with a measured pace. Friends inside, may I inquire as to your intentions? It appears we have not provoked you. Regrettably, the occupants within the tank offered no reply, instead directing their cannon towards the group of miscreants. Run. Observing the tank's movements, the young man quickly dashed into the factory. What alternative was there? To withstand a tank's assault with mere flesh? Did he think himself a superhero? Attack! Zheng Ning commanded from the shadows. Bullets rained down incessantly. The hidden Blood Clan Guardians unleashed a torrent of fire, though their aim was not to deliver fatal blows. Screams echoed through the air. The scene was a chaotic tableau of carnage, as the ogres at the terminus cried out in agony. Blood splattered, severed limbs flew. The Blood Clan Guardians, endowed with senses far beyond the ordinary, expertly evaded the ogres' vital points, inflicting injuries primarily to their limbs, rendering them incapable of resistance without immediate demise. In a mere half-minute, dozens of ogres had succumbed to their injuries, writhing on the ground in pain. While some met their end, none among the Guardians felt a pang of sympathy for such wretches. Only after confirming the ogre's complete incapacitation did Zheng Ning step forward, leading the ambushed Blood Clan Guardians. Who are you, really? Why are you? The white youth managed to stammer, enduring the excruciating pain of a broken leg. Us. Huh. You may refer to us as the Judicators, tasked with meting out justice upon scum like you. Zheng Ning replied with a cold smirk. Judgment? You dare to judge us? The white youth seemed to find amusement in what he perceived as an absurdity, his mouth agape as he prepared to unleash a torrent of incredulous rhetoric. But Zheng Ning silenced him with a sharp blow to his jaw. The young man's chin shattered, blood gushed forth, accompanied by a scattering of yellowed teeth. Do you aspire to be like the Dragon King, claiming righteousness while deeming this world to be in the wrong? That we are unworthy of judging you? Apologies. But I have no interest in listening to a dying individual ramble on. Zheng Ning shrugged and chuckled. The young Caucasian glared at Zheng Ning with a look that seemed as if he wished to devour him whole. Unfazed, Zheng Ning summoned a knife from the system space, plunging it toward the youth's eye. With a sickening squelch, the youth's eye burst, gushing forth a torrent of blood. The Blood King Guardians surrounding them remained indifferent. To them, blood was merely sustenance, and they were reluctant to taint themselves with the filthy blood of these scum. Meanwhile, a nearby group of ogres was paralyzed with fear, realizing they had encountered someone more brutal than themselves. Afterward, Zheng Ning summoned 2 Blood Kin Guardians, instructing, You, check the vicinity for any remaining ogres. You, select a few individuals to lure a horde of zombies over. I have a use for them shortly. Yes, Master Ancestor. The Guardians responded in unison before departing. Indeed, Zheng Ning's plan was to have the zombies consume this wretched lot, which was precisely why he spared their lives. Why you don't intend to one of the ogres? Witnessing Zheng Ning's actions, could not help but inquire. Bingo, you guessed correctly, but alas, there is no reward. Zheng Ning replied with a grin. The ogre's face turned an even paler shade, abandoning its attempt to staunch the blood gushing from its wounded thigh. Tyler, what does he plan to do? The other ogres pressed. He intends for the zombies to feast upon us. The ogre named Tyler grimaced. What? No, you cannot do this. You must not treat us this way. We are also human. The others shouted in terror. Ha ha ha, did you not enjoy feasting on humans? Now, I shall allow you to experience the taste of being devoured. Zheng Ning remained unfazed, laughing heartily like a true villain. Should any uninformed onlooker witness this scene, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate Zheng Ning, the embodiment of evil, to rescue the innocent on the ground. Please, don't do this to us. I don't want to be eaten by zombies. I beg you, spare me. I'll do anything. The ogres, much like the humans they had previously slaughtered, pleaded pitifully. Yet, Zheng Ning showed no inclination to heed their cries. A killer must always face the consequences of their actions. Of course, this principle applies to the weak. For the strong, it is but a hollow notion, and Zheng Ning, as a formidable entity in this world, exemplified that strength. Soon enough, the Blood-Kin Guardians returned, having led a horde of approximately 100 zombies. Retreat. At Zheng Ning's command, the group promptly withdrew to the side. The fresh blood of the ogres invigorated the zombies, driving them into a frenzy as they lunged forward. No, please don't eat me. Release my hand. I don't wish to become disabled. Don't bite my leg. Stop pulling. My poor Kuin will be severed. The ogres let out their anguished cries that echoed through the heavens. Yet nothing could alter their fate. Zheng Ning, accompanied by his blood clan guards, stood resolutely nearby, ready to shoot any fallen ogres to prevent their transformation into zombies that would wreak further havoc upon the world. This grotesque feast persisted for over 10 minutes, until the last ogre succumbed to the torturous bites of the undead. Only then did Zheng Ning lead his team to cleanse the battlefield, ensuring the annihilation of all the attracted zombies. Ultimately, they gathered all the corpses together and set ablaze this so-called terminus. Brother-in-law, how did it go? Upon returning, Beth clung to Zheng Ning like a koala, her curiosity palpable. Nearby, Catherine could not resist casting another glance, followed by a resigned sigh. It's all taken care of. Zheng Ning replied with a gentle smile, unwilling to reveal the weight upon his heart in front of Beth. That is wonderful. I knew my brother-in-law was the strongest. Beth exclaimed joyfully. Lord Ancestor, may I inquire where we plan to go next? Catherine ventured to interject. Let me take a look. Zheng Ning opened the map. Recalling the location of Negan's group. We shall go here. There are some individuals I wish to eliminate. Zheng Ning pointed to a spot on the map, a cold smile gracing his lips. His motivations for killing were not rooted in justice or evil. He merely sought to eliminate those he despised. Chapter 39. A chance encounter with the saviors on this day. Zheng Ning and his blood clan team drove along the road, as usual. Damn it. Where on earth is the base of the saviors? It's proving quite elusive. Zheng Ning grumbled. He had been searching for 3 days, following the map, yet had found nothing. This predicament was tied to the hazy memories in his mind. After all, the last time he watched The Walking Dead was several years ago. While he could recall the general plot, the specific details had long faded. Brother-in-law, don't fret. We will find it eventually. Beth comforted, resting her head on Zheng Ning's shoulder. True, this trash won't escape us. Zheng Ning chuckled, gently stroking Beth's golden hair. Meow? Beth arched her back like a little kitten, thoroughly enjoying Zheng Ning's affection. As Zheng Ning glanced at the sky, he noticed that dusk was approaching. He then addressed Catherine, who was driving ahead. Let us call it a day. Let everyone rest, and we'll camp nearby tonight. Understood, Lord Ancestor. Catherine nodded respectfully in response. She then used the communicator to notify the other vehicles, and 5 cars parked neatly along the roadside. The advantages of a sparsely populated world have become evident. Under normal circumstances, this road would be frequently traversed by various vehicles, and parking along it would pose a significant risk of accidents. Now, with humanity reduced to a mere fraction, such concerns have dissipated. The only caution required is against the occasional emergence of zombies. Nighttime is typically when vampires are most active, yet Zheng Ning, having lived as a human for far too long, has not yet altered his habit of being active during the day and resting at night. Conversely, the evening also provides an opportunity for him and Beth to practice paired movements. Zheng Ning had only recently captured this little wildcat and found himself irresistibly enchanted by her delicate form. As the group disembarked, they busily tended to various tasks. Some kindled fires. Others prepared meals, while a few kept watch, all immersed in their activities. As the progenitor, Zheng Ning had no responsibilities, leisurely perched atop the vehicle, cradling Beth while admiring the luminous moonlight. Brother-in-law, the moon is truly beautiful tonight. I've never seen anything like it before, Beth exclaimed, embracing Zheng Ning. The industrial pollution of the past was so severe that the emitted gases obscured the sky. Now, with most of humanity transformed into zombies, the capacity for pollution has vanished, allowing us to behold such a pristine night sky. Zheng Ning replied, Brother-in-law, do you think this transformation of the world is Earth's retaliation against humanity? Beth suddenly pondered. What brings such thoughts to your mind? Zheng Ning inquired, intrigued. It's just a guess. Otherwise, why would the zombie virus affect only humans? The end of humanity. Perhaps it signifies the rebirth of the world? Zheng Ning murmured. It is ironically the very beings who consider themselves the pinnacle of creation that have wrought the most destruction upon this world. The extinction of humanity may indeed herald a new beginning for other creatures. Zheng Ning couldn't help but reflect on the phrase. This world resonates with the cries of animals, celebrating the demise of humanity. Perhaps humanity's profound sins have invoked the Earth's will, or what one might term the Gaia consciousness, to unleash this zombie virus specifically targeting humankind, cleansing the world of all its transgressions. Pondering such matters is futile. In any case, our foremost priority is to survive. Zheng Ning comforted, gently stroking Beth's golden hair. Indeed, Beth nodded obediently. Progenitor, I sense someone approaching not far from here. At that moment, Catherine approached Zheng Ning, informing him. They are merely minor antagonists. Let everyone continue with their tasks. We shall confront them. Zheng Ning remarked dismissively. Yes, progenitor. Catherine replied respectfully. Thus, the two positioned themselves at the front of the group, awaiting the newcomers. Suddenly, the roar of motorcycles reverberated through the air, accompanied by beams of light cutting through the darkness. Wow, what a fortunate surprise. A motorcycle gang, clearly having spotted Zheng Ning and the others, approached with an air of audacity. 3 motorcycles carrying 7 or 8 individuals swiftly came to a halt before Zheng Ning and Catherine. Hey, you must be the new survivor team, shouted a robust man with braids as he dismounted from his bike, brimming with arrogance. Do you have something to discuss? Zheng Ning inquired, squinting his eyes and wearing a relaxed expression. You seem to be quite numerous, and I assume you possess a fair amount of valuables. The brazen individual with braids swaggered over to Zheng Ning, tilting his head and grinning as he said, I can't be bothered with idle chatter. Strip off all your clothing, and then you can leave. I hope you comply, or the consequences will be dire. Oh, might I inquire who you are and to which faction you belong? Zheng Ning smiled. The words were familiar to him, reminiscent of a phrase he had encountered before. Truly a stroke of fortune, yet confirmation was still necessary. Quit the nonsense and just undress. The braided one shouted impatiently. Spare one, eliminate the rest. Zheng Ning coldly commanded Catherine, who stood behind him. Understood. Catherine replied in a chilling tone. What? Do you dare to provoke us? The braided one fumed, reaching for a gun at his waist. His movements were swift, but Catherine, being of the bloodline, was swifter still. In a blink, she had appeared before him, brandishing a knife that swiftly plunged into his neck. With a spray of blood, the braided one's eyes widened in disbelief. His face contorted in agony as he succumbed to his fate. In the blink of an eye, the others in the vehicle were still processing the event when the braided one fell to Catherine's blade. FCK, the remaining individuals in the vehicle, witnessing their comrade's demise, cursed loudly and aimed their guns at Catherine, prepared to fire. However, Catherine had already seized the gun from the braided one's waist and fired first. Bang, 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 bang. 6 bullets were discharged, each claiming a life, leaving only a bearded white man frozen in terror. Catherine glanced at him, and he immediately raised his hands, exclaiming, Please, don't kill me. I surrender. Catherine approached, confiscating the firearm, then returned to stand respectfully behind Zheng Ning. Zheng Ning patted the bearded man's shoulder reassuringly, saying, No need to be anxious. I won't harm you. However, you must answer a few questions for me. Can you do that? Yes, yes. The bearded man stammered. Before that, may I know your name? Kartadrov. Excellent. Now, answer my previous question. To which faction do you belong? The Salvation Army. The bearded man replied, trembling. The Salvation Army? How fortuitous, for I have been seeking you. Zheng Ning sneered. The Salvation Army was a particularly abhorrent organization to him, and one of his objectives upon arriving in this world was to eradicate them entirely, leaving no one alive, especially that leader named Negan, who relished in bashing others' skulls with his bat. This time, Zheng Ning intends to obliterate his adversary with his bat. His motivation for this drastic action is solely rooted in the profound disgust this individual incites within him. This villain, in the original narrative, was responsible for the demise of several pivotal characters, including Glenn and Abraham, whom Zheng Ning held dear, almost compelling him to abandon the series altogether. To exacerbate Zheng Ning's ire, this villain later underwent a redemption arc, not only integrating into the protagonist's ensemble, but also surviving until the end. Recently, whispers have surfaced regarding a spin-off featuring him alongside Maggie, which has thoroughly repulsed Zheng Ning. He swore not only to extract this villainous brain, but also to dismember him. Although this character has garnered a legion of so-called fans, Zheng Ning remains indifferent, unconcerned with their opinions. He is resolute. Even the intervention of Jesus would be futile in this matter. Are you searching for us? The bearded man inquired, perplexed. Indeed. I have heard of you. Your actions are repugnant to me, and I have resolved to eradicate you all. Now, do you wish to survive? Zheng Ning replied with a smile. Despite the cheerful facade, the bearded man could sense an overwhelming aura of lethal intent beneath it. I wish to survive. The bearded man stammered in haste. Excellent. To ensure your survival, a price must be paid. You shall lead us to the Savior's base. Can you accomplish this? Zheng Ning continued with a grin. I. The bearded man appeared exceedingly hesitant, clearly aware of Negan's formidable reputation within the Saviors. Crack. Behind them, Catherine casually toyed with her firearm, aiming it at the bearded man as if to convey that a mere refusal would result in his immediate demise. I can do it. The bearded man exclaimed in fright. Splendid. Zheng Ning responded, his satisfaction evident. Now, enlighten me about your Saviors. Yes. We, the Saviors, are the most powerful armed organization in this region, comprised of various criminals, thieves, and ruffians who coerce nearby survivor camps into submission through force. Our leader is Negan, and the second in command is the bearded man, he divulged in a rush. Ha, you have passed my test. Zheng Ning laughed heartily while patting the bearded man's shoulder. Thank you. The bearded man replied, visibly anxious. Subsequently, Zheng Ning bound the bearded man like a dumpling and tossed him into the truck. He decided to rest for a day to regain his strength, planning to utilize the cover of darkness the following night to launch a surprise assault on the Savior's base. Aiming for total annihilation without leaving a single survivor, time swiftly transitioned to the following evening. Zheng Ning commanded the Blood Clan unit to prepare, and with a wave of his hand, 2 tanks and 5 armored vehicles materialized at the site. The Blood Clan's guards and Beth had grown accustomed to such displays of power, having witnessed Zheng Ning harness this extraordinary ability on multiple occasions. A special power reserved for the progenitor of the Blood Clan, as he claimed. Dear heavens, what is happening? Are you a god? The bound bearded man exclaimed in astonishment. A god? Heh, you may perceive it that way. Now, as this god, I deem your saviors guilty, and thus, you all must perish. Zheng Ning sneered coldly. After intimidating the bearded man, Zheng Ning set out with the Blood Clan squad, which included Beth. This was, of course, not Zheng Ning's choice. Beth insisted on accompanying him, even clinging to his waist and declaring that she would not let go if he refused. Zheng Ning considered it briefly, reasoning that dealing with a band of miscreants armed with an array of weapons posed little danger. Thus, he consented, under the condition that she must remain inside the armored vehicle and not exit until the operation concluded. The tank, along with the armored vehicle, proceeded in a grand procession towards the Salvation Army base. At the entrance of a Salvation Army base, a member voiced his concern. Where are Fak and Katarov? It's been a day and a night. Could they have been killed? Another member scoffed, Huh? How could that be? Here, who doesn't know the reputation of our Salvation Army? Who would dare cross us? That would be tantamount to seeking death. A third member chimed in, Indeed. Remember the last person who defied our orders? The boss brutally assaulted his wife before executing him, taking out half of the camp's men. The Salvation Army reigned supreme in this region, imposing their will with lethal force against any who dared to oppose them. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from the distance, followed by the approach of a green armored vehicle. The 3 members stationed at the entrance immediately assumed a defensive posture, brandishing their rifles and shouting warnings. As the window of the armored vehicle slowly descended, a bearded head emerged. Katarov, you rascal. Upon recognizing the newcomer, the members were taken aback. Hey, look at our bounty, a XX armored vehicle. Ha. The bearded man laughed heartily. Fak, you lucky bastard. Once they confirmed the arrival of their allies, the members relaxed their weapons and eagerly approached the vehicle to inspect it. However, at that moment, an armed arm suddenly extended from the window. Bang, bang, bang. 3 silenced shots rang out, leaving 3 lifeless bodies in their wake. The armored vehicle's door swung open, revealing a fully armed Blood Clan Guardian. More armored vehicles soon arrived, and a line of fully equipped Blood Clan Guardians disembarked. "Eliminate them all, leave no one alive," commanded Catherine coldly. "Understood." The Blood Clan Guardians replied in unison before breaching the base's entrance. In the darkness, the Blood Clan was the undisputed sovereign. The slaughter commenced. One by one, the members of the Salvation Army fell silently to the hands of the Blood Clan Guardians. Before long, every last member of the Salvation Army base lay dead at the hands of the Blood Clan squad. Next, Zheng Ning intoned coldly. As the most formidable armed organization in the region, the Salvation Army had more than one base, but they would soon all meet their demise at Zheng Ning's hands. Chapter 41. The Barbecue Salvation Army. The sound of countless bullets erupted in a relentless barrage. A chorus of agonized screams escaped the lips of the Salvation Army members, only to be extinguished in the throes of suffering. This was the third base, and soon, the entire rabble would be eradicated. Zheng Ning chuckled. It had been a day and a night since Zheng Ning led the Blood Clan squad in an assault on the Salvation Army base. During the attack on the second base, an unfortunate oversight allowed one member of the Salvation Army to escape, successfully transmitting information to the others. Consequently, when Zheng Ning and his companions approached the third base, they were compelled to adopt an aggressive strategy. However, fortune favored them. The overwhelming advantage in equipment, coupled with the Cloak of Night, enabled Zheng Ning and his team to obliterate the third base without sustaining any injuries. As was their custom, not a single survivor was left behind, which prompted the burly Kadyrov to demonstrate his loyalty with renewed fervor, any fleeting thoughts of escape vanishing into thin air. "Master, the Salvation Army has 4 bases and 1 main headquarters. We have already eradicated 3 of the bases. The last one will surely retreat to the headquarters. Thus, if we can conquer their headquarters next, we shall annihilate them entirely," Kadyrov eagerly proposed, completely oblivious to his own affiliation with the Salvation Army. "You are performing admirably. Once we have dealt with the Salvation Army, I shall consider allowing you to join my ranks," Zheng Ning remarked with a satisfied smile, patting Kadyrov on the shoulder. "Hee. It is my honor to serve you, master." Kadyrov effusively flattered. "Catherine, have everyone prepare," Zheng Ning commanded, turning to Catherine beside him. "Yes, master ancestor," Catherine replied respectfully. At the Salvation Army's headquarters, a loud crash echoed as Negan slammed his baseball bat onto the table, bellowing in fury. "Where the hell did those bastards come from? In just 2 days, I've lost over 150 men. Damn it. After venting his frustrations, Negan gradually regained his composure. Feeling a level of anger he had not experienced since the death of his wife, he turned to a nearby member of the Salvation Army and instructed, "Tell the remaining brothers to heighten their vigilance. All lookout points must increase their patrols. I have a premonition that those scoundrels will come to attack here." "Yes, boss," the member replied before swiftly departing. "Damn it, don't let me catch you. If I do, I will smash your heads in." Negan seethed. Once more, night descended quietly. Yet the members of the Salvation Army stationed at the outposts dared not let their guard down, for in the past 2 days, a specialized organization targeting the Salvation Army had claimed the lives of over 100 brothers. "Damn it, those bastards better not let me catch them." One Salvation Army member muttered profanities, venting his frustration over having to work late into the night. Suddenly, an eerie sound pierced the silence from behind him. "Who is there?" "Uft. Yet another life has faded away." A shadowy figure slowly emerged, producing a walkie-talkie. "Captain Catherine, the last outpost has been cleared." "Well done, return swiftly. The Primordial Lord is about to launch the final assault." Catherine's voice echoed from the device. "Understood," replied the figure, retracting the walkie-talkie and vanishing once more into the night. At the entrance of the Savior Army's headquarters, 2 tanks led the charge, followed closely by 5 armored vehicles. "The Primordial Lord is ready. Please give the command," Catherine declared with gravity. "Excellent. But first, allow me to deliver a grand gift to these rascals," Zheng Ning retorted with a smirk. With a swift motion, an RPG launcher materialized in his hand, which he then aimed at the Savior Army's stronghold before firing. Boom. "Did you hear something?" questioned a bewildered guard stationed at the entrance. "What? There's nothing. You're mistaken," dismissed another soldier, unconcerned. Just then, a rocket, trailing a long flame, soared through the air, resulting in a tremendous explosion that instantly engulfed them in flames. "What on earth is happening?" "Enemy attack. Quickly assemble." The deafening blast drew the attention of all the soldiers within the headquarters, who rushed towards the gates with their weapons drawn. However, Zheng Ning would not wait. He commanded the tank to smash open the iron gates of the stronghold, followed by relentless bombardment. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. Boom. Rumble. Ah. Zheng Ning and his allies collided with the first wave of the savior army. Unprepared for the presence of tanks and armored vehicles, the soldiers foolishly charged forward, only to be annihilated in an instant. The remaining soldiers, having learned from this grim encounter, took refuge within the buildings, firing from the windows to thwart Zheng Ning and his comrades. In this predicament, Zheng Ning found himself at a loss. With sufficient ammunition, he could easily reduce the entire building to rubble with the tank, but alas, their supplies were already dwindling, having endured several battles. He could only helplessly take cover in the tank and exchange fire with the soldiers within. Fortunately, Zheng Ning had managed to collect a considerable amount of ammunition, thanks to the legality of firearms in America, allowing him to amass such a stockpile. How to break this stalemate? Gazing at the plethora of items in his system space, Zheng Ning pondered. His eyes caught sight of several barrels of gasoline in the corner, and an idea sparked within him. Perhaps a barbecue was in order. These gasoline reserves had been gathered to prevent vehicles from running out of fuel mid-journey, and now they would serve a far more sinister purpose. Zheng Ning intended to incinerate the soldiers inside, reducing them to ashes. Quite cruel indeed, because Zheng Ning never regarded this ragtag group as human beings. He felt no psychological burden in incinerating them. Catherine, draw their fire while I explain my plan to Zheng Ning, he instructed, taking advantage of the moment when Catherine was fiercely engaged in combat. Understood, my Lord Ancestor. But please, do exercise caution. Catherine responded with a hint of concern, fully aware that once the Lord Ancestor made a decision, it was unchangeable. Very well. Zheng Ning nodded and stepped out of the armored vehicle, vanishing into the night. Utilizing his agile form and the cover of darkness, he effortlessly evaded the gaze of the Salvation Army, pouring barrels of gasoline around the building. Everyone, retreat immediately. The barbecue is about to commence. Zheng Ning commanded through the communicator. Yes. Following his orders, the tanks and armored vehicles withdrew in an orderly fashion. Ha! We've driven the enemy back. The members of the Salvation Army inside the building shouted joyfully upon witnessing the retreat. It's far too early to rejoice. Zheng Ning sneered, then drew a sniper rifle, aiming at the spot where he had just spilled the gasoline. Bang! Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Boom! A colossal explosion erupted instantaneously, engulfing the lower levels in a sea of flames that rapidly spread upwards. The members of the Salvation Army trapped within the building let out blood-curdling screams as they were scorched by the fire. Chapter 42. Blowing up Negan's head, the flames swiftly consumed the entire structure, spreading rapidly to surrounding areas. Help! No, my leg. Someone, come and extinguish the flames on me. No, my precious Kuan is going to burn away. The anguished cries of the Salvation Army echoed from within the building. Yet Zheng Ning felt no sense of cruelty. Instead, he leisurely retrieved a bottle of red wine from his system space, sipping it while relishing this grand barbecue. Boom. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion resonated. Vroom vroom. Then came the roar of engines. A portion of the Salvation Army had managed to drive through the flames, crashing through the walls to escape. My Lord Ancestor, should we eliminate them? Catherine's voice came through the communicator, for the Blood Clan squad monitoring the situation. The actions of the Salvation Army were hardly a secret. No need. Let them go. It would be too easy to kill them outright. I want them to perish in fear. Zheng Ning chuckled coldly, dismissing Catherine's suggestion. In a nearby forest, hurry. Those bastards are about to catch up. Negan shouted. At that moment, his face was etched with exhaustion, his recently shaved beard had already started to regrow, and his visage was smeared with dust and dark ash from unknown sources. Behind Negan trailed a sparse group of 7 or 8 loyal followers, who, unlike their usual brash demeanor, now exhibited an air of caution as they followed closely in his wake. At the slightest hint of danger, their bodies would react with an alarming quickness, reminiscent of startled prey, perpetually anxious about their own safety. Negan, despite appearing somewhat disheveled, possessed eyes that gleamed with a resolute light. The tribulations of life before the apocalypse, the anguish of losing his wife, and the sting of betrayal had forged within him an indomitable spirit. I, Negan, shall not meet my end here. This is merely the beginning. He mused inwardly. After traversing a considerable distance, he assessed that their pursuers would likely not catch up for the moment, and thus commanded, let us rest here. He gazed at the weary faces of his followers, knowing they had endured a grueling 8 hours without sustenance. No being, however resilient, could withstand such strain. Finally a respite. I'm utterly exhausted. Who the hell are those bastards? One of them exclaimed. 3 days. Those scoundrels have hunted us for 3 relentless days. Damn it. The group of followers, unrestrained, vented their frustrations as they collapsed onto the grass. Indeed, it had been 3 days since the fiends set fire to their stronghold. During this time, the adversaries had relentlessly pursued them, opting to toy with them rather than deliver a swift end. Originally, they had escaped as a dozen strong. Yet now only 7 or 8 remained. "You're all out of energy," a voice suddenly broke through, and from the thicket emerged a line of fully armed soldiers, at the forefront of whom stood a striking Asian youth, smiling at them. That smile, I detest it, Negan thought, an inexplicable dread rising within him. We're surrounded, he realized. Negan, what do we do now? Panic surged through him. Where did these guys come from? Have they been following us all along, and we were completely oblivious? Though turmoil brewed within, Negan maintained an outward calm, concealing his inner turmoil from his companions. However, the followers trailing him were far less composed, their panic erupting into chaotic shouts as they beheld the armed squad encircling them like dumplings. Enough. Silence. Negan barked, and his followers immediately fell silent, revealing the respect he commanded. It seems the game is about to conclude. Zheng Ning sneered. Who are you? Why are you attacking us? Negan inquired coolly. Despite the dire situation, he adeptly masked his confusion and fear, refraining from allowing his body language or words to betray his inner turmoil. It was not that he could not. Rather, he dared not. Because he is Negan, the leader of the Saviors. He single-handedly established a unified organization and instituted a viable order, ruling over all that he commands according to his desires. He is neither a weakling nor a failure. He must maintain his dignity. Even in death, it ought to be with honor. Heh. Zheng Ning remained silent, casting a knowing glance at Catherine beside him. Understanding immediately, Catherine decisively signaled her Blood Clan team to pull the triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless bullets rained down. The Saviors cried out in agony. The Blood Clan team, akin to ogres attacking a final destination, refrained from targeting the vital points of the Saviors, merely shattering their limbs to render them incapable of resistance. Damn it. Negan, untouched by bullets, erupted in fury. He had not anticipated such shamelessness from these demons, who, while still conversing, suddenly launched an attack. He immediately aimed at the leading Asian youth, hoping for a desperate exchange. Unfortunately, his movements were laid bare before Zheng Ning's formidable perception. Akin to a video played in slow motion, Zheng Ning swiftly summoned a knife from the system space, aimed it at Negan, and hurled it forth. Swoosh. The blade struck Negan's right arm with precision, blood splattered, robbing him of his ability to fire, causing his weapon to clatter to the ground. Why are you doing this? Negan clutched his wound, enduring the excruciating pain as he inquired. Zheng Ning, however, paid no heed, turning to Catherine behind him and commanding, "Bind these scum to the trees. Let each receive 100 cuts before we allow them to die." "Yes, Master Ancestor," Catherine replied respectfully. "Stop. If you must kill, then do so. There's no need for this," Negan bellowed, unable to maintain his earlier composure. Alas, the Blood Clan team ignored him entirely, dragging the group of saviors to the trees and commencing their grim task. "No, please. Spare me. Just kill me, I beg you." The forest was soon filled with heart-wrenching screams, yet the Blood Clan team remained unyielding, their faces devoid of expression as they continued to swing their blades. "Now it's our turn. Let us have some fun," Zheng Ning proclaimed with a smile, stepping before Negan and striking him on the head with the butt of his gun. Bang! Negan's head burst open, and he rolled aside. At this moment, fear truly began to take root within Negan. He was never a man unafraid of death. Everything he did, controlling, dominating, enslaving many, was driven by a singular, paramount purpose. He did not wish to die, nor did he want to place himself in peril. Thus, he needed a powerful team, a devoted service crew, and throngs of slaves and livestock to provide him with a life of ease. "Wait, perhaps we can negotiate. I will do whatever you desire," Negan pleaded desperately. In a moment of twisted irony, the defiant Negan found himself pleading for mercy, mocked by Zheng Ning. With a forceful kick, Zheng Ning launched a brutal assault, pummeling Negan relentlessly. Soon, Negan's body was a canvas of wounds. Despite the agony, he bore the pain silently, exhibiting an unsettling resilience. "How intriguing," Zheng Ning sneered, drawing forth a desert eagle, aiming it squarely at Negan's right leg. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. A piercing scream escaped Negan, pushed beyond the limits of human endurance. Yet Zheng Ning was far from finished. He continued to unleash a barrage of bullets. Each shot echoed with a resounding thud as they tore into the same leg, reducing it to a mangled wreck. Negan teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, but Zheng Ning had no intention of allowing such an escape. He retrieved a vial from his system space and injected it into Negan, ensuring that he remained conscious, trapped in a waking nightmare of excruciating torment. There's still more to come. You have 5 legs. Zheng Ning taunted, pulling the trigger once more, this time aiming at Negan's groin. Blood gushed forth. Yet Negan's response was muted, his lower half numb from pain. Zheng Ning then summoned a chainsaw, methodically severing Negan's left leg. One must see things through to the end. If I declare 5-way dismemberment, then dismemberment it shall be, even if I must do it myself. With a brutal grip, Zheng Ning seized Negan's arms and yanked downward. Blood spraying forth, splattering Zheng Ning and transforming him into a harbinger of death, capable of striking terror even into the hearts of adults. Consider this an unconventional 5-way dismemberment. Zheng Ning remarked, observing Negan, now limbless save for his torso. Negan resembled a lifeless husk, his expression vacant, the faintest breath the only indicator of his existence. He could scarcely fathom the depths of animosity that drove Zheng Ning to inflict such merciless suffering. Had circumstances permitted, Zheng Ning would have reveled in employing the most excruciating tortures imaginable. Now, the finale awaited. Zheng Ning picked up the baseball bat discarded by Negan, raising it high above his head, aiming for Negan's skull. How ironic that I should meet my end at the hands of Lucille, Negan murmured. When you reach the underworld, be sure to tell your master, or perhaps the Grim Reaper, that it was Zheng Ning who ended your life. Ignoring the words, Zheng Ning delivered a crushing blow to Negan's head. The sound of splintering bone and bursting brain matter filled the air. The once mighty leader of the Saviors, Negan, fell lifeless to the ground. Burn it. Such filth does not deserve to linger in existence, Zheng Ning commanded. Subsequently, a great fire consumed everything. Chapter 43, A Year. Since vanquishing Negan and the Saviors, Zheng Ning diligently sought out the locations of the Wolf Clan and the Whisperers as depicted in the original narrative, spending over 2 months tracking their whereabouts. Ultimately, he excavated a vast pit and buried the entirety of the Wolf Clan alive, incinerating the Whisperers and nearly 10,000 zombies under a deluge of gasoline and incendiary devices. From that moment on, the antagonists that plagued the world of the undead were systematically eradicated by Zheng Ning and his vampire squad. Certain elusive villainous organizations were disregarded by Zheng Ning, who, after a year of apocalyptic existence, had grown weary and longed to return to his former world. During this 2-month period, the ranks of the Vampire Guardians swelled to over 100, comprising survivors rescued by Zheng Ning. He identified a select few among them worthy of cultivation, transforming them into progeny of the vampire lineage. After an additional fortnight, he subdued the 4 survivor enclaves from the original plot, the Alexander Community, Hilltop, the Kingdom of God, and the Seaside Inn. Together with the prison settlement, Zheng Ning now commanded 5 survivor strongholds, collectively housing thousands of survivors. With the substantial number of vehicles provided by Zheng Ning, seamless travel among the 5 enclaves established a robust trade route, resulting in significant development across all locations. The only remaining stronghold of concern was the Federal Community, a sprawling entity of 50,000 inhabitants, which presented a formidable challenge for direct assault. Recognizing the futility of brute force, Zheng Ning opted for a subtler approach. Through the seductive promise of eternal life, he converted the actual leaders of the Federal Community into progeny of the vampire lineage. In this way, control of the Federal Community fell into Zheng Ning's hands, causing the number of survivors under his command to surge to nearly 60,000. Zheng Ning also expanded his Vampire Guardians extensively. Within a mere 2 months, their numbers skyrocketed to over 3,000. With a force that could be regarded as an army, Zheng Ning cast aside his reservations and commanded the enclaves to relax restrictions, eagerly welcoming survivors. The lack of stringent vetting inevitably led to the inclusion of some unsavory characters, resulting in a series of troubles, all of which were discreetly dealt with by the Vampire Guardians. A year passed in the blink of an eye. The survivor count under Zheng Ning's command successfully surpassed the 100,000 mark, while the Vampire Guardians exceeded 7,000. Under Zheng Ning's leadership, the various enclaves progressed in an orderly fashion. System, 2 years. Damn it, 2 years. I've changed so much, and still not enough for 5,000 source points? On this day, unable to contain his frustration any longer, Zheng Ning unleashed a torrent of curses at the system. While he was indeed grateful for the opportunity the system had provided to alter his fate, he had grown increasingly disenchanted with the desolate world of the apocalypse. Even with the company of Amy, Maggie, and Beth, boredom loomed large, with the sole thrill perhaps found in the slaughter of zombies. Zheng Ning could hardly recall just how many zombies he had slain over the past 2 years, perhaps several 100,000. With knives, with gunfire, and even with tanks crushing the area surrounding the Federal Community, zombies had become a rare species. Yet, this was not his desire. He yearned to indulge in the simple pleasures of life, such as playing on his phone, watching television, sipping cola, and savoring hamburgers, wishing to live like a modern individual. Ding. Host, you have already accumulated 5,000 source points upon conquering the federal community. The long-awaited electronic voice echoed, delivering news that nearly sent Zheng Ning into a frenzy. What? Is that sufficient? Why didn't you inform me? Ding. Would the host like to activate the reminder service? Activation requires a fee of 5 source points. Are you kidding me? On that day, the entire federal community heard the furious roar of their leader. Although they could not comprehend his words, it was evident that he was seething with anger. Chapter 44. Return and Exchange System. I have something to say to you. Please proceed, host. I purchased a watch last year. Ding. This system offers the latest model of a quantum watch invented by the beautiful genie from the 114514 galaxy. Available for just 10,000 source points. Forget it. Zheng Ning had no desire to engage in further idle chatter with the system and swiftly changed the topic. System, can I return now? Yes. The host may choose to return at any time. Do you wish to proceed? The system replied. Zheng Ning pondered briefly, then pressed down on his wish to return immediately, asking, System, what will happen to this world after I leave? He feared that, akin to certain novels, the entire world would crumble and restart upon the protagonist's departure. He could not bear such a fate. He had grown attached to the world of the undead, especially to the 3 women, Amy, Maggie, and Beth, whom he did not wish to abandon. Ultimately, Zheng Ning was but an ordinary man, unable to emulate certain protagonists who could easily sever ties and leave without a second thought. This might be considered a significant weakness, yet he had never contemplated changing it. People, by nature, tend to follow their hearts. The world will pause its operation, freezing at the moment the host departs. Of course, the host may also spend source points to purchase permanent residency in this world, allowing the host to dictate the flow of time between this world and the real world. The system elucidated. Ah, that is reassuring. Zheng Ning sighed in relief. Since time could be paused, there was no need for a formal farewell to Amy and the others. Regardless of how long he was gone, he would return to the same moment in time. Return. Zheng Ning promptly opted for his return. Do you confirm? Yes. With a whoosh, a beam of white light enveloped Zheng Ning, and then he vanished from his original location. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself back in the rented apartment. He quickly grabbed his phone from the bedside to check the time. May 25th, 2023, 14:35. Gazing at the time displayed on his phone, Zheng Ning let out a deep sigh of relief. Just as he had traversed through time, it was indeed as the system had indicated. Despite spending nearly 2 years in the world of the undead, merely a second had elapsed in the real world. Zheng Ning felt no inclination to speak or engage in any activity, tossing his phone aside and collapsing into a restful slumber. How comfortable it is to sleep here, he mused. He drifted into a deep sleep, only awakening at noon the following day. After refreshing himself, Zheng Ning ordered a feast from the same takeout restaurant, drawing astonished looks from the delivery man once more. This time, he consumed the 10-person meal in a mere 40 minutes. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, Zheng Ning decided to enter the system space. System, commence the tally of my recent gains. Zheng Ning called out. Understood, host. Please hold on, responded the system. Ding. This time, the host has altered the fates of the majority in the world of the Walking Dead, achieving a 95 progression in the storyline, and has amassed a total of 15,000 source points. Please take note, host. 15,000 points? Zheng Ning stared intently at the number on the screen, his expression one of disbelief. He had unexpectedly leaped from a state of poverty into a modest affluence. The low-level vampire lineage, which cost merely 500 source points, had allowed him to wreak havoc in the world of the undead. What treasures could he acquire with 15,000 points? Taking a deep breath to steady his excitement, he inquired, System, how many source points are required to purchase permanent residency in the world of the undead? After all, he had someone dear to him there, and abandoning her was not something Zheng Ning could bring himself to do. Ding. The cost for permanent residency in the low-level world of the Walking Dead is 2,000 source points, the system replied. 2,000 points is not too exorbitant. Although the place was fraught with endless zombies and lacked any remarkable features, it was still a world of its own. Considering the vast cosmos beyond Earth, 2,000 source points seemed incredibly worthwhile. Regrettably, with Zheng Ning's current abilities, he could barely explore the entirety of Earth, let alone the expansive universe. Thus, without hesitation, he opted to make the purchase. Ding. Permanent residency in the Walking Dead world purchased, deducting 2,000 source points. You now have 13,000 000 source points remaining. Zheng Ning could now enter the world of the undead at will and select his own time ratio. Rather than exiting the system space, he chose to continue his exchanges. What was his utmost priority? Naturally, it was the enhancement of his strength. Enhancing strength could be achieved through various means: lineage, techniques, weapons, and more. Zheng Ning instructed the system to display all items available for 13,000 source points or less, and he began to search meticulously. Having chosen the path of vampire evolution, he resolved to pursue it further, for in the end, all paths lead to the same summit. Thus, Zheng Ning began to explore the subsequent evolutions of the mutated vampire lineage. Intermediate Vampire Bloodline, Advanced Vampire Bloodline, Vampire Baron Bloodline, Vampire Viscount Bloodline. Zheng Ning clicked on the Intermediate Vampire Bloodline. Name: Intermediate Vampire Bloodline. Grade: Second tier. Description: requires the enhancement of a low-level mutated vampire bloodline, along with 5,000 source points for evolution. Upgrading to the Intermediate Vampire Bloodline can moderately enhance attributes such as strength, agility, and recovery, allowing for the use of a small amount of vampire energy. Vampire energy? Can it truly be utilized with merely the Intermediate Vampire Bloodline? Zheng Ning inquired with curiosity. Vampire energy is a unique and mystical energy inherent to vampires, akin to mana, magical power, elemental energy, and true qi, representing a form of energy manifestation. Various vampire skills, such as transforming into a bat, becoming blood mist, and higher-level abilities like summoning storms or obscuring the sun, all necessitate the use of vampire energy. The awakening of vampire energy signifies Zheng Ning's true entrance into the realm of the extraordinary. 5,000 source points, multiplied tenfold, is indeed extravagant, Zheng Ning remarked. Yet he opted to redeem it. To exchange for the Intermediate Mutated Vampire Bloodline requires 5,000 source points. Do you wish to proceed? The system prompted. Exchange. With Zheng Ning's confirmation, a white light enveloped him, and he felt as though he was immersed in a warm spring. 10 seconds later, Zheng Ning gently descended to the ground and casually opened his attribute panel. Host: Zheng Ning. Age: 26. Bloodline: Intermediate Mutated Vampire Bloodline. Ability: None. Cultivation method: None. Items owned: None. Source points: 8,000. Life level: Second tier. Life level. System: what does this life level entail? Zheng Ning inquired, noticing his life level had ascended from the first tier to the second tier. Ding. Host: this is the system's classification of all life forms across countless realms, ranging from first tier to ninth tier. Each tier represents an elevation of life, with the first tier signifying the most common life forms, while the ninth tier embodies the pinnacle of existence. The system succinctly clarified. Ah, I see. Zheng Ning nodded in understanding, then curiously asked, what tier do the legendary beings, the saints of the heavenly Tao, belong to? In the primordial universe, the heavenly Tao Hongjun is a life form of the 8th tier, while other saints are of the 7th tier. What? The highest saints are merely 7th tier? Even Hongjun, who merges with the heavenly Tao, is only 8th tier. What about the Pangu, the creator of heaven and earth? 8th tier. And in Western mythology, the omnipotent god? 8th tier. Zheng Ning then inquired about various creation deities from mythologies, as well as the unparalleled protagonists from novels, films, and comics. Despite their varying strengths, none exceeded the 8th tier, with none attaining the 9th tier. Is there truly no one in these myriad realms who has reached the 9th tier? Zheng Ning asked with intrigue. There are. Who are they? Please explore on your own. Darn it. Zheng Ning uttered a curse and then ceased his inquiries, for the matter felt exceedingly distant from him. Since his lineage had been elevated, it was time to exchange for a weapon, should there be any surplus. He would acquire several skills as well, he mused. He recalled his time in the world of the undead, lamenting the absence of a good weapon, which rendered his efforts in slaying zombies quite unsatisfactory. The specially crafted Nepalese machete merely proved durable, lacking in practicality. Zheng Ning then accessed the weapons section, embarking on a search, yet after an extensive period, he found no suitable armaments. Either they were prohibitively expensive or of such poor quality that he deemed them unworthy. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Host, would you like the system to recommend options? What? You possess such a function? Indeed. Why did you not mention this sooner? I have been searching for so long. The host did not inquire. MMP. Zheng Ning felt his system lacked intelligence, responding only to his queries. Perhaps it was either exceedingly intelligent or simply toying with him. He preferred the former, for a highly intelligent system could prove troublesome. Please recommend, Zheng Ning commanded. The system responded, the following weapons are available for your current exchange. Iron Tooth, from the world of Inuyasha, requires 3,500 source points. Executioner's Blade, from the world of Naruto, requires 3,000 source points. Zanpakuto, from the world of Bleach, requires 4,000 source points. Nightblade, from the world of One Piece, requires 3,000 source points. Adamantium Warblade, from the world of X-Men, requires 2,000 source points. Demon Blade Xianxia, from the world of Assassins, requires 4,000 source points. There were not many options, only about a dozen. After a brief examination, Zheng Ning quickly selected his desired weapon. Indeed, it shall be you, Demon Blade Xianxia, Zheng Ning proclaimed dramatically. The chosen weapon was the exclusive armament of the protagonist Wu Liuqi from the world of Assassins. Zheng Ning held a deep fondness for this animated series, particularly admiring the robust figure of Qi as he wielded the Demon Blade Xianxia in battle, leaving a profound impression on Zheng Ning. Moreover, the potential of the Demon Blade Xianxia was considerable, promising to suffice for the early stages of his endeavors. Zheng Ning then clicked to view the detailed description of the Demon Blade Xianxia. Name: Demon Blade Xianxia Grade. Second-tier description. One of the national treasures of the Divine Forgers, the blade is composed of 1,000 fragments. These fragments can transform into various shapes, allowing for diverse methods of attacking foes. It has been lauded as an unparalleled weapon, solely offensive in nature, requiring the wielder to possess special energies such as true qi, internal force, magic, or spiritual power to wield it. Shall you choose to exchange? Yes, Zheng Ning affirmed. Proceeding with the exchange, a violet radiance appeared in his hand, dispersing to reveal the purple Demon Blade Xianxia. Is this the weapon that is solely offensive? Quite impressive. Zheng Ning gazed at the violet blade of the Demon Blade 1,000 Edges, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. After a brief moment of admiration, he returned the sword to its sheath, opting to continue his exchanges, for he still had 4,000 source points remaining, which could procure a wealth of valuable items. System. Recommend some magical abilities suitable for me, Zheng Ning commanded. Ding. The system responded, presenting the following vampiric spells that align with the host's capabilities. Skill: Blood Claw, 800 source points. Description: enhances the strength of the vampire's nails and fingers, achieving a sharpness and resilience akin to that of a blade. Skill: Corpse Poison, 800 source points. Description: as vampires are a form of the deceased, they carry with them a trace of corpse poison, a fact that the proud bloodline often denies. This skill amplifies the faint poison within you, granting the ability to infect ordinary beings through bites, transforming them into mindless husks. Skill: Blood Cloak, 1,000 source points. Description: consuming vampiric energy allows you to enter a state of invisibility, encompassing your clothing and belongings. However, this effect dissipates upon receiving an attack. Skill: Bat Doppelganger, 1,000 source points. Description: by expending vampiric energy, you can transform into a bat, simultaneously creating 10 bat doppelgangers to confuse your adversaries. The vampiric spells recommended by the system were undeniably practical for Zheng Ning. Yet, with limited source points, he judiciously selected only the aforementioned abilities, promptly deducting 600 points, leaving him with a mere 400. Sighing, he lamented, "Money truly flows like water. I thought I had entered a phase of affluence, yet it proves to be so fleeting." Nevertheless, upon viewing the array of skills displayed on his attribute panel, a smile of contentment returned to his face. Host: Zheng Ning. Age: 26. Lineage: intermediate mutated vampire lineage abilities. Magic Blood Claw, Corpse Poison, Blood Cloak. Bat Doppelganger Cultivation Method: none possessions. Demon Blade 1,000 Edges source points. 400 life level. Second tier. After completing his exchanges, Zheng Ning conjured a wilderness scene within the system's space and commenced testing the weapons and skills he had just acquired. First, he focused on the weapon. Gripping the Demon Blade 1,000 Edges, he murmured to himself. Swish. He swiftly drew the blade, slicing through the air several times. The feel was quite satisfactory. He then began to infuse it with vampiric energy. Buzz. The Demon Blade 1,000 Edges instantly radiated a brilliant violet light. Unleash its wrath, Divine Spear. Whoosh. The blade transformed into countless fragments, shooting forth with incredible velocity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom. A towering boulder in the distance was instantly riddled with holes. Chapter 46. The Power of Skills. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, boom, boom. The once mighty boulder was swiftly turned into a honeycomb of destruction by the shards of the Demon Blade 1,000 Edges. With a thunderous crack, it could no longer withstand the onslaught and shattered violently. The fragments curved back, returning to the hilt of the blade. Impressive indeed. This power surpasses even that of a Gatling gun. Yet, Zheng Ning remained unsatisfied, raising the blade of 1,000 edges high above his head. A resonant hum emanated from the blade, radiating a dazzling violet light, as shards began to fracture and ultimately coalesce into a razor-sharp edge extending 50 meters. With a gentle sweep towards the ground, he unleashed a swift strike. Whoosh! The earth was instantaneously cleaved, leaving a gaping fissure spanning several meters. Ha! This is astonishing. Noticing that only a fifth of his vampire energy had been expended, Zheng Ning erupted into laughter. The enhancement of his bloodline by 50 source points had propelled him into the realm of the extraordinary. Should he encounter the zombies of the apocalyptic world now, it would be akin to slicing through vegetables. Armed with ample blood packs, he could potentially slay 100,000 in a single day. The rapid elevation of his prowess was precisely why Zheng Ning opted for a direct strengthening of his bloodline. Had he chosen to exchange for martial arts scriptures to cultivate, even with 2 years in the apocalyptic world, he would scarcely have made any significant progress, unless gifted with an extraordinarily miraculous cultivation method, abundant resources, and unparalleled talent, which he lacked. After all, the system initially granted him merely 500 source points for unrestricted exchange, limiting his options to martial arts manuals from the world of wuxia. And martial arts, does one truly expect to achieve greatness without decades of training? To scale walls and leap rooftops? One is not the protagonist of a novel. Given a few decades, Zheng Ning could have exchanged for cultivation scriptures, rather than laboring through martial arts. While many novels emphasize the instability of power not personally cultivated, or warn of the mental turmoil arising from rapid power inflation, Zheng Ning deemed such notions nonsensical. Such laws pertain solely to the realms of cultivation and fantasy. In the myriad worlds, they are absurd. Power is power, and as long as it is under one's control, that suffices. Zheng Ning longed to be a super scion or a silver or golden Superman, transcending most worlds without the arduous task of bloodline enhancement. Why not embrace such an existence? The protagonists in those novels, do they not ascend with the speed of a rocket? While others toil for centuries to attain their level, the protagonist catches up in mere decades, effortlessly overpowering them and even challenging those beyond their level. Does this make sense? Having experienced the might of the blade of 1,000 edges, Zheng Ning set it aside. It was now time to test these skills. First, the claws of the vampire. He aimed at a tree, as thick as a barrel, not far away, and unleashed the attack. Zheng Ning's right hand erupted in a surge of radiant black light as his nails elongated sharply, resembling those of a beast, and he clawed at the tree. Crack! Instantly, 5 ghastly gashes marred the trunk. The effect was commendable, reminiscent of the 9-in white bone claw. Zheng Ning mused. This technique was not only powerful, but also remarkably convenient, ideal for close-range ambushes. For anyone caught in its grasp, survival would be a slim chance at best. Subsequently, Zheng Ning activated another skill, Blood Cloak, which similarly consumed nearly 1/5 of his vampiric energy. Ultimately, the crux of the matter lay in Zheng Ning's low bloodline rank. He possessed insufficient vampiric energy for the skills at his disposal. Should he ascend to the noble bloodline tier, such rudimentary skills would be utilized with abandon. Alas, while the cost of a high-ranking bloodline was not tenfold that of a mid-tier one, it still reached the staggering sum of 30,000 source points, an amount far exceeding Zheng Ning's worth. In utter astonishment, Zheng Ning gazed at his completely vanished form. Invisibility was indeed a remarkable skill. Not only could it be employed for evasion from pursuing foes, but it also proved advantageous for assassination and intelligence gathering. If bestowed upon certain handsome individuals, delightful occurrences might even ensue. Next, Zheng Ning invoked another ability, Bat Duplication, expending yet another 1/5 of his vampiric energy. In an instant, his body split into 11 bats, fluttering about in the sky, with only one representing his true self, while the others were mere illusions. This technique served not only as a means of avoiding attacks, but also as a method of travel. Though it was somewhat slow, it was still flight, a luxury Zheng Ning had yet to master. As for the final skill, Corpse Poison, he found himself unable to attempt it, as it required a living target. Alas, his vampiric energy was still too scant. Having merely experimented with a few skills had nearly drained him. Sighing at the impending depletion of his energy, Zheng Ning resolved to persevere. He then spent 1 source point to exchange for 100 blood packs, quickly consuming them, and within moments, his parched vampiric energy was replenished. The system offered such mundane items at exceedingly low prices, whether gold, diamonds, or ancient treasures. 1 source point could procure in abundance. This bore a striking resemblance to the realm of the main deity. However, items of extraordinary nature were exorbitantly priced. For instance, spirit stones used for cultivation in the realm of immortality cost 100 source points each, an outrageous expense. With the remaining source points, Zheng Ning could only exchange for 3, which was scarcely sufficient for substantial progress in his cultivation. Upon completing the exchange, Zheng Ning exited the system interface. The ensuing month was free time, during which the system would not compel him to enter any realm. Naturally, should he wish to enter sooner, he could spend 50 source points to inquire about the next realm, allowing him to advance his entry time by 30 minutes. However, after nearly 2 years in the world of the undead, Zheng Ning was in no rush. He intended to make the most of this period for rest. In the material world, one could never escape the necessity of money. Fortunately, with the system at his disposal, he need not worry. A mere 1 source point could be exchanged for a considerable sum of gold. With a small portion sold through various channels, he immediately garnered over 300,000. Zheng Ning held little regard for wealth. As long as it sufficed, he was content. With over 300,000, even if he indulged in extravagant feasts daily, it would suffice for a considerable while. He approached tasks with vigilance, eschewing any actions that might expose him to risk. Ideally, the most lucrative means of acquiring wealth would be to retrieve a highly advanced artificial intelligence from a science fiction realm, akin to Red Queen, Jarvis, or Skynet, thereby commanding the entire internet, which would yield an abundance of riches. In comparison, methods such as selling gold or antiques not only carry exposure risks, but also yield meager profits. Chapter 47. Reality in the blink of an eye. A week had elapsed. During this time, Zheng Ning enjoyed a most comfortable existence, free from the trivialities and disturbances of the federal community, unconcerned with the latest emergence of a zombie horde. Each day was filled with indulging in various films, novels, and animations, all in preparation for his next adventure. Whenever hunger struck, he would order a meal, and when fatigue set in, he would simply succumb to slumber. On days of enthusiasm, he would dine out, entirely unburdened by thoughts of work, employment, or future uncertainties, inadvertently living a life akin to that of an early retiree. One day, a phone call disrupted his tranquil routine. "Hello, Xianxia, how is your job search going?" came the voice of Zheng Ning's mother on the other end. "Mom, you needn't worry. I have found a job," Zheng Ning replied, somewhat resigned. "If you haven't found one yet, your uncle can help, Mom. I said I've already secured a position." "Oh, I didn't catch that. By the way, where did you find the job? What is the salary like? How is the work environment? Are you getting along with your colleagues? Is anyone bullying you?" Zheng Ma continued her incessant inquiries. Zheng Ning listened, warmth enveloping him. Although he had embarked on a path seeking eternity, he still held great regard for his family. "I'm doing well here. How about you? Is Dad in good health?" "I'm well too, just miss seeing you often. When will you come back?" "Your father misses you too, though that old man is shy. He is too hesitant to call you." Zheng Ma chuckled. "Don't say that. I simply have no time," came Zheng Dad's voice from the background, followed by a commotion. "Mom, I've been quite busy with work. I'll return during the National Day holiday." Zheng Ning quickly shifted the topic. "All right, when you return, I'll make your favorite braised pork." That sounds great." After hanging up the phone, Zheng Ning sighed in relief. His mother was wonderful, albeit a bit chatty. Even his older sister could hardly tolerate her incessant chatter, often making excuses to escape. Gazing at his savings of over 300,000, Zheng Ning contemplated transferring 20,000 to his parents, but he quickly dismissed the thought. In their eyes, he was merely a young man who had just entered the workforce. Such a substantial sum would surely raise questions. Transferring the funds now might lead to misunderstandings. So he resolved to wait a while longer, planning to attribute any future financial windfall to his commendable work ethic, the appreciation of his employer, or a bonus. Shaking his head, he resumed watching a certain television series he had paused earlier. Just as he was engrossed in the show, his phone rang again. Who could it be? To his surprise, it was that rascal. Zheng Ning glanced at his phone and recognized the familiar number of a close friend from high school, promptly answering the call. "Hey, Ningzi, it's me. Do you remember Daddy?" A lewd voice echoed from the other end. "Get lost, you scoundrel. I'm your father," Zheng Ning retorted with a laugh. "Oh, I never imagined that after a month without contact, you'd turn out to be so unfilial. Have you forgotten how you begged me to let you copy my homework back in middle school and called me Dad? That makes me your father." "Ha." They exchanged playful insults for a moment. "What brings you to call me?" Zheng Ning inquired, curiosity piqued. "Missing my good buddy, of course." "Hee. Do you really think I'll believe that?" "Ha ha. Honestly, Ningzi, tomorrow is my birthday, and I'm throwing a party. As my best friend, you absolutely must come. I will certainly be there, but let me make it clear, I won't be buying you any gifts." "Come on, that's just being too formal between friends. Just showing up is enough." However, there was a brief pause on the other end. "But what?" Zheng Ning asked, puzzled. "You should prepare yourself mentally. My partner has been invited too." Zheng Ning fell silent for a moment before replying, "Don't worry, I've moved on." "Well, I'm relieved. Not that I truly believe you. Even a fool can see you Haven T. Let her go. This time, you must seize the opportunity." "What opportunity?" "Stop playing coy. You need to perform well. And with my partner's help, who knows, you might just rekindle things. I really have moved on. Enough of that. Remember not to be late tomorrow." After a bit more banter, they ended the call. With his show interrupted yet again, Zheng Ning lost all desire to continue watching and shut down his computer, subsequently entering the system space. With a wave of his hand, the magic blade, Thousand Edges, appeared in his grasp. He began to slash at the air vigorously. "Host, are you feeling unwell?" The system inquired unexpectedly. Zheng Ning was not in the mood for idle conversation and simply replied with a word. "Host, your aimless flailing not only exhausts your stamina, but also fails to inflict any damage. Do you have any suggestions?" Zheng Ning's attention was piqued by the system's words. He realized he had been overly focused on enhancing his lineage, neglecting other aspects such as technique. However, his source points were nearly depleted, and there was no time to remedy that now. "Host, this system recommends you exchange for basic weapon proficiency, which will help you gain a foundational understanding of various weapons." But I have no source points left," Zheng Ning lamented, glancing at his remaining 398 source points. The proficiency in basic weaponry is a Tier 1 skill, requiring merely 200 source points. The system responded. "What are we waiting for? Let us exchange it without hesitation," Zheng Ning commanded. Upon the system's confirmation, a fragment of memory materialized in Zheng Ning's mind. In an instant, he felt an innate ability to wield his enchanted blade, the Thousand Edges, with finesse, understanding the mechanics of force, the appropriate strength to exert, and the optimal angles for striking. Moreover, he acquired knowledge on the use of various weapons, including swords, guns, and clubs, as well as a basic understanding of firearms, such as handguns and rifles, albeit only the rudimentary types, given the nature of his skill in basic weaponry. Swish, swish, swish. Zheng Ning swung his blade once more, now with a semblance of skill, though still somewhat unrefined. It appeared prudent to conserve some source points for future endeavors. Observing the tiers of proficiency above, intermediate, advanced, master, and grandmaster, Zheng Ning couldn't help but sigh. Time swiftly passed, and before he knew it, the next day arrived. Rising early, Zheng Ning had a modest breakfast before setting off. The gathering was scheduled for 3 p.m., and there was ample time to prepare. Despite claiming he had no money for gifts, he deemed it unacceptable to arrive empty-handed. Unsure of what to purchase, he ventured to the mall and selected a luxury watch. Oblivious to its brand, as he did not keep abreast of such matters, he spent a few thousand without remorse. After all, the money had been easily acquired. Chapter 48. The gathering. After transferring between 3 subway lines and enduring half an hour on a bus, Zheng Ning finally arrived at his destination, a renowned local hotel. One might wonder why he hadn't purchased a car. As a young adult who had recently embarked on his journey without parental support, affording a decent vehicle was a distant dream. Upon arrival, he exchanged pleasantries with the hotel receptionist, who guided him to a private room. "Ningzi, you finally made it." Upon entering, Zheng Ning was greeted by a room filled with familiar faces. The guest of honor, Niu Ben, eagerly rose to welcome him. "I apologize for my tardiness," Zheng Ning offered, noticing he was the last to arrive. "Oh, don't mention it. Just being here brings me great joy." Niu Ben waved his hand dismissively. "Happy birthday. This is for you." Zheng Ning presented the elegantly wrapped gift to Niu Ben. "Yunin Tia brought a gift." Niu Ben graciously accepted the package, then leaned closer to whisper, "Ningzi, she's over there." Following Niu Ben's gaze, Zheng Ning spotted a striking woman clad in a white blouse and blue jeans, engaged in animated conversation with Niu Ben's girlfriend, Wang Li. This woman was none other than Xianxia, Zheng Ning's first love and the sole girlfriend he had known in the real world. They had shared nearly 3 years together before parting ways due to unforeseen circumstances. Just as Zheng Ning's gaze met hers, an awkward tension enveloped the room. Upon their reunion, Zheng Ning found himself surprisingly devoid of the anticipated excitement, feeling almost indifferent, as if encountering a stranger. It dawned on him that he had long since let go. A sigh escaped his heart. As the saying goes, the best way to forget a romance is to embark on a new one. Zheng Ning had already begun 3 relationships in the world of the undead, completely erasing any remnants of feelings for his previous partner. Long time no see. Zheng Ning took the initiative to break the awkward silence. "Indeed. It has been a while," Shen Qingqing replied, casting a complex glance at Zheng Ning. Haha. Ningzi, why are you still standing? Please take a seat. You are the last one we were waiting for." Niu Ben quickly shifted the topic. Zheng Ning complied and settled down. Long time no see." Where have you been working lately? Ah, don't mention it. The economy has been quite bleak. I've interviewed with several companies, but all I hear is to wait for notifications. Same here. With no job prospects, I've resorted to collecting rent with my father. You're just showing off. Aren't you? The atmosphere grew lively. Zheng Ning found himself seated right next to Xianxia, a deliberate arrangement by Niu Ben, who had noticed his good friend remained single since their breakup, believing Zheng Ning still harbored feelings for Xianxia and hoping to rekindle their relationship. How have you been lately? Xianxia, noticing Zheng Ning's silence after their greeting, took the initiative to engage him. Not bad, Zheng Ning replied curtly. Didn't your girlfriend come with you? Xianxia paused before asking again. I don't have a girlfriend, Zheng Ning answered casually. At his response, Xianxia's eyes lit up momentarily. She still held affection for Zheng Ning. After all, they had shared 3 years together. It was not so simple to just move on. Neither do I. Since our breakup, I haven't dated anyone. Seeing Zheng Ning's reaction, Xianxia felt a pang of disappointment and murmured, Don't you have anything to say to me? I wish you a bright future and smooth sailing. Zheng Ning managed to articulate after a moment of thought. Is that all? Xianxia whispered. The two fell into a heavy silence. Some things, once past, remain irretrievable. Returning to the past was no longer an option. Zheng Ning's demeanor nearly drove Niu Ben, who had been observing, to exasperation. Zheng Ning, you scoundrel. I've put so much effort into connecting you two, and you've managed it like this? Suppressing his frustration, Niu Ben raised his glass and laughed heartily. Today, everyone's presence here is a testament to our camaraderie. I toast to you all. Not at all. We will still need President Niu's support in the future. Yes. Yes. Just remember us when you've made it big, President Niu. Niu Ben's friends chimed in playfully. Ha ha ha. You bunch of rascals just love to tease me. Come. Let us toast. Cheers. Subsequently, the crowd indulged in a lavish feast. During this time, Zheng Ning remained silent, quietly seated as he consumed his meal, feeling out of place amidst the revelry. After all, most of the attendees were friends of Niu Ben, with Zheng Ning only familiar with one or two. Unbeknownst to them, the clock struck 9 in the evening, signaling the approach of the birthday gathering's conclusion. Gradually, the guests began to disperse, leaving only Zheng Ning, Xianxia, Niu Ben, and his girlfriend Wang Li. Zheng Ning, you scoundrel. After all my hard work, you are truly. Niu Ben slurred, intoxicated and cursing vehemently. I apologize. He has had too much to drink. Wang Li said, supporting Niu Ben. It's nothing. Zheng Ning shook his head, understanding the source of Niu Ben's ire. Yet he had no intention of rekindling any old flames. By the way, Qingqing lives quite far from here, and I'm worried about her going home alone. Could you possibly escort her? Wang Li suddenly suggested, clearly hoping to orchestrate a reunion between Zheng Ning and Qingqing. Oh, that's unnecessary. I can manage on my own. Before Zheng Ning could respond, Xianxia quickly interjected, aware of Zheng Ning's disinterest in rekindling their past and wishing to avoid further embarrassment. That won't do. Qingqing. It's quite late, and as a girl, how can I feel at ease with you traveling alone at night? So, Zheng Ning, may I entrust her to you? Wang Li continued. Of course. Zheng Ning smiled and replied. Thus, Zheng Ning accompanied Xianxia as they stepped outside. Shortly after, the vehicle Zheng Ning had summoned arrived. The two entered the taxi, and the driver accelerated towards Xianxia's residence. Silence enveloped them during the ride. Half an hour later, the taxi reached its destination. Zheng Ning helped Xianxia out of the car before turning to leave. Is this really how it ends? Came Xianxia's voice from behind. Zheng Ning did not turn around, but simply replied with a single syllable, a succinct farewell to the past. Next world. Game of Thrones. Chapter 49. Entering the world of Game of Thrones following this incident, Zheng Ning found his desire for continued leisure dissipated. Preparing to embark on a new journey. Prior to entering this new realm, he diligently made necessary preparations, replenishing his supplies of food and various essentials. As for weaponry, he had no worries. He could assemble multiple squads from the armaments collected in the world of the undead, including an array of firearms, explosives, tanks, and armored vehicles. He even discovered an Apache attack helicopter within the confines of the federal community. This formidable aircraft came equipped with a 30mm cannon, missiles, and rockets, capable of delivering precise strikes on ground targets, thereby neutralizing enemy defenses and offensive capabilities. Additionally, it featured bulletproof glass, armored plating, and shrapnel defense systems, effectively safeguarding against various assaults. When facing an army reliant on melee weaponry, it would be akin to a dimensional strike, making it feasible to combat 10,000 foes single-handedly. Once the morale was shattered, even the most valiant of forces would become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Such a formidable weapon was naturally hoarded by Zheng Ning, who assimilated it into the system's spatial realm. Notably, this system's space, originally only the size of a football field, has now expanded nearly tenfold. Upon inquiry, Zheng Ning learned that the system space is intrinsically linked to the host, evolving progressively in tandem with the host's growing strength, ultimately transforming into a complete world. This revelation filled Zheng Ning with immense joy. The prospect of wielding complete control over gravity, space, and even time within this world is beyond imagination. In truth, this is the greatest boon the system has bestowed upon Zheng Ning, a fact he had yet to realize. The casual provision of a world with potential for growth, akin to a humble cabbage, piqued Zheng Ning's curiosity about the origins of the system. Who could have crafted such an extraordinary entity? Early the following morning, Zheng Ning awoke with anticipation, had a modest breakfast, and promptly called upon the system. System, I wish to know the next realm. Ding. To acquire information about the next realm in advance, the host requires 50 source points. The entry time will be advanced by half an hour. Do you confirm? With little hesitation, Zheng Ning decisively chose to confirm. Ding. The host is about to enter the realm of Game of Thrones. The entry time is in 30 minutes. Please prepare accordingly. The system prompted. How delightful. The realm of Game of Thrones. Zheng Ning exclaimed with glee. Game of Thrones is a medieval epic fantasy television series produced and released by HBO. Based on the fantasy novels A Song of Ice and Fire by American author George R. Martin, spanning 8 seasons. It stands as one of the most expensive television series in history, with the first season costing a staggering $6 million, and the final seasons averaging $10 million per episode, a sum that transcends mere spending, verging instead on extravagance. The excellent script, coupled with lavish production, yielded an emotionally resonant spectacle. Over 8 years, it not only garnered 47 Emmy Awards, establishing itself as the leading award collector in history, but also reached audiences in over 170 countries, amassing 1.2 billion fans. The franchise expanded into games, television, comics, and a plethora of merchandise, solidifying its status as one of the most lucrative intellectual properties. Moreover, Game of Thrones significantly boosted tourism in locations such as Croatia, Malta, Morocco, and Iceland, leading to record highs in local economies, evidence of the series' phenomenal popularity. As a devoted fan, Zheng Ning did not miss the opportunity to immerse himself in the series, taking several years to complete it, and subsequently revisiting it multiple times. The narrative of Game of Thrones primarily unfolds on an unknown planet, at the far western edge of the known world, on a continent called Westeros. This narrow, elongated landmass draws its inspiration from real-world Great Britain, with a total area comparable to that of South America. The continent of Westeros stretches approximately 3,000 miles southward from the polar ice caps in the north, where the formidable wall, an insurmountable structure spanning 300 miles, separates the realm from the lands beyond. The population of the continent is predominantly concentrated in the southern regions, governed by 7 kingdoms reminiscent of medieval Europe. In Westeros, each season can last for several years, or even decades. The current ruler of the 7 kingdoms is Robert Baratheon, who, 16 years prior, triumphed over and deposed the previous ruling house, the Targaryens, during the civil war known as the War of the Usurper, thus establishing the Baratheon dynasty and claiming dominion over the 7 kingdoms. Despite Robert Baratheon's victory, the last remnants of the Targaryen line, the Mad King Aerys Targaryen's youngest son Viserys and his younger sister Daenerys, were safely transported across the narrow sea to the continent of Essos by loyalists. Essos, vast and populous, stretches eastward for thousands of kilometers and lies across the sea from Westeros. The western part of this continent is home to 9 free trade city-states, while the remaining inland territories are known as the Dothraki Sea, inhabited by the fierce Dothraki nomads. In the capital of Westeros, King's Landing, a grand conspiracy is brewing that will plunge the entire realm into chaos, while in Essos, the forces of Targaryen vengeance are quietly gathering strength. Even more chilling, at the northernmost edge of the continent, the legendary beings that once brought devastation to humanity are beginning to re-emerge. A Game of Thrones is set in a low-magic realm. Although magic exists, aside from the fabled dragons, the world bears little distinction from medieval Europe. With Zheng Ning's current prowess, as long as he remains wary of Daenerys' 3 dragons and the Night King, the leader of the White Walkers, he feels capable of navigating the land with ease. Even amidst the siege of tens of thousands of troops, confident in his ability to strike in and out effortlessly, provided he has sufficient blood packs. Annihilating entire armies is not beyond the realm of possibility, especially as he has now ascended to a second-tier life form, stepping into the threshold of the extraordinary. This realm poses little challenge for Zheng Ning, with dangers less formidable than those he faced upon arriving in the world of the Walking Dead. Half an hour later, a prompt from the system announced, "The dimensional traversal is about to commence. Please prepare yourself." In an instant, light enveloped Zheng Ning. Whoosh! He abruptly vanished from his original location. Chapter 50. Winterfell. As time and space shifted, Zheng Ning found himself amidst a frigid landscape, blanketed in snow, where the biting wind sent shivers down his spine. Where am I? Did the system mess up the teleportation? Zheng Ning exclaimed, realizing he was not clad in warm attire. His outer garment resembling an oversized trench coat. He specifically purchased this from the treasure trove, and since he already possesses the magic blade of 1,000 edges, he decided to enhance his cosplay to resemble an assassin even more closely. Now he truly embodies the essence of a rogue. Ding. Host. You are in Winterfell of the North. The system responded. Winterfell? How did I get transported here? Shouldn't you have sent me near the protagonist? In the realm of Game of Thrones, the protagonist Jon Snow is indeed located in Winterfell. What? ISNT the protagonist Daenerys Targaryen? She has so many advantages. Are you telling me she isn't the main character? The Game of Thrones realm features dual protagonists, representing the Ice Wolf Jon Snow and the Fire Dragon Daenerys Targaryen. Then why didn't you send me to Daenerys? Zheng Ning retorted. He harbored little fondness for Jon Snow, whom he deemed ungrateful. Daenerys had tirelessly led her army to aid the North in repelling the White Walkers, suffering significant losses, including the death of a dragon, only for Jon to be swayed by the little demon from House Lannister and betray her. Although Daenerys had become mentally unstable by that point, even resorting to city slaughter, it ultimately tied back to Jon Snow's actions. As Zheng Ning watched the final season, he wished he could jump into the screen and strike Jon Snow down. Such is human nature. Everyone has their own perspective. Some believe Jon was justified in betraying Daenerys, asserting that the Mad King deserved to be overthrown. Others view Jon as ungrateful and ruthless, a quintessential scoundrel. However, Zheng Ning is now the one traversing this world, free to indulge as he pleases. Moreover, he particularly despised Bran Stark, who, throughout the series, accomplished nothing yet brazenly emerged as the ultimate victor, seated upon the Iron Throne. His cryptic line, "Do you think I've endured this long for nothing?" led Zheng Ning to suspect that the original Bran Stark had long since perished, with his body being usurped by the Three-Eyed Raven. This entire scenario seemed to be a conspiracy orchestrated by the Three-Eyed Raven to claim the Iron Throne and rule the Seven Kingdoms. Of course, the most significant point is that he yearned to experience Daenerys' allure. The host did not specify a request, thus this system made a random selection. You could have at least given me a heads up. The host has not activated the notification service. It requires 5 source points. Would you like to activate it? Damn it. Activate it. Zheng Ning gritted his teeth, feeling utterly powerless against the system. Ding. Notification service activated, deducting 5 source points. Never mind, I've arrived here. So I'll take it one step at a time. By the way, system, how long until the plot commences? Zheng Ning inquired, eager to gauge the time he had for planning. Ding. To ensure the host has ample time to strategize and alter the course of the storyline. This system has advanced your arrival in this realm by 2 months. You now have 2 months remaining until the plot begins. The system explained. Finally, you've been reliable for once. Thank you for the compliment. It is our honor to serve you. We? Zheng Ning murmured, pondering whether the system had malfunctioned or was intentionally speaking in such a manner. Winterfell must be nearby. Zheng Ning glanced around, yet found no trace of any town. Suddenly, with a thud, he transformed into a swarm of bats and soared hundreds of meters into the sky. It was only then that he spotted the ancient castle of Winterfell, boasting nearly 8,000 years of history, several kilometers away, and he flew towards it. At the gates of Winterfell, the guards, as usual, meticulously inspected each individual seeking entry, interrogating them to ensure no threats were present before granting passage. After all, this was the abode of Lord Eddard Stark, the protector of the North, and the castle's safety was paramount. At that moment, an eccentric man clad in a purple hooded cloak approached. His peculiarity stemmed from the fact that, in such cold weather, he wore no attire to shield himself from the chill. The cloak was as thin as a piece of paper, offering no warmth whatsoever. Where do you hail from? The guard inquired, as was customary. White Harbor. Zheng Ning responded casually. After all, the guard would not truly investigate. This was a medieval fantasy world devoid of the internet or mobile phones. How could they verify such claims? Would they actually dispatch someone to White Harbor? Ridiculous. There simply weren't the resources for such an endeavor. And what brings you to Winterfell? asked the guard. I heard Winterfell has an 8,000-year history, so I wish to witness it for myself and perhaps find some work. Zheng Ning fabricated. Find work? The guards exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing Zheng Ning's words. Indeed. What skills do you possess? Are you a juggler or an actor? It was understandable for the guards to be skeptical. Zheng Ning's attire, which might appear fashionable on Earth, resembled that of a performer in this otherworldly realm. Furthermore, he possessed a youthful and refined appearance akin to that of a nobleman. Zheng Ning, unperturbed by their mockery, replied softly, I am a wandering swordsman. A swordsman? He claims to be a swordsman? Ha ha. The two guards exchanged glances, erupting into laughter. Swordsman, you say? Where is your sword? One of the guards jested. My sword is right here, Zheng Ning retorted, pointing to the guard's waist. What? The guard barely registered the words before Zheng Ning's figure abruptly vanished, transforming into a blur as he snatched the long sword from the guard's side. How swift! The two guards were taken aback, but soon regained their composure, shouting in terror, What do you intend to do? This is Winterfell. If you dare to cause trouble, the Stark family will not spare you. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to demonstrate, harboring no ill intent. He returned the sword to the guard, explaining, I never require a sword of my own. The enemy's sword becomes my own. What I seek is to be swordless in hand, but swordful in heart. Swordless in hand, swordful in heart. Indeed, this embodies the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Zheng Ning spun a web of nonsensical tales, leaving the two guards momentarily stunned, ultimately convincing them of his identity as a wandering swordsman. Before departing, one of the guards kindly advised Zheng Ning, I have heard that the Stark family is seeking to hire a swordsmanship instructor. With your impressive skills, you might consider trying your luck. A swordsmanship instructor? How fortuitous. A splendid opportunity to draw closer to the protagonist, Zheng Ning mused. The Grand Winterfell is divided into an outer city and an inner fortress. The outer walls are fortified by an imposing granite structure towering nearly 80 feet, approximately 26 meters. The inner walls are safeguarded by an even taller granite fortification, reaching close to 100 feet, around 30 meters. Between the inner and outer walls lies a protective moat, along with a quaint little town known as Wintertown, where common folk congregate during the winter months. Without valid reasons, an ordinary person might never set foot in the inner fortress that shelters House Stark, thus remaining distant from the protagonist. Chapter 51. The tavern. Zheng Ning journeyed eastward and arrived at a small town primarily constructed of wood and stone as dusk fell. This was Wintertown. Nestled adjacent to the massive Winterfell, the town was bustling not only with commoners but also with a plethora of merchants, travelers, and mercenaries drawn from far and wide. As Zheng Ning walked along the snow-laden path, the town came alive with the glow of countless lights. The streets were vibrant with chatter and throngs of people. Come, let's drink. Look at that fellow, he's utterly pathetic, drunk after just a few drinks. Indeed, he looks so feeble, unlike our bold spirits. What a disgrace to the north. Zheng Ning paused before a raucous tavern, where a group of burly men were indulging in drink and banter. With a decisive push, he swung the door open, drawing the attention of the raucous patrons within. Unfazed, he strode directly to the tavern keeper and inquired, Do you have any rooms available? Yes, we do. The tavern keeper eyed Zheng Ning's attire with a hint of curiosity before responding. I would like the cleanest room you have. With that, Zheng Ning placed a gold dragon coin upon the table. The tavern keeper's eyes sparkled at the sight of the coin, and he promptly replied, Of course. I will have someone clean it immediately. And bring me a pint of stout as well. Certainly, my lord. Zheng Ning began to drink openly before the crowd. Who is this man? He just walked in without a care for decorum. He certainly does not look like one of us from the north. He must be from the south. Huh, a southerner. Look at his peculiar attire and his delicate complexion. He must be one of those pampered nobles' new toys. Laughter erupted at this remark, filling the tavern with mockery. In response, Zheng Ning seized a piece of wood from the counter, shattering it, and hurled it at the man who had spoken so disrespectfully. The wooden plank grazed the man's forehead, leaving a conspicuous scar. Bang! The plank collided with the wall, piercing through it and creating a hole the size of a fist. The display from Zheng Ning left the group of rugged men from the north utterly stunned. They stared at the terrifying hole, and an eerie silence enveloped the scene, allowing even the sound of someone's breathing to be distinctly heard. Whoever dares to utter another word, I cannot guarantee the next blow will not be miscalculated, Zheng Ning declared coldly. The northerners present fell silent, their heads bowed, avoiding his gaze. Among them were idle drifters, thugs who oppressed ordinary folk, and petty thieves who relished in bullying outsiders venturing into the north. The outsiders, wishing to avoid trouble, typically chose to keep the peace, while the northerners stood united against outsiders. Even if some escalated matters to the town guards, the guards would usually turn a blind eye. This fostered a sense of superiority among these individuals, who deemed outsiders as feeble and ineffectual, akin to kicking a dog in the north. However, it was unfortunate for them that they had encountered a formidable opponent this time. The man before them, clad in a purple trench coat, was undoubtedly a master of his craft. With no one speaking, Zheng Ning did not wish to escalate the situation further, as he still needed to make contact with the Stark family. To kill one of the Northerners here would surely incite their ire. Yet, while visibly refraining from violence, Zheng Ning had already infused the wooden plank with dark energy from the Blood Clan, an energy that posed a significant threat to ordinary humans. The man struck had already been tainted by this dark energy, and, under its relentless erosion, would surely perish within 3 days, collapsing lifelessly in the streets. "My lord, what is this?" lamented the tavern owner, stricken by an undeserved disaster. "Rest assured, I shall take responsibility for the damage I have caused," Zheng Ning replied, handing over a gold dragon. "My lord, as long as you are pleased, feel free to continue smashing things. It matters not if everything is destroyed." The tavern owner's face brightened instantly. 2 gold dragons. He had never seen such wealth, nearly equivalent to his entire annual income. Zheng Ning could only smile helplessly before proceeding to the prepared room. The following morning, just as dawn broke, Zheng Ning rose early and made his way to the tavern's hall. He discovered that quite a number of patrons were already dining, but upon seeing Zheng Ning, the previously lively discussions ceased abruptly, clearly a testament to the authoritative impression he had made the previous night. Zheng Ning ordered a sumptuous breakfast from the tavern owner and, while eating, inquired, "Do you know where the Stark family hires sword instructors?" My lord, are you looking to apply?" "Indeed. Someone as formidable as you would naturally seek to apply." The tavern owner babbled on, failing to get to the point. "Cut the chatter. Tell me where it is." Zheng Ning, with an air of impatience, interjected directly, "Yes, it is indeed the small square to the east of this town." The tavern owner promptly responded. Without further ado, after satisfying his hunger and thirst, Zheng Ning summoned the enchanted blade, Qianren, from his system space and proceeded towards the small square. Although Winter Town was referred to as a town, its actual scale was scarcely larger than that of an ordinary village. Upon arriving at the square, Zheng Ning spotted a wooden notice board surrounded by a throng of oddly dressed individuals, all of whom were armed with swords and longbows, animatedly discussing something. Ding ding ding. The Stark family is seeking to hire a swordsmanship instructor to teach the Duke's children, with a monthly salary of 1 gold dragon. My chance has finally arrived. If I can gain the Duke's favor, I shall undoubtedly become a great knight. Ha ha ha. With your pathetic sword skills, you couldn't even defeat me. Better not dream. Who do you think you are looking down on? Both of you should save your breath. Look there. It states that the hired individual must not only possess exceptional swordsmanship, but also be proficient in archery. Indeed, over 100 people have already signed up. With your meager skills, you would only embarrass yourselves. Come on, is it just archery? I can do that. I have been a professional hunter for 30 years. The game I've hunted could circle Winter Town 3 times. This is a rare opportunity. I must at least give it a try. The news instantly ignited fervent discussions among those present. A contest? Is my physical prowess too overwhelming? Zheng Ning chuckled to himself. Chapter 52. Dominating the arena. Swordsmanship and archery were skills he undoubtedly possessed, having exchanged for novice weapon proficiency under the system's guidance, allowing him to wield a variety of weapons with competence. Although merely a first-tier skill, Zheng Ning was confident he could easily surpass the local inhabitants, thanks to his unparalleled physical attributes. His strength, speed, perception, and reflexes were superior to the collective capabilities of those gathered around him. While technique is undoubtedly significant, it only manifests its true value when both parties are on equal footing. Absolute strength confers undeniable advantage. Just as a small ant, no matter how skilled, could be effortlessly crushed by a human finger. You claim to be a sword master with 25 years of practice? Apologies, but before me, you shan't even have the opportunity to swing your sword. You are an archery master whose hunted game could circle Wintertown thrice? My apologies. But I wield an 8-fold scope and have the advantage of perspective. I could eliminate an enemy sniper from 800 miles away. The generous reward attracted a multitude of participants, including fallen knights, hunters, and mercenaries. A monthly salary of 1 gold dragon represented a fortune capable of transforming their destitute lives. However, the most significant allure was the hope of earning the Duke of Stark's recognition, which could lead to soaring success. Without further ado, Zheng Ning stepped forward to register. The process unfolded exceptionally smoothly, emphasizing merit over origin, which vividly illustrates Lord Eddard Stark's commitment to his children. He sought a truly formidable individual to mentor them. After registration, the selection commenced the following day. On that morning, Zheng Ning rose early as usual, had a modest breakfast, and arrived promptly at the selection site. He discovered 5 or 6 individuals already present, each radiating vitality and confidence, distinctly different from the mere extras. Shortly thereafter, several mercenaries arrived in succession. That will be all. Those who have yet to arrive no longer qualify to serve House Stark, proclaimed a middle-aged man, resembling a steward, from his prominent seat. Out of the 100-plus registrants, only 8 remained, including Zheng Ning. The selection officially commenced with a swordsmanship contest. The 8 participants paired off, culminating in the identification of the most skilled swordsman. Zheng Ning's first opponent was a burly mercenary. To prevent any dishonesty, both combatants wielded iron long swords provided by House Stark. "Hey there, pretty boy. I suggest you surrender now. You look too delicate. I fear I might leave some ghastly scars on that tender skin of yours," sneered the mercenary, flashing a grin that revealed yellowing teeth. "Is that how you fight, with mere words?" Zheng Ning retorted dismissively. "You're asking for it, pretty boy." The mercenary, incensed, swung his long sword toward Zheng Ning. However, to Zheng Ning, the movement appeared slower than a snail, allowing him to calmly parry with his own sword. Clang! The swords clashed, producing a jarring sound. "Have you not eaten today?" Zheng Ning taunted. "Curse you, pretty boy. I will kill you." The mercenary, fueled by rage, attacked again. Clang! Zheng Ning effortlessly blocked the strike once more. "Ah!" The mercenary yelled, launching a relentless series of blows, yet each was effortlessly deflected by Zheng Ning, who continued to mock him. "What impressive swordsmanship, to withstand such ferocity solely through defense," commented Lord Eddard Stark, who observed the scene from a nearby tower. His swordsmanship instructor also taught his eldest son and heir, Robb Stark, the future Lord of the North, which underscored the importance he placed on this selection, prompting him to take time from his busy schedule to witness the event. "Is that all you can do? Pathetic, even inferior to a waste. Enough of this charade." After toying with the mercenary, Zheng Ning struck decisively at him. So swift, before the mercenary could react, his sword was sent flying. Had Zheng Ning not sensed Lord Stark's proximity, the outcome would not have merely involved the mercenary's sword, but potentially his very head. The victor was clear. The middle-aged man proclaimed loudly. Just as he was about to continue his announcement, Zheng Ning interrupted. "There's no need to waste time. Let the remaining participants join in." "What? You arrogant bastard, do you take us for fools? You merely defeated my subordinate Nick, and yet you have the audacity to challenge us all? It seems you are courting death. I can no longer tolerate this. I shall slay this presumptuous fool. Who do you think you are? You pretty boy. Take a good look at yourself." Before the middle-aged man could respond, the other participants were incensed, hurling insults. "Huh, to me, you are nothing but refuse," Zheng Ning declared, pointing his thumb at himself with a mocking grin. "Very well, since you all feel this way, let us proceed." The middle-aged man, seeing the escalating tension, decided to go along with it. After all, should anything fatal occur, it would not reflect poorly on the Stark family. And he was eager to witness the extent of this man's swordsmanship. With the middle-aged man's consent, the other participants drew their long swords, aiming them at Zheng Ning. Yet, he remained unfazed, not even adopting a defensive stance. "Retract your previous statement, and we might consider sparing you." The leader among the participants, a bearded middle-aged mercenary, said sternly, not wishing to create a fatal incident on Stark territory. Winning through numerical advantage would not be honorable, and should word reach the ears of the esteemed Duke of the North, their prospects for lucrative employment would surely vanish. "In my eyes, you are all trash," Zheng Ning repeated with a smirk, enunciating each word distinctly. "Damn it, brothers, let's take him down together." The middle-aged mercenary could no longer contain himself and charged first, swinging his long sword at Zheng Ning. The others followed suit, aiming their strikes at vital points. "Stop them quickly," Ned Stark shouted urgently from the tower. Though he was unaware of the specifics, a fatality arising from a Stark family selection would be a significant blow to their reputation. Clang! Crack! Before he could finish, Zheng Ning swept his sword horizontally before him. The mere sword energy from his longsword sent 6 men flying, their Stark family special longswords shattering upon impact. By the old gods, is this still humanity? Ned Stark marveled at the spectacle. Chapter 53. I will shoot 10 arrows. The participants were hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from their mouths. The middle-aged man, serving as the judge, was left in stunned disbelief at Zheng Ning's display of prowess. 1 against 6, a swift victory, and the ability to sever 6 iron swords in an instant. Such strength eclipsed even the legendary Dawn's sword, Arthur Dane. According to legend, the Dawn's divine sword, Arthur Dane, could effortlessly wield his sword with one hand while relieving himself with the other, earning the title of the mightiest warrior in Westeros. Boasting a lifetime of undefeated prowess, until he met his match in the noble Lord Ned Stark. Beside him, a mercenary, who had just been sent flying by Zheng Ning's sword, appeared as if he had seen a ghost, his face pale with fear. Realizing that his opponent had merely been toying with him, had Zheng Ning truly wished to end his life, it would have taken but a single stroke. Can we declare the outcome now? Zheng Ning remarked, observing the middle-aged man's prolonged silence. Oh. The victor of this swordsmanship contest is the wandering swordsman Zheng Ning from the continent of Essos. The middle-aged man finally came to his senses and declared loudly. The 6 fallen individuals struggled to rise, unable to meet Zheng Ning's gaze. When one's strength is only slightly superior to another's, jealousy may arise. However, when one's power towers above the rest, all that remains is profound fear. The results of the swordsmanship selection were undisputed, and the archery selection was next. That fellow is nothing short of a monster. We are no match for him. Fear not, for in the upcoming archery selection, he surely cannot rival Darren. Indeed, we still have Darren. The other contenders, led by the middle-aged mercenary, regained their confidence. Although they were no match for Zheng Ning in swordplay, they firmly believed that their comrade, a seasoned hunter with 30 years of experience who could circle Winterfell thrice with his prey, would emerge victorious. Their confidence stemmed from the notion that human energy is finite. Zheng Ning's exceptional swordsmanship must have demanded extensive practice, leaving him little time to hone his archery skills, thus making it improbable for him to compete with the likes of Darren. They were blissfully unaware of the concept of extraordinary talent and misjudged the chasm between themselves and Zheng Ning. Subsequently, the contenders took turns to shoot arrows at a target 100 meters away. The one with the most accurate shot would claim victory. The first to step up was the burly mercenary who had initially fallen to Zheng Ning. He drew his bow and knocked an arrow. Whoosh! A faint sound echoed, followed by a thud as the arrow struck the wooden ground beneath the target. Hiss! The crowd erupted in jeers. Huh! I am actually more skilled in swordsmanship. The burly mercenary could not help but explain, only to remember how he had been toyed with by Zheng Ning, and he hurriedly retreated from the stage. Such a level of incompetence dares to apply as a sword instructor for House Stark? Truly delusional. The middle-aged man scoffed, then shouted, Next! Nick! You never fail to embarrass yourself. Ha ha ha. The middle-aged mercenary laughed unabashedly, then confidently approached the stage, drawing his bow, knocking an arrow, aiming, and releasing in one fluent motion. Crack! The arrow struck the bullseye with precision. The middle-aged mercenary glanced at Zheng Ning with a smirk, as if showcasing his certainty that Zheng Ning's archery skills would be subpar. Indeed, among this group, there were individuals of notable caliber. Zheng Ning mused internally, unsurprised. If all were of the same level as that burly mercenary, even should he triumph over them all, the Stark family would likely dismiss him. This time, there was no need for the middle-aged man to call out. The next contender stepped forward. As time passed slowly, the one-arrow-per-person competition proceeded swiftly. Before long, apart from Zheng Ning and the hunter, Darren, all other competitors had completed their shots. Besides the middle-aged mercenary, 3 others had also hit the bullseye, while the remainder had slightly strayed off course. Overall, the skill level of the participants was commendable. Next up was the hunter, Darren. Darren, show them your signature move. The middle-aged mercenaries rallied behind the hunter, brimming with confidence, for Darren possessed a secret technique that would surely overshadow that dandy swordsman. Darren remained silent and declined the longbow offered by the middle-aged man. Instead, he slowly removed the longbow and arrows from his back, and what transpired next astonished everyone present, including the discreet observer, Ned Stark. Unlike the others, Darren did not knock a single arrow. He knocked 3 arrows simultaneously. How is this possible? Is he truly going to shoot 3 arrows at once? The middle-aged man exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Here it comes. That move Darren used to astonish us all. The mercenaries laughed triumphantly. Ned Stark atop the tower wore an expression of astonishment and turned to the elder, Maester Luwin, beside him, asking, Has anyone in history ever shot 3 arrows at once? My lord Ned, this is utterly unheard of. I have scoured the history of Westeros and found no such instance. Maester Luwin replied, equally astounded. It seems that this Darren is indeed a remarkable talent. If he can truly accomplish this, we may need to hire 2 instructors this time, one for swordsmanship and another for archery, Ned Stark murmured, his gaze fixed on the hunter below. If he can hit all 3, such a sharpshooter must not be allowed to leave Winterfell. Darren was pleased with the audience's reaction, smiling faintly. He had honed his archery for 30 years for this very opportunity. Calmly, he hefted the bow and arrows. drawing the bowstring until it formed a perfect crescent before releasing it with force. Whoosh! Thud, thud, thud. 3 muffled thumps echoed as the arrows struck the targets with precision. In an instant, the training ground fell silent. Except for Zheng Ning, everyone stared blankly at the 3 distant targets, captivated. At that moment, all believed that if a sharpshooter existed, it was undoubtedly Darren before them. Thud, 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 as the crowd stood in stunned silence. A round of applause echoed through the air, revealing the descent of Lord Eddard Stark and Master Luwin from the towering heights above. "My Lord Duke," exclaimed a middle-aged man, hastily bowing in reverence. It was then that the assembly realized that their esteemed guardian of the North, Lord Eddard Stark, had graced them with his presence. The others quickly followed suit, offering their respects, and Zheng Ning merely inclined his head in acknowledgement. He held a favorable view of this duke. Renowned for his sense of justice, though he was often perceived as somewhat rigid, a quality that was notably rare in a world rife with schemers. Approaching Zheng Ning and the hunter, Darren, Lord Stark placed a hand on each of their shoulders and spoke with gentle authority. "You both are exceptional talents, rare to find. I wish to enlist you as tutors for my children. What say you?" "Honored Duke, it would be my utmost privilege." Darren immediately knelt on one knee, pledging his loyalty, fully aware that he was on the brink of a remarkable transformation in his life. "And you, Lord Zheng Ning?" Lord Stark smiled with satisfaction, turning to Zheng Ning, who had yet to express his thoughts. "My Lord Duke, I wish to continue with the selection process that remains unfinished. I have yet to shoot my arrows," Zheng Ning unexpectedly declared. The unexpected response caused Lord Stark to pause, momentarily at a loss for words. Was there truly a need to continue? Did he believe he was superior to the skilled archer who had shot 3 arrows in succession? The audacity of Zheng Ning's reply astonished not only Lord Stark, but also the other candidates, who were brimming with indignation. Had the Duke not been present, they would have voiced their mockery without hesitation. Darren glared at Zheng Ning with resentment, convinced that he was deliberately seeking to embarrass him. "Do you truly wish to proceed?" Lord Stark inquired, perplexed. "Absolutely, my Lord Duke," Zheng Ning affirmed with a nod. "Then let us continue," Lord Stark replied, intrigued to witness the prowess of this wandering swordsman, albeit certain that it could not rival that of the master archer. "Thank you, my Lord Duke." Zheng Ning smiled, then ascended the platform, accepting the bow and arrows from the middle-aged man. However, rather than shooting immediately, he turned to the man and remarked, "There are too few arrows. Kindly provide me with a few more." "What? Can you also shoot 3 arrows at once?" The man responded, astonished and incredulous. "3. I require 10, Zheng Ning insisted, exasperation creeping into his tone. "10 arrows? My lord, you jest." The man stood with his mouth agape, doubting his own hearing. "You heard correctly. I demand 10, Zheng Ning reiterated with determination. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man finally complied, retrieving 9 additional arrows from a nearby quiver. At this moment, the other candidates could no longer contain themselves. What is he doing? 10 arrows? Is he out of his mind? Perhaps he thinks it is as easy as Darren's 3. 10 arrows. If he truly manages to hit them all, he shall be deemed a god. Ha ha ha. Let us await the moment this fellow embarrasses himself, only to be expelled by the Duke. The group of selectors murmured amongst themselves. I cannot believe it. He must be engaging in some theatrical display. After 30 years of practice, I could scarcely manage 3 hits. How could he possibly shoot 10 in a single attempt? Hunter Darren fixed his gaze on Zheng Ning, searching for a hint of anxiety on his face, yet Zheng Ning remained utterly composed. 10 arrows. Could it be that? Ned Stark's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to fathom Zheng Ning's forthcoming actions. My lord, it seems we are destined to witness history today, twice, remarked Scholar Luwin, reflecting on the moment. He did not believe that this vagabond swordsman, Zheng Ning, was merely posturing. Someone with such profound swordsmanship could hardly be a jester. At that moment, all eyes in the vicinity were riveted on Zheng Ning. Yet, he remained unfazed, exuding confidence, and displaying a sense of nonchalance towards the ordinary folk around him. Even the esteemed Duke Ned Stark held little weight in his eyes. Having ascended to the second tier of the extraordinary, they were but mortals, and held no significance to him. With 10 arrows poised against the longbow, he directed his gaze towards the target 100 meters away. The heightened perception granted by his vampiric lineage allowed him to effortlessly discern the center of the target, even noting the insects that scuttled across its surface. Embracing the principle of utmost showmanship, Zheng Ning closed his eyes and released the arrows. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next instant, a series of dull thuds echoed through the air. 10 arrows, 10 bullseyes, all struck true. In that fleeting moment, the scene was plunged into silence once more. If Hunter Darren's earlier feat could be deemed an unprecedented miracle, then what unfolded before them was nothing short of divine, a miracle that defied explanation. The bow in Hunter Darren's hands fell to the ground, ignored, as if the pursuit of a lifetime had crumbled before him. In ancient Chinese parlance, one might say his resolve had been shattered. If he could not recover from this, his life would be irrevocably altered. The group, led by the middle-aged mercenary, dared not utter another word, their faces pale with fear as they gazed at Zheng Ning, apprehensive that this divine being might hold them accountable for their previous mockery. "Oh, old gods! My lord Zheng Ning, are you perhaps a celestial messenger walking among us?" This was truly a miracle indeed. Ned Stark found himself at a loss for words, repeatedly exclaiming miracle as he approached Zheng Ning, fervently grasping his hand. "My lord Zheng Ning, I implore you to join us in Winterfell. If you would agree to come, I pledge, in the name of House Stark, to fulfill any of your desires." The honorifics he employed underscored the depth of his excitement and the weight he placed on Zheng Ning's presence. Indeed, Zheng Ning's prowess is nothing short of extraordinary. He stands as the mightiest warrior in the annals of Westeros. The inclusion of such an individual in their northern territory brings only advantages, devoid of any drawbacks. "My lord Ned, I am immensely grateful for your invitation. Yet I have long cherished my freedom and wish to remain unbound. Hence, I must respectfully decline." Zheng Ning, unsurprisingly, chose to refuse. After all, what could a mere feudal lord expect in terms of loyalty from him? He is destined to be the sovereign of countless realms, the eternal deity. "What a pity," lamented Ned Stark. He understood that an extraordinary figure like Zheng Ning would not easily submit to anyone. After a moment's contemplation, he continued, "Since you, Sir Zheng Ning, have triumphed in the selection, I shall entrust you with the role of swordsmanship instructor in Winterfell." If he did not acquiesce now, then it was prudent to retain him and gradually win him over. Ned Stark was not the naive figure of the original narrative. Someone capable of guarding a realm would undoubtedly possess some cunning. "It is my honor, my lord." Zheng Ning did not refuse this time, offering a slight bow. This was, after all, in alignment with his intentions to draw closer to the protagonist. Thus, Zheng Ning became the swordsmanship instructor for House Stark, responsible for training several Stark youth in the art of the sword and archery. As for the other contenders, led by a middle-aged mercenary, they demonstrated impressive combat skills as well. Adhering to his principle of waste not, want not, Ned Stark welcomed them into the Stark family guard, with the Hunter Darren emerging as the archery instructor for the Northern Army, tasked with training the troops in archery. Although Zheng Ning overshadowed him, he was still a rare talent. Chapter 55. Acquaintance. News of Zheng Ning's renown swiftly reached Winterfell. The Stark children, upon learning of the new swordsmanship instructor, could not contain their chatter. "Have you heard? Father has found us a new swordsmanship instructor," exclaimed Rickon Stark, leaning over the table to address his two elder brothers. "What about the old instructor? Is he not teaching us anymore?" Bran Stark asked, astonished. He had a close relationship with their former instructor, and the news of a new tutor naturally left him disheartened. "Father said the old instructor was too advanced in years and has resigned," Jon Snow replied, his tone tinged with sadness. The old instructor was one of the few in Winterfell who did not look down upon Jon's status as a bastard. "Ah, that is understandable. But I wonder what this new instructor's capabilities are?" Rickon Stark pondered with curiosity. At that moment, their elder brother, Robb Stark, entered the room and declared, "You need not worry. I heard Father say that this new swordsmanship instructor is remarkably skilled, having single-handedly defeated 6 other contenders and even managing to shoot 10 arrows at once." "What?" Robb's words instantly sent ripples through the small gathering. "Is that truly the case? One individual single-handedly vanquished 6 adversaries. Could this not be deemed more formidable than the illustrious Dawnbringer, Arthur Dayne?" Bran exclaimed in astonishment. He had heard his father proclaim that Arthur Dayne was the most formidable knight he had ever encountered, and the prowess displayed by this fencing instructor seemed to surpass even that of the Dawnbringer. Not to mention the extraordinary feat of shooting 10 arrows in rapid succession. Was such a feat truly within the realm of human capability? "Indeed, it is true. My father himself conveyed this to me. Come now, let us proceed, for father has urged us to acquaint ourselves with this esteemed fencing master." Robb chuckled. Subsequently, he led the trio towards the training grounds. At the training grounds, Lord Eddard Stark of the North was engaged in conversation with his wife, Catelyn Tully, and the newly arrived fencing instructor. "Mr. Zheng Ning, I entrust the coming days to your capable hands," Lord Stark declared with a smile. "It is an honor to instruct the children of the Lord Duke." Zheng Ning humbly replied, "Ha! With your guidance, I am confident their swordsmanship will flourish." Lord Stark laughed heartily, then turned to his wife, Catelyn Tully. "This evening, I shall share a drink with Zheng Ning. Caitlin Tully responded with a smile. No one shall impede your enjoyment. Though she lacked martial prowess as the Duchess of the North, she could discern the exceptional ability of Zheng Ning, especially given her husband's enthusiastic demeanor, which spoke volumes. As a devoted wife, she would not undermine her husband's intentions to welcome this individual into Winterfell. Father, mother. Just as the trio was conversing, Robb Stark arrived at the training grounds with several of his brothers. Robb, your timing is impeccable. Come, meet your new fencing instructor. Lord Stark beamed. Certainly, father. Robb approached Zheng Ning, introducing his brothers. Master, I am Robb Stark, and these are my brothers, Jon Snow, Bran Stark, and Rickon Stark. Greetings. Master. The Stark youths chorused in unison. Hello. Zheng Ning waved in response. After a round of introductions, the children of House Stark became acquainted with Zheng Ning, and he, in turn, genuinely recognized them. Seeing you all getting along so splendidly brings me great relief. Lord Stark remarked with a smile. He and Caitlin Tully then departed the training grounds, leaving the children in Zheng Ning's care. Master, is it true that you defeated 6 men single-handedly? Can you truly shoot 10 arrows at once? Who is more formidable, you or the Dawnbringer? Once their parents had left, Bran and Rickon, the youngest of the Stark children, reverted to their natural curiosity, bombarding Zheng Ning with questions. Bran, Rickon, please hold your inquiries. The master has just finished a battle and must be weary. Let us allow him to rest. Robb Stark asserted with the authority of the eldest brother, effectively calming his younger siblings. Soon thereafter, the children of House Stark dispersed. Standing beside him, Jon Snow, who had remained silent, was tasked with escorting Zheng Ning to his designated residence. It was only then that Zheng Ning took the opportunity to observe one of the protagonists of the Game of Thrones universe. With his black, curly hair and unremarkable appearance, clad in a black sweater, it was particularly his face, contorted in an expression of dismay, that earned him the nickname Jon Snow in jest. Zheng Ning held no fondness for him, as the actions of Jon in the final season had left a distasteful impression, though he chose not to express this sentiment overtly. This is the library of Winterfell, that is the armory, and over there is the kitchen, where individuals of our status typically dine. The hall serves as a venue for entertaining guests and hosting family gatherings. Lord Stark will extend his hospitality to you there tonight. Behind that door lies the Godswood, a sacred place for prayer and contemplation. Throughout the journey, Jon Snow diligently introduced Zheng Ning to every building encountered, ensuring he could gain a comprehensive understanding of Winterfell. After 10 minutes, Jon Snow brought Zheng Ning before an imposing 3-story structure, declaring, Master, this is the place. After familiarizing Zheng Ning with his new surroundings, Jon departed, leaving Zheng Ning alone with the assurance that someone would come to inform him about the evening's gathering. With a sigh, Zheng Ning reflected, the first objective is accomplished. What should I do next? Lying on the bed, he contemplated the importance of cultivating a good rapport with the protagonist, as it would facilitate his intervention in pivotal moments of the narrative. With 2 months remaining before the rotund Robert Baratheon would travel north to seek the assistance of his dear friend Ned Stark in dealing with the chaos of King's Landing, Zheng Ning recognized the enormity of the conspiracy at play, one that would incite turmoil throughout the 7 kingdoms. He had no desire to alter this storyline. A stable realm would afford him the opportunity to navigate the murky waters of intrigue. As for Ned Stark, he would offer assistance if possible, primarily for the sake of Arya, the only Stark he held any affection for. Regarding Daenerys Targaryen, the plot seemed to unfold concurrently, leaving him with the impression that he could only attend to one side of the narrative. What a bother. If only I could teleport or create clones. Suddenly, an idea struck Zheng Ning, and he sprang from the bed, contemplating his shape-shifting bat skill. Although his power might be halved, it could still suffice. Chapter 56. Arya Stark. That evening, Ned Stark hosted a banquet in the hall to welcome Zheng Ning. This was no ordinary privilege afforded to a mere sword instructor. A significant portion of this honor stemmed from Ned Stark's desire to demonstrate his esteem for Zheng Ning, hoping to win over this formidable warrior. The hall was spacious enough to accommodate 8 tables and could seat 500 guests. The elevated platform was reserved for noble visitors, while Zheng Ning, along with Ned Stark's family and key retainers, took their seats there. These esteemed retainers had heard of Zheng Ning's remarkable swordsmanship and unparalleled archery from Ned Stark, and they regarded him with deep admiration. A formidable individual, regardless of where they may tread, commands respect. Mr. Zheng Ning, this glass is a tribute to you. Ned Stark raised his goblet towards Zheng Ning, the implication of camaraderie unmistakable. It is my honor, your grace. Zheng Ning promptly raised his own glass in response. Mr. Zheng Ning, I have heard from my father that you can shoot 10 arrows with a single draw. Is that true? How do you accomplish such a feat? Is it magic? After the toast, Arya Stark, Ned Stark's spirited young daughter, leaned in to inquire. Arya, lively and energetic from a young age, embodied the spirit of a tomboy, unlike her sister Sansa Stark, who reveled in the pursuits of feminine grace and decorum. Instead, Arya found joy in the art of swordplay, earning her father's admiration for her wolfish tenacity. In contrast to her red-haired, blue-eyed siblings, Arya bore brown hair and gray eyes, resembling her father rather than fitting the mold of conventional beauty. Often mistakenly perceived as a boy, she even earned the nickname Horseface. Nevertheless, Zheng Ning held a particular fondness for the girl before him. In the original narrative, Arya Stark was the sole character from House Stark that he cherished. As soon as Arya posed her question, the attention of those present shifted to Zheng Ning, eager to witness the miracle of shooting 10 arrows at once. Indeed, it is true, though it does involve a touch of magic. Zheng Ning replied with a grin. Laughter erupted among the crowd, who assumed he was merely amusing the young girl. Magic? That vanished alongside the dragons centuries ago. You can perform magic? Arya, however, remained undeterred, her expression earnest. Absolutely. Zheng Ning nodded affirmatively. Could you demonstrate it? Arya pressed on. Arya, Ned Stark interjected, wishing to spare Zheng Ning any discomfort. Of course, Zheng Ning replied, a smile gracing his lips. This response caught everyone off guard, as they had presumed he was jesting with the child. Mr. Zheng Ning, you. Ned Stark stammered. Astonished. My lord Ned, I neglected to mention that I am not only a swordsman, but also a magician. Zheng Ning chuckled as he stepped to the center of the hall. Before the onlookers, he activated his skill, bloodline invisibility, vanishing from their sight. Ah, he has disappeared. Truly vanished. Is Mr. Zheng Ning a ghost? Is this magic? By the heavens, magic has returned. The crowd erupted in astonishment at Zheng Ning's sudden disappearance. Boldly, Arya approached the spot where Zheng Ning had stood, attempting to grasp the reality of his absence, yet finding nothing. I am here. Zheng Ning's figure reappeared on the opposite side of the hall, a smile illuminating his face. Mr. Zheng Ning, this is... Ned Stark faltered, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. He realized he had underestimated Zheng Ning profoundly. It is merely a simple invisibility spell. Zheng Ning laughed. Subsequently, he opened his hands, and a peculiar crimson light flashed forth, which soon transformed into a blood-red crystalline flower. This blossom was utterly translucent, appearing extraordinarily enchanting under the glow of the candlelight, as if it were crafted from precious gems. Achieving this was not a daunting task. It was merely a simple application of the energy inherent to the bloodline, a knowledge embedded within the ancestral memories of the vampire lineage. The capabilities of the vampire clan were extensive. My goodness, Mr. Zheng Ning is truly a magician. Observing this miraculous scene, the onlookers were left in awe. Wow, how beautiful! The women exclaimed, captivated by the allure of the blood-colored flower. Zheng Ning smiled and gallantly approached Arya, presenting her with the flower, saying, I believe this blossom should be gifted to the most beautiful girl present. What? The most beautiful girl? Me? Arya stammered, pointing at herself in disbelief. It was the first time someone had ever complimented her beauty, standing beside her sister Sansa. The attention of others had always centered on her sister. Ultimately, she was just a young girl longing for recognition, not yet the renowned assassin trained by the faceless men. Indeed, a beautiful girl, Zheng Ning reiterated with a smile. Thank you, Arya replied, her face flushed as she accepted the flower. However, the poised Sansa furrowed her brow in discontent. Arya was the most beautiful girl. Nonsense. It was she who deserved that title. How could Arya, a tomboy, possibly compare to her refined elegance? She shot a fierce glare at the insufferable boy. Soon, the banquet concluded amidst a convivial atmosphere. The following day, Zheng Ning rose early, for it was the day he would formally instruct Robb and the others in swordsmanship. He arrived at the training ground half an hour in advance, took up a long sword from the rack, and began to practice. His technique was devoid of flamboyance. The weapon mastery he had exchanged from the system focused solely on lethal techniques. For instance, how to strike from the most advantageous angles with minimal effort to swiftly dispatch an opponent. He had no intention of exchanging for so-called sword techniques in the future. To him, sheer power and speed were the ultimate forms of skill. Was it skill that enabled Pengu to create the heavens? If Pengu had first performed some elaborate display with his axe, it would have been a farce. After practicing for a while, Zheng Ning suddenly sensed someone watching him from the shadows. He sheathed his longsword and called out to a corner with a smile. Arya, how long do you plan to watch? Ah, how did you know I was here? Arya, caught off guard, emerged from her hiding place, puzzled. Just now. But you were hiding quite well. I almost didn't notice. Ha ha. Of course. I often roam around Winterfell with the little animals and have never been discovered, Arya declared proudly. Zheng Ning could only shake his head in amusement. Arya and Bran are quite similar. One enjoys climbing walls while the other is fascinated by crawling into holes. Are you here to find me? Zheng Ning inquired. That Mr. Zheng Ning, Arya stammered. Just call me Zheng Ning. All right then, Zheng Ning. Could you teach me magic? The kind you showcased yesterday? Chapter 57. Instruction. Why do you wish to learn magic? Zheng Ning asked, perplexed. Of course, because it is magnificent. I adore the heroes in those stories, and if I could master magic, I would become as formidable as they are. Arya exclaimed with admiration. Arya, it's not that I am unwilling to teach you, but my magic can only be learned after one reaches adulthood. You are still too young, Zheng Ning declined. Blood magic, of course, could only be learned by becoming a bloodline. He could transform Arya into a bloodline, but that would halt her physical growth. I see. Arya immediately deflated like a punctured balloon and sat down on the ground. Do not be disheartened. Once you grow a bit older, I will teach you magic. Zheng Ning gently ruffled Arya's little head. Really? Arya's bright, sparkling eyes widened with anticipation. Absolutely, my dear. That's wonderful. I shall become a sorceress. Upon hearing Zheng Ning's affirming words, Arya burst into exuberant cheers, then leaped onto Zheng Ning, wrapping herself around him like an octopus. Zheng Ning felt the soft weight of the young girl against him, and a wave of embarrassment washed over him. He felt as though he resembled a dubious character enticing a young girl. Ahem, teacher, Arya, what are you so joyful about? Fortunately, at that moment, Robb Stark arrived at the training ground with several of his brothers, providing Zheng Ning with a reprieve. Robb, Zheng Ning has promised to teach me magic. Soon, I shall surpass all of you. Arya instantly hopped off Zheng Ning and bounced over to Robb to boast. What? Is that true, Teacher Zheng Ning? Robb Stark appeared genuinely astonished. It is well known that many sword instructors would not readily impart their unique techniques to others, let alone magic, a long-lost enigma. Even in the era when magic flourished hundreds of years ago, sorcerers were reluctant to share their secrets. Therefore, Robb was understandably taken aback that this Zheng Ning would so readily agree to teach Arya. Indeed, I have already promised Arya, Zheng Ning replied with a smile. Congratulations, Arya. Robb congratulated her warmly. The other Stark children also offered their congratulations. Humph, Robb, let me be the one to protect you all, Arya declared confidently with her hands on her hips. Laughter and merriment filled the air. After basking in her moment of pride, Arya departed, claiming she would share the delightful news with her parents. So who might you be? Zheng Ning then noticed that among Robb's group, there was an additional tall and slender man, appearing slightly older than Robb, yet distinctly different from them. Greetings, Mr. Zheng Ning. I am Theon Greyjoy, the adopted son of Lord Stark. The tall man promptly introduced himself. Oh, Zheng Ning replied with a nonchalant nod. It turned out to be Theon, the infamous traitor. Observing Zheng Ning's indifferent demeanor, Theon's countenance suddenly turned awkward, reminiscent of how the residents of Winterfell regarded him. His father, Balon Greyjoy, had led a rebellion against the Iron Throne, only to be swiftly quelled within a year. The Iron Islands not only suffered the loss of tens of thousands of lives, but both of his brothers perished in the conflict. As the last male heir of his family, he was sent to Winterfell as a hostage. Although Ned Stark treated him like one of his own, the other inhabitants of Winterfell were far less gracious, harboring a barely concealed disdain for the son of a rebel. Zheng Ning had no time to concern himself with the thoughts of this minor character. Addressing Robb and the others, he stated, "Let us commence today's training. Before we proceed, each of you shall spar with me once, so I may assess your swordsmanship." Understood, Master. Robb and the others responded in unison. The first to step forward was Robb, the most skilled swordsman among them. Master, I look forward to your guidance, Robb respectfully declared as he retrieved a long sword from the rack. Very well. You may attack without hesitation. Zheng Ning nodded in affirmation. Yes, Robb replied, lunging forward with his sword aimed at Zheng Ning. Clang. Zheng Ning effortlessly parried the strike, swiftly positioning his sword against Robb's throat. How? How is this possible? Robb exclaimed in astonishment, still reeling from the fact that Zheng Ning had already bested him in an instant. The others looked on, equally astonished, despite having heard tales of Zheng Ning's prowess. Witnessing it firsthand was a revelation, particularly as he had defeated their most skilled swordsman in a heartbeat. Your movements are too slow and overly exaggerated, Zheng Ning critiqued. Is my technique truly that flawed, Master? Robb inquired, bewildered. He believed his swordsmanship was on par with that of a seasoned instructor. A sword is a weapon, and swordsmanship is an art of killing. Regardless of how one may try to embellish this truth with beautiful excuses, the reality remains. The goal is efficiency in taking life. Your performance was too conspicuous, Such swordplay would lead to a swift demise in actual combat. Zheng Ning replied plainly. Rob found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Enough. Next, Zheng Ning called out dismissively. The second to step forward was Jon Snow. Unlike Rob, he did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he cautiously circled around Zheng Ning, searching for openings. He understood that before a master swordsman of the teacher's caliber, he had but a single opportunity to strike. However, Zheng Ning remained utterly unconcerned, not even adopting a defensive stance, with one hand casually resting behind his back, exuding an air of a true master. Jon Snow observed for a while, increasingly alarmed, as he discerned numerous flaws in the teacher's posture. Yet, how could a swordsman of such expertise possess any vulnerabilities? The only plausible explanation was that these apparent weaknesses were mere bait. Jon Snow wished to continue his scrutiny. Suddenly, Zheng Ning transformed into a fleeting shadow, appearing before him, and with a swift motion, brought his sword crashing down. Jon Snow, terrified, collapsed onto the ground. The blade hovered perilously close to his forehead, a mere centimeter away from delivering a fatal blow. Hesitation and uncertainty plagued him. Zheng Ning offered a merciless critique. Jon Snow, much like Rob, retreated into a shell beside him. As for the two younger ones, Zheng Ning dispatched them effortlessly with a single stroke. This display thoroughly captivated the Stark children. Meanwhile, Theon Greyjoy could only watch, for Zheng Ning had neither the time nor the inclination to instruct everyone individually. Teaching these Stark children was already a significant concession to Lord Ned Stark. Chapter 58. The arrival of the king. Over a month had passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Zheng Ning resided in Winterfell, primarily dedicating himself to training Robb and the others in swordsmanship, while occasionally teasing the little Lady Arya, leading a most agreeable life. Under Zheng Ning's tutelage, Robb and his companions made remarkable progress, entirely discarding flamboyant techniques in pursuit of lethal efficiency. The swiftest of them, Robb, could even face 3 of Winterfell's guards single-handedly. In light of this encouraging outcome, Duke Ned Stark was naturally quite pleased and rewarded Zheng Ning generously. What had initially been agreed upon as 1 gold dragon per month was raised to 20 gold dragons, a considerable sum for the impoverished North. In the world of Game of Thrones, currency is primarily categorized into gold dragons, silver moons, silver stags, copper stars, and copper coins. The exchange rates are as follows. 1 gold dragon equals 30 silver moons, 1 silver moon equals 7 silver stags, 1 silver stag equals 7 copper stars, and 1 copper star equals 8 copper coins. As per Baidu, any inaccuracies may be attributed to them. What is the purchasing power of a gold dragon? A suit of plate armor costs 4 gold dragons, a fine steed 9 gold dragons, and a warrior of the Unsullied commands 100 gold dragons. The average person scarcely earns a single gold dragon in a year, making this amount truly substantial. Duke Ned Stark's actions were aimed at enticing Zheng Ning to join Winterfell. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated entirely, setting aside the fact that Zheng Ning was not from this world and thus indifferent to its wealth. He possessed several piles of gold dragons in his system space, amounting to millions, with their value equating to merely 1 source point. He had simply requested the system to transform gold into the appearance of gold dragons during the exchange. It could be said that Zheng Ning's wealth surpassed that of the entire 7 kingdoms combined. Should he desire it, he could exchange the remaining dozens of source points for golden dragons, thereby plunging them into the financial system of this world, which would undoubtedly lead to its collapse. Over the past month, Ned Stark has attempted various means to cultivate a rapport with Zheng Ning, but alas, his efforts have been utterly fruitless, as Zheng Ning holds the medieval lord in contempt. Ultimately, Ned Stark was compelled to abandon his overtures, instead encouraging his children to establish a connection with Zheng Ning, hoping to pursue a more emotional approach. In the morning, the rooftops were blanketed with the snow that had fallen over the past 2 days. Servants and attendants bustled between the garden square and the grand structures, seemingly preparing for a magnificent feast. It appeared that the plot was about to unfold. Zheng Ning sat in his chamber, observing the scene and murmuring softly. Half a month prior, news of His Majesty the King's impending arrival from King's Landing spread throughout Winterfell. From that moment on, Winterfell had engaged in various cleaning activities to ensure the grandest welcome for the king. Despite the king's entourage still being absent, Winterfell did not relent, continuing its preparations diligently. Afterward, Zheng Ning proceeded to the training grounds to commence his daily instructional activities. 3 days passed. On this day, the bells atop the tower resonated throughout Winterfell, signifying that after a prolonged wait, the king's retinue was finally approaching. The Stark family adorned themselves in splendid attire. Particularly Robb and Jon, whose somewhat disheveled hair was tidied by Caitlin Tully, ensuring they presented their finest selves to the king. Zheng Ning was also invited to greet the king, an invitation he did not decline, despite his disdain for Robert Baratheon, the absurd king who met his end at the tusks of a wild boar. Soon, a grand procession appeared before the castle gates. Hundreds were in attendance, including vassals and knights, brandishing numerous golden banners emblazoned with the sigil of a crowned stag, the symbol of House Baratheon. Zheng Ning's gaze swiftly fell upon several notable figures from the narrative: Jaime Lannister, the Hound, Cersei Lannister, the infamous King Joffrey, and Tyrion Lannister. Last in line was a rotund man clad in a snow-white cloak, flanked by the Kingsguard, who was none other than Robert Baratheon, the current king of the Seven Kingdoms and master of the Iron Throne. The corpulent Robert approached Ned Stark, scrutinizing him closely before bursting into laughter. "Ned, it is truly a pleasure to see you, especially with that frostbitten face of yours and the fact that you've put on weight." Upon hearing the king's words, Ned Stark instantly recognized his portly friend, Robert. "Your Majesty," Ned Stark exclaimed, promptly kneeling on one knee in homage. The others quickly followed suit, including the venerable Maester Luwin, who trembled slightly as he bowed. However, there was one individual who did not kneel: Zheng Ning. What right does a mere feudal king possess to demand such subservience? In all the realms of existence, there exists no being capable of compelling him to bow, not even the so-called heavens, let alone an ordinary person standing before him. How audacious! You dare not kneel before my father, the king. The infamous Emperor Joffrey, upon noticing that one among the throng remained upright, immediately raised his voice in reprimand. "Mr. Zheng Ning, teacher." The likes of Ned Stark and others nearby finally grasped the situation and called out in alarm to warn Zheng Ning. Yet, Zheng Ning showed no inclination to submit. Instead, he regarded the rotund Robert with keen interest. "Seize this audacious wretch who dares insult my father. I shall have his tongue." Joffrey shouted once more, his countenance twisted in cruel malice, epitomizing the tyrannical nature of a timeless emperor. Instantly, two armored guards emerged, intent on apprehending Zheng Ning. "Wait, Your Majesty." Zheng Ning hails from Essos. "He is merely unfamiliar with our customs." Ned Stark interjected urgently to halt the advance. Zheng Ning narrowed his eyes, poised to summon his demonic blade should the situation escalate. He had no intention of compromising himself for the sake of a fabricated narrative. He would not hesitate to eliminate Robert and his entourage, thereby preemptively shattering the Seven Kingdoms. Though this might disrupt some of his plans, Zheng Ning remained unconcerned, for he sought only to act according to his own desires. "Stand down." At that tense moment, Robert bellowed, commanding the guards to retreat. He then approached Zheng Ning, scrutinizing him closely. "You possess remarkable courage to stand before a king without kneeling," Robert remarked, his expression devoid of emotion. "Apologies, but you are merely their king, not mine." Zheng Ning shrugged and replied with a smile. "Ha ha." To Zheng Ning's surprise, Robert did not take offense. Instead, he erupted into laughter, turning to Ned Stark. "Ned, this fellow is quite the character. Is he one of your Stark kin?" Relieved by Robert's humor, Ned Stark responded, "Your Majesty, his name is Zheng Ning. He is not of House Stark, merely a swordsmanship instructor I have engaged from Essos." "Ha ha. Since you are not one of us from Westeros, there is no need for you to kneel." Robert laughed heartily, exuding a sense of grandeur. This led Zheng Ning to perceive that perhaps this portly king was not entirely devoid of merit. At least his charisma was commendable. Chapter 59, The Imp Caitlin. "It has been far too long. Your Majesty, you must be Rob." "Indeed, Your Majesty. Look at you, quite splendid, a beauty in the making." "Thank you, Your Majesty. What is your name?" "Arya." In front of the contingent from Winterfell, King Robert Baratheon greeted the family of his old friend, Ned Stark, one by one. Seizing the moment, Zheng Ning took the opportunity to observe the king's entourage. One of the figures stood out with an oddly disproportionate head, a prominent forehead, and an unattractive visage. His eyes were mismatched, one black and the other a striking blue. His long, straight hair shimmered almost like spun gold, while his chin was adorned with a patchy beard of brown and golden hues. This short, stout, deformed dwarf captured Zheng Ning's attention. He was none other than the Guardian of the West, the Duke of Casterly Rock, the youngest son of Tywin Lannister, brother to Jaime and Cersei Lannister. Tyrion Lannister, affectionately dubbed the Imp, Tyrion possessed a profound love for literature, a keen intellect, and an abundance of cunning. However, his congenital deformity not only led to his mother, Joanna Lannister, dying in childbirth, but also instilled a deep loathing in his father, Tywin Lannister. Rumors circulated that he was not Tywin's true progeny, but rather the offspring of the Mad King Aerys Targaryen. While he enjoyed a close bond with his brother Jaime, his relationship with his sister Cersei was fraught with animosity. Despite his noble birth and considerable power, his physical stature repeatedly presented him with numerous challenges. Yet, through his remarkable wit, he often turned peril into opportunity, playing a pivotal role in the Lannister family's triumph during the War of the Five Kings. Fate's injustice, however, branded him as a kinslayer and a fugitive, forcing him into exile. He ultimately sought refuge with Daenerys Targaryen across the Narrow Sea, hoping to aid her in reclaiming the Iron Throne, thereby securing Casterly Rock for himself. This richly developed character quickly garnered a vast following, including Zheng Ning, albeit only during the first 4 seasons. Following his allegiance to Daenerys in the 5th season, Zheng Ning's admiration for him plummeted, as he perceived Tyrion as increasingly inept. During the War of the Five Kings, he had been a steadfast ally. Yet after aligning himself with Daenerys, he seemed to transform into a liability, akin to a spy embedded among her ranks, relying on her to extricate him from dire situations. His first misstep occurred during negotiations in Meereen with slave masters from Yunkai and Astapor, where he foolishly advocated for peace and offered a beautiful woman as a gesture, only to have their ships bombarded. It was only due to Daenerys riding her black dragon Drogon that the slave masters were incinerated. His second blunder arose when Daenerys, with her army, crossed the Narrow Sea to invade Westeros. Tyrion suggested deploying the Unsullied to attack Casterly Rock, while urging Yara Greyjoy to fetch reinforcements from Dorne, thereby allowing the Westerosi to besiege King's Landing. This strategy inadvertently gifted Highgarden and Dorne to Cersei. Consider this: Daenerys, who hailed from Essos, sought to conquer Westeros with a band of outsiders. The indigenous people of this continent were unlikely to acquiesce, and the likes of Randall Tarly were among the first to refuse. Hence, when Cersei rallied them, many chose to side with the Iron Throne. Consequently, Cersei plundered Highgarden, amassing a wealth of riches that not only cleared the debts of the Iron Bank, but also enabled her to hire the Golden Company. Ultimately, it was Daenerys on her black dragon who incinerated all opposition, reminiscent of her ancestor Aegon Targaryen's fiery conquest of Westeros. The third instance involved a proposal for Ser Cersei to initiate peace talks, joining forces against the army of the White Walkers emerging from the north. Unfortunately, during the capture of a White, Daenerys suffered the loss of a dragon, while King's Landing breached their agreement. Ultimately, only Jaime Lannister honored his promise, venturing alone to the north. What vexed Zheng Ning the most was that despite such betrayals, Daenerys continued to place her trust in him, ultimately bestowing upon him the esteemed position of Hand of the King, second only to the ruler himself. To his dismay, he later incited Jon Snow to slay Daenerys, nearly causing Zheng Ning to suffer an apoplexy with frustration upon witnessing this scene. While many predecessors who traversed through time welcomed this character into their ranks, promising him the position of Prime Minister, Zheng Ning could not bring himself to concur, fearing that this little imp might lead to his own demise. Nonetheless, he had once cherished this character. As long as there was no deliberate opposition against him, he resolved to overlook it. Following the king's cordial greetings, he escorted Ned Stark to the crypts of House Stark. After the king departed, the rest of the gathering dispersed, while servants and attendants busily prepared for the grand banquet in honor of the king that evening. The scale of this feast far surpassed the one Ned Stark had organized for Zheng Ning, with attendance exceeding 1,000 guests. During this time, with nothing to occupy him, Zheng Ning wandered about aimlessly with the equally idle young lady Arya. "Zheng Ning, what do you think of that king?" Arya inquired. "Not too bad," Zheng Ning replied. "This rotund fellow indeed possesses a generous spirit. It is no wonder he has won over the fearless Ser Barristan. I am rather disappointed. He is nothing like the legendary valiant king," Arya remarked. Perhaps in his youth he was as you describe, but as one ages, one tends to gain weight. Besides, our king has a penchant for indulgence. Maintaining his current physique is quite commendable. Will you end up like that in the future?" Arya asked. Her large eyes filled with curiosity. She did not wish for her dashing older brother to resemble the king in his rotund state. "Of course not. I shall remain eternally youthful." Zheng Ning shook his head, tousling the little girl's hair. "You're lying. No one can remain young forever," Arya teased, sticking out her tongue. As time passed during their light-hearted chatter, the hour of the banquet swiftly approached. Come, let us drink. Tonight we shall revel to our heart's content." With your meager capacity, it would be better to spare us the embarrassment." "What? You doubt my drinking prowess? If you have the courage, let us compete. Bring it on. Who fears whom? Go on, defeat him. Oh, I bet 50 silver stags on Tony to win. TSK, how juvenile. If you wish to compete, let it be in swordsmanship." You only excel in swordplay. What is there to be proud of? If you're so skilled, why not challenge Zheng Ning instead? Exactly. Rule. If you can withstand 3 strikes from Zheng Ning, I shall bestow upon you my entire fortune. Nonsense. Who in Winterfell could possibly rival Zheng Ning? The hall was ablaze with light, the cheerful melodies of instruments harmonizing with the lively chatter. Westeros is a realm governed by a rigid hierarchy. Each banquet held in Winterfell adheres to a strict protocol, where one's status dictates their seating. Zheng Ning, strictly speaking, held the title of a swordsmanship instructor. However, due to his recent feats throughout Winterfell, he had garnered substantial renown, allowing him to share a table with various lords from King's Landing. Beside him sat several Stark children, while higher up were vassals and knights from King's Landing, with the king, queen, dukes, and duchesses occupying the highest seats. During the festivities, the men boasted about their exploits, while the women quietly engaged in casual conversation. Zheng Ning, however, merely sipped his drink in silence. Despite being the subject of many of the men's boasts, his gaze intermittently surveying the assembly. Shortly, he noticed a tall man clad in a black robe seated next to Ned Stark. "Tony, who is that?" Zheng Ning inquired of a nearby minor lord. "Oh, that is Lord S. brother, Benjen Stark. I hear he is the first ranger of the Night's Watch. Here specifically for the banquet," Tony replied. "The Night's Watch? So, the White Walkers have indeed surfaced." Zheng Ning thought to himself. Chapter 60. The contest. Zheng Ning harbored a certain apprehension towards the White Walkers. He believed that, with his current strength, he could dispatch them easily, as long as he was not overwhelmed, akin to facing the zombies of a post-apocalyptic world. What truly unsettled him was the leader of the White Walkers, the Night King. The abilities displayed by the Night King included, but were not limited to, wielding the power of ice, resurrecting and controlling the deceased, altering weather patterns, and peering into the human soul. In addition to these formidable powers, the Night King possessed considerable martial prowess, effortlessly launching ice spears capable of slaying dragons that could withstand arrows. Had it not been for Arya's last-minute intervention, which resulted in the Night King's demise, all of Westeros might have faced annihilation, possibly even spilling across the narrow sea, spreading ice and despair throughout the world. This narrative closely mirrored the original storyline, with Arya's slaying of the Night King being a modification. It was said that a hacker breached HBO's computers, stealing and revealing the original script, compelling HBO to hastily alter the plot, resulting in the disappointing conclusion of the 8th season. Beyond the Night King, the entity manipulating him, known as the Ice God, also instilled great trepidation in Zheng Ning. Throughout the series, the only 2 deities manifesting divine acts were the Ice God and its nemesis, the Lord of Light, Lawler. Though neither deity appeared directly in the narrative, preferring to propagate fear or faith through chosen champions, one could not dismiss the possibility of their emergence in this reality. Ultimately, the storyline serves merely as a reference. It cannot be regarded as the sole truth. No matter how much doubt surrounds the divine, it remains divine, with a history extending beyond 8 millennia. Zheng Ning did not believe that he possessed the strength to confront such beings, thus he resolved to proceed with utmost caution. As he contemplated this, not far away, the Kingsguard Jaime Lannister abruptly rose from his seat, striding purposefully toward Ned Stark, who had just concluded a conversation with his brother Benjen Stark and was making his way back. The two encountered one another amidst the thronging crowd. Gazing at the figure blocking his path, Ned Stark merely cast a fleeting glance before attempting to pass by. It was this seemingly casual glance that ignited Jaime Lannister's ire. Consequently, as Ned moved aside, Jaime mirrored his actions, shadowing him at every turn. Wherever Ned Stark sought to navigate, Jaime Lannister deliberately followed suit. "What is the meaning of this?" Ned Stark inquired coolly. I have heard that you plan to journey to King's Landing. Is this true? Then we shall be neighbors." Jaime Lannister replied with a smirk. "The king indeed harbors that intention," Ned Stark acknowledged with a nod. "That is splendid news. We ought to celebrate," Jaime Lannister exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face. He then leaned closer to Ned Stark, proposing, "If you do not mind, let us hold a tournament. Here or in King's Landing. It matters not. Just the 2 of us. I have long wished to face the renowned victor over Arthur Dayne in combat." Upon hearing this, Ned Stark finally regarded Jaime Lannister with a more discerning eye. As a sworn knight who held honor and chivalry in the highest esteem, Ned Stark harbored disdain for the Kingsguard, who had betrayed his oath and slain the king to whom he had sworn fealty. "We currently have no such plans, and I shall not participate in any tournament," Ned Stark replied with an air of finality. This response only served to stoke Jaime Lannister's fury. In his view, having slain the Mad King, who had tortured Ned Stark's father and brother, Ned's lack of gratitude was deeply infuriating. "Are you afraid?" Afraid of losing to me? Jaime Lannister feigned a scoff. I simply do not wish to engage in a meaningless battle, Ned Stark stated, shaking his head. What? A meaningless battle? Jaime bellowed, incensed. Many of his accolades had been earned in tournaments, and to have them dismissed as trivial by Ned Stark was intolerable. The commotion quickly drew the attention of onlookers. Ned, what is happening? Is the Kingslayer deliberately provoking you? Roared the rotund King Robert Baratheon, brazenly deriding Jaime's title, showing no regard for the Lannister family's dignity. The Queen, Cersei Lannister, instantly turned pale at the king's words. Of course not, Your Grace. I merely wish to spar with our Duke of the North. Jaime Lannister suppressed his anger and smiled. A contest? At this remark, Robert's interest was piqued, and he strode confidently toward the two. Ned, what do you say? Shall you compete with him? The others appeared equally eager, save for Catelyn, who watched her husband with a worried expression from a distance. Your Majesty. Ned Stark felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. As the Warden of the North and the Duke of Winterfell, it was hardly appropriate for him to engage in a contest with the likes of Jaime Lannister. Victory would yield little, while defeat could result in a significant loss of prestige. Truly a situation fraught with peril. Your Majesty, since Lord Stark is indisposed, I am willing to fight on his behalf. Came a voice from the crowd. I am willing to fight for Lord Stark. Zheng Ning stepped forward, instantly capturing the attention of all present. Ned Stark beamed with delight. Given Zheng Ning's prowess, it seemed someone was in for a considerable embarrassment. Having witnessed Zheng Ning's previous contests, Ned knew that even he would struggle to last 3 moves against him, let alone Jaime Lannister, who was of a similar caliber. Jaime Lannister shot him a fierce glare, eager to discern the identity of the individual disrupting his plans. You must be Lord Jaime Lannister. Zheng Ning sauntered over with a smile. Indeed. Jaime replied with a stoic nod. Zheng Ning continued, I understand you wish to challenge Lord Stark, but given his stature, it is unlikely he will readily step down to engage with you. Instead, allow me to take his place in this contest. Should you defeat me, you may then challenge Lord Stark. He added, of course, the same rule applies to you. You may choose a champion, and should I best that champion, I too shall have the opportunity to challenge you. What say you to such a proposal? Excellent. Before Jaime could respond, the rotund King Robert Baratheon shouted in excitement. For he relished the spectacle of duels. The Iron Throne, while appearing stable, was burdened with a staggering debt of 6 million gold dragons, owed to various creditors, including the Iron Bank of Bravos across the Narrow Sea and the Lannister family. The Baratheon dynasty's financial woes stemmed not only from Robert's extravagant lifestyle after ascending the throne, lavishing gold on indulgences, but also from his penchant for hosting tournaments. Over his reign of several years, he had orchestrated these grand events almost every year or two, setting aside the immense costs associated with organizing such tournaments. The prizes awarded to victors alone reached tens of thousands of gold dragons. The treasury, once sufficiently filled by the Mad King Aerys Targaryen, was swiftly depleted, as gold flowed like water. Having exhausted his finances, Robert Baratheon persistently maintained this extravagant lifestyle, despite the counsel of his adoptive father, Jon Arryn. Consequently, the Baratheon dynasty resorted to borrowing, leading to an alarming accumulation of debt that soared to a staggering 6 million gold dragons. Thus, it is hardly surprising that Robert Baratheon's kingdom crumbled within a mere 15 years. Not only was the political landscape in disarray, but the economy was utterly devastated. It is indeed a travesty that such a dynasty did not collapse under these circumstances. Therefore, it is evident that Robert Baratheon was ill-suited for kingship. He was merely a pawn thrust into power by the collusion of the Stark, Lannister, Tyrell, and Tully houses. Robert himself was acutely aware of this, having once expressed a desire to forsake the crown for a life as a mercenary on the far shores of Essos, where he could engage in daily battles, squander his earnings in brothels, and ultimately perish in the embrace of a woman. This was the life he truly yearned for. The decision was made. A fight was to ensue, and it was to happen immediately. However, as the parties involved had yet to reach an agreement, Robert unceremoniously issued his command. Your Majesty, we are currently in the midst of a banquet, and it is hardly the time for a brawl. At that moment, Queen Cersei Lannister approached with a serene smile, interjecting, Damn it, you wretched woman. I want them to fight now. Did you not hear me? Faced with dissent, Robert erupted in a tirade, resembling more a shrew than a sovereign. Cersei's face turned pale. Being publicly berated by Robert in front of so many was a humiliation she could hardly bear, deepening her resentment towards this so-called husband. Your Majesty, it is truly inappropriate at this moment, especially since they have both consumed considerable amounts of wine, which may impair their true abilities. Ned Stark quickly stepped in to mediate. Indeed, Your Majesty. If the effects of alcohol compromise the spectacle, it would be a lamentable loss. Perhaps it would be wiser to postpone their contest? The other lords echoed this sentiment. Damn it, then let it be. What a disappointment. Robert spat, reluctantly conceding. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he added, upon our return to King's Landing, I shall host a tournament to welcome our new Prime Minister. I expect both of you to participate. I want to see a proper contest. New Prime Minister? The assembly murmured in astonishment. Indeed, Ned has agreed to become my new Prime Minister, Robert declared, gazing at Ned with a smile. In this world, his utmost trust extended beyond his adoptive father, Jon Arryn, to his childhood friend, Ned Stark, whom he trusted more than his own two brothers. Of course, Your Majesty, it is my honor, Ned Stark replied with a slight bow. Ha ha ha. Congratulations to you, my Lord Duke, or rather, my Lord Prime Minister. With your assistance, the Baratheon dynasty shall undoubtedly flourish for generations. Indeed, indeed. The surrounding vassals gathered around Ned to offer their congratulations, completely disregarding the contest between Zheng Ning and Jaime. Only Catelyn Tully stood to the side, her expression one of profound sadness. Enough of this flattery, roared Robert, interrupting the festivities. He then turned to Zheng Ning and Jaime Lannister. Prepare yourselves well. I expect to witness a most splendid duel. Yes, Your Grace, Jaime replied with resignation. Very well, Your Majesty. Zheng Ning merely nodded in acknowledgement. However, Robert was aware of Zheng Ning's aversion to the customs of Westeros and was not offended. Zheng Ning's acquiescence stemmed from the fact that at the tournament, he could both display his prowess and earn source points. Why not seize the opportunity? After what felt like an eternity, the banquet finally concluded. King Robert, thoroughly inebriated, was assisted back to his chambers by several guards, while Queen Cersei, unwilling to remain in the company of the drunken king, departed with Jaime, their whereabouts unknown. Following the feast, Ned Stark sought out Zheng Ning. Zheng Ning, I owe you my gratitude. You saved me from a tight spot. Ned expressed, his appreciation evident. After all, Zheng Ning was not his vassal and had no obligation to intervene. As long as Lord Stark does not mind my taking the initiative, Zheng Ning replied with a smile. How could I? I am grateful beyond measure. Ned shook his head with a chuckle, then became serious. Since you wish to contest against Jaime Lannister, you must remember one name. He is exceedingly dangerous, and even one as formidable as you must exercise utmost caution. Who? Gregor Clegane, known as the Mountain. Chapter 62, Southward the Mountain? Zheng Ning initially appeared bewildered, then recalled who this individual was. To the average person, he might be terrifying, a veritable instrument of slaughter, but to Zheng Ning, who had evolved into a Tier 2 life form, he would be no more than a nuisance easily dispatched with a mere pinky finger. Rest assured, Lord Stark, such filth holds no menace in my eyes. Zheng Ning laughed. Seeing your confidence puts me at ease. Ned's expression turned peculiar. The Mountain was already the mightiest warrior in the Seven Kingdoms. Even a confrontation with him was fraught with peril. If Zheng Ning regarded him as mere trash, what did that imply for Ned himself? Disregarding Ned Stark's thoughts, Zheng Ning bid farewell and departed. In the ensuing days, he did not deliberately alter the course of events. Instead, he devoted time each day to instructing Robb Stark in swordsmanship, while the remainder of his time was spent either in his chambers or amusing the young Arya. To prevent Bran Stark from climbing recklessly and risking injury to his legs, which might lead to being possessed by the three-eyed crow, Zheng Ning doubled his training regimen. The sudden increase in training left Bran utterly fatigued, leaving him no opportunity for mischief, and thus, his legs remained unharmed. Meanwhile, further north of the north, a colossal fishleaf tree towered over a serene cave, where silence reigned, and time seemed to stand still. In a dimly lit cave, an elderly man with white hair found himself ensnared by a tangle of vines, bound to the wall. This individual was none other than Brandon Rivers, the illegitimate son of the king in the north, Eddard Stark, also famously known as the Three-Eyed Raven, who, the eyes of the Three-Eyed Raven, previously shut, suddenly fluttered open, and he began to mutter to himself, who could have possibly taken my spare body? What does it profit? Inquired the forest child, who stood guard nearby. The future has changed, the Three-Eyed Raven replied solemnly. Meanwhile, King Robert Baratheon and his entourage had lingered in Winterfell for nearly half a month. After much negotiation, Eddard Stark finally persuaded his wife, Catelyn Tully, to accompany him south with their two daughters, Sansa and Arya Stark. Ser Jorah Mormont had arranged a contest with Jaime Lannister at the upcoming tournament, and thus decided to join Eddard on his journey south, reveling in his newfound freedom and the lack of obligation to remain in one place. Eddard Stark was overjoyed. With Ser Jorah's protection, the safety of his daughters was assured. Jon Snow chose to venture to the wall to serve as a night's watchman, marking a poignant farewell between father and son, with their next meeting shrouded in uncertainty. Have Ser Jorah and Jon departed? Arya, perched in a wagon, peered out with a hint of sadness. Although Jon Snow was a bastard, he shared a particularly close bond with Arya, even stronger than that with their other siblings. The night before, Jon had gifted her a slender sword, which she named Needle. Yes, they have gone to the wall, Ser Jorah replied, placing a reassuring hand on the young girl's head. Do not worry, he will be safe. I know, but I can't help but worry, Arya murmured. Suddenly, a slightly clumsy voice echoed from within the wagon, and a pure white figure emerged from Arya's clothing. Nymeria, what are you doing? Get down. As Ser Jorah observed this scene, he could only smile in resignation. After a month of travel, the caravan finally glimpsed the capital of the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing, situated on the eastern coast of Westeros. On this day, the convoy halted in a wild expanse not far from the city to rest. As was his custom, Ser Jorah wandered about. In the afternoon, he returned to the camp, only to be approached urgently by a Stark guard. My lord, Lady Arya is missing. What happened? Ser Jorah inquired. There was a conflict with Prince Joffrey, and the Lannisters are searching for Lady Arya, the guard explained hastily. You go inform Lord Stark. I will search for Arya. Without waiting for the guard's response, Ser Jorah vanished in an instant, a mere shadow in the fading light. Subsequently, he amplified his perception to its maximum capacity. With his current strength, nothing within several kilometers could evade his awareness. He quickly sensed Arya's location, accompanied by a considerable number of soldiers from House Lannister. Damn it, if anything happens to Arya, the entire Lannister family, from the highest to the lowest, even their dogs, will face dire consequences. Zheng Ning cursed vehemently as he swiftly moved towards her position. Arya, where are you? I'm so scared. In a thicket, Arya hugged herself, appearing extremely anxious and frightened. Regardless of her rebellious spirit and vivacity, she was merely a child of around 10 years old. How could a child of such tender age not feel fear in the face of such grave circumstances? At that moment, the Lannister soldiers approached the thicket, torches in hand, on the verge of discovering Arya. Suddenly, a figure darted in front of the soldiers. Who goes there? The soldiers cautiously aimed their weapons at Zheng Ning. Step aside, Zheng Ning commanded coldly. I remember now, Zheng Ning, the foremost swordsman of Winterfell, who has a duel arranged with Ser Jaime Lannister at the upcoming tournament. One of the Lannister soldiers recognized him, for Zheng Ning was quite renowned in Winterfell. What brings you here? They questioned, blocking his path. The Queen Cersei had issued a command to retrieve the child, and they could not allow anyone to interfere. I said, step aside, Zheng Ning repeated coldly. An invisible aura of terror radiated from him, a killing intent honed from the experience of slaying nearly 100,000 undead. The soldiers, engulfed by his malevolent presence, felt as if they were confronted by an ancient beast of primordial ferocity, their faces turning pale as if recovering from a severe illness. And they involuntarily parted to create a path. Zheng Ning passed by them expressionlessly, reaching the thicket where he softly called, Arya. From within the underbrush, a disheveled and filthy Arya emerged, immediately plunging into Zheng Ning's embrace. It's all right, everything is fine now, he reassured her. He then lifted Arya and began to walk away, with no one daring to impede him. Should we pursue them? The Queen's orders were to find that child. One soldier ventured after they had traveled a considerable distance. You can go if you wish, that man is terrifying. Just his presence alone would have meant certain death had we attempted to stop him, another replied, trembling. Chapter 63, Conflict. Zheng Ning, I hit that Joffrey. Arya, clinging to Zheng Ning, whispered like a child confessing a misdeed. I am already aware. You are not to blame for this, Zheng Ning gently comforted her. But he is a prince, and I'm afraid. Fear not. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. In a serene moment, Arya lay quietly in Zheng Ning's embrace, enveloped by an overwhelming sense of security. Meanwhile, in a shadowy grove, a multitude of figures moved restlessly, flickering flames illuminating their anxious faces. Ned Stark, having received word of the troubling events, was leading the Night's Watch in search of his daughter. Arya, he called out, his voice echoing through the trees, joined by the cries of his guards as they shouted her name. Desperation clawed at Ned's heart as he failed to locate Arya. Though he suspected that the disappearance was somehow linked to Prince Joffrey, the specifics eluded him. All he longed for was to bring his little girl back home. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps reached his ears, and Zheng Ning appeared, carrying Arya on his back. Arya! Ned Stark rushed forward, calling out to her. Father! Arya exclaimed, her voice laced with a hint of indignation, as she leaped from Zheng Ning's back and into her father's arms. Everything is all right now, my dear, Ned reassured her, holding her tightly. After a few moments of comfort, Arya composed herself. Ned turned to Zheng Ning, his gratitude evident. Mr. Zheng Ning, I cannot thank you enough. Your assistance in finding Arya has been invaluable. Zheng Ning smiled in response. It was my pleasure. Arya and I are friends. After exchanging pleasantries, Ned Stark led Arya back toward the camp. Arya, what exactly transpired? He inquired. Father, Joffrey bullied my friend and insulted Zheng Ning, calling him a lowly commoner, Arya recounted, her voice rising in indignation. A cold fury flickered in Zheng Ning's eyes at Arya's words. How dare Joffrey, that product of incestuous breeding, insult him? It seemed necessary to find an opportunity to eliminate him, ensuring his demise would not be as simplistic as the original tale suggested. What occurred? I need you to recount the entire sequence of events. Ned Stark urged, his brow furrowed. Well, my friend and I were practicing the swordsmanship that Zheng Ning taught me by the river. Joffrey not only injured my friend, but also derided Zheng Ning, claiming his teachings were worthless. I managed to defeat Joffrey using Zheng Ning's techniques, and in a fit of rage, he attacked us with a real sword. Nymeria lunged at him, biting his hand, and then I ran away, Arya recounted breathlessly. What? You mean Nymeria bit Joffrey? Ned's anxiety heightened. Yes. But I let her go. I was afraid they would kill her, Arya replied, understanding the peril Nymeria faced after injuring the prince. Father, Arya began. Alas, since the incident has occurred, we must devise a means of remedying it. It appears we must seek an audience with His Majesty. Ned Stark sighed, not blaming his beloved daughter, but contemplating how to remedy the situation. The accusation against her of harming the prince was grave, and he feared that the Lannisters might exploit this to harm Arya. After some consideration, he resolved to seek out his friend, Robert, for within their company. He was the only one capable of restraining Queen Cersei. Half an hour later, in the king's temporary encampment, King Robert Baratheon sat alone in his seat. To his right stood the Guardian of the North, Duke Ned Stark of Winterfell, accompanied by the steadfast Zheng Ning and Arya. To his left were Queen Cersei Lannister and her twin brother, the Kingsguard Jaime Lannister clad in golden armor, along with the injured Prince Joffrey Baratheon. Both sides presented their claims. They attacked me with sticks and set wolves upon me. Joffrey exclaimed. You are a liar. The truth is far from that. Arya retorted, asserting that Joffrey had first insulted her and then attacked her with a real sword, leaving her no choice but to defend herself. Enough, King Robert Baratheon bellowed, interrupting the quarrel. You each have your reasons, but how am I to discern the truth? He then turned to Sansa Stark, present at the scene. Yet, knowing her impending marriage to Joffrey, Sansa chose to lie to maintain a favorable impression of the prince and the queen. You deceitful wretch. Arya, in her fury, disregarded the fact that Sansa was her sister, yanking at her hair and garments while hurling accusations of treachery. What a complete fool, Zheng Ning thought, observing Sansa. It was bewildering how a woman could overlook her familial support, opting instead to assist a family she had yet to join. This foolishness was likely the root of her future misfortunes. Regrettably, most members of House Stark exhibited similar folly, leaving Zheng Ning with little fondness for them, save for Arya. Your Majesty, since we cannot ascertain the truth, why not conduct a trial by combat? Let the seven determine who is lying. Zheng Ning suddenly proposed, stepping forward. A trial by combat. This suggestion astonished everyone present. They had not anticipated such a proposal in this context. It was well known that a trial by combat often led to bloodshed, and this was merely a minor dispute between two children. Very well, it shall be decided thus. Since neither side can clarify the matter, let the seven determine the truth. Robert Baratheon declared, evidently favoring his friend Ned Stark, given that the preceding circumstances had been decidedly disadvantageous for him. This is unjust. She was the one who harmed me. I demand her hand be severed as retribution. Moments ago, the seemingly injured and feeble Joffrey sprang forth, pointing at Arya and vociferously threatening to sever one of her arms. With a swift motion, Robert Baratheon descended from his position, delivering a resounding slap to Joffrey's face, accompanied by a furious admonition. Silence, you insolent wretch. Utter another word, and upon our return to King's Landing, you shall remain confined to your chambers for 6 months. The once arrogant Joffrey, momentarily subdued by Robert's reprimand, clutched his face in dismay, casting a plaintive glance at his mother. Have you lost your mind? Who is truly your son? Queen Cersei erupted in a furious tirade against Robert. Silence, you foul woman. I am the king, Robert retorted, further intimidating Cersei into silence. Beside them, Jaime Lannister, fearful of the revelation of his incestuous relationship with his sister, dared not intervene. Ultimately, it was Ned Stark who stepped forward to mediate, prompting Robert to relent. Yet Cersei and her son harbored no gratitude towards Ned, instead casting venomous glares at him and his companions. particularly at the commoner Zheng Ning, whom they blamed for their misfortunes. Chapter 64. The tournament. Noticing the resentment in their gazes, Zheng Ning dismissed them with indifference, regarding them as already dead. His thoughts were consumed with plans of how to eliminate them, whether to incinerate them along with the Lannister family upon the back of a great dragon, or to imprison them and subject them to the most gruesome tortures imaginable. Your Majesty, I wish to serve as Miss Arya's champion. Zheng Ning boldly approached King Robert to present his petition. Very well, it is decided. Robert, inclined to favor an old friend, readily acquiesced. Since you wish for this trial by combat, Joffrey is your son, you shall fight in his stead. Or do you expect your son to duel this commoner himself? Cersei mocked. Enough of this clamor. Your fratricidal brother has been clamoring for a duel with Ned Stark daily. Let him stand in for his nephew. Thus, it was settled, with the tournament scheduled to unfold a month hence. Robert, ignoring Cersei's objections, issued his command with authority. The king's word was paramount. Even though the Lannisters had long since covertly seized control of King's Landing, they dared not openly defy Robert's decree. Very well, if that is your decision, so be it. But what of your son's injury? That will leave a lifelong scar, and the beast that inflicted it must be slain. Cersei, recognizing the finality of the matter, pivoted back to the topic of her son's wound. Enough, let it be as such. Robert replied impatiently. The day's events had wearied him, burdened by the cunning Queen's incessant machinations against his trusted ally, Ned Stark. Nonetheless, as a father, he felt compelled to act on behalf of his son, however unworthy he might be. What of the beast? Robert inquired of the captain of the guard. Your Majesty, we have yet to locate it. The captain of the guard hastily replied. Then let it be. Robert quietly exhaled in relief. Wait, is there not another one over there? Queen Cersei pointed towards the dire wolf beside Sansa Stark. You handle it. Robert continued forward without a backward glance. As he passed by Ned, he remarked, Ned, a dire wolf is not a pet. Get her a dog instead. Sansa Stark, finally realizing their intent to kill her beloved dire wolf, Lady, cried out, No. Lady has not harmed anyone. Do not kill her. Alas, no amount of regret could alter the course of fate. Her ill-fated choice to lie had already sealed the price she must pay. Zheng Ning possessed the ability to rectify the situation, yet he harbored no interest in cleaning up the mess left by this foolish woman. Though Sansa was undeniably beautiful, he was not a man who would lose his composure at the sight of a woman. With his prowess, no woman was beyond his reach. Ultimately, the farce drew to a close. A day later, the caravan finally arrived in King's Landing, concluding their month-long journey. A foul stench assaulted their senses, making everyone quite uncomfortable. Zheng Ning, it reeks here, Arya complained, covering her nose. This city houses 500,000 souls, producing hundreds of tons of filth daily. Compounded by the lack of a proper sanitation system since its inception, Zheng Ning explained succinctly. Then, gently patting Arya's small head, continued, Just hold on a little longer. We shall soon reach the Red Keep. All right. The procession pressed on, eventually settling within the Red Keep in the afternoon. A month passed quietly. During this time, the hand of the king, Ned Stark, found himself overwhelmed as he endeavored to manage the mess left by King Robert. Who could fathom the origins of the royal debt amounting to 6 million gold dragons? When Ned inquired of Robert, the latter replied, I only concern myself with spending. Managing the finances is your task. This nearly drove Ned Stark to resign and return to the north with his men. Ultimately, at the pleading of his old friend Robert, he gritted his teeth and accepted the burdensome task. In stark contrast to the beleaguered Ned Stark, Zheng Ning appeared remarkably at ease, spending his days exploring and visiting numerous renowned landmarks featured in the tales. Additionally, he diligently instructed Arya in swordsmanship, resulting in her remarkable progress. The tournament commenced as scheduled. On that morning, before dawn fully broke, the entirety of King's Landing stirred to life amidst clamor and excitement. In an era devoid of entertainment, each grand event became a celebration for the populace. The last tournament had occurred over a year prior. Early in the day, Zheng Ning accompanied the main force from Winterfell into the tournament grounds. Wealthy Zheng Ning adorned himself in an extraordinarily striking suit of armor, gleaming in silver, and procured a magnificent white steed, reminiscent of the legendary warrior Zhao Yun. The king, queen, nobles, and knights, under the protection of their guards, entered one after another, eliciting waves of ecstatic screams from the assembled commoners, who seldom beheld such an illustrious gathering. The prime viewing positions were naturally reserved for the king and queen, who were seated atop a grand tower, while the next best spots belonged to the powerful elite. The ordinary folk could only form a vast circle around the venue. Zheng Ning, you look incredibly handsome today. Arya exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Zheng Ning in his resplendent armor. Thank you, Zheng Ning replied with a smile, affectionately ruffling Arya's hair. She relished his gentle gesture. Sansa Stark, standing nearby, frequently cast glances at Zheng Ning. In that moment, he resembled the fabled heroes and knights, stirring emotions within Sansa that she could scarcely contain. Were it not for her aspirations of becoming queen, she would not hesitate to embark on a passionate romance with him. Go for it, Zheng Ning. You're the best. Show those scoundrels what a true warrior is. One of the guards cheered. I've wagered all my savings on your victory. Please don't let me down. Another added enthusiastically. After a month of camaraderie, they had come to regard Zheng Ning as one of their own. Zheng Ning waved back with a smile and proceeded toward the center of the arena. This national tournament, hosted by the king, was exclusive to those of knightly rank. Otherwise, no matter how formidable one's abilities, entry was unattainable. However, if one had the endorsement of a noble or significant figure, this restriction could be circumvented. Zheng Ning's guarantor was none other than the Duke of the North, a distinction few knights in history have enjoyed. Quick look, who is that? He is so handsome, and his armor is truly magnificent. I heard he hails from Winterfell. Huh, so he is a barbarian from the north. Just watch how I seize that splendid armor and his horse. The knights nearby whispered among themselves as they observed Zheng Ning. Unfazed, Zheng Ning scanned the crowd and soon recognized some familiar faces. Jaime Lannister, Sandor Clegane, the Hound, and the imposing figure of the Mountain, who was feared by all. Chapter 65. Annihilation. The tournament was primarily divided into 3 categories: archery, mounted lance, and team melee combat. Typically, participants would engage in 1 or 2 of these events, with very few daring enough to compete in all 3. There are primarily 2 reasons for this. Firstly, the average individual possesses limited stamina, often excelling in only one discipline or, at best, mastering 2. It is exceedingly rare for someone to be proficient in 3. Secondly, the triathlon events are closely scheduled. The equestrian joust takes place in the morning, followed immediately by archery at noon, and the afternoon is reserved for team melee combat. Should one sustain an injury or encounter an unforeseen circumstance, participation would be forfeited, and the registration fee, which is non-refundable, cannot be reclaimed. Zheng Ning is the sole competitor in this tournament to have registered for all 3 events. Typically, the competition spans 1 to 3 days, depending on the number of participants. This time, the turnout has exceeded all previous events, rivaling some of the largest gatherings in history, thus necessitating a 3-day schedule. On the first day, the initial round of all 3 competitions will take place. The second day will feature the victors from the previous day competing in the second round. On the third day, the remaining participants will contend in the final round to determine the ultimate champion. This encapsulates the general structure of the tournament. In the quiet of the waiting area, Zheng Ning diligently polished his lance while nurturing a bond with his white steed, contemplating the most striking pose to adopt. At that moment, an unexpected figure approached him, Sandor Clegane. The Hound. What brings you here? Zheng Ning inquired, perplexed, as he was not well acquainted with this individual. Was he seeking trouble? You would do well to be cautious. Someone intends for you to perish in this tournament. The Hound warned coldly. Oh, and why is that? Zheng Ning replied, intrigued. It pertains to your entanglement with Jaime Lannister. If I were you, I would wisely withdraw from the competition. The Hound continued. Fascinating, indeed. It must be the Lannisters behind this. Yet, are you not one of their own? Why warn me? Zheng Ning retorted. I merely have a vendetta against someone. The Hound stated before turning away without awaiting Zheng Ning's response. To wish for my demise in the tournament? Huh. If they can accomplish that, let them try. Zheng Ning chuckled dismissively. Although the Lannister family wields immense power, they dare not resort to excessively nefarious tactics under the watchful eyes of the king and other nobles. Their schemes would likely involve having a rival eliminate him, perhaps the brutish Mountain. Alas, they remain oblivious to his true capabilities. A resounding bell echoed throughout the venue. The Lance tournament is about to commence. All participants should prepare. Round 1. Sir Hadman versus Sir Edward. Sir Strad versus Sir Augustus. Zheng Ning versus Sir Libya. Sir Libya? Zheng Ning pondered. This character was absent from the original narrative, likely a mere background figure. The competition officially began, with contestants entering the arena one after another. Victors hold their heads high, basking in the adulation of the crowd, while the vanquished retreat into obscurity. And those with ill fortune may even meet their demise on the spot. Come on, vanquish that scoundrel. Damn it, you've lost already. You are truly worthless. Go home and drink your milk. Keep going, keep fighting. Scoundrel, aim your lance at his heart. I've wagered everything on you. Do not let me down. Slay him, slay him. The brutal and sanguinary contest electrifies the audience, eliciting waves of screams and cheers. Next up, Zheng Ning faces Sir of Libya. After waiting for over an hour, it is finally Zheng Ning's turn. The Sir of Libya hails from Eileen Valley and is rumored to have placed 5th in the last jousting tournament. A spectacle is surely in store. Zheng Ning? Who is that? Such a peculiar name. It is said he is a wandering swordsman from the continent of Essos, currently a fencing instructor in Winterfell. Yet he appears to lack any noble title and originally had no qualification to compete, relying solely on the endorsement of Lord Stark. He seems like a mere pauper. He likely won't last 3 moves against the Sir of Libya. Most spectators are pessimistic about Zheng Ning, as his reputation is confined to Winterfell and has not yet reached this arena. Zheng Ning, clad in silver armor, emerges on a white steed from the entrance. Without a helmet adorning his head, gracefully bowing before the king and queen. Similarly, the Sir of Libya approaches. How handsome. Upon catching a glimpse of Zheng Ning's striking visage, countless women in the stands erupt with loud cheers, with some audacious matrons boldly proclaiming their desire to be with him. Even Queen Cersei, seated beside the king, cannot help but feel a stir of attraction for this low-born man with such an exquisite countenance. But why do you not wear a helmet? Robert inquires, nodding at the two who have bowed. Your Majesty, I am not accustomed to wearing a helmet. Zheng Ning explains with a smile. This audacious remark instantly provokes jeers from the male audience, who are not the shallow creatures that merely admire appearances. They seek true skill. You have guts. I shall see your prowess. Robert laughs heartily, then gestures for the match to commence. As per tradition, Zheng Ning and the Sir of Libya ride apart to gain distance. Clang, 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 the staff rings the gong. Fully armed, the two men point their enormous lances at each other and then charge forward with a sudden burst of speed. Slow, far too slow. Zheng Ning thinks to himself as he observes the Sir of Libya moving at a snail's pace. In the instant they draw near, Zheng Ning thrusts his lance with ferocity. Crack. Before the Sir of Libya can react, the lance strikes true to his chest, sending him flying. The arena is plunged into silence. A one-hit kill. The outcome left everyone astounded. A cacophony of screams and cheers erupted. In that moment, both commoners and nobles alike hailed the knight clad in silver-white armor before them. The knights who had fought valiantly had engaged in a prolonged struggle to determine the victor, with the swiftest among them battling for 3 or 4 rounds. Yet, Zheng Ning concluded his contest in the blink of an eye, delivering a tremendous visual shock to the onlookers. Thank you. Zheng Ning circled the arena atop his white steed, reveling in the adulation of the audience. The feeling of grandeur was simply exhilarating. To be continued. Chapter 66. A display of might. How can this be possible? How could that Stark commoner possess such formidable strength? James Lannister, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, was left in utter disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. Having secured 2nd place in the last tournament, losing only to Loras Tyrell of House Rose. He had previously faced Sir Libyan, who had finished 5th. In their last encounter, he had battled Sir Libyan for 7 or 8 rounds before finally exploiting a flaw to unseat him. In stark contrast, that commoner had vanquished Sir Libyan in an instant, an unimaginable feat in that moment. James Lannister found himself engulfed in profound doubt regarding his own abilities, finally comprehending why Zheng Ning had the audacity to challenge him repeatedly. Meanwhile, after completing his circuit, Zheng Ning returned to the noble section. Though this was merely the first round, the sheer number of participants necessitated 3 matches for each contender to advance. Next up was James Lannister against an unknown knight of minor significance. It's the Kingslayer. How dare he show his face at the tournament? Away with you, disgraceful Kingslayer. Do not tarnish this place. When James Lannister, clad in golden armor, made his entrance, he was met not with cheers, but with a chorus of boos. As the infamous Kingslayer, his reputation had soured to the point that even the most destitute vagabonds, when mentioning James Lannister, would spit in disdain. Unfazed by the scorn of the crowd, James Lannister walked through the arena with a stoic expression, accustomed to such derision. Clang, 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 smash. Just like Zheng Ning, James Lannister concluded his battle in an instant. This was a deliberate act on his part, aimed at proving he was not inferior to Zheng Ning. Not bad at all. Truly a pinnacle achievable by ordinary humanity. Zheng Ning remarked in praise from the sidelines. Although James Lannister had numerous unsavory traits, he still exhibited commendable prowess and knightly honor. In the original tale, when Cersei violated the agreement, the one-handed James ventured north alone to fulfill his promise, nearly perishing at the hands of the undead army. Zheng Ning held a measure of respect for him. Had their paths not crossed in competition, he might have even considered forming a friendship with him. Following this, Zheng Ning engaged in several more matches, each concluding with a decisive strike. This remarkable display left the remaining knights in a state of trepidation, fervently praying to avoid an encounter with Zheng Ning. Meanwhile, the Hound and Jaime Lannister navigated their challenges with ease, securing victories in the first round. However, one match took everyone by surprise. The duel between the Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, and the Mountain, Gregor Clegane. Both were formidable contenders, champions of horse and lance. Yet unexpectedly, they both found themselves unseated. It was revealed that Loras had deliberately ridden a mare in heat to entice the stallion ridden by the Mountain. After being thrown off, the Mountain brandished his great sword, pursuing Loras while vociferously accusing him of cheating. Fortunately, the Hound, the Mountain's brother, intervened just in time to halt the ensuing chaos. Ultimately, this farce concluded amidst the king's furious roar, with both the Mountain and Loras retreating in defeat. Following the equestrian joust, a 1-hour intermission ensued. Zheng Ning returned to the stands occupied by the folk of the north. "Zheng Ning, you are incredible." Upon his return, Arya leapt onto him, clinging like a koala, refusing to let go. "You know I am formidable. This isn't news to you." Zheng Ning chuckled, supporting Arya as she clung to him. "You are astonishing. Although I was already aware of your prowess, witnessing you eliminate opponents with such ease is truly terrifying. Look at how those knights dare not meet your gaze. Ha ha ha. It seems I am destined to profit immensely." The northern guards chimed in, showering Zheng Ning with praise. He responded with a smile, enjoying the camaraderie. Nearby, Lady Sansa Stark frequently glanced at Zheng Ning, her eyes filled with curiosity. He epitomized the heroic knight she had always envisioned. Due to her aversion to swordplay, her relationship with Zheng Ning was the most distant among the Stark siblings. They had yet to exchange a word. "Let Zheng Ning rest. He has 2 more events ahead." Ned Stark interjected with a smile. "Holding him like this does not hinder his rest." Arya retorted. "It's quite all right, Lord Ned," Zheng Ning reassured him, with a resigned chuckle. Ned could only shake his head. The archery contest commenced promptly at noon. Zheng Ning noticed that Jaime Lannister, the Hound, and others were absent, perhaps lacking confidence in their archery skills. After several rounds, Zheng Ning naturally dominated his contemporaries, triumphing in the first round with an overwhelming display of skill, eliciting a wave of cheers from the audience. Some matrons boldly sought to entice him, fully aware that this swordsman from Essos was a rising star, destined to gain renown once the tournament concluded. Upon witnessing Zheng Ning's formidable prowess, numerous feudal lords and nobles aspired to recruit him to serve within their domains following the martial arts tournament, particularly as they had learned that he had yet to ally himself with House Stark. After the conclusion of the archery competition, the group melee commenced promptly in the afternoon. Zheng Ning found himself grouped with several lesser knights, not encountering the likes of Jaime Lannister, Sandor Clegane, or Loras Tyrell, but instead observing the frenzied Mountain swinging his massive sword in the adjacent group, severing limbs from numerous knights. The knights fervently prayed not to be matched against the Mountain. Soon, it was time for Zheng Ning's group to enter the fray. The knights donned full suits of armor, eager to encase themselves entirely in metal. For the group melee had historically claimed the highest number of fatalities among all events. These knights were not keen on losing their lives. In this melee, 4 individuals would clash, capable of either pairing up or battling solo, without any time constraints, continuing until only one remained standing. Surrender, unconsciousness, or even death would all result in defeat. The 3 knights exchanged knowing glances, demonstrating a tacit understanding to eliminate the most formidable Zheng Ning first. Drawing their weapons and aiming at him, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience at such a dishonorable tactic. "Oh, you dare to conspire against me? Am I truly that fearsome?" Zheng Ning remarked with a flick of his wrist, brandishing his longsword. "As knights, we wish it were otherwise. Yet your strength is overwhelming. If we do not eliminate you first, we stand no chance. Should you choose to withdraw now, we assure you will remain unscathed." They implored, each echoing the other. "Withdraw? From mere lackeys like you?" Zheng Ning scoffed. "Then do not blame us." The leader of the knights yelled, charging at Zheng Ning with his longsword, closely followed by the other 2. "Pathetically weak," Zheng Ning sneered, spinning his longsword with a flourish before striking with such force that a blurred arc of sword energy sliced through the air. A collective scream erupted from the 3 lesser knights as they were sent hurtling away, their armor cracking under the impact. Chapter 67. Sweeping the arena with a single stroke. Zheng Ning had dispatched the 3 knights. The audience closest to the stands initially fell silent, only to erupt into thunderous cheers. "What just transpired? What is happening?" they exclaimed, bewildered. "Did you witness his movement? He incapacitated them in an instant. By the 7, is this still humanity?" Amidst the roaring applause, Spectators further back in the stands began to murmur excitedly, eager to fly to the center of the arena and uncover the truth. Zheng Ning, Zheng Ning, Zheng Ning. Someone initiated the chant, and it gradually spread throughout the arena of the martial arts tournament. In that moment, be they noble or commoner, everyone vociferously called out Zheng Ning's name, rendering him the sole focus of the event. Ha ha, I knew this lad had it in him. How could he possibly be lacking? Being the swordsmanship instructor for House Ned? I just didn't anticipate he would be this formidable. Robert Baratheon laughed heartily, draining his goblet of fine wine, feeling utterly elated. He even contemplated personally engaging in a duel with the young man, but upon glancing at his own rather pronounced belly, he dismissed the thought. Given the prowess exhibited by Lord Zheng Ning, the championship of this martial arts tournament was undoubtedly his, barring any sudden withdrawal. Standing nearby, the captain of the King's Guard, Barristan Selmy, remarked, "In my day, I once crossed blades with the living legend, the dawn of the sword, Arthur Dane. Even he cannot compare to the Zheng Ning before us." The Queen, Cersei Lannister, paid no heed to her husband's boisterous laughter. Instead, she languidly reclined on a bench. Her emerald eyes narrowed as she observed Zheng Ning, who raised his hands in triumph, basking in the adulation of the crowd, lost in thought. Prince Joffrey appeared visibly perturbed, as if he had swallowed a bitter draught. "Look, Zheng Ning has triumphed again," Arya exclaimed, pointing at Zheng Ning's figure with exhilaration. "It's merely a display of Mr. Zheng Ning's usual prowess." The Northern Guards maintained a more composed demeanor. They were all too aware of his capabilities. Many had faced his overwhelming skill back in Winterfell, often falling victim to his swift defeats. Ned Stark looked on with pride at the now celebrated Zheng Ning, grateful for his decision to appoint him as the swordsmanship instructor. After defeating 3 minor knights, Zheng Ning proceeded to 2 more rounds of competition. An amusing situation arose when the unfortunate knights grouped with Zheng Ning surrendered without even attempting to engage him. Such preemptive capitulations were rare in the annals of the tournament's history, earning a chorus of boos from the spectators. Thus, Zheng Ning advanced smoothly to the next round. The tournament continued unabated, culminating in the conclusion of the first round long after dusk, though the excitement never quite matched the fervor of Zheng Ning's swift elimination of 3 knights. That evening, Zheng Ning returned to the castle with the northern forces. Shortly after his arrival, a multitude of envelopes filled his chamber. Most were invitations, presented by servants as soon as he returned. They predominantly consisted of invitations to gatherings from minor nobles, along with letters of affection from noble maidens and matrons. Zheng Ning, however, was too preoccupied to peruse them and cast them aside without a second glance. After a sumptuous dinner, he retreated to his quarters. As he opened his eyes once more, it was already the dawn of the following day. "Good morning, Lord Zheng Ning," greeted the gentle morning light. After a simple morning ablution, Zheng Ning ambled out of his chamber. Along the way, the servants bowed respectfully, while some of the bolder young maids approached him to extend their greetings. Zheng Ning reciprocated with warmth. As a modern individual, he bore no airs and displayed an amiable demeanor. Upon arriving at the dining hall on the ground floor, he found Hand of the King, Ned Stark, seated with his 2 daughters. For the past month, Zheng Ning had been sharing meals with the Stark family. In this stratified medieval realm, his status would typically preclude him from dining with a duke and his kin, yet Ned Stark's gracious invitation rendered any refusal impolite. "Zheng Ning," Arya exclaimed joyfully upon spotting him, her breakfast momentarily forgotten. "Good morning," Zheng Ning replied with a smile, taking a seat at the vacant chair. "So, do you feel confident about securing first place?" Ned Stark inquired, slicing a piece of venison before him. "Absolutely. I'm aiming for first place," Zheng Ning responded with enthusiasm. The two then delved into discussions regarding the upcoming tournament. It was the king, in a fit of impulsiveness, who had decided to host the tournament, leaving Ned Stark to grapple with the ensuing chaos. Although Zheng Ning was not well versed in the intricacies of such matters, his modern background endowed him with insights far surpassing those of this era, occasionally offering suggestions that left Ned Stark pleasantly surprised. Arya, like a miniature adult, listened intently to their exchange while munching her breakfast, even though the content was beyond her comprehension. Meanwhile, Sansa Stark remained silent, quietly eating her meal, occasionally casting furtive glances at Zheng Ning. This peculiar behavior piqued Zheng Ning's curiosity. What could be troubling the eldest Stark daughter? Did she harbor some discontent towards him? Soon after breakfast, the group made their way to the venue of the tournament. It was the second day of the grand event. Following a day of contests, the atmosphere in King's Landing had reached a fever pitch of excitement. "Look, it's Zheng Ning," cried a voice from the crowd. "Zheng Ning, I'm betting on you again today. You must win," another shouted. Zheng Ning, "You're so handsome. I want to bear your children," exclaimed another. "They say you might face the Kingslayer today. Do you believe you can triumph?" came a skeptical voice. "Isn't that obvious? Lord Zheng Ning is so formidable, the Kingslayer stands no chance." Zheng Ning's remarkable performance the previous day had garnered him considerable recognition, and as he traversed the path, throngs of spectators followed the Stark family's entourage, cheering and calling out to him. He merely smiled in response, choosing not to engage with the exuberant crowd. Upon reaching the venue, he noticed a significant reduction in the number of participants. The initial round of competition appeared to be exceptionally fierce, resulting in the elimination of the majority of participants. Subsequently, the contestants began today's lottery. What is the meaning of this? Zheng Ning pondered, gazing at the blank slip of paper in his hand. Chapter 68. The final contest, Your Excellency Zheng Ning. Congratulations, you have drawn a buy slip, allowing you to advance directly. A staff member explained with a smile. A buy? Is there such a mechanism? Zheng Ning queried, perplexed. Indeed, Your Excellency, this is a common occurrence in martial tournaments. Typically due to an insufficient number of remaining contestants to continue the matches, the staff member clarified. Is that so? Huh. Zheng Ning chuckled lightly, handing the slip back to the staff member before turning to leave. The other knights nearby observed Zheng Ning's effortless advancement with no hint of envy or jealousy. Rather, they collectively sighed in relief. This spared them the anxiety of potentially facing Zheng Ning, a formidable opponent. His performance yesterday, marked by one-hit knockouts, instilled profound fear in them, making them reluctant to encounter such a monstrous figure. A buy? How amusing. Zheng Ning scoffed internally as he exited the waiting area. He could hardly believe in such fortuitous luck as drawing a buy slip. It was more likely that his extraordinary display the previous day had prompted certain individuals to employ underhanded tactics to ensure his direct advancement, thus avoiding a confrontation with him. Most probably, it was members of House Lannister orchestrating this. Tomorrow's tournament final would undoubtedly pit him against Jaime Lannister. After all, the King's orders are not to be defied. It is even possible that he would face not just Jaime, but others as well. The only matches in which he could encounter Jaime would be in mounted lance or melee team combat, as Jaime would not participate in archery. The mounted lance match held little uncertainty. In a one-on-one duel, each contestant provided their own steed, leaving little room for manipulation. Thus, only the melee team battle remained. If they continued to manipulate the lottery results as they had today, Zheng Ning would inevitably find himself in a precarious situation, facing three powerful knights from House Lannister alone. One of them would surely be Jaime Lannister, and the other two could be guessed without much thought, the Hound and the Mountain, those feuding brothers. A clever plan, yet alas. We exist in entirely different realms. No matter how perfect the scheme devised by a few ants, they remain nothing more than beings easily crushed before a human. Zheng Ning chuckled coldly. He then returned to the viewing platform occupied by the Northerners. Zheng Ning, why have you returned? Arya inquired, a look of confusion on her face. The others mirrored her bewilderment. Zheng Ning briefly explained the situation before taking his seat to observe the ongoing matches. When the staff announced Zheng Ning's buy, a voice erupted in frustration. Damn it, I came here specifically to see Zheng Ning, and you tell me he drew a buy? For heaven's sake. The other matches pale in comparison to his. Damn it, I placed all my bets on Zheng Ning today, and you all have the audacity to prevent him from competing. A wave of discontent swept through the crowd. Regardless, the competition must go on. Although Zheng Ning's absence was palpable, the remaining knights performed admirably. The Usurper, the Hound, the Mountain, and the other formidable contenders from the Flower Knights advanced smoothly to the next round. With yesterday's elimination of a significant portion of the participants, the proceedings hastened, culminating in the completion of the second round by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, selecting a dozen powerful knights for the final showdown tomorrow. On the third morning, the entirety of King's Landing erupted in jubilation. It marked the final day of the tournament, the day when the ultimate victor would be determined. The prevailing sentiment was that Zheng Ning was destined to claim the championship. Should he triumph in all competitions, he would etch his name in history as the sole three-time champion of the tournament. The title of three-time champion was a prize Zheng Ning was determined to seize, as it would confer immense prestige, facilitating his pursuit of advantages amidst the ensuing chaos. In this medieval fantasy realm, prestige held paramount importance. It could significantly mitigate unnecessary troubles. Ding ding ding. As the staff struck the gong, the final round of the tournament commenced. The first event was the mounted lance competition. Zheng Ning faced the Hound in the second round and encountered Jaime Lannister in the third. Despite their formidable prowess, Zheng Ning dispatched them with a single strike, effortlessly claiming the championship in the mounted lance event. The archery contest was even more straightforward. Zheng Ning showcased a stunning feat of shooting 3 arrows with one bow, inciting a chorus of cheers and applause from the spectators, ultimately securing the title with ease. The climax of the tournament was the eagerly anticipated and brutally intense melee battle. 12 participants were set to engage in 3 rounds, with the victorious 4 proceeding to the final championship bout. In the first match, a group of nameless knights fought tirelessly, leaving behind a mere remnant of combat capability. The second match featured Loras Tyrell of the Flower Knights, who triumphed unscathed against 3 nameless knights. The third match included Zheng Ning, Jaime Lannister, the Hound, and the Mountain. Despite their mutual animosity, the Hound and the Mountain were compelled by their lord to unite against Zheng Ning. On the arena floor, Zheng Ning and Jaime Lannister faced off against the 2 brothers. Oh, Zheng Ning. Zheng Ning. Oh, usurper, get off the field. The usurper does not belong here. Cheers, screams, and a smattering of boos filled the air. The entire audience erupted into a frenzy, seemingly oblivious to the underlying tension. After all, the previous nameless knights had also opted for a 3-on-1 strategy, aiming to eliminate the strongest contender, Zheng Ning. Zheng Ning was in peril. Ned Stark observed this draw with a grim expression, his countenance darkening significantly. His sense of justice led him to never anticipate such underhanded tactics from the Lannister family. Damn you, wretched woman. Is this scheme of yours, Lannister? He exclaimed. I always knew your kind were nothing but vermin, engaging in unspeakable deeds. King Robert Baratheon, seated upon the royal dais, pointed to the drawn lots and berated Queen Cersei. In this predicament, even as king, he could not intervene. To do so would expose royal scandals, tarnishing the crown's dignity. I am unaware of what you speak. Cersei replied coolly, not even glancing at Robert. You. Robert could only respond with exasperation. Huh. Kill him. Sever his head. Prince Joffrey sneered, watching as his hounds encircled the despised commoner, delighting in the cruelty of the moment. TSK, Jaime, I never imagined you would resort to such tactics. I thought you at least upheld the chivalric code. It seems I was mistaken. Zheng Ning mocked, twirling his long sword at Jaime Lannister. This was not my intention. Jaime Lannister replied helplessly, realizing too late that his dear sister had orchestrated everything for him. Chapter 69. The Triple Crown. Did you think 3 against 1 could suffice to challenge me? You greatly overestimate your chances. Zheng Ning scoffed at the trio before him, beckoning with a flick of his finger. Come at me together, do not waste my time. Just as he finished speaking, the brutish Mountain charged at him, sword in hand, intent on cleaving the diminutive foe in 2. Jaime and the Hound exchanged glances, drawing their swords in unison. You are all utterly pathetic. Zheng Ning did not move from his spot, merely sidestepping slightly to evade the Mountain's strike, then spinning his long sword towards the brute's neck. With a sickening thud, the massive head encased in a thick helmet rolled to the ground. Crimson blood gushed forth from the Mountain's neatly severed neck, pooling on the earth below. Zheng Ning showed no mercy to such scum. The Mountain was a fiend whose heinous crimes were innumerable and indefensible. In his youth, he had scorched his brother Sandor Clegane's face over a stolen toy, searing half of it as if it were a steak. The Hound's greatest desire as an adult was to slay his heartless brother. Furthermore, the Mountain had murdered his father and had committed unspeakable acts against his sister and 2 former wives. He was notorious for his rampages of murder, robbery, and the violation of innocent lives throughout the 7 kingdoms. The most egregious act he committed was at the tender age of 17, when he followed Tywin Lannister into the city of King's Landing. He brazenly invaded the royal nursery, seizing Rhaegar's infant son Aegon and mercilessly hurling him against the wall to his death, alongside the brutal violation of Rhaegar's lawful wife, Princess Elia Martell. Such heinous crimes should have warranted immediate execution, yet, under the protection of House Lannister, he continued to thrive. Oh. This shocking turn of events instantly elicited screams from the audience, particularly among the female spectators, who, upon witnessing the gruesome scene, covered their faces in horror. My heavens! What has transpired? The Mountain, Gregor Clegane, has fallen. How could this be? He was the mightiest man in the 7 kingdoms. How could he be vanquished in a single blow? How could humanity possess such power? In that moment, as one beheld the Mountain, who was typically aloof, exceedingly irascible, and utterly detestable, beheaded before Zheng Ning, his body half kneeling in submission, a tidal wave of shock surged through all present at the tournament. The prominent figures, King Robert Baratheon, the Hand of the King, Lord Eddard Stark of Winterfell, the Master of Laws, Lancel Lannister, and the Master of Coin, Peter Baelish, were all agape, their faces etched with disbelief. How could this be? Even the Mountain, the The once impassive Queen Cersei Lannister was so taken aback that she rose from her seat in alarm. Prince Joffrey Baratheon, in sheer terror, tumbled from his chair. After slaying the Mountain, Zheng Ning leisurely turned to face Jaime and Sandor Clegane, who were momentarily paralyzed by fear at the shocking spectacle. Upon meeting Zheng Ning's frigid gaze, a shiver ran through them. With a thud, Sandor exclaimed, "I surrender. I surrender." He cast aside his sword, raising his hands in a gesture of capitulation, vociferously declaring his submission. His loyalty to House Lannister was for gold, but he was unwilling to pay with his life. "Oh, is this how you surrender? How disappointing. And what of you, Jaime?" Zheng Ning approached Jaime Lannister, who still clutched his sword, a smile playing on his lips. Jaime, bewildered and at a loss for words, found himself momentarily rendered speechless. "Robert, stop the tournament at once. Do not allow that madman to approach my brother," Queen Cersei pleaded, gripping King Robert's arm. She understood that only the king could thwart the killer from reaching Jaime in this perilous moment. "Let go of me, you vile woman." "I understand." Robert, too, was fraught with anxiety. Though he harbored disdain for House Lannister, particularly for Cersei and her twin brother, he realized that if Jaime were to perish in King's Landing, their father, the Warden of the West, Tywin Lannister of Casterly Rock, would undoubtedly erupt in fury, inciting rebellion against the Iron Throne. Before Robert could shout a command to stop, Zheng Ning's sword had already swung towards Jaime, who had no choice but to hastily raise his own blade in defense. With a thunderous crash, James was hurled away by Zheng Ning's terrifying strength, landing heavily upon the ground, blood spilling from his mouth, and his sword shattered in his grasp. "Cease this. The match is over." The king's gruff voice resonated through the arena. Zheng Ning had no intention of killing James and promptly sheathed his sword. "My heavens, James." Upon witnessing Zheng Ning retract his weapon, Queen Cersei disregarded all decorum, rushing down from the stands towards James. Her swift action was mirrored by the guards and attendants, who hastily followed her lead. The audience in the stands erupted in excitement. "Ah, what a spectacle we have here." A throng of people surged forward, creating a chaotic scene. "My heavens, James, are you unscathed?" Cersei wept uncontrollably as she embraced the bloodied James, then pointed accusingly at Zheng Ning, shouting, "Murderer! He is the killer. Quickly, apprehend him." The golden-armored guards of House Lannister exchanged apprehensive glances, none daring to make the first move against the monster that had slain the Mountain with a single stroke. "Are you all useless? Do you not hear me? I command you to seize him." Cersei berated them furiously. After a moment of hesitation, the guards steeled themselves against their fear and approached slowly, weapons drawn. "What? Are you incapable of accepting defeat?" Zheng Ning scoffed, flicking his sword with a casual flourish. He would not surrender easily. If it came to it, he would carve a path through them, spilling blood indiscriminately. "Stop." At that moment, a voice intervened, halting the guards in their tracks. King Robert and Hand of the King, Ned Stark, swiftly approached. "Robert, he has committed murder. Did you not see this commoner kill?" Cersei continued her tirade. "Shut your mouth, foul woman. Injuries are an inevitable consequence of the tournament. If your brother chooses to participate, he must be prepared to face the repercussions." Robert bellowed in fury at Cersei. Had it not been for Ned Stark's reminder of the audience's presence, he would have continued his tirade. An internal conflict within the royal family. The spectators found the unfolding drama far more entertaining than the tournament itself. Robert strode to Zheng Ning's side, grasping his hand and raising it high, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 days of intense competition, the first triple champion in the history of the tournament has finally emerged." Chapter 70. Preparing to depart. Ladies and gentlemen, the first champion to claim victory in every event of the tournament has been born, Robert announced with great enthusiasm. Zheng Ning looked quizzically at Robert. "Ahem, your majesty. The competition has yet to conclude." Ned Stark, the king's hand, whispered nearby. Ned, what is the situation?" Robert inquired softly. "There is still one match remaining. The Knight of Flowers will face Zheng Ning in the final duel." "Oh, I merely wish to take advantage of this opportunity to conclude this farce." The subtle gestures of the king and his hand could not escape the keen eyes of the audience, who erupted into hearty laughter at the blunder that ensued. The previously tense atmosphere transformed into one of joviality. As for the beheaded Mountain and the gravely injured Jaime, the spectators showed no concern. One was a scoundrel who had committed countless atrocities, and the other, a regicide who had betrayed his oath to slay the king. In the eyes of the audience, both were despicable figures, and no one mourned their fates. Rather, they lamented that their deaths had come so late. With that, let the final contest commence. Robert bellowed once more, his thick skin rendering him indifferent to such trivialities. After all, as king, he was unbothered by the scorn of visiting brothels. What did he have to fear from this? Your Majesty, I concede. I surrender, said the Knight of Flowers, Loras Tyrell, clad in green armor, bowing slightly. Having witnessed Zheng Ning slay the mountain with a single stroke, he recognized his own inadequacy and preferred to gracefully admit defeat rather than risk humiliation. See, Ned? I did not announce it incorrectly. Ha ha. Robert laughed heartily. Half an hour later, at the center of the grand arena, Zheng Ning, donned in gleaming silver armor and riding a white steed, circled the venue, reveling in the cheers of the crowd. Oh my goodness, Zheng Ning has truly done it. I have witnessed history unfold before my eyes. The birth of the first tri-champion, victorious in all 3 contests. The prize for each contest was 20,000 golden dragons, amounting to a staggering 60,000 in total. Good heavens, Zheng Ning had struck it rich. He could easily purchase a castle and become a lord. Ha ha. I wagered all my wealth on Zheng Ning from the very first match, and now my fortune has multiplied 100-fold. I'm prosperous. I backed the regicide, yet never anticipated his ineptitude. How unfortunate. The title of tri-champion would likely belong to Zheng Ning for a considerable time, for no one else could achieve the same honor. Zheng Ning, you are so handsome. I adore you. Zheng Ning, I wish to bear your children. Zheng Ning, my perfect knight, take me away. Zheng Ning, Zheng Ning, Zheng Ning. The arena resonated with the fervent cheers and screams of the audience. Zheng Ning stood tall, basking in the adulation. The sensation of triumph was utterly exhilarating. In the stands, Robert mused, that lad performed splendidly. However, his path ahead may prove treacherous. Having slain the mountain and injured the regicide, he has surely made a formidable enemy of House Lannister. He sighed, sipping his wine before turning to Ned Stark. Ned, has that young man still not chosen to join your Stark family? Alas, I wish for him to join, but regardless of how I extend my invitation, he remains unmoved. Ned Stark replied with a wry smile. Then I trust you won't mind if I have him serve me? Since he is not a member of House Stark, why should I be concerned? However, taming him is no simple task. I have a foreboding sense that his true ambitions lie elsewhere, and he is likely to depart soon. Ned Stark sighed. Reflecting on the events since hiring Zheng Ning, it suddenly dawned on him that everything Zheng had done might be in pursuit of fame. Whether it was challenging Jaime Lannister in Winterfell, proposing trial by combat for Arya, or participating in the current tournament, it all seemed aimed at gaining notoriety. Yet, Ned felt reluctant to assign blame, as Zheng had merely signed a contract as a sword instructor. Moreover, he had diligently trained several of his children well. 3 days had swiftly passed, a little to the left and upward slightly. That is how you can most accurately strike the enemy's vital point. In the castle's training yard, Zheng Ning was instructing the young Arya in swordsmanship. After a while, he allowed her to take a break. Oh, I am so tired, Arya exclaimed, rubbing her shoulders. Recently, Zheng had become unexpectedly strict, doubling the training intensity, which was proving challenging for the young girl. Zheng, however, remained silent, lost in thought. Ned Stark had been making rounds lately, seemingly having uncovered something significant. Zheng understood that Ned had discovered the secret that the king's 3 children were born of the incestuous union between Queen Cersei and her twin brother, Jaime. He would soon confront Cersei, and King's Landing was on the brink of turmoil. Zheng was acutely aware that Ned Stark could not prevail in this power struggle, as he was too concerned with notions of knightly justice and honor, utterly antiquated ideals. Such a man is fit to be a knight, but ill-suited to be a lord, and even less so to be the hand of the king. In the original narrative, despite holding all the winning cards and enjoying a distinct advantage, Ned failed to seize the initiative out of compassion for Cersei and her children, fearing their demise at the hands of the wrathful Robert. Consequently, he lost precious opportunities. Ultimately, Cersei orchestrated Robert's demise, positioning the infamous Joffrey on the throne, subsequently staging a coup that led to the removal of Ned Stark as Hand of the King, resulting in his imprisonment. His 2 daughters and the Guardians of the North would also suffer repercussions due to his failures. To rescue him, his son Robb Stark would march south, igniting a conflict that would engulf the 7 kingdoms, the War of the 5 Kings. Zheng Ning had no intention of altering this segment of the tale. Chaos in Westeros was precisely what he desired, as it would provide him with the perfect environment to navigate his own schemes. Otherwise, uniting a cohesive Westeros would prove quite the challenge. With an estimated population of over 40 million, and leveraging the medieval European military mobilization rates, the combined strength of noble houses could potentially yield an army exceeding 400,000. Such a formidable force could not be managed by Zheng Ning alone. Thus, Zheng Ning set his sights upon the Dragon Queen across the narrow sea. He intended to first subdue her, then muster an army on the continent of Essos, and finally, taking advantage of the mutual destruction among the noble families of Westeros, emulate the conquests of Aegon Targaryen, the ancestor of the Dragon Queen. Contemplating this, Zheng Ning turned to the young girl beside him and said, Arya, I may have to depart for a while. Is anyone here? Can those who have followed me here please offer a free gift of encouragement? I beseech you. This is the motivation the author needs to continue. To be continued. Chapter 71. Chaos in King's Landing. What? Zheng Ning, you are leaving? Where are you going? The young girl immediately grew anxious upon hearing this. I have some matters to attend to, Zheng Ning replied with a vague excuse. But you haven't taught me magic yet. You promised me. How can you go back on your word? Woo-woo, she cried, tears streaming down her face. After spending 3 months together, she had grown accustomed to Zheng Ning's presence. Considering him family, and the thought of his departure was unbearable. Do not cry. I am not leaving forever, merely for a short while. I shall return when the time is right. Zheng Ning comforted Arya, enveloping her in his embrace. Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? Arya wiped her tears and asked. Of course not. When have I ever lied to you? All right, then I will wait for you. You must return to teach me magic. After comforting Arya, Zheng Ning approached Ned Stark to formally express his farewell. Lord Stark, I am grateful for your hospitality these past 3 months. I am preparing to leave. Ned Stark, having anticipated this, maintained a calm demeanor. Have you made your decision? I have, Zheng Ning affirmed with a nod. According to our initial agreement, you were free to depart long ago. I must also thank you for your guidance to Arya and the others over these 3 months. It has been my honor. My lord, then I wish you safe travels, and know that the doors of House Stark will always be open to you. Thank you, my lord. Half an hour later, Zheng Ning rode away from the castle on the white horse he had purchased, with a retinue of guards and a teary-eyed Arya trailing behind. Upon exiting the castle, Zheng Ning did not head directly to his destination. Instead, he concealed himself, preparing to rescue the Stark family when chaos erupted in King's Landing. Allowing Ned Stark to lead the northern forces against the Lannisters, hoping to prolong the turmoil in Westeros. In the original narrative, the North's downfall was heavily tied to Robb Stark. Despite his remarkable talents and military prowess, achieving 5 victories against Tywin Lannister and capturing the Kingslayer, Jaime Lannister, he could not escape defeat, ultimately witnessing the decimation of his forces during the Red Wedding. The root cause lay in Robb's series of peculiar decisions and his mother Catelyn Tully's detrimental maneuvers. His first mistake was declaring himself king. After Ned Stark was executed by Joffrey, Robb proclaimed himself king in the north, forfeiting the chance to ally with other factions. Stannis Baratheon and Renly Baratheon could not possibly tolerate the existence of this self-proclaimed king in the north. The first blunder was his naivety in believing that Theon Greyjoy could procure him troops from his father, which led to the Greyjoy family launching a surprise attack on Winterfell, igniting chaos in the north and sowing discord among the ranks. He failed to consider that when the Greyjoys rebelled against the Iron Throne, it was his father, Eddard Stark, who led the charge and decisively defeated them. How could the Greyjoys possibly support him? The second folly was, amidst the fervor of battle, he violated his betrothal to House Frey by marrying another woman, Jane, prompting the Freys to withdraw their forces from the twins. This not only resulted in the loss of part of his army, but also severed his escape route back to the north. To break a binding contract is inherently wrong. The Freys had invested both resources and men in aiding Robb Stark in his campaign, suffering considerable losses in the process. How could Robb expect to escape their resentment when he abandoned the cause before it was concluded? This laid the groundwork for the ensuing Red Wedding. The third, and most fatal error, was executing Lord Rickard Karstark during the heat of battle, which directly caused House Karstark to withdraw from the conflict, taking with them half of their troops and leaving the other bannermen disillusioned. Each of these missteps could have turned the tide of war. Robb had committed them all. No matter how formidable the Northern Army or how skilled Robb was as a military leader, their fate was sealed. The North should never have been led by Robb. Had Eddard Stark been at the helm, they might have endured longer, potentially until he could return with reinforcements, transforming the North into a valuable ally for the realm. With these thoughts lingering, Zheng Ning vanished into the shadows. In King's Landing, the political landscape had dramatically shifted. Just days prior, an absurd incident transpired. The king, Robert Baratheon, sustained grave injuries from a wild boar while hunting. The atmosphere within the Red Keep grew tense and fraught with undercurrents. Not long after, King Robert I succumbed to his wounds, plunging the Red Keep into a state of peril. It was well known that Queen Cersei Lannister and her family were in direct conflict with House Stark, the family of Eddard Stark, who had penned the king's last will. Subsequently, significant events unfolded from the Red Keep. Firstly, Robert's younger brother, Renly Baratheon, along with Ser Loras Tyrell, departed King's Landing, returning to Highgarden. Shortly thereafter, the current hand of the king was accused of treason and imprisoned. Following this, Prince Joffrey Baratheon ascended to the throne, and Tywin Lannister, the Duke of Casterly Rock, was appointed the new hand of the king. In a narrow alley, Zheng Ning found himself in a moment of vulnerability. "I am so scared," Arya cried out, burying her face in his embrace. She never anticipated that so many events would transpire within just a week. First, the rotund king passed away, followed by her father being captured by the soldiers of House Lannister. Those soldiers sought to seize her as well, but fortunately, she was not in the castle at that time, narrowly escaping disaster. After wandering in the slums for 2 days, she realized that she was utterly powerless. Just when she felt adrift, Zheng Ning found her. "Do not worry. I am here to protect you," Zheng Ning comforted, ruffling Arya's hair. He had been observing from the shadows, noting how Eddard Stark, despite being in a position of power as in the original tale, had shown mercy to Cersei, leading to his eventual demise at her hands. "Zheng Ning, my father, he has been captured by the Lannisters, and Sansa too," Arya lamented, tears welling in her eyes. "Arya, I am going to rescue them," Zheng Ning declared earnestly after a brief pause. "What? Zheng Ning, are you jesting? There are countless Lannister soldiers there. You cannot go alone," Arya exclaimed, springing to her feet in alarm. "I am not joking," Zheng Ning replied calmly, his expression unperturbed, as if discussing a trivial matter. "Zheng Ning, you are insane. You will perish. I cannot allow you to go," Arya insisted, clinging to his neck to prevent him from rising. Though she yearned to rescue her father and sister, she understood that one person, no matter how formidable, could not contend with an army. "Arya, you underestimate me," Zheng Ning said, gently patting her head, then confidently added, "What I displayed at the tournament was not my full strength. To be honest, if I so desired, the entire army of King's Landing would be unable to stop me." "What is wrong with you? Have you lost your mind?" Arya gazed at him incredulously, reaching out to touch his forehead. Zheng Ning was momentarily at a loss for words. "There is no time to explain. I must first take you to a safe place, and you will wait for my return there." "Wait, what are you doing?" Ignoring the girl's struggles, Zheng Ning scooped her up in his arms, then sprang into the air, leaping 5 meters high as if he were flying. In just a few moments, he had whisked Arya away from King's Landing, the city walls proving utterly inadequate to impede them. Arya remained in a state of astonishment, utterly unable to fathom how Zheng Ning had accomplished such a feat. "Zheng Ning, what you just did," Arya gasped in disbelief. "Now do you believe that the army cannot stop me?" Zheng Ning chuckled. "Can you truly rescue my father and Sansa?" "Of course." Subsequently, Zheng Ning located a household in a village outside King's Landing, leaving Arya there along with an automatic rifle loaded with ammunition. He spent some time teaching her how to use it, ensuring her safety before he departed, promising to return for her in half a day's time. 1 against 1,000. "Indeed. I have yet to try. Let me give it a go." Zheng Ning smiled towards the direction of King's Landing. He had never truly engaged in battle with an army before. With a swift motion, the demonic blade of 1,000 edges materialized in his grasp. The slaughter commenced. King's Landing, now firmly under the control of House Lannister, housed the city guard, also known as the Gold Cloaks. This force, comprising over 2,000 men, was tasked with safeguarding the city and maintaining order in its vicinity, with numbers bolstered in times of war or necessity. At this moment, the army had fallen under the Lannisters' command, and the city guard captain, Janos Slynt, had been elevated to nobility by King Joffrey Baratheon I for his loyalty to the crown. "Search over there. Leave no stone unturned," commanded the captain. "Yes, Captain. Please, spare my child." "Step aside. This is the king's command." The Gold Cloaks fanned out across the city, hunting for the rumored bastards left behind by the late King Robert Baratheon. Upon discovery, they were to be executed on the spot. "Hey, what are you doing?" Just as the Gold Cloaks were about to slay a child no more than a year old, a voice rang out from behind, and a hooded figure approached. "This is royal business. Common folk, be gone." The squad leader placed a hand on the hilt of his sword, issuing a threat at the sight of the suspicious figure. "Are you truly about to kill that child?" The figure inquired again. "Get lost, or you'll be next." Whoosh! A flash of purple light cut through the air, silencing the Gold Cloaks leader, who clutched his neck in disbelief before collapsing to the ground. "The captain has been slain. Everyone beware. An assassin." At that moment, the remaining Gold Cloaks reacted, drawing their swords in an attempt to eliminate the figure before them. Whoosh! A wretched scream followed as another flash of purple light extinguished the lives of 7 Gold Cloaks in an instant. The figure then scooped up the child and approached the frantic woman. "What do you intend to do?" the woman asked nervously. "Take your child and leave this place. Remember to hide better next time," the figure replied, handing back the child before turning to depart. The figure was none other than Zheng Ning, hastening back to King's Landing. He made his way towards the Red Keep, encountering several groups of gold cloaks searching for children along the way, effortlessly dispatching them. There are countless injustices in this world, far too many for him to address. However, he could still eliminate those who crossed his path when the opportunity arose. Before long, he arrived at the Red Keep, which was now besieged by nearly 1,000 gold cloaks, barring anyone from entering or exiting, even those of noble birth. Zheng Ning cautiously approached the castle gates. Royal grounds. Entry forbidden. Violators will be executed without mercy. A gold cloak guard shouted as a warning at the entrance. With a swift motion, a dozen warriors clad in golden robes drew their long swords. Zheng Ning, unwilling to engage in conversation, unsheathed his enchanted blade, Qianren, and with a casual flick of his wrist, unleashed a violet arc of light. In an instant, the golden-robed warriors fell, their numbers reduced to mere echoes of their former selves. An attack on the castle, cried one of the guards stationed atop the fortress. The heavy doors of the castle swung open, revealing a battalion of soldiers in gleaming gold armor, weapons at the ready. At the rear of this formidable line rode Captain Genos Schlint of the city's guard. It is you, Zheng Ning, the triple champion of the tournament. Genos Schlint's expression turned grave upon recognizing Zheng Ning. He had witnessed the tournament firsthand and knew all too well the peril that this man represented. Oh, finally someone recognizes me. Zheng Ning shrugged, a smile gracing his lips. What brings you here? Are you here to rescue Ned Stark? Genos inquired again. Would you think otherwise? Zheng Ning replied. You must be mad to come to the Red Keep alone in search of a rescue. Genos exclaimed. Apologies. But I have no time to explain myself to a mere extra. Zheng Ning retorted, leveling his enchanted blade at the approaching horde of nearly 1,000 golden-robed soldiers. Open fire, sharpshooters, he commanded. A resonating hum emanated from Qianren, which then shattered into shards of radiant purple light, hurtling towards the enemy. The soldiers fell as if caught in a relentless storm of bullets, their bodies riddled with wounds, and agonizing cries echoed throughout the Red Keep. Within the castle, Jaime, having just finished exercising with Cersei, queried, What is happening outside? Is there a commotion? What could possibly occur? The entire King's Landing is under the control of our Lannister family. We merely await Father's arrival. Cersei replied lazily. Report to the Queen. The monster that killed the mountain has breached our defenses. Came a startled shout. What? Cersei sprang to her feet, alarmed. The one who slayed the mountain at the tournament, Zheng Ning, has invaded. The guard reported in panic. Stay calm. How many does he bring? Where is he now? Jaime pressed, gripping the guard's shoulder. Only one. He has reached the front gates. The guard gasped, breathless. One man. You cannot fend off a single individual? What a bunch of inept fools. Cersei scolded furiously. My lady, it's not our inadequacy. He possesses magical abilities. The guard protested. Magic? Jaime and Cersei exclaimed in unison. You are all far too fragile. How can you dream of commanding a warship with such weakness? Zheng Ning hoisted the blade of 1,000 edges upon his shoulder, surveying the battlefield strewn with corpses, a smile gracing his lips. What manner of monster are you? Gasped Genos Schlint, his body riddled with wounds, as he lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. To annihilate a force of nearly 1,000 men with a mere glance. Surely, even the legendary dragon could not achieve such a feat, a monster? Have you never heard of magic? Zheng Ning retorted disdainfully, casting a fleeting glance at him. How could magic possibly exist? Did it not vanish long ago, never to return? Before Genos could utter another word, his breath ceased. Zheng Ning paid him no further heed, extending his senses until he soon detected the presences of Ned Stark and Sansa Stark. He ambled towards them leisurely, as if strolling through his own abode, dispatching any scattered guards who dared to resist with a swift stroke of his blade. Ned Stark languished in the depths of the Red Keep's underground dungeons, while Sansa Stark was confined in the castle where Ned resided during his tenure as Hand of the King. Within the pitch-black confines of the dungeon, light was a rare visitor, only occasionally gracing the shadows as torch-bearing soldiers patrolled. For the most part, the dungeon remained enveloped in an impenetrable darkness. At this moment, in the eerie silence of the dungeon, a disheveled figure sat motionless against the wall, resembling a corpse. Ned Stark, imprisoned for several days. Have I erred? He pondered. Indeed, I have erred. Northern men seldom fare well in the South. Ned Stark incessantly reflected upon his choices. Why he had not heeded his wife's advice to remain in Winterfell. Why he had brought his 2 daughters into this perilous situation. Now, not only was he in jeopardy, but he had also ensnared his daughters in this treacherous web. He realized that the Lannister family would undoubtedly not spare him, and he steeled himself for death, but the thought of Sansa and Arya weighed heavily upon him. If only Zheng Ning were here, With his prowess, he could surely lead Sansa and Arya to safety, Ned Stark murmured to himself. At that moment, a torch illuminated the darkened space, the bright yellow flame momentarily blinding Ned, who instinctively shielded his eyes. Who could it be this time? He speculated inwardly. Since his capture, familiar faces had visited him almost daily, urging him to confess to the Iron Throne and acknowledge Joffrey's kingship. Last time it was his treacherous ally, Peter Baelish. Who might it be now? Before long, a figure wielding a torch emerged before Ned Stark. "My Lord Stark, we meet again," spoke the bald man clad in a gray robe, his smooth skin devoid of any facial hair. It was Varys, the spymaster of the king, known by the moniker the Spider. "To think it would be you. It seems you are the last familiar face I shall see," Ned Stark replied in surprise. "Lord Stark, you are mistaken. The Iron Throne harbors no intentions of sentencing you to death, for you are still held in high regard. I come to inform you that this morning, Sansa pleaded for your cause before His Majesty at the Iron Throne." As he spoke, Varys handed over a jug of wine. Eddard Stark accepted it without hesitation and took a drink, then inquired, "They have not harmed her, have they?" "Of course not. The Iron Throne would not trouble a woman," Varys replied with a smile. "Is that truly so? Our sovereign is not as benevolent as you suggest." "Except for His Majesty," Eddard retorted. The two then engaged in idle conversation, and after discussing a multitude of topics, Eddard finally grasped the gravity of the situation. He resolved to confess and acknowledge Joffrey's claim to the throne, intending to don the black cloak and journey to the Wall to become a Night's Watchman, provided the Iron Throne guaranteed the safety of his two daughters. Just as they reached an accord, a resounding crash echoed from outside, causing the entire cell to tremble. Both men were taken aback. Suddenly, footsteps approached from the darkness. "Lord Stark, I believe you need not confess any longer." Zheng Ning appeared before them. "Zheng Ning, how did you come to be here?" Eddard exclaimed, astonished as if he had seen a ghost. Even Varys, usually unfazed by events, widened his eyes. He was well aware of Zheng Ning's exploits, but his presence here was entirely unexpected. "I came to fight my way in," Zheng Ning replied nonchalantly. "Come, we must rescue your daughter." "You single-handedly fought your way in from outside?" Eddard asked incredulously. "Indeed. Zheng Ning, you must surely be a harbinger of some true deity." Unfamiliar with the unfolding events, Eddard followed Zheng Ning out of the cell, leaving Varys behind in a state of contemplation. In the palace, Joffrey raged, "I am the king. Why should I cower before a commoner?" Yet, his trembling legs betrayed him. The news of Zheng Ning's incursion spread swiftly. After learning that nearly 1,000 guards of the Red Keep had been slain by Zheng Ning, Jaime Lannister wisely chose to escort Cersei and Joffrey away. However, the foolish Joffrey refused to listen, insisting on mobilizing troops to eliminate Zheng Ning. "Joffrey, that monster is no mere human. He is a beast who has already slain nearly 1,000 men. We should take cover until your grandfather's forces arrive and then encircle him," Cersei urged. "If we do not flee now, he will surely come for us," Jaime added, fanning the flames of urgency. In that moment, Joffrey was so frightened that his legs weakened, causing him to collapse to the ground, exclaiming, "Take me away quickly." Chapter 74. Departure. Zheng Ning and Ned Stark fought their way from the dungeon to the Prime Minister's tower, encountering several groups of Lannister soldiers along the way. Before they could react, Zheng Ning decisively dispatched them with a swift stroke, leaving Ned Stark astonished. Just how formidable was this swordsmanship instructor he had hired? Was he even human? He seemed more fearsome than the dragons of House Targaryen. Before long, they arrived at the Prime Minister's tower, which, apart from a few servants, was devoid of soldiers. Zheng Ning led Ned Stark towards the sensed location of Sansa. Inside Sansa's chamber, a nun struck Sansa's face with a resounding slap, cursing, "Miss Stark, your father is no longer the Prime Minister. He is merely a disgraceful traitor. You would do well to abandon your lofty demeanor." "My father is not a traitor," Sansa replied, covering her reddened cheek, fighting back tears with defiance. "Ah, that is no longer for you to decide. His treachery has been proclaimed by the king to the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. You are now merely the daughter of a traitor." The nun continued to mock. "Oh, is that so? Lord Stark, what do you think?" Just then, a voice resonated from the doorway, followed by the appearance of two figures, Zheng Ning and Ned Stark. "Upon our return to the north, I shall reveal the truth," Ned Stark declared, resolute in his decision to rally against the Iron Throne. Not only for his deceased friend Robert, but also for House Stark, knowing full well that the Lannisters would not spare him. "That's good to hear. However, there's no need to wait until we return to the north. I have heard that your son Robb has already marched the northern army south. I trust you will meet soon." Zheng Ning replied with a smile. "Father, Zheng Ning," Sansa exclaimed in surprise at the sight of both men, never expecting to see her father and Zheng Ning here. "Who are you two?" How did you come here? The burly nun bellowed upon noticing their presence. In an instant, Zheng Ning transformed into a blur, appearing before her and delivering a swift slap. The nun was sent crashing into the wall, unconscious. This action startled Sansa, who stood nearby. I repay her slap for yours. It is only fair. Zheng Ning chuckled. Sansa, blushing at Zheng Ning's smile, lowered her head, murmuring, "Thank you." "Not at all." Zheng Ning waved his hand dismissively. "Sansa, are you all right?" Ned Stark inquired with concern as he approached her. "Father, woo-woo." Sansa suddenly collapsed into Ned's embrace, releasing all the pent-up grievances of the past days. Zheng Ning procured a carriage nearby, leisurely departing King's Landing with Ned Stark and Sansa Stark, unimpeded by any soul along the way. In a fit of fury, Joffrey smashed objects within his chamber, incessantly cursing, "Incompetents, fools, you are all worthless. How could you allow him to enter King's Landing unchallenged? Zheng Ning, I shall have his life, along with that of Ned Stark and Sansa Stark. I will annihilate the entire Stark family." Joffrey roared with rage. The king of the Seven Kingdoms, reduced to the semblance of a jester, was compelled to seek refuge in the slums, only daring to emerge once he confirmed the adversaries had truly departed. Such a disgrace was intolerable to the inherently cruel Joffrey. Within the tents of the Lannister army, Tywin Lannister, in a fit of wrath, tore apart the letter from King's Landing, exclaiming, "How could I have spawned such inept offspring?" allowing Ned Stark and his daughters to escape. Just days prior, he had received news from his daughter Cersei regarding Robert's demise and Ned Stark's capture, recognizing that the North would not relent easily. Soon enough, word arrived that Ned Stark's son, the young wolf Robb Stark, had mobilized 18,000 Northern soldiers southward. Tywin swiftly organized 25,000 Lannister troops to intercept. They had previously held the advantage, controlling the fate of Stark's father and daughters, with the power to negotiate or wage war at their discretion. Yet now, his foolish children had permitted Ned Stark and his daughters to flee, provoking Tywin's typically composed demeanor into a tempest of fury. "What on earth transpired?" inquired Kevan Lannister, his tone anxious. "They say a commoner named Zheng Ning, not only skilled in combat, having slain the mountain with a single sword stroke, but also adept in sorcery, infiltrated King's Landing alone, slaying over 1,000 and liberating Ned Stark and his daughter. My dear daughter Cersei thinks me a fool," Tywin mocked, utterly disbelieving Cersei's nonsensical claims. "Fetch Tyrion. I require him to manage his sister properly." Zheng Ning soon arrived at the village where Arya resided. "Father, Sansa." The three were finally reunited. "Zheng Ning, thank you. You truly saved my father and Sansa," Arya exclaimed, wiping her tears as she embraced Zheng Ning in gratitude. "I promised I would, and I have kept my word." Zheng Ning replied with a smile, ruffling the young girl's hair. "Your immense kindness towards the Stark family shall be eternally remembered. If ever the Stark family is in need, I shall never hesitate to assist," Ned Stark declared solemnly. "Lord Stark, there is no need for such formality. Arya and I are friends, and it is only natural for friends to aid one another," Zheng Ning humbly responded. Yet within, he contemplated how to deftly exploit this favor. In a bid to swiftly transport Ned Stark to the Northern Army, Zheng Ning did not hesitate to procure an armored vehicle, which left the Stark family once again astonished. Without further elaboration, he set off towards the Riverlands. Although the roads were in disrepair, resulting in a rather jarring journey, they managed to cover several hundred kilometers in 2.5 days, reaching the borders of the Riverlands. "Here we are at the Riverlands. I shall not accompany you any further," Zheng Ning announced as he prepared to take his leave. "What? Zheng Ning, you are leaving again?" "No, I cannot bear for you to go. Come back with us to Winterfell." Arya clung to Zheng Ning like a koala, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored him. Sansa stood nearby, her expression sorrowful, yet too shy to embrace Zheng Ning. "Arya, Lord Zheng Ning has his own matters to attend to. We cannot continually trouble him," Ned Stark reprimanded firmly. "No, I refuse," Arya declared obstinately. "Master Stark, it is quite all right," Zheng Ning replied with a smile, embracing Arya before gently saying, "I am truly sorry, Arya, but I must take my leave. However, I promise that when you are old enough to learn magic, I shall return to find you." "Wah, you must indeed deceive me." "Of course not." It took some time for Zheng Ning to console the young girl, and then he turned gracefully to depart. "I should have completed my arrangements over there by now," Zheng Ning murmured as he gazed toward the east. Chapter 75. The Dothraki. The continent of Essos, separated from Westeros by a vast sea, stretches thousands of kilometers from west to east. Its landmass far exceeds that of Westeros, yet its population density pales in comparison. Within Essos lies a sprawling plain known as the Dothraki Sea, dominated by the savage warriors known as the Dothraki. Buzzing sounds filled the previously tranquil skies of the Dothraki Sea, heralding the arrival of a mechanical roar that belonged to no era. Soon, a black Apache-armed helicopter soared overhead. Inside the helicopter was Zheng Ning. How could he possibly be in two places at once? This brings us to the skill he had acquired, known as Bat Clone. Each bat spawned from this ability was, in essence, a manifestation of Zheng Ning himself, capable of absorbing a portion of damage on his behalf, allowing the original to escape, a technique reminiscent of the Shadow Clone Jutsu from Naruto. Given that Westeros was relatively secure, Zheng Ning had chosen to leave one bat clone behind there, while his true self crossed the narrow sea to seek out Daenerys. System, the other protagonist, Daenerys, should be nearby, correct? Zheng Ning inquired of the system. Yes, host. She is located to the northeast of your current position. The system responded. Excellent. Zheng Ning nodded, then piloted the helicopter towards the direction indicated by the system, heading northeast. A grand outdoor wedding feast is underway, extending from dawn until dusk, filled with unrelenting indulgence and violent skirmishes. The revelers are the nomadic warrior tribe known as the Dothraki, hailing from the vast steppes. Their clan is referred to as Khalasar, and their leader is known as Khal. The Dothraki are tall, possessing sun-kissed skin, light brown eyes, and raven black hair. Both men and women bare their chests, adorned in vibrantly painted vests, with horsehair bindings around their legs and bronze belts cinched at the waist. The male warriors braid their hair, and only in the event of defeat in battle do they sever their tresses. Their braids adorned with bells, often harvested from the heads of slain foes, serve as a testament to their valor. At this moment, the Dothraki gather around a roaring fire, feasting on roasted horse meat and quaffing fermented mare's milk and exquisite wines sent from the lands of Essos, sharing laughter and merriment across the flames. Elevated upon a mound amidst the throng sits the central figure of today's celebration, Khal Drogo. He commands the largest Khalasar in the Dothraki Sea, boasting over 40,000 warriors. Khal Drogo's braids are the longest among his kin, embellished with tiny bells, signifying that he has never known defeat in battle. Beside the Khal sits a petite figure, a girl of breathtaking beauty with silver hair and violet eyes, starkly contrasting with the surrounding Dothraki. She embodies the quintessential Valyrian visage, accompanied only by a striking young man with similar silver locks. They are none other than Daenerys Targaryen, the last scion of the Targaryen dynasty, and her brother, Viserys Targaryen. They have been exiled to the continent of Essos for 16 long years, in a bid to garner Drogo's military support to reclaim the lands of Westeros. Viserys has promised his own sister as a bride to Khal Drogo. Yet Daenerys is filled with trepidation towards this barbarian, longing only for escape, yet paralyzed by a lifetime of fear instilled by her brother. As tears threaten to spill, Daenerys struggles to mask her sorrow, feeling an overwhelming sense of isolation in this moment. I am the blood of the dragon. I am Daenerys Stormborn, Princess of Dragonstone. With the blood of the conqueror Aegon coursing through my veins, she whispers to herself for comfort. Nearby, a cadre of individuals, including the scheming Illyrio Mopatis and his guards, along with the knight Ser Jorah Mormont from Westeros, facilitate the union between her and the Dothraki. What a resilient girl, murmurs a hidden figure, Zheng Ning, who is instantly captivated by Daenerys' exquisite beauty. Observing her vulnerable demeanor ignites a protective instinct within him. Allow me to rescue you, Zheng Ning smiles, gradually revealing himself from the shadows. The group of Dothraki were taken aback by the sudden appearance of Zheng Ning. What is happening? Who is he? How did he come here? Dothraki. Soon, they reacted, and regardless of gender, they seized their weapons, aiming them at Zheng Ning. The Targaryen siblings also turned their curious gazes toward him. Silence! Dothraki, shouted Khal Drogo from his elevated seat, and the cacophony immediately dissipated. Who are you, foreigner? How did you arrive here? Drogo inquired, standing upon the earthen rise, looking down at Zheng Ning. I am the one who will replace you, Zheng Ning replied coolly. Ha! Did you hear that? He actually claims he will replace Khal. By the gods, how could anyone be so foolish? The Dothraki erupted in laughter at Zheng Ning's words, as if they had just heard the most amusing joke in the world. The Targaryen siblings, unable to comprehend Dothraki, looked utterly bewildered. What is he saying? Viserys asked Jorah Mormont beside him. He says he will replace Khal Drogo, Jorah Mormont replied, his expression one of incredulity. It was the first time he had encountered such arrogance, a lone individual daring to intrude upon another's territory and proclaim his intent to usurp. Seeking death. Seeing Zheng Ning's brazen words, Khal Drogo drew his sword and swung it toward Zheng Ning. As an invincible warlord, he demanded blood from any challenger, regardless of their identity. Trash. Zheng Ning scoffed derisively, twisting his fingers to invoke his skill. Blood Clan Claw. Zheng Ning's palm radiated a sinister red glow as he lunged toward Khal Drogo. With a swift motion, Drogo barely had time to react before Zheng Ning's claws tore him apart, blood gushing forth and staining the ground. Oh! Drogo's death elicited gasps of shock from the entire Dothraki tribe. The invincible Khal Drogo had fallen, and in less than a round of combat. By the gods! Am I dreaming? Many Dothraki could not believe the sight before them. No. Viserys knelt to the ground in despair. Khal Drogo was his last hope for reclaiming the Iron Throne, and now, right before his eyes, he had been slain. Daenerys, terrified, covered her eyes and could not bear to watch. Jorah Mormont unsheathed his sword to protect her. In the midst of the chaos, Illyrio and his men vanished into the shadows. Chapter 76. The new Khal. He has killed the Khal. Kill him. Avenge the Khal. The three Dothraki warriors beside Khal Drogo glared at Zheng Ning with bloodshot eyes, as if they intended to devour him whole. They were sworn blood riders of Khal Drogo, sharing in his glory and suffering his losses. The Blood Oath warriors typically serve as guardians and companions to Khal, sharing in all aspects of his existence, even encompassing his wife at times. In life and death, they are bound to avenge him, following him into the afterlife. This savage loyalty embodies the survival code of the Dothraki on this continent. For Khal's vengeance. Attack. Dozens of Dothraki warriors rallied to the call of the Blood Oath warriors, unsheathing their sabers and charging towards Zheng Ning, determined to reduce him to mere fragments. Meanwhile, Jorah Mormont took the opportunity to discreetly escort the Targaryen siblings to safety. Oh, how intriguing! Zheng Ning scoffed, twisting his fingers. In an instant, he transformed into a fleeting shadow and surged forward. The air was filled with horrified screams as, within a mere 10 seconds, every Dothraki warrior was torn to shreds by Zheng Ning's ferocity. This primal style of combat was truly exhilarating. Zheng Ning used his vampiric energy to evaporate the blood from his hands, chuckling as he surveyed the carnage surrounding him. The Dothraki, now filled with terror, gazed at him in disbelief. According to your customs, defeating your Khal allows one to become the new Khal, does it not? I present you with two choices, surrender to me or face death. Zheng Ning shouted at the Dothraki crowd. What? You wish to become our new Khal? You must be dreaming. Only a Dothraki can assume that role. The onlookers vociferously opposed his claim. Huh. Zheng Ning sneered, transforming into a shadow once more, and swiftly tore apart the loudest dissenters. Cease this. At that moment, a middle-aged Dothraki stepped forward to intercede. Outlander, I concede your prowess, but we possess over 40,000 warriors. Are you certain you can contend with us? It would be prudent to retreat now. Khal Drogo and his Blood Oath warriors are dead because they lack strength. Dothraki never follow the weak, he remarked, illustrating his point with the disbandment of the tribe after the death of the Horse Lord, leaving only the frail and elderly to follow Daenerys Targaryen. Do you mean to suggest that I should slaughter all of you? Zheng Ning grinned wickedly. Are you mad? We have 40,000 warriors. The middle-aged Dothraki reiterated the number. 40,000 mere ants. Zheng Ning retorted disdainfully. He then summoned his enchanted blade, 1,000 blades, infusing it with vampiric energy. With a hum, the 1,000 blades split into countless fragments, elongating to several dozen meters. Zheng Ning swung it downward with force. The ground erupted, splitting open into a chasm several meters long. Submit or perish, Zheng Ning coldly declared to the group of Dothraki warriors. His gaze swept across them, and none dared to meet his eyes. One Dothraki drew a small knife from his belt and severed the bells adorned in his braid, casting them at Zheng Ning's feet. Subsequently, he knelt on one knee and shouted, Call. With the first Dothraki's act of submission, others quickly followed suit. In a matter of moments, hundreds in the vicinity chose to kneel, their eyes filled with fervent adoration as they gazed upon Zheng Ning. Such was their nature, purely devoted to the strong, revering the victor. Khal Drogo ascended to his position not only due to his lineage as the son of the previous Khal, but also because he was the mightiest among the tribe. Faced with a being of Zheng Ning's almost divine strength, there was little hesitation in their choice to submit. Those who could approach the Khal at a wedding banquet were typically the tribe's warriors or leaders. By winning over these individuals, Zheng Ning effectively subdued the entire Dothraki clan. As the surrounding Dothraki fell to their knees, only the Targaryen siblings and Jorah Mormont remained standing, their faces a tableau of shock. Here stood a man who had single-handedly entered the Dothraki encampment, slain their Khal, and instead of being torn apart by the enraged Dothraki forces, had emerged as their new leader. It felt surreal, as if they were ensnared in a dream. How shall we deal with the Khal? The three of them pondered. Shall we execute them? A middle-aged Dothraki's voice broke the silence. Zheng Ning finally took the time to assess the trio before him. Upon meeting Zheng Ning's gaze, Viserys collapsed in fear. Daenerys appeared tense, while Jorah Mormont maintained a tranquil demeanor, gripping his sword tightly. No, you cannot kill me. You know not who I am. I am the true heir of the dragons, destined to be the king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm. I am willing to offer you my sister. Look at her beauty, Viserys pleaded. A flicker of disappointment and pain crossed Daenerys' eyes as she heard her brother once again barter her away. Zheng Ning remained silent, leisurely approaching them. The three were paralyzed with fear, dreading that he might dispose of them as he had done with the Dothraki. Zheng Ning came to a halt before Daenerys, gently lifting her chin and whispering, "Truly beautiful." Daenerys blushed instantly, taken aback by such direct praise for the first time. "Become my bride, and I shall help you ascend the Iron Throne to become the queen of the Seven Kingdoms." Upon hearing Zheng Ning's words, Daenerys was momentarily bewildered. Shouldn't her brother Viserys be the one to claim the Iron Throne? Viserys hastily interjected, "Hey, don't get it twisted. I am the one destined for the Iron Throne." Unfortunately for him, Zheng Ning paid him no mind, swiftly lifting Daenerys into his arms. "Prepare a clean tent for me," he commanded. "Yes, call." Embracing Daenerys, he strode inside, completely disregarding the shouts of Viserys behind them. Daenerys' cheeks flushed crimson throughout the encounter. She was acutely aware of what awaited her. However, compared to that barbarian, the man before her was far more appealing. Moreover, he possessed an extraordinary handsomeness that made her heart flutter. Chapter 77. Morning. My name is Zheng Ning, and I shall be your caretaker from now on, Zheng Ning declared as he gently placed Daenerys upon the bed, smiling warmly. "I am Daenerys Targaryen," she shyly responded. After their introductions, Zheng Ning tenderly kissed her lips. Be gentle." "Apologies." A melodious sigh echoed within the tent. As the sun rose, its warm rays bathed the vast expanse of the Dothraki plains, transforming the land into a golden sea. Within a distinctly luxurious tent, a couple lay bare upon the bed, Zheng Ning and Daenerys, who had spent the night engaged in intimate activities. Gazing at the beautiful woman with silver hair and violet eyes nestled in his arms, Zheng Ning smiled. Mother of Dragons had always been a character he admired, and now she was finally his. Before long, the woman stirred, opening her eyes to find the man staring intently at her, causing her to blush deeply. That is I. Daenerys stammered, uncertain of what to say. Although they had shared everything the previous night, the aftermath of their union left her momentarily at a loss. "You are awake. Would you care to join me for breakfast?" Zheng Ning inquired gently. He treated each of his women with kindness, finding it foolish to act aloof or pretentious with them. "Yes, that would be nice," Daenerys replied softly. After rising and freshening up, a pair of striking Dothraki maidens entered, carrying simple provisions and fermented mare's milk. "Is this your food?" Zheng Ning asked, frowning at the coarse fare spread before him. "Kyle, this is already the finest sustenance in Kalizari," the two Dothraki maidens exclaimed, kneeling in trepidation. After all, Zheng Ning's reputation from the previous night was fearsome, with dozens of Dothraki warriors having fallen by his hand. "Enough? I mean you no harm. Please rise," Zheng Ning said with a weary wave of his hand. In this era of limited productivity, possessing such provisions was commendable, especially considering the nomadic lifestyle of the Dothraki, who roamed and pillaged wherever they went, resulting in a lack of stable resources. "Shikeo?" The maidens quickly expressed their gratitude. "What are your names?" Zheng Ning asked with curiosity. "Kyle, I am Alice." "Kyle, I am Alina." The two Dothraki maidens replied. "Are you sisters?" "Indeed, Kyle. Well, from now on, you shall attend to my wife, Daenerys, who is also your Khaleesi." "Thank you, Khal." The two sisters were overjoyed. Previously, they belonged to the lowest caste in Karth, but due to their beauty, they were chosen by Ozco, the middle-aged Dothraki man, to serve the new Khal. Naturally, they were exhilarated to be accepted by him. Daenerys quietly observed from the side, choosing not to speak, believing that as she had just become Zheng Ning's wife, it would be wise to remain silent, for too many words could lead to mistakes. However, she was unaware that Zheng Ning, hailing from the modern world, would not be concerned with such things. Upon hearing Zheng Ning refer to her as his wife and Khaleesi, Daenerys smiled sweetly. Zheng Ning contemplated for a moment, conjuring a delightful array of Chinese breakfast items from the system space, including soy milk, buns, and congee. This miraculous scene instantly captivated the attention of the women in the room. "The horse god truly embodies Khal," Alina exclaimed in astonishment, covering her mouth. "Haha, you may think so," Zheng Ning chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. In this primitive and backward world, Playing the role of a divine being was indeed an effective means of maintaining control. It smells wonderful, the three women remarked, inhaling the aroma of breakfast. Let us eat together, Zheng Ning invited. Call, how can we? Alice hurriedly declined. In this strictly hierarchical medieval society, how could their status allow them to share a meal with the exalted Call and Khaleesi? If I say you shall eat, then you shall eat. Zheng Ning feigned a stern expression. Yes, Call. The two young women quickly lowered their heads in fear. Soon, they began to indulge in the feast, and before long, the table was cleared of all food. This is absolutely delicious. It must be a gift from the horse god, the three young women exclaimed in delight. After breakfast, Zheng Ning took Daenerys on a tour of the entirety of Qarth, as he had only just ascended to the position of Call the previous day and wished to meet his subjects. My dear brother, how is he doing now? I wish to see him. Daenerys cautiously voiced her request, anxious about offending Zheng Ning. Of course, we are now husband and wife. Your family is my family. Zheng Ning replied with a smile. He then embraced Daenerys gently, saying, You need not fear anything. We will interact like any ordinary couple. I will never harm you. Rather, I will always protect you. I understand, my dear. Hearing the sincerity in Zheng Ning's words, Daenerys finally set aside her apprehensions. The two then made their way to the tent where Viserys and Jorah Mormont were located. As relatives and companions of the Khaleesi, the Dothraki treated them kindly, thoughtfully arranging for them to reside in a splendid tent. Call Khaleesi. Along the way, the Dothraki encountered by Zheng Ning and Daenerys bowed their heads in respect. Zheng Ning maintained his aloof demeanor, while Daenerys smiled and nodded in return, clearly winning their favor. Truly a woman of House Targaryen, effortlessly adapting to her identity. What the hell does that bastard mean? I am the true heir of the dragon, the future ruler of the Iron Throne, king of the Seven Kingdoms. And yet he still hasn't come to see me. My lord, it would be wise for you to lower your voice. What if the new Call were to hear? And what of it? He is currently with my sister. He is now my brother-in-law and should rally the Dothraki to reclaim the Iron Throne for me. Before they could reach the tent, the incessant complaints of Viserys Targaryen echoed from within. At that moment, a glint of coldness flickered in Zheng Ning's eyes. I hope this beggar king knows his place. Otherwise, he may find himself meeting an untimely demise. I will indeed reclaim the Iron Throne, but the throne is not yours. It belongs to my wife, Daenerys. Zheng Ning spoke calmly from the entrance. As he said this, he gently squeezed Daenerys' small hand, causing her cheeks to flush instantly. This time, there was no surprise, for on the journey, Zheng Ning had repeatedly emphasized that she would be the future ruler of the Iron Throne, the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Viserys Targaryen, the second son of the last Targaryen king, Aerys, lost both his father and brother, Rhaegar, during the War of the Usurper, leaving him and his sister Daenerys as the last remnants of House Targaryen. The war forced him into exile, where he plotted to reclaim the Iron Throne. He proclaimed himself Viserys Targaryen III, king of the Undulls, Rhoynar, and First Men, ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and protector of the realm, known as the Beggar King. After the death of their mother and the conclusion of the war, Viserys and his sister were smuggled to Braavos by the loyal Ser Willem Darry, under whose protection they remained until his demise. Following Ser Willem's death, his servants soon expelled the siblings. They wandered as guests in the free cities. But the hospitality of the powerful quickly waned, forcing them to sell their possessions to survive. When Viserys sold his mother's crown, he was dubbed the Beggar King. Initially, he was a good brother, but after enduring continual setbacks, he began to blame Daenerys for their mother's death during childbirth, treating her poorly. In his anger, he often warned her not to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon. What did you say? I am the rightful heir to the Iron Throne, the only male descendant of House Targaryen, the true heir of the dragon. You bastard shall not conspire with this wretched woman to usurp my throne, Viserys shouted vehemently, pointing an accusatory finger at Zheng Ning. He sold his own sister in hopes of reclaiming the Iron Throne with the aid of the Dothraki army. Yet now, this so-called Call had the audacity to declare that he would bestow the throne upon his sister. How could he not be incensed? Zheng Ning gestured to the nearby Dothraki guards, who swiftly seized the insolent man that dared to insult their Call and dragged him outside. Release me. How dare you treat the blood of the dragon this way? Do not harm my sister. Someone, save me. Viserys cried out in terror, struggling against his captors. My dear, Daenerys said, clutching Zheng Ning's arm, yearning to speak. Zheng Ning smiled sweetly at her, reassuringly stating, Do not worry, I shall not take his life. I merely wish for him to recognize his true position. Daenerys nodded in understanding, falling silent. She was well aware of her brother's character, often lost in fanciful daydreams. Since her husband would not kill him, perhaps a lesson would serve him well. A cacophony of screams erupted from outside, akin to a slaughtered pig. The two Dothraki guards first pummeled Viserys mercilessly with their bare hands before confining him in a dark, sunless dungeon for a few days. This was Zheng Ning's strategy. Surely, no one could endure such torment without gaining clarity. If he still failed to comprehend, perhaps he should simply perish. Your turn, Ura Mormont. Zheng Ning turned his gaze towards the previously silent Ura Mormont. Call, I am willing to be your subordinate, a sword in your hand. Ura Mormont, witnessing Viserys' fate, knelt before Zheng Ning in fealty. I would hesitate to employ a spy. Zheng Ning chuckled. Ura's eyes widened in alarm as he stared at Zheng Ning, unable to fathom how the new call was aware of his secret identity as a spy for the Iron Throne. My dear, what are you saying? Daenerys inquired, puzzled. This Sir Ura Mormont has been clandestinely relaying information about you and your brother to that rotund Robert Baratheon, all in a bid to return to Westeros. Zheng Ning succinctly explained to Daenerys. Impossible. This cannot be true. Can it, Sir Mormont? Tell me this is not true. Daenerys exclaimed, her hands covering her mouth in disbelief. Ura's attentiveness to her had won her complete trust, and now betrayal from him felt unbearable. I am sorry, Khaleesi. Khal speaks the truth. I have indeed been transmitting your information across the narrow sea, Ura Mormont admitted, his voice low. Why? To return home. No. With that, Daenerys broke into tears. Despite having endured numerous betrayals, the treachery of someone she had trusted most deeply overwhelmed her, and she could not help but weep in Zheng Ning's embrace. Dany, how should he be dealt with? You decide, Zheng Ning said gently. I don't know, Daenerys replied, flustered. Should we kill him then? No. I don't want to kill him, nor do I wish to see him again. In that case, banish him. Zheng Ning turned to Ura Mormont and said, Did you hear that? I am expelling you now. Go as far as you can and do not appear before Daenerys again, or the next time will be your end. Yes, Call, Ura Mormont replied in a low voice. Deep down, he was already beginning to regret it. After so long together, he had become profoundly enchanted by the beautiful girl with silver hair and violet eyes. Ultimately, he left the city of Karth, dejected and subdued by the Dothraki guards. After experiencing betrayal from someone she trusted most, Daenerys was heartbroken, weeping for quite a while before finally falling into a deep sleep in Zheng Ning's embrace. Dany, didn't T. Illyrio gift you 3 dragon eggs? Zheng Ning quickly changed the subject when Daenerys awoke, hoping to pull her from her sorrow. They are in the chest in the room, but they are just fossils, meant for collection. Daenerys replied in a subdued tone, clearly still reeling from the blow. They are not fossils. They are live dragon eggs capable of hatching real dragons. What? Do you really have a way? Daenerys exclaimed in astonishment. Of course. I have a way. Zheng Ning chuckled, then brought out 3 dragon eggs of varying sizes and colors. Dany, you are about to become the mother of dragons. Chapter 79, The Dragon Mother of Dragons? Me? Daenerys said, pointing at herself in disbelief. Indeed, you are a descendant of House Targaryen, the Dragon King. Zheng Ning replied with a smile. He then recalled how Daenerys had hatched her dragons in the original tale, through magic and fire. Preparing according to the steps etched in his memory, Zheng Ning thought that while his method might not work, the Mother of Dragons, with her protagonist Aura, surely would succeed. He instructed the Dothraki to gather all the charcoal collected in Karth and arrange it in the shape of a nest. Dany, take off your clothes. Zheng Ning turned to Daenerys and said, My dear, isn't it inappropriate to do that here? Daenerys blushed at the thought Zheng Ning might want to engage in something scandalous in public, stammering in response. Haha, what are you thinking? This is part of the process to hatch the dragons. Zheng Ning laughed, playfully tapping her head with his finger. Ouch. Daenerys covered her head, looking at Zheng Ning with a shy smile, clearly enjoying his affectionate gesture. Subsequently, at Zheng Ning's request, she slowly shed her garments, revealing a flawless physique that instantly captivated his attention. His gaze was intense, as if he sought to consume her entirely. Of course, this exquisite form was meant solely for his admiration, for he had already sent everyone else away. My dear, what comes next? Daenerys felt Zheng Ning's fervent gaze and experienced a mix of shyness and delight. Lie down. Zheng Ning withdrew his gaze, returning to the demeanor of a virtuous gentleman. Daenerys obediently reclined. Do you trust me, Daenerys? Zheng Ning asked earnestly. Of course, she affirmed with a resolute nod. The method to hatch the dragons involves fire and magic. In a moment, I shall envelop you in flames, Zheng Ning briefly explained to her. Very well, my love, I trust you. Daenerys gazed into his eyes, her trust evident. She possessed an innate confidence, having discovered from a young age that she was unafraid of fire and high temperatures, an ability not shared by her brother, Viserys Targaryen, the rightful heir of House Targaryen. Excellent. Zheng Ning nodded, picking up 3 dragon eggs and infusing them with bloodline energy. These eggs were alive, merely dormant due to the absence of magic. Infusing them with bloodline energy was akin to igniting a match in an oil field, instantly reviving the egg's vitality. Zheng Ning arranged the 3 dragon eggs neatly beside Daenerys, kissed her forehead, and then ignited a flame. A roaring inferno quickly engulfed everything. Zheng Ning remained quietly beside the fire, awaiting the outcome. Time passed slowly, and the sky gradually darkened. In the pitch-black night, the fierce blaze stood out starkly against the expansive, shadowy wilderness. After an unknown duration, the flames began to subside, revealing a curled-up Daenerys and 3 small winged creatures beside her. It was a success. After more than a century, the descendants of House Targaryen had once again hatched dragons. Such creatures are invaluable. The prowess of dragons is evident from the history of Aegon I Targaryen, who unified the entirety of Westeros with 3 adult dragons. Once they mature, a dragon can rival an army of 100,000. My dear, is this truly a dragon? Daenerys rose, gazing incredulously at the small beings perched upon her shoulders. Indeed, you are their mother. Zheng Ning replied with a smile. Mother, mother, I am their mother. Daenerys repeated the word, filled with an extraordinary sensation, instinctively reaching out to caress them. The little creatures bowed their heads, displaying a content demeanor, seemingly relishing Daenerys's gentle touch. Meanwhile, on the other side of the continent of Westeros, the news of King Robert's demise at the tusks of a wild boar spread throughout the capital, King's Landing. At that moment, against the backdrop of a clear blue sky, a colossal red comet streaked across the heavens, trailing a long tail. This magnificent red comet was so immense that it was visible to all inhabitants of Essos. Following a prolonged summer, the stars wept blood, and a chilling darkness enveloped the land. Azor Ahai was destined to be reborn from the land of smoke and salt, wielding the burning sword, the Lightbringer, to combat the enemies of Lawler and to save the world amidst the apocalypse. This red comet heralded the beginning of the prophesied bloodied stars, symbolizing the resurgence of magic, the reappearance of dragons, and the return of the others, born from the depths of despair and frost. 3 months swiftly passed. During this time, Zheng Ning and Daenerys remained within the Dothraki tribe. Their dual purpose was to gain full control over the Dothraki army and to nurture the dragons. After 3 months, both objectives yielded gratifying results. Zheng Ning first summoned all the warlords and leaders of the Dothraki tribe, transforming them into descendants of the bloodline. He then instructed them to return and select the elite from their tribes to be converted, thereby creating a cascading effect. In just 3 months, over 40,000 Dothraki warriors were transformed into blood descendants. The intermediate bloodline descendants were classified as low-level bloodlines, which possessed half the power of their progenitors. This formidable army of over 40,000 blood descendants would serve as the backbone of Zheng Ning's forthcoming campaign for unification. Additionally, Zheng Ning discovered that the 3 young dragons could consume his blood energy, facilitating their rapid growth. Consequently, he frequently infused the trio with blood energy. Remarkably, within a mere 3 months, the 3 little creatures appeared to have taken a growth potion, expanding in size from mere centimeters to over 10 meters. They not only could unleash dragon fire, but also became capable of carrying passengers. It is noteworthy that Daenerys initially intended to name the dragons after her father Aerys, her elder brother Rhaegar, and her younger brother Viserys. However, Zheng Ning believed it more fitting to name them after the dragons ridden by the conqueror Aegon and his sisters, symbolizing a resurgence of conquest over the continent of Westeros. Thus, the largest black dragon was named Balerion, also known as the Black Dread, while the other 2 were named Mirian and Vhagar. As Zheng Ning diligently advanced his plans, he also began to implement his conquest strategy. He aimed to first unify the continent of Essos before setting his sights on Westeros. Zheng Ning's immediate target was the other Dothraki tribes on the vast Dothraki Sea. A bloody campaign of conquest was poised to unfold upon the plains. Chapter 80. The unprincipled ambush clop, clop, clop. Across the boundless expanse of the Dothraki Sea, a massive Dothraki army marched resolutely towards their sacred city. At the forefront of the army, leading the formidable Dothraki forces, stood Kao, a young man with raven hair and dark eyes, accompanied by a striking silver-haired maiden. These 2 were Zheng Ning and Daenerys. In pursuit of his conquest, Zheng Ning commanded his Dothraki horde to commence their campaign. Thus far, he had successfully subdued 2 Khalasars of 10,000 and 1 Khalasar of 50,000 warriors. Zheng Ning dispatched messages to all Dothraki khals, demanding their allegiance to him in the sacred city of Viz Dothraki, also known as the homeland of the Horse Lords. Naturally, these proud Dothraki khals scoffed at such audacity, with many erupting in fury. An outsider had slain Khal Drogo and seized his khalasar, an affront that ignited their indignation and sense of humiliation. The audacity of this foreigner proclaiming his intent to conquer the entirety of the Dothraki plains fueled their collective animosity. They vowed to unite and eliminate the one who dared to insult the Dothraki people. Dany, are you all right? Perhaps you should return to the wagon, Zheng Ning gently suggested, observing Daenerys, who was resolutely holding her ground atop her steed. No, I shall not. I am your wife, the true heir of the dragon, born of storms. The princess of Dragonstone, the future sovereign of the Iron Throne, the queen of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men. The ruler of the Seven Kingdoms and the protector of the realm. I can endure, Daenerys fervently declared, shaking her head in refusal of his proposal. Her love for her husband propelled her to be a source of strength, not a burden. Just as the two were conversing, a sudden blare of horns echoed from the front. Moments later, a Dothraki scout rode up to Zheng Ning with urgency. Report, Khal. Khal Loren and Khal Vidar have intercepted us ahead with a coalition of 60,000. Continue your reconnaissance. Zheng Ning commanded. Yes, Khal. The scout promptly took his leave. 60,000? Quite a formidable force. Zheng Ning mused. The khalasar led by Khal Drogo was the largest on the Dothraki plains, mustering just over 40,000 warriors. Khal Loren and Khal Vidar commanded the second and third largest khalasars, each capable of assembling over 30,000 warriors, now uniting against Zheng Ning, the foreigner. However, Zheng Ning remained unfazed. Although his army was outnumbered, victory in battle was not solely dependent on troop numbers. The quality of soldiers, their equipment, and morale were equally crucial. This was reminiscent of the renowned Battle of Saru during the Ming Dynasty, where over 200,000 Ming soldiers were decisively defeated by a mere 60,000 Jin troops, marking the decline of the Ming fortune and the rise of the Jin. Furthermore, the 40,000 troops commanded by Zheng Ning are composed of blood warriors whose physical prowess far exceeds that of ordinary men. Accompanied by 3 colossal dragons akin to bombers soaring in the sky, Zheng Ning confidently proclaimed, "How can one lose with flying dragons at their command?" He continued to advance across the vast grasslands with his army. After an indeterminate passage of time, the two armies finally encountered one another on the boundless plains. The combined forces exceeded 100,000, a veritable sea of humanity, densely packed. The foreigner, known as Zheng Ning, does he dare to step forward for a face-to-face encounter? The 2 cows of the united army rode forth, calling out at the front lines. Are these 2 cows truly intending to wage war against me? Zheng Ning approached on horseback, unperturbed, and smiled. You despicable foreigner, how dare you employ vile tactics to slay Zhurgao cows and usurp his Karasa? We shall never accept this. Loren Cow shouted vehemently. Indeed, you audaciously demand our submission. You are courting death. Surrender the dominion of Karasa and vacate the Dothraki plains. And perhaps we shall allow you to live a while longer. Vidar Cow added. Huh, and what if I refuse? Zheng Ning, unfazed by their threats, merely chuckled. Then our 60,000 troops shall rend you to pieces. Loren Cow squinted, menacingly declaring. They have 60,000, while this foreigner commands only 40,000. The advantage lies with us. This foreigner should wisely surrender at once. Very well, let me see what you can do. Zheng Ning continued to smile. Excellent, you possess courage. We shall meet on the battlefield. Loren Cow retorted, before turning away with Vidar Cow. So, they threaten and then depart? Valyrian, Dracarys. Valyrian, Dragonfire, roared Zheng Ning. Suddenly, a fierce cry echoed from the clouds above, and a massive black figure emerged, revealing Zheng Ning's steed, the formidable Valyrian, measuring 15 meters in length. What manner of creature is this? Loren Cow and Vidar Cow shrieked in terror at the sight of the colossal being. They had never before encountered such a monster. Valyrian paid no heed to their fear, swiftly diving downward, his maw gathering dragon fire, before unleashing it with ferocity. Boom. The 2 cows barely had time to utter a scream before being reduced to cinders by the dragon fire. The death of the cows, coupled with the shock of the dragon's appearance, sent the opposing 60,000 troops into disarray. The emergence of the dragon was the prearranged signal for Zheng Ning and his allies to launch their assault. The horn players immediately sounded the call, rallying their respective forces to charge forward. Thundering hooves echoed as over 40,000 Dothraki cavalry surged like a tidal wave towards the 60,000-strong army. Flee for your lives. Steady the front lines, steady the front lines. Those who retreat shall face merciless retribution. The enemy's morale has utterly disintegrated. No amount of shouting or wielding of blades can halt the fleeing soldiers. Dracarys. At this moment, Daenerys, mounted upon Malays and accompanied by Vhagar, arrives to lend her support. Unleashing torrents of dragon fire upon the ground forces, exacerbating the enemy's collapse. Dracarys, Zheng Ning, transformed into a bat, ascends to command Bellerin, orchestrating the flames. 3 mighty dragons wreak havoc across the battlefield, while over 40,000 Dothraki bloodriders relentlessly reap destruction below. The opposition has entirely crumbled, left with no choice but to flee with all their might, for even a single second's delay could result in being incinerated by dragon fire. In just a brief span of half an hour, Zheng Ning has led his forces to obliterate the most formidable resistance among the Dothraki. Harnessing the power of his bloodline, Zheng Ning traverses the myriad realms, consuming the bloodlines of the heavens, ultimately becoming the unparalleled blood god, transcending all realms.